The blood moon hung high like a shard of crimson, casting an eerie red hue over the mirror lake maze. Mu Hanchuan's entire body was soaked in blood, wounds unusually numerous. His battered Igrade void stomach armor was nearly torn to shreds, and both of his remaining defensive shields were completely broken. Summoning the last ounce of strength, he suddenly punched through the distorted mirror before him, shattering it into fragments, then tumbled out to the edge of the maze. Instantly, 3 blood-red tendrils stretching from the cracked mirror dissolved into drifting black ash. In the distance, thousands of mirrors emitted a low, ominous hum. Their reflections stirred and swayed, some running wildly, some firing arrows, others brandishing weapons, even casting countless deadly glares. The cold slash of a throat-cutting gesture swept across his sight. Gasping heavily and utterly exhausted, Mu Hanchuan collapsed onto the smooth floor with his atoms apple bobbing clearly. Inside the mirror lake maze, the last female challenger had held on desperately. She was the strongest among the 330 participants, but still failed the final trial. The moment she died, every mirror snapped back to normal and simultaneously turned toward Mu Hanchuan. Scores of his reflections inside pointed blood-red fingers at him, freezing his blood and making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Then, the mirrors slowly sank into the vast depths of the mirror lake below. He had survived barely through sheer endurance of his battered flesh and blood, passing this brutal life-or-death test. If I ever encounter another hidden stage like this, I must never rush in recklessly. It's far too dangerous, he muttered to himself. This time, he had entered with a blue star key from a level 3 blue checkpoint. There were 330 participants of various races, with about 10 humans among them. Blue checkpoints weren't very difficult, and 290 people passed through relatively easily. Yet, just as rewards were about to be given, an advanced stage was triggered, requiring consensus of 2/3 of all participants to advance to the red checkpoint. The red star key was worth 3 million, compared to the blue key's 1 million in irresistible free gamble, but the risk skyrocketed accordingly. More than 200 of the 290 voted yes, so the red checkpoint opened. The difficulty spiked dramatically, far beyond anyone's expectations. Unlike before, where failure meant retreat or survival, this stage guaranteed death upon failure. The result was horrific. Of 290 challengers, only 12 survived. Deaths were relentless, as though death itself pursued them without mercy. When the red checkpoint ended, there was no reward. Instead, a mysterious purple hidden stage opened. Purple ranked just below black as an ultra-difficult level, with both value and challenge at extremes. The 12 survivors debated for a long time. They were all extraordinarily gifted, and the purple star key was worth tens of millions, promising rare rewards. But the life-or-death stakes were unknown, and no one dared guess. Ultimately, 4 voted no, 8 voted yes, barely reaching the 2/3 threshold, and the purple stage began. Mu Hanchuan opposed it, judging coldly that such a stage was beyond their capabilities now. To survive was already miraculous. Death was the norm. He scolded those foolish enough to drag him to certain doom, but could not reverse the outcome. Idiots, they want to die, and take me down with them. He seethed inwardly. Gradually, the system announced the purple hidden stage had launched, unlocked 1 out of 5 levels. The mission started, and only 1 survivor remained. The rewards began to distribute. This broken blue checkpoint, with 330 participants, had ended with only him alive. Serves them right. They wanted to gamble, why shouldn't I refuse? Upon receiving his reading rewards, the blue star key was returned, plus he unexpectedly gained a purple star key worth tens of millions. Mu Hanchuan had no plans to sell it. Perhaps it would prove useful later. The rewards also included an 18-point attribute boost. Since his mental acuity was lacking, it was automatically replenished, body 15, mind 3. The purple stage's attribute rewards were astonishing, nearly rivaling the highest team rewards he had seen before. Previously, his greatest bonus was only 8 points. This was a huge leap. The ultimate black stage prize was unimaginable. Mu Hanchuan's current stats were Strength 88, Body 328, Igrade 15, Agility 86, Mind 83-3. His equipment was Igrade Void Stomach Armor. He had no skills yet. His brain capacity was at 16. Igrade Standard required 600 attributes. He had just barely crossed the E threshold. 3 years of effort had earned this level. He felt both pride and anxiety. When would he finally break into grade? His case was unusual, as almost all his attribute bonuses went into body. Others balanced their points among different stats, but he was different. Some favored strength, others agility. Why did he only increase 1 attribute? Perhaps his uniqueness was his greatest strength. He guessed that if the trial star matched opponents based on total attribute sum, he already crushed most level foes. Even if individually they were stronger, especially that nearly victorious human female. They had died so close, but lost to fate. Damn it, 3 years in, everyone else is still level, but my body already reached E. The rest? Still lagging, Mu Hanchuan mocked himself. Perhaps others like him existed. Prodigies who focused all attributes in one dimension, and maybe could break all limits that way. If he focused all on agility, his lightness skill would be unmatched at a legendary speed and evasion, or unmatched reflexes, another form of invincibility. The third reward shocked him beyond belief, and level skill transfer. His pupils dilated, blood pumping like a spring. Level? Suddenly all injuries and worries felt trivial. The skill had no attribute or level requirements, needed 15 brain capacity, and allowed transferring one pre-marked item to his current location. He could mark up to 7 targets. There was a death bond. Every 3 months, forced entry into the Forbidden Trial Star for a deadly battle against a random race opponent matched to his last fight power. Mu Hanchuan wondered if this was a divine mission, a death curse, or fate's trial. With the future uncertain and his path dark, he could only grit his teeth and endure. At that moment, utterly exhausted, he lay on the ground, his atoms apple bobbing, clearly audible. This is truly in steer skill. How is that even possible? From Mu Hanchuan's understanding, the only way to obtain and steer combat skill is by breaking through the black level trials, which is nearly impossible, like climbing to heaven. Yet the migration skill in his hands is directly labeled steer, and he couldn't make sense of it. The only reasonable explanation was that this wasn't a combat skill at all, but a far rarer auxiliary skill of steer quality, which could drop with an incredibly low chance in the purple level trials. In the past 3 years on Ingliao planet, across 5 continents, 47 nations, and several special regions, the total population exceeded 8 billion. Tens of millions had poured into the Forbidden Trial Star to test their mettle, but only one steer skill had ever truly appeared. The famed one said to have been claimed by a powerful figure from Chinese nation on the Xingsu continent, attracting global attention at the time. Mu Hanchuan speculated that one might also have been an auxiliary skill rather than a product of the black level trials, and thus, like his own, a stroke of incredible luck from the purple level trials. Though the label steer sounded intimidating, the skill stat description was not exaggerated. If he auctioned it off, how much could it really fetch? Would he even need to work hard for the rest of his life? His eyes suddenly locked onto the requirements section. If he couldn't learn it, everything would be for nothing. Reading that sent his heart racing almost to a stop. Requirements. No attribute points required. No rank requirements. Brain domain carrying capacity needed. 15. Just this? Are you kidding me? He glanced down at the only piece of equipment he still had: a void stomach armor level. Defense strength. Maximum impact absorption, 4,000 joules. Additional 10 damage absorption. Wearing requirements. Physique 200, strength 80. Durability, 7, severely damaged, urgently needs repair. What the heck? Even in a level broken armor has such high requirements, and in steer skill only cares about brain capacity. This wasn't his first time seeing a skill scroll. A few months ago, he had also pulled a spiderweb binding level control class skill. Attribute requirements. Perception 100, agility 80. Brain domain capacity, 3. Back then, he couldn't even reach perception 100 and had to sell it reluctantly. But that was only in level skill. Now with this steer skill, the conditions were absurdly low, completely overturning his worldview. And a level guy like him could actually learn it right now? His heart pounded wildly in his chest, nearly breaking through his ribs. Forget Steervan A or tire skills under such weak learning conditions would drive powerful elites into a frenzy of competition. If he sold it, he would become rich overnight, richer than anyone in the world, though keeping that wealth might be another matter. But if he didn't sell, with just a flick of his finger, he would instantly gain in steer skill. Although still weak, his combat power would surge dramatically. Mu Hanchuan clenched the scroll tightly, his fingertips digging into his palm without him noticing. This was not just a skill, it was a never-ending gold mine, a key to a whole new fate. Yet this key was unbearably heavy, heavy enough to suffocate. Mu Hanchuan slowly closed his eyes as a stream of faces, both familiar and yet utterly strange, flashed through his mind. He had parents, grandparents on both sides, but the only one who truly stood by him was a stranger with no blood ties. Since this was the path he had chosen, he would never regret it. He exhaled deeply. In the next moment, Mu Hanchuan gripped the card in his hand tightly. His own fate must be controlled by himself. Even closest kin were unworthy of trust. Without hesitation, he crushed the card labeled migration. Ding. Requirements met. Strength skill migration learning complete. A mechanical voice recited a long string of data. Strength, 88. Physique, 328, rank 15. Agility, 86. Mind awareness, 83-3. Equipment, void stomach armor, rank. Skill, migration strength, 12. Item, none 01. Brain domain capacity, 16, remaining 1. Well, that's done. Mu Hanchuan smiled bitterly. His brain domain capacity was instantly depleted to just 1. Even the lowest frank skill required at least 2 capacity to learn, so for now, he couldn't acquire any new skills. He'd have to rely on his mind awareness, slowly growing to reclaim some capacity bit by bit. Of course, modern technology offered shortcuts, special reagents, synthesized medicines, but these were breakthroughs from the Forbidden Trial Star in the past century, far from mature. Side effects and after effects were unknown, Potential bodily harm unpredictable. Mu Hanchuan dared not take such risks, nor would he ever. 99 years ago, the Forbidden Trial Star suddenly appeared. On that day, the entire Cheong star system seemed shrouded in darkness, everything suspended. A line of subtitles appeared simultaneously in everyone's minds worldwide, and after reading them, half the planet nearly descended into madness. Effective immediately, Cheong star system, G4279 trial star system, civilization level, 0.5 primitive, officially enters trial war. Participating intelligent civilizations, 77. Participating planets, all within Cheong star system. Trial location, Forbidden Trial Star Forbidden Star Ring. Forbidden Trial Star Civilization Level. Level 2 Fragmented Civilization Ruins. Trial objective, by any means necessary, eliminate all other intelligent civilizations within Cheong star system and occupy all planets within the system. The last surviving species will be declared the victor. Losers will be completely erased. Inferior species have no right to continue existence. The sole victorious race will be recognized by the Obelisk Civilization Alliance, gain integration qualifications, and claim ownership over the entire star region. Only then did humanity realize that besides themselves, 76 other intelligent civilizations existed in this star system. Even more species had yet to develop intelligence. Failure meant extinction. Madness was only natural. Since then, every 18-year-old worldwide, regardless of gender, received a white star key, the soul pass, to enter the Forbidden Trial Star. No one was forced to enter, and keys could be sold. Any holder could open the gateway. Market price soared to 50,000, practically a divine Kamingafage grant. Mu Hanchuan ran away from home at 5 and wandered the streets, begging and scavenging, even fighting animals over scraps. At 13, a street performer took him in and taught him some tricks to survive. At 18, he finally received the White Star key, stepping into the Forbidden Trial Star to defy fate. Before 18, no one could enter or use any trial equipment, skills, or items. An steer binding contract forced him to enter the Forbidden Trial Star every 3 months to engage in a deadly battle against a randomly selected opponent, whose strength matched his own from the last fight. Mu Hanchuan stared at the contract, quickly running calculations in his mind. He had already learned all the skills, so regretting it was pointless. It was better to thoroughly study and master them right away. Steer contracts really came with side effects: one deadly battle every 3 months, constantly pushing him to improve. If he didn't keep up, he would die. Fortunately, the next enemy's strength would be based solely on his current power level, and he still had a full 3 months to level up. For a latest-stage powerhouse, 3 months might be nothing, but for him now, it was a rare chance for breakthrough, maybe enough to reach the next tier. With his current durability, he was confident he could survive the first 10 years, but beyond that, it was up to fate. It's time to go back. Starting today, steer skills supernova even if nobody knows yet. Let's go, Mu Hanchuan. The contract offered 2 ways to return. 1. Return to the point of entry. 2. Teleport to a random location within a 20-kilometer radius of the entry point. After weighing his options briefly, he decisively chose the first. In a flash of light and shadow, Mu Hanchuan found himself back inside his underground secret base. The surroundings were dim, with only a few emergency lights casting pale gray spots around. The base was nestled inside a small hill. He had painstakingly dug it out after saving his first pot of gold. In front of the hill ran a large river spanned by 2 busy bridges. Behind it lay a medium-sized park teeming with people day and night, providing natural cover. He had once considered building the base in a remote mountain wilderness, but such isolated spots attracted suspicion after repeated sightings. Compared to that, strolling through the park at night was perfectly normal. Nobody would give it a second thought. The base itself was modest: 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, totaling less than 60 square meters. One bedroom was for sleeping, the other piled with equipment and miscellaneous supplies, gear, and tools brought back from the Forbidden Trial Star, as well as various modern weapons. The tiny kitchen stocked plenty of canned food and drinking water. To avoid tracking, all electronics were kept off. This was his hideout before and after each trip to the Trial Star, simple in design, but prioritizing safety above all. As soon as he landed, Mu Hanchuan shed his heavy gear and tattered clothes, slipped into the bedroom, and took out medicine to treat his wounds. He avoided the living room because there was nowhere to lie down. The medicine seeped into his blood and flesh, easing the pain slightly, but his mind remained hyperactive. Sleep was impossible. Let me test these steer skills first. I really hope they're not duds, or he'll be screwed. He grabbed the medicine box on the bedside table and quietly activated a skill. What he expected to be complicated was shockingly simple. The moment he focused, 2 glowing characters appeared before his eyes. Mark. Cancel. Without hesitation, Mu Hanchuan chose Mark. A clear instruction formed in his mind, instantly revealing the exact location of the medicine box within his thoughts. Mu Hanchuan's interest was immediately piqued. He casually tossed the medicine box onto the bed, then turned and walked to the living room, activating the newly acquired skill again. Only one item was available to choose from, so he locked onto the medicine box without hesitation. In the next moment, the box that had originally been lying on the bedroom bed vanished into thin air and appeared directly in his palm. Amazing, Mu Hanchuan whispered in awe. This was clearly a unique form of spatial ability. The Forbidden Trial Star imposed strict limits on participants. Each entry allowed only 3 pieces of equipment and 1 item. These had to originate from the Forbidden Trial Star itself, not necessarily personally obtained, but could be borrowed or bought. Items were divided into active and support categories. Those capable of combat or active use were active items. Durability boosts, repair kits, medical supplies, and food rations were support items, limited to 1 type per run. The last time Mu Hanchuan entered the Trial Star, he had brought a durability support item to prolong the lifespan of his void stomach armor. Grade E, otherwise, it would have long since been destroyed. Any weapons, medicine, or food from the real world that might influence combat power were strictly prohibited from entry. Yet now he had gained in strength spatial skill. If he could mark items in the real world beforehand, then teleport them in after entering the Forbidden Trial Star, wouldn't this break the rules? Others could only bring 3 equipment and 1 item, but he could instantly carry 11. Since this skill was a reward of the Trial Star itself, if he couldn't send items in, it would be useless. Equipment and items produced within the Forbidden Trial Star are definitely okay. Mu Hanchuan reasoned. What I'm unsure about is real-world supplies. If those can be transmitted too, then I'll just get myself a reinforced Gatling gun and wipe out anyone who opposes me. Without hesitation, he strode into another room, tapped his fingertip, and marked a heavy shield, his primary piece of equipment inside the Trial Star. Returning to the living room, the shield instantly leapt through space and landed in his palm. Awesome. Mu Hanchuan gripped the shield, his eyes sparkling. No need to carry this around anymore, just summon it and catch them off guard. Next, he marked several smaller items, a wine glass, a bottle of liquor. He avoided marking large items for now, so as not to alert others. On the screen appeared the message, mark successful, items marked, 47. He changed into a set of clothes that wrapped him tightly, grabbed his phone, and left the underground secret base. The exit was simple, relying on visual tricks and some camouflage. Stepping out of the small hill, he arrived at a nearby park and stopped on an unfrequented lawn. Reaching into his robes, he made a bottle and a wine glass appear simultaneously. He set the glass on the grass, then lay back and drank deeply from the bottle. There must be a volume limit, he mused, staring at the night sky. Otherwise I could just teleport the entire planet away. These hidden restrictions would have to be figured out slowly. There was no rush. After a moment of relaxation, he pulled out his phone to check recent messages. He didn't have many acquaintances, so notifications were rare. Several came from his sworn sister, who was already married. Well, sworn sister in the loose sense. Mu Hanchuan skimmed past them quickly, finally pausing at a message from 3 days ago. Mu, there's a boss providing a chartered vehicle and being generous. The team trial is at the end of the month. Come over if you're free, let's talk. It's only the 14th today, still half a month left this month, so there's enough time to recover about 80%. Mu Hanchuan calculated his recovery speed while mentally reviewing the trial schedule for the month. The common star keys correspond to solo trials, which can be entered twice per month at any chosen time, as long as they are completed within that month. The silver and gold star keys are special tickets that open team trials. Silver keys allow up to 5 people, gold up to 20, but only 1 team trial per month is allowed, either silver or gold. Team trials naturally offer richer rewards, and more importantly, significantly increase the chance to trigger exploration trials. These stages often hide materials, resources, technology, or secrets left behind by advanced civilizations. If luck is on your side, even finding a single potion recipe or a piece of high-tech blueprint can instantly make someone rich. Reselling them can fetch astronomical prices. In the new era, many families and factions rose to power thanks to such unexpected windfalls. Yet, even with all the species in the Cheong star system working together, after a century, they have only explored 10 of the Forbidden Trial planet, with the remaining 90 still shrouded in mystery. Keep in mind, that planet is just a Grade 2 shattered relic of a fallen civilization. Imagine what higher-grade ruins would be like. No one dares to fathom. Therefore, the 3 trial opportunities each month to solo and 1 team are precious and must never be wasted if completed. This is especially true for Mu Hanchuan's short on money, and other ways to improve are prohibitively expensive. He has to rely on attribute points from trial rewards. At least solo stages guarantee star key returns upon clearing, but team trials are a headache. Silver star keys cost between 3 and 5 million on the market, fluctuating with supply and demand. If a solo player wants to pay for a team, splitting 5 people means each needs at least 600,000. Splurging once in a while is okay, but burning money like that every month isn't sustainable. The most practical route is to work for a boss, or what insiders call charter runs. The process is simple. For competent, reasonably reputable solo players, join one payer boss to form a 4+1 team to attempt the trial. Success isn't guaranteed, but survival is the minimum. If someone dies during the trial, any promises become meaningless. Usually, the boss provides the star key, and the four hired hands do the damage. The boss isn't picky about skills or equipment. Rewards. Most items can be bought on the market anyway. What they truly value are the rare attribute points. Securing monthly stable rewards from a team trial is the safest growth path for them. In comparison, solo trials are too risky. Many bosses lack the strength or courage to go it alone, so they bet on team stages instead. Of course, solo players accepting these jobs have to put down a deposit proportional to the boss promised pay. If the boss dies on the trial planet, the deposit is lost, their reputation trashed, and they might even face retaliation. The risk is undeniably high. Muhan Chuan had only taken on this kind of job twice in total and was still considered a rookie. Yet, he had developed a good rapport with this team, and they recognized his abilities. If he were any less competent, they wouldn't have come to him. This was a matter of life and death, not a game to fool around with. The dimly lit room had only a desk lamp on. Scattered mechanical parts and medicine bottles cluttered the table. In the center lay a piece of void plate armor, sliced open rated E-class, riddled with cracks, and impossible to repair for at least half a month. Muhan Chuan rubbed his aching shoulder, silently planning. Tonight he'd first swing by Whitebone to check in. If their team could handle the job, he'd take it. But if their strength was lacking, adding more damage to his own already injured body would be a serious problem. His phone vibrated softly. He had turned the volume nearly off, so there was no ringtone. Muhan Chuan glanced at the screen. The name flashing was Chai Long. His lips twitched into a slight smile. The two had been classmates for a year in middle school at age 12, though they hardly spoke then. At 19, they randomly crossed paths again in this small town and finally became close. Now, Chai Long was one of Mu Hanchuan's very few friends, the only one who knew his real identity. Chai Long's father worked as a middleman, connecting buyers and reselling equipment and skills from the Forbidden Trial planet, taking a cut from each deal. The father and son controlled a long list of trialers and major buyers' extremely valuable contacts. Chai Long himself was a loafer, but basically a good guy. When bored, he helped run the family business, and Muhan Chuan happened to be his biggest client. Any gear or skills Muhan Chuan couldn't use from the Forbidden Trial planet, he'd pass on to Chai Long to handle, who only charged 10 for acquaintances. Outsiders had to pay 15-20. Muhan Chuan didn't favor an old schoolmate out of sentiment, but valued Chase father's connection. Some thorny problems he couldn't solve on his own, but Chase father could. The call connected. Hey H1. Chai Long's voice was low, cautious. You been up there again recently? Haven't heard from you for so long. They both knew up there meant the Forbidden Trial planet. Yeah, just got back not long ago. They'll come by your place in a few days, Muhan Chuan said, leaning back, eyes flicking to the cracked armor on the table. Cool. Chai Long's tone brightened. He could tell Muhan Chuan had more goods in hand. After some small talk, Chai Long suddenly lowered his voice. H1, you've been going out less lately. You need to watch your back. What's up? My dad got word from Tianlan City your family's been secretly looking for you. Think about it. You've been off the radar for years, and now all of a sudden they're sneaking around trying to find you. Something's gotta be wrong. Looking for me. Muhan Chuan frowned deeper. When he was 7, his grandfather had dragged him back once. Since then, the Mu family hadn't cared for him. Now they were hunting him in secret. Was someone seriously ill? Looking to extract his bone marrow? Or something else entirely? It definitely wasn't about him returning to inherit the family legacy. Just feels off. Careful, Chai Long added. If you weren't my biggest client, my dad wouldn't bother warning you. Got it. Thanks. We're brothers. No need for thanks. After hanging up, Muhan Chuan fell into a long, heavy silence. He was born into the Mu family, one of the 4 prominent clans of Tianlan City, the capital of Lu Province. Lu Province ranks 3rd nationwide in economic output. As the provincial capital, Tianlan City is filled with skyscrapers and financial institutions. The Mu family holds assets worth billions here, with major ventures in real estate, finance, and energy. An impressive empire by any measure. His mother came from the Zhou family, rooted in Fuxian City, the capital of Bailan Province in the west. Although Bailan ranks only 12th among King Huang's 19 provinces and cities, the Zhou clan is one of the top 3 local powers, rivaling the Mu family in strength. Under the leadership of his maternal uncle, the family has rapidly expanded in recent years. With such a distinguished background, Muhan Chuan should have had a life free from worries. Yet he often cursed silently in his heart. If not for those unusual parents, how would his life have turned out like this? His father, Mu Qiming, as the eldest son and next-generation heir of the Mu family, carried arrogance as if it were in his bones. His mother, Zhou Muning, the second daughter of the Zhou family, was strong-willed, self-centered, and intensely controlling. When they were madly in love, they were inseparable, willing to overcome any obstacle for each other. But when conflicts erupted, their fights were earth-shattering, with neither willing to back down. After a few years, the comfortable life of a wealthy scion dulled Mu Qiming's passion for his wife. Growing weary of her control, he took a compliant mistress on the side. At his level, keeping someone was no surprise, but tragedy struck when Zhou Muning discovered it. She neither shouted nor made a scene that night. Instead, she deployed her own private forces to storm the rival's den directly. She skipped any threats or intimidation, aiming to eliminate the threat once and for all. But the other woman had two bodyguards constantly by her side. Turns out she was pregnant, carefully protected on Mu Kaiming's orders. Even more shocking, this wasn't the first child. 2 years before, she had secretly borne Mu Qiming a daughter, showing how seriously he regarded this mistress. This glaring truth ignited a brutal war. Before dawn, Zhou Muning left the Mu family mansion empty-handed. Everyone assumed she returned to Fuxian City, planning to leverage the Zhou clan's influence for retribution. But no one expected. The next morning, she appeared boldly at the residence of the Yang family, the Mu family's bitter rival in Tianlan City. The Yangs were also one of the four great clans. Publicly, she declared, "From today onward, as Yang Yes woman, I officially become the mistress of the Yang family." The news shook Tianlan City instantly. From the highest provincial elites to financial professionals nationwide, the story dominated headlines. Yesterday, she was the Mu family's eldest daughter-in-law. Today, she had become the matriarch of their sworn enemy, the Yang family. Most damaging of all, she had not divorced Mu Qiming. A married woman and member of a powerful family openly jumping to the opposing camp not only shattered the Mu family's reputation, but also brought disgrace to her own Zhou clan. The Mu and Yang families were both influential clans in Tianlan City, but they harbored a deep and bitter feud. Now, because of one woman, that hatred had been intensified many-fold. Years ago, it wasn't Mu Qiming but Yang Yu who had pursued Zhou Muning most fervently. Yet in the end, she chose Mu Kaiming, handsome and eloquent, giving Yang Yu a blunt rejection. That moment planted the seeds of awkwardness and resentment. Several years later, the situation shifted drastically. After a long detour, Yang Yu finally won the woman's hand. To marry Zhou Muning, he didn't hesitate to tear up an engagement arranged just 6 months earlier with another family, one which had cost the Yang clan countless political favors and wealth. The elders seethed with rage, cursing Zhou Muning behind her back as a femme fatale. But no amount of cursing could stop her. In the face of the elders' unified opposition, Zhou Muning moved into the grand ancestral home as the new lady of the Yang family. Yang Yu, rarely one to bend, surprised everyone by repeatedly promising the clan that business would continue smoothly, profits wouldn't suffer, and there would be no more chaos. For the first time, he was obedient. The Yang family had no choice but to accept it. After all, the Mu clan was their sworn enemy. Adding fuel to the fire made little difference. In fact, the real loss fell squarely on the Mu family's shoulders. If they had to suffer some damage, the Yangs felt they still came out ahead. 1 year later, Zhou Muning gave birth to her second child, son, and a true Yang heir, not Muse. That same year, Mu Hanchuan had just turned 5. Only a day ago he was the beloved young master, but now his family was shattered, innocent as a victim of a sudden disaster. Though perceptive beyond his years, he wore a stoic silence that felt unnatural in a child. His identity had become so awkward, he barely dared meet his own reflection. Just 1 day later, Mu Qiming struck back in grand fashion, openly bringing his longtime mistress into the house and declaring her his official wife in astonishing rise. She arrived with a 2-year-old daughter who instantly became a Mu family heiress, and word spread that she was pregnant with a boy. At last, the Mu clan had an heir. Mu Hanchuan, however, felt a strange relief. With the Mu family now having a legitimate successor, he was no longer necessary, insignificant, and disposable. In one lightning-fast thought, he made up his mind. He would never return home. He didn't care about the consequences or gains. This decisiveness was likely inherited from his mother. So, barely a child, Mu Hanchuan left Tianlan City alone and became a wanderer. With no place to call home, he survived on his own until he turned 18. Today, he is 21. At dusk, the setting sun bathes the grassy hill in golden light as he sits alone, tossing back a whole bottle of strong liquor. Over the past 3 years, he has escaped death countless times, pushing himself to grow stronger, all for the fabled strength teleportation skill scroll. Now, the scroll pulses faintly with blue runes in his hand. His future is about to soar to an entirely new level. Every hardship has been worth it. The Mu family? Even if they pooled all their wealth together, they couldn't buy in strength skill like this. Perhaps fate itself had chosen. 1 hour later, Mu Hanchuan wrapped himself in a loose overcoat, buttoned up his hood, and put on a silver-gray mask. Without a sound, he pushed open the door to private room number 7 in the underground bar on the west side of the city. The place wasn't particularly secret, just a known transit and meeting point for trial participants. Inside, there were no surveillance cameras, and outside lay an old district with winding alleys, perfect for a quick escape. 3 people were already inside the room, 2 men and 1 woman, all fully disguised. For people like them, the top rule was to hide their identities. All communication used code names. Mu Hanchuan's code name was simple, just 1 word, Mu. He scanned the room, confirming none were novices and all had considerable strength. He decided to stay. Just got out of a solo trial? The speaker was a burly man about 1.9 meters tall, around 30 years old, codenamed Baigu. He specialized in strength, a heavy hitter. His strength attribute was ranked E, conservatively estimated at no less than 400 points, maybe even nearing 600, close to the D-tier threshold. He was both the organizer and the team leader for their entry into the trial star. Baigu immediately noticed Mu Hanchuan's injuries and casually tossed him a pack of cigarettes. Mu Hanchuan responded briefly but didn't reach out. He never smoked ashes, and the smell were unnecessary clues. Baigu shrugged, pocketing the pack, and got straight to the point. End of the month work for you? No. Mu Hanchuan's 2 solo trials for the month were done in the first half. Now he only needed to recuperate. With his recovery ability, he expected to be back to 80% within 2 weeks. That's good then. Tentatively set for the end of the month, exact date to be confirmed. The only woman in the room stepped forward lightly, a faint fragrance trailing in the air. Her code name was Midnight Black Tea, about 25 years old, standing around 1.7 meters tall. She liked to reveal her fair, translucent skin. Her mask covered her facial features, but could not hide her alluring figure, which sparked all kinds of fantasies. Mu, get anything good from your solo trial? Let this girl see if she can use it. She poured 2 glasses of wine, handing one toward Mu Hanchuan. Nothing special. If there's anything good, gotta save it for me. Of course. Mu Hanchuan still refused the wine, deliberately stepping back a little. Midnight Black Tea was a close-range assassin with strength and agility. Her strength was definitely ranked E, but whether her agility surpassed, that was unknown. He knew well the bit of poison she carried. Midnight Black Tea was used to his indifference. If he ever wanted to take advantage, it wouldn't be so easy. She actually respected Mu Hanchuan's power. When Baigu proposed recruiting someone, she was the first to agree. Privately, she suspected this young but formidable man had a strong background, maybe just like herself, only playing around here. In the far corner sat a silent figure dressed in black, sipping wine alone. He was about 1.75 meters tall, slim, codenamed Black Feather of Fast, long-range type responsible for reconnaissance and supporting fire. His specialty was agility plus mental perception. His agility had reached E rank. Mental perception remained unknown. He was closed off and spoke almost never. The atmosphere grew quiet for a moment. Baigu looked up again, his voice low. Our ride this time is a young lady, supposedly a supporter. That's good news for us. The 4 of them took the job with one key condition. The employer just needed to be obedient. There was no need for him to work too hard, only to keep up and not hold everyone back. The worst kind was someone with too many ideas, eager to show off. That was a real headache. Baigu dragged his voice and recalled the past. Last time we escorted some rich kid who knew almost nothing. When the fighting started, he just hid in a corner. We had to carry him all the way to the finish line. He spread his palm and formed a 0 with his fingers. The employer's contribution to the fight was 0. But at least that guy knew how to hide and didn't stir up trouble. Midnight Red Tea jumped in. Don't even remind me of the reckless type we encountered before, always the first to charge, forcing the rest of us to grit our teeth and keep up. His face twisted like he was still feeling the pain. That experience was pure misery. The person in the corner grumbled. The worst were those who loved to boss people around. If you didn't follow their orders, they'd sulk. The whole team was on edge, almost depressed. This time the employer was a girl, and a support type at that, practically perfect for them. Usually, people like that kept their distance, didn't run off on their own, and could boost the team. The pressure was immediately cut in half. Baigu knocked on the table to bring them back to reality. The deposit is 8 million per person. As long as we bring this young lady back safe and sound, the full deposit is refunded. But if anything goes wrong, not a single penny. Mu Hanchuan tapped the rim of his glass, unconcerned about the numbers. So what's the real payoff for us? Protecting a low-maintenance target wasn't hard for him, but the reward had to be fair. Shell give us a silver star key to enter the team trial. After we pass, there's an additional bonus based on the earnings up to 6 million per person. Even if all we do is escort, we're guaranteed at least 1 million each. Mu Hanchuan lightly touched his chin, a sign of approval. Fair price. Worth risking life and limb. Baiga's gaze sharpened. Since you have no objections, it's settled. Take these 2 weeks to rest. Well, don't mess up the mission. He meant, don't let your reputation take a hit. In fact, choosing Mu Hanchuan was Baiga's calculated decision. Their last collaboration happened when no one else was available. Introduced through a middleman, Baigu had low expectations, but was surprised by Mu Hanchuan's grit pulled them through a tough spot. That's why Baigu extended the offer again. They weren't close, so minimizing risk was crucial. Mu Hanchuan spoke firmly, don't worry, I won't be a drag. I managed fine before. Now I have ins-level transfer skill, making things easier. The trial star only allows 3 pieces of equipment and 1 item card, but I can transfer an extra 7 items. His tone was calm but confident. All right, the team trial is set. The deposit goes to me now. 4 of us plus the young lady. They'll send her details 2 days before entry. Baigu scanned the group. Any questions? Midnight Red Tea squinted with a smile. None at all. The guy in the corner nodded. No problem. Mu Hanchuan stopped his thoughts and replied briefly, none. Baigu raised his glass. Hey race to a successful haul. The others raised theirs, but Mu Hanchuan only made a sipping motion. The drink didn't touch his lips. With the terms agreed, everyone dispersed to their own homes and families. Today was only a preliminary meet and greet. The real details would be hammered out in a special meeting 2 or 3 days before entering. The young lady who hired the car would also attend, finalizing tactics and gear 1 by Onino room for error. Qingling City, the capital of Qingwang Kingdom. Though it's officially just a city-level administrative unit, its economy ranks second among the country's 17 provinces and 2 special municipalities. It also holds the nation's political and cultural influence. At night, the old Su family mansion in the city center is brightly lit. In the study of the Su family's main house, a tense family meeting is underway, attended only by direct relatives. The atmosphere is taut like a stretched bowstring. Qingyu is old enough now. It's time for the Mu family to give us the Su family an explanation. Under the portrait of the Su matriarch, Su Zhe, the head of the Su family, sets down his teacup with a sharp gaze. Everyone knows the unspoken truth. According to the old agreement, Mu family's eldest son Mu Hanchuan and Su family's youngest daughter Su Qingyu have reached the appropriate age to formally get engaged and announce their union. But in recent years, the Mu family has been troubled, becoming the subject of ridicule in social circles. If the Su family were to back them now, it would be a serious blow to their own reputation. Su Han, the Su family's eldest daughter, flips through the documents in her hands. Father, I investigated carefully. Mu Hanchuan hasn't been living with the Mu family these years. Ever since Zhou Muqing left the Mu family to be with Yang Yu, their son has become rootless, wandering alone outside. Mu family tried to bring him back twice, but each time he ran away again. She closes the files, her tone laced with suspicion. Mu Hanchuan is clearly the Mu family's legitimate eldest son. Why is he running away? How old was he in those years? I suspect he didn't leave voluntarily, but was forced out. There's definitely something fishy going on inside the Mu household. Dai 1, the Su family's matron and mother of Su Qingyu, suddenly slams the table. Not a single normal person in that whole family. What good could their son possibly be? This marriage must be called off. Her anger grows as she talks about her daughter. Qingyu is graceful, well-educated, gentle, and elegant. How could she have been promised to someone like this? No matter what, we have to cancel it. That little Mu family really dares to boss around our Su family? Su Zhe straightens his posture, his voice steady. In terms of family background, the Mu family is certainly not top tier. But this betrothal was arranged personally by both our grandfathers back then. They signed a marriage contract and had several respected elders as witnesses. It's not something we can just break on a whim. Daiwan frowns. Those old men have passed on. Why should we care about the Mu family's mess? They need to take responsibility. We can't put it that way, Suze replies calmly. Our great-grandmother is still alive, and she values the family's honor above all. She would never allow us to break the agreement first and become the subject of gossip. Besides, the alliance was mutually beneficial at the time. In fact, it favored us Su family more, and we have enjoyed the benefits over the years. Unless absolutely necessary, we can't be the first to break our word. Suhan nods in understanding, squeezing her pen. So the idea is to let the Mu family be the ones to call off the engagement? Not in a rush. Suze taps the table lightly. Qingyu is only a junior in college. There's plenty of time. We can start by putting some pressure on the Mu family. Daiwan's expression softens. That makes sense. Suhan immediately catches on. Then he'll pay a visit to the Mu family? Suze considers briefly. Take Qingyu with you. She's the one involved. She has to appear in person. All right, father. This might actually be for the best, letting my sister step out and experience the world, meet different people and situations. She's been sheltered far too much and knows nothing about how harsh the outside world really is. If she marries someday without this awareness, how will she handle her new family? How could she possibly be a capable lady of the house? Soft, warm yellow light spilled gently into the corner of the living room, where Su Qingyu sat alone on a single armchair. Her hands rested folded on her lap, slender fingers lightly touching together. Her long black hair fell smoothly like silk over her shoulders, with a few stray strands drifting down near her chest. She lowered her gaze slightly. Thick, long eyelashes casting shadows, her eyes shimmering softly like scattered stars, radiating a gentle warmth, yet she remained silent. Su Wan, their mother, saw this obedient image and felt her irritation flare up against such a prominent family like theirs, yet they'd raised a naive, clueless girl. Compared to the sharp and capable eldest daughter, Su Han, Qingyu seemed like they weren't even born of the same mother. Sending her into such a prestigious household, she'd be picked apart without a single bone left intact. Frustrated at her daughter's lack of backbone, she tossed a sharp glare and said, Su Han, you need to teach her properly, then swept out with a flick of her sleeve. Their father, Su Zhe, disagreed with his wife's anxiety. Holding his tea calmly, he said lightly, that's just her nature, why force it? Who's going to dare bully a Su family daughter? If needed, Well, just bring more people with her as dowry. He believed their youngest daughter might actually thrive better this way. So this small family meeting wrapped up rather abruptly. The night deepened, and the garden of the Sioux family's main residence became wrapped in flickering shadows. The two sisters walked side by side along the stone path. The scent of flowers mingled with fresh greenery, carried softly by the night breeze against their faces. Qingyu, what do you think about all this? Suhan was the first to speak. Qingyu shook her head gently, her voice as soft as a feather falling on a lake's surface. I don't really have any thoughts. Suhan frowned, clearly displeased. This is your marriage we're talking about. You're grown up now. You need to learn to make judgments and have your own opinions. Sis, we've never even met him, Qingyu replied. Why rush to label him or make conclusions? Can you really say you know what kind of person he is? She looked up, a trace of earnestness shining in her eyes. Suhan was momentarily taken aback by the question, then lowered her voice while keeping a sharp edge. His father's a playboy, and his mother's even worse. Both from big families. They never even divorced, but openly ran off with other men, slapping the Mu family in the face and bringing shame on the Zhou family of Biling province. What kind of good son could come from such a family? Besides, he left the Mu family and never got a proper education. But since he chose to leave the Mu family, isn't that proof he disagrees with his parents' ways? Qingyu's tone remained calm. We shouldn't let a single angle blind us or judge him unfairly based on just one side. Suhan's eyes widened in disbelief. Where do you get that twisted logic? With your personality, I'm worried someone will really sell you off someday, and no one here will be able to find you. Qingyu raised her head, her lips curving into a serene smile. What if he really is a good person? Stop watching those brainwashing romance dramas. Suhan poked her forehead in frustration, lowering her voice but unable to hide her urgency. Don't waste time daydreaming about your fiancé being your true love. You need to face reality. The night breeze rustled through the flowers and leaves. Suhan looked at her still gentle little sister and found herself increasingly siding with their mother. She had hoped to handle things gradually, but now it was clear this couldn't wait. They had to find a way to sever this engagement quickly. If that Mu family son tricked Qingyu, the regret would be unbearable. After leaving the Sioux residence, the two sisters shared a ride. Suhan suggested again, why don't you go work at the family company for a while? School isn't mandatory anyway. You seem to have a lot of free time lately, just hopping from place to place. Through the car window, the walls of the villa district quickly receded, and the soft afternoon sunlight of early spring filtered in, casting slanting rays across the leather seats. Su Qingyu curled up in the front passenger seat, staring down at the sunrise photos she'd taken at sea yesterday on her phone without looking up. Sis, you know I'm just not cut out for that. How will you know if you don't try? They'll let you run one company on your own. You decide on hiring, team building, development plans. You'll have professional advisors to back you up. If you make a profit, it's all yours as spending money. If you lose, the family will cover it. Suhan glanced sideways at her, fingers rhythmically tapping the steering wheel. I really can't do it. I'm not that kind of person. Please, big sister, just let me off. What good are you to this family then? Suhan's tone deepened. Aren't I your little healing angel, your sweet little comfort? Isn't that enough? Su Qingyu said softly, pouting as she reached out to gently shake Suhan's arm. Suhan snorted through her nose, not bothering to argue further. She changed lanes and stepped on the accelerator. Where are you headed? We'll take you there. Today, Su Qingyu had dressed up on purpose. A lake blue short jacket paired with a high-waisted white skirt. Her hair curled fluffy at the ends, clearly ready for a party. She glanced up and tapped the navigation screen. Lantian Garden. A friend's birthday. Just going to hang out. A birthday party at a bar? That doesn't sound like your scene. And it's Zhu Hua who invited you? Suhan frowned. It's not that I can't go to a bar for a birthday, but at our level, we don't go to ordinary bars, Su Qingyu explained. Suhan added, yeah, I get that. Everyone there is a friend. Can't you tell he likes you? Suhan pressed. No, we're just friends hanging out. Qingyu, you have to learn to say no instead of always going along with others. If you're not interested in Zhu Hua, just be straightforward. He's not worthy of our family. Sis, we really are just friends. Haven't you forgotten I have a fiancé? That's not something you need to remind me of. I'm glad you haven't forgotten yourself. With your soft personality, you're bound to get hurt sooner or later. That won't happen. They're all really nice and take good care of me. Huh, Suhan rolled her eyes. That's just because you're a Sioux. 15 minutes later, the car stopped outside Lantian Garden. The bar's exterior was painted a retro blue, 2 stories high, but located in a slightly secluded area. The dim yellow sign flickered weakly in the daylight. Suhan furrowed her brows even tighter. Watching Su Qingyu step out, she instructed the driver to have 2 subordinates keep a distant watch through earpieces before finally feeling at ease to leave. Qingyu, you're here. Someone was already waiting at the entrance. Zhu Hua stood about 6 feet tall, with short black hair that shimmered in the sun. He wore a white t-shirt and slim-fit jeans, looking clean and simple. Though naturally bright and outgoing, he was putting on a composed facade now, aiming to impress elders, especially those from the Su family. From Zhu Hua's perspective, winning over Su Qingyu might not be too difficult, but gaining the backing of her family was a whole different challenge. He had specially invited a few more girls today, hoping to make Qingyu feel more comfortable. The moment Su Qingyu stepped out, a group of friends surrounded her, cheering and escorting her inside like a star. Under the warm yellow lighting, bartenders shook mixers behind the bar, glasses clinking crisply. Several girls chattered excitedly around Su Qingyu, showering her with compliments whether or not she and Zhu Hua had a future. Qingyu, your jacket looks so pretty. Your makeup is so soft and gentle today. Throughout it all, Su Qingyu kept a gentle smile, letting the lively teasing wash over her without a care. Tonight, the small bar was entirely reserved by Zhu Hua, no outsiders allowed. A group of close friends were having a lively time, with lights and music blending to create an intense atmosphere. Su Qingyu only sipped a small glass and never reached for the microphone, quietly sitting in a corner. Zhu Hua stayed almost the entire time by her side, trying to make conversation, barely interacting with any other girls. About an hour later, Su Qingyu stood up and excused herself to the restroom. A few female friends offered to accompany her, but she politely declined, only allowing her personal female bodyguard to follow. Entering the restroom, she brushed aside the stray strands of hair across her forehead. In the mirror, the gentle face suddenly showed a flicker of coldness. In the next moment, she loosened the hair tie at the back of her head, letting her long black hair cascade down. Miss, the bodyguard, about her age and expressionless, handed over 4 items: a black lightweight full-body covering jacket, a sword handle, a strange mask, and a single earpiece. Su Qingyu inserted the earpiece first. A calm female voice came through. Target confirmed. Both parties are meeting. All preparations complete. Ready to move? 3 minutes only. Her expression didn't change as she slipped on the trial star outfit jacket within 3 seconds, the fabric fitting perfectly, allowing her full power to be unleashed while providing strength enhancement and defense. She slipped her hands into the sleeves, then shook sharply, causing her hair to fly up and fall over half her face. Messy but wild and beautiful. Her demeanor hardened instantly. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, a killing intent barely concealed. She was no longer the fragile, harmless Su Qingyu from the bar. Pulling the mask to her face, she gripped the sword handle, turned, and climbed to the second-floor restroom window without hesitation, then leapt onto the adjacent high-rise. The bodyguard watched the figure disappear, then returned to the door, speaking coldly to the approaching crowd. Our miss is occupied. At Bishui Grand Restaurant, underground level 3. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared. The sword handle transformed into a gleaming white longsword, slicing cleanly through 2 guards. Blood splattered on the wall as she stepped out of the shadows and looked down a narrow corridor about 50 meters ahead. Her tall form stood around 1.72 meters, clad in a black, tight-fitting combat suit that outlined perfect curves. Her long hair fell loosely, partially covering one cheek. The blood-red mask, half human face and half fox, fit seamlessly to her skin, giving an eerie, enchanting aura. The first basement level was a parking garage. The second was a warehouse to disguise the true purpose. The real lair lay hidden on the 3rd level. The earpiece buzzed again, all underground surveillance disabled. Biometric door opening in 1.5 seconds. As the voice finished, she shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Her hair flew wildly. The sword tip sliced through the air. Click. The metal security door opened in response. At 1.6 seconds, the black figure had already slipped through. Behind the door, 2 guards jumped up in shock, hands not yet on their weapons. Swoosh. A sword stroke flashed past. 2 heads were thrown into the air simultaneously. Inside, a narrow corridor stretched across both sides, with 4 rooms aligned along it. At the far end stood a tightly shut door. Suddenly, a furious roar shattered the silence. Someone burst in, the voice instantly raising alarms in the room. Hearing the commotion, a dozen men inside the 4 rooms all rushed out at once. Their eyes locked onto the slender figure in the center of the corridor, expressions flickering with surprise. No one hesitated for long. An outbreak of shouts followed. What are you waiting for? Kill her. Draw your weapons. Take her down. The battle cries echoed through the air. One man hurried toward the far door, trying to alert the big boss behind. The dozen men flipped forward to confront the black-clad woman, projecting a murderous aura. Her face showed no emotion, but her speed quickened. She moved with wind-like agility, striking first. A sword slash flashed out, a razor-sharp blade instantly piercing an enemy's body, bisecting him at the waist. The sword didn't slow, severing another's neck. A gleaming silver light radiated deadly intent. Her motions were crisp and swift, her body light and nimble, yet bursting with surprising power. The sword's glow soared like a silver lightning bolt. In the next instant, she teleported before 2 others who barely reacted, feeling the sudden chill in their necks before dizziness overwhelmed them and their bodies fell apart, heads separated from torso. Every strike resulted in a severed head. Within 3 seconds, all 13 opponents lay dead, none spared. Their deaths were gruesome, bodies mutilated and scattered. Only then was the innermost door at the corridor's end flung open, revealing 3 figures rushing out the messenger, and 2 middle-aged men apparently involved in a deal. Shock shifted across their faces, especially the messenger, who looked terrified were the fastest backup men, all wiped out. The middle-aged man at the front stood about 6 feet tall, his muscular frame crisscrossed with scars and marked by a missing arm, evidence of countless battles. His deep, steady voice conveyed authority. Was Yulu, leader of the Flying Scorpion gang. Yulu's gaze locked tightly on the black-clad woman, resting on her crimson mask with a sudden jolt. Blood Fox? You're Blood Fox? The shadowy figure gave no reply, walking slowly yet with a seductive menace as she approached steadily. The massacre of the Flying Scorpion gang was merely a side task. Her true target was the older man trading goods beside them, who held a crucial treasure. Blood Fox, we keep to our own, don't invite trouble. There are powerful people behind you, so you can't afford the consequences, Yulu warned coldly. Her voice was clear and unyielding. I know full well. You're deputy director of the Municipal Bureau Yu Chun, right? Yulu's face twisted instantly, turmoil raging inside. This secret was known only to him and Yu Chun. If word leaked that the deputy director was secretly backing them, their careers would be finished. Blood Fox was clearly well prepared. She dared to expose this highest secret openly. There would be no survivors. Yulu's muscles tensed. He violently drew the long knife from his back. His aura exploded like a mountain flood as he lunged wildly at Blood Fox. 2 minutes. Quick and decisive. Suddenly, a composed voice whispered in her mind to be cautious. She abandoned her plan to prolong the fight, her full strength unleashed as her sword flash shot out like a bolt of lightning. Behind them, the middle-aged man entrusted with secretly transporting rare and precious goods for the Flying Scorpion gang silently retreated, seeking an escape. His operation was extremely secretive, known by very few. Hiring the gang was not partnership, but a means to leverage their power for safe transfer. The Flying Scorpion gang survived in Qingling, a massive metropolis, by strictly abiding by this covert but ruthless survival code. Their notorious reputation kept them out of street-level trouble. Still, how had their plan been exposed before it even began? None of them were newbies at this game. He didn't buy the coincidence of Blood Fox showing up here. She was definitely after what he was holding. In the dim basement, where the damp air mingled with the scent of gunpowder, he gripped the throat of Yulu's henchman next to him with iron-like fingers. Where's the back exit? The Yulu group always kept a fallback plan, multiple escape routes like a cunning rabbit. If Blood Fox hadn't attacked so suddenly, without any warning from outside, this group in the main hall might already have been fleeing through the secret passages. The henchman's face flushed red, his hands clawing desperately at the crushing grip. His voice was hoarse, but he still fought to sound firm. She's only one person. If we all attack together, we can definitely kill her. The kid was loyal enough. He was confident in his own strength, but saw no reason to face Blood Fox heat in here. He tightened his grip until his knuckles whitened. Speak up. But the henchman was as stubborn as they came. Though his face darkened purple from the chokehold, he clenched his teeth and stayed silent, glaring fiercely at him. If the boss was going down, Head dragged the instigator down with him. Maybe the one who had led Blood Fox here was this very man. His anger flared higher just as he was about to question again when a dull clang of blade against flesh came from a corner. Glancing over, he saw the scuffle had ended abruptly. Yu Lu, the former black market kingpin, now headless, blood quickly pooling around him. You lose that useless? He muttered. Boss. The henchman looked toward the fallen body, utterly hopeless. The next moment, his trachea was crushed, and he collapsed. If you don't fear death, I'll grant you it. You can't hold me back. He turned to charge for the front door, but Blood Fox's voice came through her mask. You think I'm the only one here? Before he could react, the door was smashed open. A towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, burst through the frame. His rippling muscles glistened under the light as he lunged forward without hesitation. Blood Fox struck at the same time. Blades clashed with fists in the narrow space, making the whole building tremble slightly. The brutal fight lasted less than a minute. The big man landed a crushing punch that broke Blood Fox's opponent's arm. Then Blood Fox's blade sliced through, sending the man's head rolling onto the floor. Fight over. Done. Blood Fox sheathed her weapon, leaving one sentence, then turned and exited the basement. A woman's voice crackled over the earpiece. Understood. Almost simultaneously, a young man in a mechanic's jumpsuit stepped in. Wearing a low-brim cap, he swung a toolbox casually and gave Blood Fox a cool nod, completely ignoring the bodies scattered on the floor. He went straight into the room at the corridor's end to crack the safe. The muscular man turned back to the corpse, rifled through briefly, and pulled a small box from an inner lining. Got it. Blood Fox's voice responded through the channel. Good. 30 seconds left. Copy that. The big man hurried to the mechanic's side. Heard that. 20 seconds left. Relax. 15 seconds tops. The toolbox snapped open. He placed an electronic probe with precision. In a blink, the safe's latch popped open. Inside were 4 neatly packed bags of cash mint to be transferred under cover of night. 2 bags each. Move out. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu had already returned to the neighboring blue sky garden. Beneath the soft bathroom lighting, Her personal bodyguard, he carefully packed away all the combat gear, checking repeatedly to make sure nothing had been left behind or damaged. Su Qingyu loosely gathered her scattered hair with a calm expression. Removing the blood-red mask, she lightly touched just below her right eye, gently wiping away the fine streak of blood. Hee, what kind of man do you think my fiancé is? He took the mask with a solemn tone. Chao Wan investigated him. I'm afraid he might not be someone Miss would find appealing. But I still need to see him in person, Su Qingyu replied softly. If you don't observe closely yourself, how can you really know who he is? As you say, miss. When it came to truly understanding someone, no one knew better than their mistress. The blood fox that outsiders couldn't see through was just the gentle Miss Su behind closed doors. After finishing her preparations, the gentle Su Qingyu stepped out of the bathroom. 10 days later, Mu Hanchuan appeared in Long County of a neighboring city. A rusted, long-abandoned old car suddenly materialized on a barren mountain beneath his feet, causing the air to ripple slightly. This place was over 100 kilometers from Taizhou County where he had been staying before a marker point he had set long ago. The experiment results were just as expected. His transferability remained stable and reliable. During this period, he had been nursing his injuries while repeatedly testing his power to transfer. For him, this would be the foundation of his future survival and livelihood, and he needed to master every detail. If he could easily bring a junk car over, then transferring priceless luxury cars would be even easier. With that thought, he quickly mapped out a foolproof, risk-free business plan in his mind. Frequent high-end entertainment venues to secretly tag target cars. Then after 2 weeks, move to another province, transfer the vehicles with one command, and sell them to local dealers. Completing just 3 deals a month would be enough for him to live extravagantly as zero-risk, guaranteed profit venture. Perfect. Having suffered hardships since childhood, Mu Hanchuan never considered himself a good person. Making money was his only creed. Once the plan was set, he immediately headed toward the nearby city to scout. Half an hour later, he strolled down the busiest entertainment street in Linghu City. Rows of luxury cars gleamed with metallic luster. Hundreds of thousands in value were common, while million-dollar models were fewer. He shook his head inwardly. Linghu City was limited in class. Next time, he'd have to go to the provincial capital or even a first-tier city to broaden his horizons. For those wealthy patrons, a car was just a few months of pocket money, but once in his hands, it would be a life-saving fund. Leaving the commercial district, he moved toward a nearby upscale residential community. About 20 meters from the gate, he nimbly leapt onto a sturdy camphor tree, hiding among the leaves to observe inside. But his vision was blocked by tall walls and dense greenery. Couldn't see a thing. Suddenly, curses came intermittently from a side path. Mu Hanchuan held his breath and looked toward the sound. A man and a woman were struggling while moving toward the tree's shadow. The man's rough voice threatened while the woman screamed back. Hema robbery was underway. The young woman was stylish and eye-catching, clutching her handbag tightly, trying to attract nearby security guards. Judging by how fiercely she guarded the bag, it probably held many valuables. But anyone who could afford to live here might not care much about money unless she was just renting temporarily. Let go. The man growled anxiously. He was thin, not much heavier than the woman, seemingly wanting a quick grab and run. Despite the lovely target, he showed no affection, just focused on business. Mu Hanchuan watched coldly from the tree, feeling no urge to save the damsel in distress. People's hearts were unpredictable, and appearances could be deceiving. He didn't want to jump blindly into an unknown whirlpool. The woman roared in fury. You dare steal from me? Tomorrow your whole family will be dead, believe it or not. The handbag strap was still taut between them. Before she finished, the man suddenly snapped, drawing a cold glint from his waist. A pistol. His left hand tightened the bag strap, while his right raised the gun, pressing it firmly against the woman's chest. He snarled fiercely, let go. The woman didn't back down. My dad is Lu Dagong. Do you know who my brother is? Dare to shoot, and he'll show you. Let go. The girl had fallen but quickly got back up, clutching her bag tightly with both hands, her face almost pressed against the barrel of the gun. She had a fierce temper and was stubborn as hell, betting that he wouldn't dare pull the trigger. Mu Hanchuan stood not far off, not intending to intervene. These two were both stubborn as mules, and he didn't want to rush in foolishly only to get yelled at, framed as an accomplice, or mistaken for a pervert. He was equally curious. Who was really the good guy, and who was the villain? If you've got the guts, shoot. If you don't, just wait till tomorrow and die, the girl shouted hoarsely. The man's brow tightened, then suddenly loosened his grip on the bag strap. A flicker of surprise flashed through the girl's eyes. Mu Hanchuan thought, oh, so it's over just like that? But just when both the girl and Mu Hanchuan thought the man was intimidated, the free hand silently switched off the safety. Before the girl could open her mouth to curse again, bang! The shot rang out sharply and decisively. The man snatched up the fallen bag and took off at a full sprint. The girl fell with a bullet wound right between her eyebrows, blood splattering everywhere. Her eyes remained wide open. Unwilling to accept death, she could hardly believe had really pulled the trigger. Watching the figure disappear into the distance, Mu Hanchuan finally made up his mind. This guy was the bad one. And the beautiful girl lying in a pool of blood was, without doubt, the good one. There was no chance for her survival. Decision made. He turned and gave chase. A few bystanders and 2 armed security guards arrived late at the scene, only seeing the corpse and the bloodstains at the alley entrance. The man ran for several kilometers, ducking into a narrow, dim, gravel path, panting heavily. Suddenly, sensing movement behind him, he whirled around, gun raised. Sure enough, a gray-clad man with a hat appeared silently. Already got company. The man's heart sank, and without hesitation fired 3 quick shots. Bang, bang, bang. All missed. The pursuer dodged effortlessly left and right as if it was nothing. The man was terrified. This was most likely a trialer, and a high-level one at that. He had once charged into the trial world himself, arms full of pride, but ended up bankrupt and battered, never passing the trials, rewarded only with his life. He dared not stay and fight, turning tail and running. In the next moment, the pursuer flipped his right hand, summoning a heavy round shield out of thin air, and hurled it with a whoosh. Thud! The shield slammed hard into the back of the man's head. The force was brutal, giving him no time to react. He collapsed to the ground, the luxury bag in his hand arcing and landing in the nearby grass. Effective as always, Mu Hanchuan admired silently. That flying shield attack was the very first time Head used his strength skill teleport in actual combat. He summoned the shield from his secret base. Its power, speed, and impact far surpassed a simple throw. This extra boost perfectly compensated for his lack of physical strength, an unexpected bonus. He spread out his right palm, and the spinning shield disappeared and instantly reappeared in his hand. The second strike hit the side of the man's neck with a heavy blow. The man twitched a few times, then went completely still. Solid. No loose ends left. Mu Hanchuan sheathed the shield and gave himself a mental thumbs up after confirming the man was thoroughly dead. I really am a good guy ridding the world of a pest. That girl also made a major contribution. Without her efforts, how could they be sure this man was the villain? Mu Hanchuan kicked aside the weeds, bypassed the corpse that hadn't completely cooled yet, and approached the grass where the designer bag had fallen. Moonlight slanted down, but he didn't immediately reach out. Instead, he squinted slightly, pondering for a moment. Marking successful. Markable items, 77. In the end, he gave up the impulse to grab the bag directly and opted for a safer method. The round shield spun in his palm, and with a flick of his wrist, the metal sliced through the night air, flying whoosh toward the artificial lake several dozen meters away. It splashed into the dark water, sending up a ring of ripples. Once done, he immediately turned and left the crime scene. 2 hours later, after putting a safe distance between himself and the danger zone, Mu Hanchuan immediately activated his teleportation skill. The air trembled softly. The designer bag that had caused 2 deaths landed first in his palm, followed swiftly by the round shield summoned back from the lake, both in perfect position. Not bad, he muttered under his breath. This skill wasn't invincible, but it more than tripled his chances of self-preservation and survival. Thinking about his future side hustle plans, Mu Hanchuan felt even more confident. He could teleport luxury cars, armored vans, even safes. Anything was fair game. As long as his vision was broad enough, there was no money he couldn't get. Money was never too much. With enough funds, the rate at which he could gain attribute points would also double. After all, the real jackpot was attribute point item cards, not just the rewards from trial levels. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, conjuring increasingly bold ideas. What if he could mark people too? If that were true, during team trials, no teammate would be allowed to die on his watch. In real life, when his partners infiltrated banks or corporate vaults, he could pull them back at the right moment. Totally unbeatable. He could expand his business endlessly, with countless opportunities. The only shame was his current strength was still weak, and he lacked suitable partners, so he had to put those plans on hold. He reopened the bag. The first thing he saw was a thick stack of cash, exactly 50,000. It seemed likely the man had targeted the woman for this money, following her all the way before making his move. The bag also contained some miscellaneous items, used cosmetics, ticket stubs. Hard to say if they were worth much. A phone worth 10,000 yuan was inside too, but trading 2 lives for it was too risky. There were also 2 bank cards, which he dared not touch. The real gains, besides the 50,000 in cash, were the invaluable practical test of his strength skill. This was definitely not a wasted effort. Unmarked item. Markable items, 67. Mu Hanchuan decisively removed the mark from the bag and safely dealt with it alongside other risky items. When it came to business, it was always best to play things safe. Ding. With only 3 days left before the end of the month, the long-awaited message finally arrived from Mu Hanchuan. The team trials entrance would only be open during these 3 days. Miss it, and they'd have to wait until next month. The brief note from Baigu was just 3 lines. 8 p.m., Hanyue Auction House, Room 7. It seemed the final date to enter was set, and the young lady who rented the car would also appear. Mu Hanchuan estimated the time and decided to head back first to freshen up before leaving. Was currently in Taizhou County, while the Hanyue Auction House was located downtown in Nan'an City, the largest auction venue in the city. Those who showed up there rarely wanted to be openly visible, so a little disguise made sense as long as they didn't bring weapons. This was one of Baiga's main reasons for choosing the place. It was safe and concealed identities well. Mu Hanchuan figured Baigu and Midnight Black Tea both came from respectable backgrounds. To have their current strength at such a young age, you needed solid support. Though their family status wasn't top tier otherwise, they wouldn't be so active in taking contracts. By contrast, the taciturn Black Feather was likely more like Mu Hanchuan himself, self-made, with a scrappy edge obvious to anyone who looked closely. At exactly 8 p.m., Mu Hanchuan pushed open the door to room 7 precisely on time to avoid wasting breath on pleasantries. In his eyes, small talk was worthless. Outside the room stood 4 bodyguards in 2 neat rows. Their fierce gazes and imposing presence clearly marked them as fellow trial participants. Inside, seating was clear. Baigu, Midnight Black Tea, and Black Feather were already in place, along with 3 employers, 2 men and 1 woman. The men were middle-aged. One sat while the other respectfully stood behind him. The young lady wore a cloak and veil that concealed her face, revealing only a slender figure slightly less statuesque than Midnight Black Tea, with similarly pale skin. The seated middle-aged man scanned the group and spoke crisply. Everyone's here. Let's get down to business. Outside, the boisterous auction noise rose and fell, but inside the room no one showed interest in chatter. They got straight to the point. Fine. Baigu raised his hand in acknowledgement and introduced each member to the 3 employers in turn. In the captain, codenamed Baigu, frontline fighter. This as he gestured toward the only woman in their team, Midnight Black Tea, melee assassin. That one there, he indicated the young man in the corner, Black Feather, scout, and range firepower. And lastly his gaze settled on Mu Hanchuan, Mu, the team's heavy shield. A heavy shield? The 2 middle-aged men had investigated the other 3 thoroughly before and had no surprises, but their expressions flickered with doubt at the word heavy shield. The young man before them was neither tall nor particularly burly. Could he really play tank? The trial world was full of dangers. Tanks needed to be the first to take a hit. Any slip meant total team wipeout. They'd assumed the heavy shield would be a big guy. Baigu smiled and waved off their concerns. Don't worry. Although Mu isn't very tall, his strength is rock solid. We've worked together many times without incidents, very dependable. None of us would risk our lives blindly, and even if I said yes, my teammates wouldn't allow it. Midnight Red Tea agreed, saying that anyone who could join their team definitely had the skills to back it up, so there was no need for concern on that front. Hanchuan Mu looked up at Midnight Red Tea after hearing that, casting him an extra glance. The confident and sharp tone clearly reflected the assuredness of a scion from a powerful family. Black Feather in the corner also nodded slightly in agreement. Such high praise made everyone take another look at the seemingly ordinary young man, especially the curious young lady, whose gaze carried a hint of scrutiny. Since that's the case, let's discuss the details, said the middle-aged man, flipping open a portable screen. His pace was steady, and every word clear. As long as my lady returns safely, each of you will receive 1 million in reward. If she earns any additional prizes during the trial, we will proportionally increase the pay. If you make it to the end and claim the ultimate victory, each of you could earn up to 6 million. He paused, then added a key condition. However, you must first pay a deposit of 8 million. If the lady suffers any mishap during the trial, this deposit will not be refunded. Any objections? After a brief exchange of looks between Whitebone and Midnight Red Tea's group, Whitebone spoke up. Team trials differ from solo trials. The challenges are random, and the danger doubles. Since the deposit is as high as 8 million, if we truly achieve the final victory, it only stands to reason that we receive an equal reward of 8 million to match. The middle-aged man smiled and shook his head. We're already offering the highest price in Luo province. You have a good reputation, which is why we chose to cooperate with you. There are stronger teams in Tianlan City, but we don't want the hassle. If this partnership goes well, we can certainly discuss higher offers next time. This is a long-term business, and we hope you will prove yourselves so both sides benefit. Whitebone weighed the situation carefully. This young Lattice family was quite influential in Luo province. Gaining their recognition could bring the team a steady stream of commissions. After some thought, he nodded. All right, we'll go with your proposal. Looking forward to future cooperation. Encountering such a generous and financially strong client was a rare opportunity for their team, who only received a group contract every few months. Very well, let's move on to the specific procedures. The middle-aged man stepped aside to signal. At that moment, a girl dressed in simple combat gear stepped forward with a clear voice. Hello, my name is Chuyu. They'll be counting on all of you during the upcoming trial. Everyone immediately understood that was a code name, not her real name. She continued her introduction, explaining she was a support class with the ability to provide power boosts to teammates. Although her role was straightforward, the details were thorough. She looked young and hadn't spent much time in the trials yet. Otherwise, the family wouldn't have paid so much to find her a team. Next, team leader Whitebone led the pre-trial meeting. discussing equipment ratios, carried items, and skill coordination once inside the trial star. Chu Yu listened attentively throughout, her expression a mix of excitement and curiosity. It was clear this was her first time joining a formal team trial. While organizing his personal gear, Han Chuan Mu finalized his loadout, and grade round shield, and grade large shield, and in a grade void stomach armor, all focused on defense. The void stomach armor was badly damaged and undergoing repairs, expected to be ready for pickup within a couple of days. The round shield was smaller, naturally offering less coverage but allowing for greater agility. The large shield could be fully extended, providing a wider protective area and stronger defense, but it made movements clumsier. As for their gear, Mu Chuan carried a dedicated medical kit at all times. In their route planning, he had to lead from the front and constantly protect the young lady, making quick access to hemostatic spray and sutures absolutely essential. Baigu reserved the most prominent slot in his inventory for durability, essentially spare armor plates for Mu Chuan's shield. Heiyu carried a heavy repair box with a black wing emblem sprayed on the lid, filled with emergency maintenance parts. Midnight Black Tea, well-funded, had initially planned to bring a team-wide defense item card capable of generating a protective barrier for all members. But since the young lady also insisted on bringing a defense card, she decisively switched to an offensive item instead. With that, the team's trial readiness was officially set, just 2 days away from entering the arena. The atmosphere in the room was quiet but tense. Everyone's expressions were calm and steady, except for the young lady making her debut, who couldn't hide her excitement. Her fingers tapped lightly on the chair back, betraying her restless energy. All right, let's start the marking now, Baigu said, gently pushing the silver star-shaped key to the center of the table before placing his hand on it first. That silver star key was the official trial credential provided by the sponsor. After a few moments, the marking was complete. Then Midnight Black Tea, Heiyu, and Mu Chuan each repeated the action in turn, with the young lady marking last. When the last streak of light disappeared into the key, the team members were formally locked in. No changes to the roster were allowed. Once marked, the star key became worthless to outsiders, effectively scrap metal, but for them, it was the only passport into the trials. The advantage of pre-marking a team dungeon was that the captain could activate the star key directly at trial time, without requiring all members to be in the same place. Once the trial started, all marked participants would be teleported together to the Forbidden Trial Star. In rare cases, they might be sent to the Forbidden Star Ring instead. Both were part of the trial stars, but had distinct differences. Casual pickup teams rarely dared to pre-mark because activation had to happen on-site in safe zones or supervised by intermediaries to avoid ambush. Baigu and the others were a fixed team with mutual trust, so they chose to enter separately from their own bases. Though Mu Chuan had only collaborated with them once before, he wasn't worried. Even if trouble arose, he was confident of surviving. A rugged guy had to be able to take a beating. Baigu snapped his hands together. All right, enter the team trial promptly at 8 o'clock in 2 days. Don't mess it up. I've collected all the deposits and will hand them to the intermediary. No problem. Understood. Got it. Their responses were crisp and orderly. The star keys were collected and locked away in a safe, resting quietly on black velvet. To outsiders, the keys were meaningless pieces of metal, but at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow, they would reappear, awaiting Baiga's palm to activate them and send all marked members to the Forbidden Trial Star. After all, their young lady was the most important. When it was over, she would also be returned directly to this very starting point. Once everything was settled, everyone went their separate ways. Mu Chuan didn't leave immediately. Instead, he lingered a little longer inside the auction hall. His gaze landed on the bidding stage. The auctioneer was a graying, middle-aged man whose appearance was rather unappealing. The next item up for auction is a prop, a blue random attribute point card, starting bid 3 million. As the auctioneer pulled back the red velvet cover, a small murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd, mostly from young men and women unfamiliar with such things. A flicker of intense heat crossed Mu Chuan's eyes. The reason he stayed was to see this blue random attribute point card for himself. Not to win if had never even used one before. He simply couldn't afford it. White cards gave 1 point, yellow 2 points, blue 3 points, red 4 points, and purple 5 points. The highest recorded on the market was purple, a 5-point boost regarded as a divine treasure. Black cards existed only in legend. Even the cheapest white card started at 1 million. Yet this blue card starting price was 3 million. How could he possibly bid? Although trial challenges were the primary way for challengers to gain attribute points, they carried huge risks. In comparison, random attribute cards were much safer. Though usage was limited by a talent cooldown, someone with strong enough talent might not fall behind even without entering trial challenges. Rumor had it, the higher the talent, the shorter the cooldown. Ordinary people could only use 1 card per month, while those with exceptionally high talent could use another every 7 days, creating a huge gap. Fair? Never. The truly terrifying ones weren't just talent prodigies, but those blessed with both extraordinary talent and deep family wealth, buying cards in abundance and having their attributes soar. At this thought, Mu Hanchuan couldn't help but think of the young lady employer. If her talent was good enough, combined with a monthly team trial, her growth rate would far exceed ordinary geniuses. This was a typical way to buy power with money. Money, how I love you. But alas, I have none. Mu Hanchuan silently lamented. After paying the deposit, he had less than 1 million left. Amen. Not only was the blue card out of reach, he'd barely be able to afford next month's team trial fees. The random attribute card would remain a dream. Looking at that random attribute card, huh? A middle-aged man suddenly appeared beside him in the private box. The young lady hadn't followed. No, just looking. Mu Hanchuan replied stubbornly, refusing to admit his poverty. The man chuckled softly, holding out a yellow random attribute card faintly glowing with golden light. My friend intends to bid on that one up there. Take this one. During the team trials, look out for our young lady. She comes from a noble family and has a bit of a temper, but as long as no one provokes her, she won't lash out. Huh. Mu Hanchuan, of course, didn't reach out, felt it would be too forward. Take it. I only hope my young lady returns safe and sound. Is that all right? The man smiled as he pressed the yellow random attribute card firmly into his hand. Of course, no problem at all. Mu Hanchuan protested verbally, but took the card. Obedient liar, refusing a gift would be rude. He forced a wry smile, suppressing a laugh. 2 million just given away so easily, truly a living saint. Just based on this sincerity alone, even if something did go wrong, he would never let that young lady suffer in the slightest. That was professional integrity. You're a good man, the man said simply before turning and walking away. Mu Hanchuan thought to himself, this person is probably trying to win me over. Not to marry his daughter, but to recruit muscle. A lone cultivator with outstanding skills like him is a treasure to any major clan. If he joined them, they could form an elite team within the family, making group trials easier. The money spent wouldn't be wasted, equivalent to training a personal bodyguard, protecting the young heirs, benefiting multiple parties. He looked up at the auction stage. The blue random attribute card had sold for 3.5 million, not a big premium. But needing 4 of those a month? That's astronomical. White, green, or blue cards all follow the same cooldown based on talent, no difference there. Given the budget, who wouldn't want the high tier? Blue cards add several points at once. No one wants to pinch pennies with white cards. Random attribute cards only add random points. But there are also designated attribute cards on Trial Star that multiply the base bonus by 3. Blue cards would then cost around 9 million. Just thinking about it was painful. Only top-tier elites, or those one step from activating equipment or skills, could afford those. Of course, you could buy random cards to gamble, hit big once, and earn a fortune, miss 10 times, and lose everything. The real bottleneck is time. Even with extraordinary talent, using 1 card per week, 10 tries still take over 2 months. You can spend money recklessly, but you can't waste time. His mind raced, but he pushed down his thoughts and hurriedly left the auction house. The important thing was the yellow attribute card now in hand. He circled around to avoid being followed, taking a full hour and a half before returning to the underground warehouse, so hidden even friends didn't know of it. He could have used the card on the way, but preferred to walk a few more kilometers and try his luck in this lucky spot. Under the dim light, he spread the card on the metal operation table. The card's surface had faint patterns, with a simple 2 in the center, just 2 attribute points. No fancy decoration, almost careless. Mu Hanchuan smirked and muttered, Heaven, please bless me. I'd trade 20 years of my parents' lifespan. 30 years if needed. After silently praying, he took a deep breath and lightly touched the card's surface. Random attribute point item card use successful. Physical strength increased by 2 points. Due to insufficient points in agility and spiritual awareness, surplus points allocated to spiritual awareness. A flash of light disappeared, and the system's clear voice rang in his ear. Physical strength 1. Spiritual awareness 1. Points added successfully. As expected, the attribute increase went to his physique again. Mu Hanchuan had long prepared himself mentally. No matter how he acquired attribute rewards, without exception, they always boosted his physique. Only when the other attributes fell below a quarter of their base value would the system automatically supplement those instead. This time was no different. Even the random attribute card couldn't break this pattern. A transparent attribute panel hovered before his eyes, the blue and white numbers flickering. Strength, 88. Physique, 343 1. Agility, 86 E rank. Mind awareness, 86 1. Equipment, none. Skills, migration S rank 12. Items, none 0. Brain capacity usage, 16 1 remaining. Not bad, he thought to himself. With a bit more increase in mind awareness, he'd be just 1 step away from reaching F rank. Then, he clicked to check the cooldown time on the random attribute point item card. The panel immediately displayed a notification. Random attribute point item card cooldown, 5 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes remaining. Damn, 6 days. Mu Hanchuan suddenly sprang up from his chair, almost knocking over the desk. 6 days of cooldown meant what? It meant that in a whole month, he could use as many as 5 random attribute cards. As long as he had the money, he could gain more than 10 bonus physique points every month, doubling his advancement speed instantly. The premise is having the money. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. Now that he possessed the strength skill migration, it wasn't like he would have any trouble making money. With that thought, he gave himself a strong boost of confidencia 100 shot of adrenaline telling himself, he could do it. Believe in yourself. Coming back to his senses, he couldn't help but marvel again at his own talent. From what he knew, the shortest cooldown for random attribute cards was usually 7 days. The longest could be over 3 months. Thinking about this, he sighed for his agent. Chilong, the textbook example with a cooldown that lasted a full 3 months. No hope of turning things around. But just because he hadn't seen them didn't mean they didn't exist. Mu Hanchuan knew for sure that on this planet, there were definitely beings with talents even greater than his, perhaps far beyond. Not to mention the countless races in this entire star system. He still had a long way to go and had to work even harder. The team trial starts the night after tomorrow. If luck is on his side this time, he might snag a reward worth several million. Then he can really blow some cash and hit the underground market for a random attribute item card to mess around with. He wouldn't dare go to official vendors that would require revealing his real identity, and his true identity definitely can't be exposed. Despite Mu Hanchuan always going out using a code name and keeping a low profile, his real information has long been locked away in the National Archives, entered personally by his retired general grandfather and classified as relatively important. Not a single line in it can be changed. With today's advanced tech, fake identities are basically worthless. If the authorities really want to dig, they'll find the truth no matter how deep it's buried. So the only thing he can do is keep a low profile, avoid public places, steer clear of official channels, and dodge government eyes. Poor guy, he muttered under his breath, his eyes glinting in the night. Once the trial ends, he'll have to squeeze in time to check on that old man. There's been no news for a while. Who knows what trouble he's gotten into now? At his age, shouldn't he just settle down and enjoy his retirement? With that thought, Mu Hanchuan pushed open the alloy door of the underground base. The cold wind swept across his face along with the darkness. Glancing at his watch, midnight 12 minutes, it was time to check if the void stomach armor was repaired. That gear was crucial. If anything was wrong, it would be a death sentence. If it wasn't done, he'd have to get Lao Wang to pull an all-nighter. It had to be delivered within the next 2 days. People in Nanan City who could repair a grade equipment were rare. Gear from the trial star had to be maintained by trial participants who had learned the corresponding repair skills there. Those with grade skills could only fix grade gear. A grade skills covered a grade and below. Some special equipment even required exclusive skills with ridiculously high entry barriers. In all of Nanan City, genuine A-grade mechanics were few and far between. Without calling Lao Wang, Mu Hanchuan simply had no other option. Definitely wouldn't go to any official repair shops requiring real name registration. Late at night, he weaved through streets and alleys until he reached a cleaning transfer station by an abandoned riverbed in Taizhou County. The place was remote, outside the monthly government cleanup. Not even rats bothered to show up. Under a flickering yellow streetlight, a rusty iron door was ajar, the cold wind making its creaky hinges moan. But once inside, there was no sign of Lao Wang, and Mu Hanchuan frowned at this hour. Lao Wang should have been here. My master went out. A young voice came from the back. If there's anything, tell me. The speaker was Song Hung, about 27 or 28, Lao Wang's apprentice. Had only learned F-grade repair and usually assisted his master with less critical F-grade gear. Mu Hanchuan had a so-so impression of him. Limited skills, but plenty of attitude. Whenever someone asked for help, he liked to give them attitude. I'm here to pick up the gear agreed on 13 days ago, Mu Hanchuan said straight to the point. Number 17. Oh. Song Hung didn't even look up, casually rifling through shelves. He grabbed a gray metal box, slammed it on the table, and kept his head down busy with something else. Mu Hanchuan quietly exhaled. At least it was fixed. But when he flipped open the lid, his pupils suddenly contracted. The void stomach armor was still damaged. The energy streams flickered erratically. It was clearly not repaired at all. Not fixed. He lowered his voice. Can't you see I'm busy? Song Hung still kept his head down. The piece he was dismantling clearly marked as number 25. Mu Hanchuan glanced at the number, and a chill crept down his spine. His gear hadn't been repaired, and this guy was already working on later orders? Is Song Hung really this clueless about the rules? Mu Hanchuan pushed open the door and immediately saw the young man with his head down, fiddling with a shoulder guard that shimmered with a faint dark purple cold light, a standard E-rank piece of equipment. What surprised him even more was the emblem glowing on Song Hung's chest, indicating he had an E-rank repairing skill. That was quite a valuable support skill, with a relatively low learning threshold, just strength and agility, both rated at F level. Judging by Song Hung's rookie demeanor, it was obvious he hadn't participated in many trials before. There was no way he could have accumulated F-level attribute points on his own. Most likely, Old Wang had helped him behind the scenes. Could Song Hung actually be Old Wang's illegitimate son? Where had Old Wang gone? Mu Hanchuan's irritation grew. The void stomach armor on the counter was only repaired up to 60, and there was just 1 day left before the agreed pickup. The team trial was coming soon after nightfall. If the armor was still incomplete, wouldn't that ruin his big opportunity? Suppressing his emotions, Mu Hanchuan stood in front of the counter. Song Hung still didn't look up, merely shaking the repair tools lightly and speaking with a casual tone. My master's busy. He doesn't have time to watch the shop every day. If you need it, just take it. If not, leave it and come back in half a month. Humph. Mu Hanchuan's expression remained calm, but his anger burned hotter inside. Without saying more, he took out the remaining half of the payment, gently slid it to the corner of the table, and took the void stomach armor. Was this money really just to save Song Hing's life? Old Wang was known to be steady and trustworthy. If he hadn't been sure his disciple already had a rank repair skills, he wouldn't have left so easily. He always wrote down priorities before leaving, but Song Hung clearly hadn't taken them seriously. In the martial world, the rules were more vital than the equipment. Old Wang understood this, but unfortunately, his disciple did not, and now he wouldn't have a chance to learn. Whether the damaged armor affected the trial or not, there would be an explanation demanded when Old Wang returned. Just as Mu Hanchuan turned around, a metallic clang sounded behind him. Song Hung hadn't even bothered to collect the final payment. Expressionless, Mu Hanchuan walked out the door and took a deep breath. Back in his secluded storage room, he didn't rush into anything else. Instead, he closed his eyes to rest and regulate his breathing, spending the entire night doing so. Only by noon the next day did he begin to feel somewhat better. In the adjacent cluttered room sat his few precious pieces of equipment: 3 round shields, 1 arm shield, and 2 large shields, all rated F level. In a corner stood a matching Flevel suit of armor, purely defensive. Attack weapons held little significance for him, only serving as quick cash if sold. After some consideration, he decided to take the void stomach armor, though only 60 intact, into the trial. Even damaged, it was better than frank armor. But heavy fighting might completely wreck his only rank gear. Thinking of the timing of Old Wang's departure, Mu Hanchuan rubbed his face in frustration. Why leave at such a critical moment? That really was a pain. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him: possessed the Shrank transferability. When it came down to it, he could instantly summon and swap in the frank armor. No need to worry so much. Realizing this, he gave himself a light forehead slap. Stupid, really stupid. In a corner lay a pile of support items, the most valuable being medical kits worth no more than 30,000 credits. Head never wanted to use them, but this time taking them along might save his life, though preferably not to be used by that young lady. Saving every bit counted since they were poor. Sitting cross-legged, he inspected each item carefully. 1 round shield, 1 large shield, and the void stomach armor carried on person. 2 the remaining 2 round shields, 1 arm shield, 1 large shield, and Flevel armor, all marked for backup. 3 2 remaining transfer slots, 1 durability item card, and 1 repair box item card, also marked. This way, he'd make full use of everything available. All these items originated from the trial star. Although stronger weapons existed in the real world, they couldn't be brought in, and he lacked the marking authority to do so. Should he mark another real-world item and experiment with transferring it to the trial star? The thought flickered, and he shook his head. Better to save those tricks for solo trials. For team trials, it was best not to take unnecessary risks. The next evening, 7:50 p.m., Mu Hanchuan sat alone in his secret base, fully equipped with close-fitting armor, potions, and ammo clips, ready at any moment to teleport into the team trial. Meanwhile, Baigu had already met early with several clients, patiently and insistently reminding the young lady Chuyu about what to be careful of once inside the trial star, almost straining his voice. In there, we can handle ordinary enemies. Just stick close to Mu, don't worry about anything else, got it? Don't worry, I've got it. If it's not too strong an opponent, we won't let Mu get separated. But if you run into something truly dangerous, don't panic, hide, and use that defense item card to save yourself. We'll take care of the enemies and come get you. Okay, and if the team gets separated, keep following Mu, obey his instructions, and don't leave his side at all. Understood. It all boiled down to one simple instruction: stay glued to Mu Hanchuan. Chuyu knew this perfectly and didn't argue further. Good, Baigu said, closing the tactical terminal. Prepare to start the team trial. All right. Chuyu nodded, her heart pounding. She had never participated in any trial before, not even a solo one. This was the first time in her life stepping into that terrifying new world. Accompanying her was a noblewoman who obviously still worried, and added a warning. Be careful in there. Baigu smiled reassuringly. Madam, rest assured, Miss Chuyu will return safely. Not just for the several million bounty, the 8 million deposit alone forces us to bring her back unharmed. With that, he approached the silver star key resting on the marble table, the key's surface engraved with the 5 of their team's symbols. The time was exactly 8 p.m. Baigu looked into Chuyu's eyes to confirm she wasn't backing down, then gripped the star key, fingers tightening. Click! A dazzling silver light exploded, and Baigu and Chuyu were instantly swallowed by the glow. At the same moment, Mu Hanchuan, Midnight Black Tea, and He Yu, who had been waiting at 3 hidden locations, vanished without a trace. The team trial begins. Location: Silent Ash Wasteland. Trial type, blood trial. Participating teams, 57. Rules, survive 3 days. The trial ends automatically after 3 days. During that time, killing other trial participants is encouraged. The teams with the top 3 kill counts receive rewards. Those killed remain forever on the trial star, survivors return. The blinding light faded, and the 5 landed heavily on the scorched, rock-strewn wasteland. Looking around, sparse withered grass, crisscrossing ravines, jagged rocky outcrops, and the air thick with heat and the smell of burning. Strange, distorted shadows flickered in the distance, accompanied by wild, bestial growls echoing intermittently. Damn it. Shit. Baigu and Midnight Black Tea cursed almost simultaneously, frustration clear in their voices, drawing the blood trial for a fierce showdown was just terrible luck. Chuya's face turned pale in an instant, her knuckles white as she gripped the defensive item card. Though a rookie, she understood exactly what this environment meant. This trial would be far from easy. Last time, with the same team setup, they only entered a survival trial, where defending a base and holding off nearby creatures for 2 days was enough to pass easily. But this time, the teams would be hunting each other. Last time, with the exact same team lineup, they faced a survival trial holding off local creature attacks for 2 days to pass. Simple and straightforward. This time, sheer bad luck landed them in the ruthless team killing trial. The teams entering the trial were a mixed bunch, mostly groups hastily put together, but no one could rule out the presence of elite squads like theirs, who had trained together for a long time. The opponents were too varied and complex. One wrong move could lead to total annihilation. What made it more challenging was that participants weren't just human. Various races had gathered here, each with vastly different and unpredictable abilities. A single misjudgment could bring disastrous consequences. The moment his toes touched the trial planet, Mu Hanchuan immediately tested his strength transfer skill. Locking onto the durability support item card in his mind, he thought, summon. In the next instant, the card appeared precisely in the hand behind his back. Success. His eyes lit up. No speculation could compare to the thrill of seeing it work firsthand. His strength transfer skill could indeed bring items directly to the trial planet. Awesome. Pure awesomeness. The nervousness about this blood trial instantly faded. With this ability, at least staying alive was guaranteed. He quietly pulled up the system panel, mark removal, markable items, 67, and immediately unmarked this card, planning to save it for a critical moment. Not far away, Midnight Red Tea's face was serious. This won't be easy. What do we do? Skeleton's voice was heavy with concern. We're here with our employer. Don't compete for rewards. Focus on surviving. The blood trials rewards were traditionally generous, but this time there were 57 teams, and only the top 3 would be rewarded. With such fierce competition plus the need to protect their employer, rushing for the prizes would be unwise. Yeah, guess that's all we can do. Midnight Red Tea sighed softly. If she hadn't taken this contract, she would have had a good shot at the top 3. Hey, you said nothing. As a scout, he had silently slipped into the shadows to scout the surroundings. Chiyu, knowing her experience was limited, remained silent as well. Mu Hanchuan also stayed quiet but felt a bit reluctant. Team trials only came once a month, and coming back empty-handed would waste a whole month. Luckily, as long as they got Chiyu back alive, they would get 1,000,000, so he considered it a kind of deep tour with some gain. Skeleton took on the leader's role and quickly gave the first order. It's 3 p.m. now. Find a hidden spot to lie low. Avoid any vegetation. I'm going to get some Shadow Song spider blood. Got it. Midnight Red Tea nodded, beckoning Chiyu over and leading her into a small, barren dirt pit for cover. Mu Hanchuan didn't leave, staying behind Chiyu. Heiyu and Skeleton split up, heading in opposite directions to scout and check if other teams were nearby. Midnight Red Tea, what's the Shadow Song spider blood? Chiyu whispered. While cautiously scanning the area, Midnight Red Tea casually explained, there's a kind of spider-like monster here. We just need to take its blood. Huh, what for? To drink it? Mu Hanchuan blinked. Of course not. The silent ash waste was unusual. Giant fern spores grew everywhere. During the day, they emitted a colorless spore mist that caused hallucinations upon contact, blurring friend and foe, lasting several days with no cure. But the blood of the Shadow Song spider could dispel the spore mist. If smeared on the body, the spores couldn't come near. At night, the giant fern spores closed and rested, so the threat temporarily disappeared. Oh, I see now. Chiyu nodded repeatedly. Got it. Learned something new. 10 minutes later, Baigu turned back, his palm now smeared with a thick, dark red blood that reeked sharply, making Chiyu wrinkle her brow in disgust. According to the plan, they had to find a safe place to hide before sunset. Baigu immediately signaled everyone to smear the blood to mask their scent. Midnight Red Tea spread the blood over his neck and the back of his hands, then bent down to carefully apply it to Chiyu. Although she looked reluctant, she didn't resist, cooperating enough. Mu Hanchuan, always independent, quietly handled his own portion. 2 minutes later, Heiyu slipped back from the perimeter. His combat suit was mottled with black and red stains from Ingming's spider blood, a case of doing it yourself and having enough supplies. Baigu whispered, What's the situation around here? Yu answered briefly, no other teams spotted. There's a small hill to the southeast and deep, uneven ravines to the south. Time's tight, so that's all we could scout. Head south, Baigu said without hesitation. He knew the hill offered a high vantage point, but made them easy to spot, while the complicated ravine terrain was safer. The spider blood gave off a sharp, nauseatingly sweet stench as the group quickly prepared to move out. Yu took point, Baigu followed, Muhan Chuan and Chiyu in the middle, and Midnight Red Tea covering the rear. This formation ensured that if they were ambushed, Muhan Chuan could quickly shield Chiyu by knocking her down while the rest engaged the enemy. As they moved, Muhan Chuan glanced at Chiyu out of the corner of his eye. His steer skill transfer currently had only 6 objects tagged in his mind. A bold idea suddenly came to him. Could he mark a living person? In theory, he could guarantee her safety, but if they ran into a whole enemy team, something might go wrong. If he succeeded, it would be a double safety net. After weighing the risks along the way, he decided to give it a try. Failure would cost nothing, and besides, this young lady was new to the trial and probably had no idea what he was doing. Just ahead, a deep ravine appeared. Muhan Chuan took Chiyu's arm and gently lifted her to the opposite side. She smiled gratefully. She actually wanted to say that her strength and agility were already at grade F, and this small ditch was no challenge. But she was too lazy to speak up. A message flashed in his mind. Mark successful. Target slots 77 occupied. No way, you can really mark a living person. Muhan Chuan marveled inwardly. The steer skill was indeed extraordinary. He had once thought this ability was underwhelming. Now he realized it all came down to how it was used. At that moment, he could clearly sense Chuyu's location. Even if they lost contact briefly, he could instantly lock onto her position without any risk of losing track. Qualified bodyguard 1, he thought joyfully, while his imagination ran wild. If someday he ended up desperate, he could turn kidnapper sneak up on the target, secretly mark them, and months later whisk them away silently in the dead of night to demand ransom with almost zero risk. If he ever got caught using that method, he'd be impressed. Along the way, chunks of charred rock were scattered everywhere, and large patches of the ground had been scorched black. After running a few kilometers south, the team stopped beside a ravine more than 7 meters deep. The bottom was cloaked in darkness, surrounded on all sides by black rock walls. Baigu bent down to inspect, tapping the rock surface with his fingertips a few times. The solid echo satisfied him. Perfect, this is the spot. Midnight Red Tea repeated the test, confirming the rock layer was hard and without any obvious gaps. She gave an okay sign with her hand. Good, start digging. Black Feather stayed on the outer edge of the ravine, elevated and vigilant, eyes scanning the distant horizon. Midnight Red Tea stood guard at the pit's edge, hands on her weapon, ready at a moment's notice. Baigu and Mu Hanchuan jumped to the bottom and chose a position that overlooked the passage yet was defensible, starting to carve out a temporary shelter for potential nighttime dangers. As for Miss Chiyu, she found a clean rock to sit on, hugging her knees and swinging her legs in a daze. Overseeing everyone's work was the only job she had today. She muttered, digging holes in broad daylight. Weird, isn't it? This rock's tough. Mu Hanchuan swung his pickaxe a few times until his arm tingled, unable to help complaining. Baigu, sweating equally, casually said, good. Hard means better protection. Black liquid won't seep through. Half an hour passed. The cave was over 3 meters deep and had expanded to 8 square meters. The 2 men inside the pit worked hard, sweat pouring down like rain. Outside, the 2 women, one above and one below, were bored, scanning the surroundings with nothing to do. Suddenly, Black Feather sounded the alert an insect call common on the simulated trial star, but also a prearranged code. Baigu, Muhan Chuan, and Midnight Red Tea stopped simultaneously and looked at each other. Trouble was coming faster than expected. Baigu held up 2 fingers, then one, and the others understood immediately. In the next moment, Baigu and Midnight Red Tea broke out side by side, dashing in Black Feather's direction. Chiyu froze, about to ask something, but Mu Hanchuan shushed her with a raised palm. Then he curled a finger at her. Come here. Her heart pounding, Chiyu scrambled over to Mu Hanchuan. Had they just encountered another trial team? He signaled her to hide inside the freshly dug cave, then loosened the round shield at his waist and crouched to guard the entrance. Once inside, Chiyu remembered her role was support. It was too late to buff Baigu or Midnight Red Tea, but Mu Hanchuan was right in front of her. She touched the ground lightly. Faint, glowing patterns instantly wrapped around his feet. Mu Hanchuan felt warmth surge through his limbs, and his status quietly shifted. Strength 88, 108. Crossing in a franc, huh? He glanced at Chiyu and realized this was her support skill. Simple, but focused on pushing the most crucial attribute, strength, over a critical threshold. Each rank increase gave a 20 bonus to base attributes. Besides the 20 extra strength, he gained an additional 20 attack power attached to the franc. For a tank like him, this was transformative. Quietly, he thought, not bad, this girl. Meanwhile, Black Feather lurked in a shadowed crevice, eyes fixed on a tall figure far off, the Lin Yuan tribe of the water scale star. an aquatic race whose combat ability surged underwater but was greatly reduced on land. The silver-blue skin shimmered coldly in the sunlight, about 2.5 meters tall, limbs slender but powerful, joints more flexible than a human's, a half-meter fishtail flicking gently from the spinal protrusion, golden irises vacant and unfocused. Baigu arrived silently beside Black Feather, whispering, "What's going on?" Midnight Red Tea stayed behind a boulder, ready to support at a moment's notice. Black Feather lowered his voice. "Seems infected by giant fern spores." Mentally confused. Looking closer, large blue bloodstains marked his skin, evidence of a recent fierce fight. Now, he ran wildly, tearing apart everything in his path. His mental state was a complete mess. Baigu asked, "Just him?" "Yes. Probably a newbie unfamiliar with this area." Baigu's eyes narrowed. "Looks like that Lin Yuan squad is a hodgepodge of mercenaries. He was infected by spores, attacked his own team, and ran off in a frenzy." "What's the plan?" Black Feather asked. "It's a death trial. We take him out. You watch the perimeter. Midnight Red Tea stands by to assist. He'll handle this." "Got it." On Mu Hanchuan's side, an unexpected surprise came out of nowhere. Just in the brief moment after Baigu and Midnight Red Tea had left the cave entrance. Gah! The darkness above was torn open as a 3-meter-long monster suddenly dove down. Its blackened exoskeleton glistened coldly, and its folded double-bladed limbs snapped open with a crack. Fully extended, its blade stretched 1.5 meters long, aiming straight at Mu Hanchuan. A Longxing blade cluster. He immediately recognized this battle-hungry intelligent species, but had no time to think further. Instinctively, he raised his round shield. Bang! A heavy thud shook Chu Yes' eardrums. She looked toward the sound to see Mu Hanchuan swept aside by those blade limbs, crashing against a black rock wall over 10 meters away. Thick layers of black dust and gravel cascaded down. In a moment of terror, Chu Yu clamped her mouth shut tightly and shrank into a corner of the cave. She drew the small protective axe at her waist, an grade piece of gear that could instantly enlarge in battle. She was also wearing an grade jacket and pants that covered her from neck to ankles. Without the axe, she would have had to buy a helmet to cover her head too. Carrying a full grade set for the first trial meant at least one attribute was already level, all thanks to plenty of cash spent. She silently prayed, "Please let Mu Gu be okay, or am doomed to follow him to the underworld." Damn it, a sneak attack. Mu Hanchuan struggled to rise, his chest aching. He was a tank, not a scout caught off guard and grappled so closely. Could this be the Blade Cluster's tactic to lure his teammates away and then ambush the main base? No way. Having succeeded in their sneak attack, the Blade Cluster tribe celebrated with shrill cheers and launched another fierce charge. The round shield was blasted away, firmly lodged several meters into the stone wall. Although Mu Hanchuan was not severely injured, he was temporarily winded. His left hand reached behind for his large shield, scanning around to confirm no allies nearby, then decisively activated the teleport skill. Quotia new round shield materialized in his right palm. Fueled by Chu Yes' strength buff and the skill's built-in impact, Mu Hanchuan swung his arm hard and hurled the shield. Clang! The clash of metal roared as the shield struck the blade cluster's left forelimb, cracking a deep gash. The monster let out a pained wail, claws sparking against the rock surface. Mu Hanchuan never imagined his tank body could deliver such a brutal blow. Before he could savor the moment, a wind suddenly rose behind him. A larger second blade cluster appeared silently, leaping down from above. Boom! The massive collision mixed with a heavy blade strike knocked Mu Hanchuan flying again. Fortunately, he raised his big shield in time, blocking half the force or he would have been seriously hurt. Inside the cave, Chu Yes' vision blurred for a moment as something darted past the entrance again, bouncing off the left wall, then ricocheting to the right, and bouncing even farther away. That shadow looked like a bouncing ball. Definitely Juan. Mu Hanchuan felt his heart sink, a bitter taste flooding his mouth as he spat out. These damn beasts only know how to ambush. If you've got guts, come at me, Hedon. He quickly calculated. 2 Blade Claw tribe members had already appeared. Could there be more? If it was just 2, he might still manage. But if a whole squad popped out, could he really hold them off alone? He could run. But what about the young lady? Of course, he could try to relocate with her. But that would expose their base, which he absolutely wanted to avoid unless it was the last resort. In this moment, all he could do was silently pray for Baigu and the rest to hurry back with reinforcements. His thoughts raced as the wounded Blade Claw from behind roared and charged, seeking revenge for being hurled earlier. Mu Hanchuan didn't back down. The circular shield outside the tunnel responded to his mental command, flying back instantly and slamming onto his right arm. He hurled it again with fierce determination. The shield streaked like a dark shadow, forcing the Blade Claw to shudder in alarm. Again, it dared not block Hedon and swerved sharply, sending stones and sparks flying. The shield missed and embedded itself into the tough black rock wall, scattering debris everywhere. From the front, the larger Blade Claw took advantage and lunged forward. This time it didn't charge blindly. Clear cutting lines appeared on its blade-like limbs, cold blades glinting sharply. its tearing power multiplying and specialized to pierce armor. Mu Hanchuan crouched, slamming his large shield down hard onto the ground. With a click, the shield opened to its full extent 1.5 meters tall and 2 meters wide, instantly forming a solid wall, maximizing its defensive strength. The clang. The violent impact reverberated through the cave, brutally pushing him back 2 or 3 meters across the black stone floor. The strike was so powerful that his durability dropped by 5 points instantly, and his void stomach armor tore open a rip but luckily didn't penetrate his body. He cursed inwardly. If only I'd fixed this sooner, it wouldn't have cracked. Song Hong, when I get back, it'll make you regret this. Meanwhile, the blade claw, stunned that the human wasn't knocked away, grew wary. How is this guy still alive? It had never seen a human with such abnormal defense, though. If it knew Mu Hanchuan's physique had already reached level E, it wouldn't be so surprised. At that moment, Mu Hanchuan caught a strange insect-like chirp from afar that was "Hey, yes" signal, meaning Bai Gu and the others had dealt with their enemies and were rushing back to assist. With so much noise at the cave entrance, they couldn't have missed it. In a flash, Mu Hanchuan changed his strategy, rushing toward the entrance. His expanded shield sealed the passage completely, deliberately showing a little wobble to seem weak. They're not clever enough to realize him bluffing, right? Sure enough, the two blade claws thought he was on his last leg and just wanted to hold the entrance defensively. They signaled each other and took turns ramming against the shield, hoping to finish off the two inside quickly and escape. Inside the cave, Mu Hanchuan remained calm and steady, his face devoid of any unnecessary expression, fully focused on the enemy. Meanwhile, Chu Yu was trembling all over, clearly terrified. They had barely entered the trial star before encountering this life-threatening situation. The grotesque face of the monster outside still lingered vividly in Chu Yu's mind, leaving her with only one thought. Can Mu Hanchuan hold them off? They can't die here, can they? She knew the trial star was fraught with danger, but she hadn't expected a fight to the death barely an hour after arrival. Quietly, she vowed never to step foot here again. The cave entrance shook violently as two blade-spike beasts rammed against each other like wild bulls gone mad, colliding dozens of times in just a minute. Mu Hanchuan raised his large shield to form a wall of steel, absorbing the brutal impacts, though each blow rattled his chest painfully. Just then, he caught the signal of insect-like chirps. Hey you, the swiftest of the black feathers, had arrived. Get down. Mu Hanchuan lowered his posture, signaling Chu Yu with both eyes and hand gestures. She hadn't fully grasped his command and was about to charge forward, axe augmented by her supernatural power. In the next instant, a gravity cannon shell hurtled down from the cave's ceiling, so fast it was barely visible. Boom. The explosion detonated midair. One of the injured blade spikes couldn't dodge in time and was torn to pieces. The shockwave ripped through the other larger beast, scattering its flesh and blood. Scorching black ash and dust swept through the cave, cracking the rock walls everywhere. Mu Hanchuan and Chu Yu's hands tingled painfully from the shock, but the shield absorbed all the direct damage, leaving only dust and debris on them. Above the pit, He Yu appeared. He secured the still-smoking gravity cannon, his only a level piece of gear, devastating but requiring 3 hours to recharge. Then he drew his second ranged weapon and level photonic grenade. Bang! The grenade whizzed past the blade spike's armor, hitting a black rock nearby. Sparks flew, but the creature wasn't struck. Enraged, the wounded blade spike let out a fierce roar, then split into 3 illusions darting in different directions, making it impossible to tell real from fake. He Yu didn't fire again. The photonic grenade recharged only once every 10 minutes, with a maximum stock of 3, and had just used 1. His last weapon was another level range device, a twisting missile, also limited to 1 shot every 10 minutes, and cannot be preloaded. This scout and ranged fire support specialist had loaded all his equipment into long-range weapons. No speed boosts, no defensive gear. Hit and run was his survival strategy. Before departing, he shouted toward the cave entrance, "Hold on. He'll be back with backup in 10 minutes. What exact skills He Yu possessed was unknown to anyone, just as Bai Gu and Midnight Black T's abilities were shrouded in mystery. Mu Hanchuan certainly wouldn't reveal his own unless absolutely necessary. What was clear was that each of them had at most 2 skill slots. Unlocking the second slot required reaching a level. Progressing beyond that required upgrades to C1, A1, S1 levels. Mu Hanchuan was currently at a level with 2 skill slots, but had only learned 1 skill, teleportation. Of course, there were ways to open extra slots using special skill cards if needed. The skill slots are divided into novice skill slots 1 card, intermediate tool slots 1 card, advanced tool slots 1 card, and ultimate tool slots 1 card. You can only add up to 4 extra skill slots, and they must be unlocked step by step from bottom to top. You have to use the novice skill slot before qualifying to activate the intermediate tool slot. Currently, a single novice skill slot card costs about 1.5 million Federation credits on the market. Beyond that, Mu Hanchuan has no clue about the prices anyway, since he can't afford them and doesn't yet need them. The rules for tool slots are almost the same. except to unlock a second tool slot you have to reach grade C, and for the third tool slot you need to be grade S, which is practically a pipe dream. Right now, Muhanchuan only has one tool slot, as do Baigu and the others. The most practical way to boost combat power on the Trial Star is to save up money and buy more cards. Mu, how are you? Muhanchuan was the first to rush out of the cave, coughing up several mouthfuls of black ash. I'm fine. Chiyu closely followed, her axe covered in cracks and her clothes caked with dust. Seeing the bodies strewn in all directions outside and the splattered blood turned her stomach. Only two Blaklaw tribe creatures? Her voice trembled. Only those two attacked, Muhanchuan answered briefly. It's not safe here. We need to move. Got it. No one could be sure whether those two Blaklaw creatures would return, so finding a different hiding spot was safer. The effort digging this cave had been for nothing. After a moment, Baigu and Midnight Red Tea also returned. They'd killed the Scaly Abyss tribe member. Looking at the marks of intense fighting in the pit, they all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Luckily, Mu was left alive. If it had been someone else, they'd probably be dead or crippled. The Blaklaw tribe was certainly not to be underestimated. Any problems? Equipment broken? Baigu patted Mu Hanchuan's shoulder. No issues. Good. Move out immediately. The group set off. Chiyu's legs were still trembling as she leaned on Midnight Red Tea, step by step leaving the pit. This was the first time she'd seen such a brutal scene, and her reaction was already commendable. Passing by Muhanchuan, she couldn't help but glance again. She had just seen him get knocked back twice, covered in blood, yet he still stood perfectly straight. No wonder the captain stressed so much to stick close to this man. He truly was astonishingly tough. Muhanchuan walked to a corner and picked up the round shield he wore. As for the round shield he summoned during the battle, it was currently nowhere to be seen, but that didn't matter. As long as his teammates didn't spot it, he could just summon it again in the next fight. The group ran more than 20 kilometers, selecting a more concealed dense forest to dig a new cave. Even the neat freak Midnight Red Tea rolled up his sleeves to dig. This had to be finished before dark. Chiyu didn't understand why they were so fixated on digging caves, but seeing everyone busy and earnest, she stayed quiet. Maybe this was the team's unique way to hide. Suddenly, before she could fully exclaim, Chiyu jumped up and dashed over to Muhanchuan, covering her mouth tightly. Muhanchuan turned to her. What scared her so much? A potlid-sized shadow song spider was crawling slowly out. It wasn't a real spider, only 6 legs and a very different shape from an ordinary spider. The name Shadow Song Spider was just a human nickname. The real species name, who knows? No one cared. Rushing against the fading light, the team finally managed to carve out a roughly 15 square meter cave before nightfall and hurried inside. Muhanchuan wedged his massive alloy shield across the cave entrance, the shield fitting tightly against the rock wall and leaving only a narrow gap for observation. 2 women were settled deep inside, while Baigu and Heiyu sat just a couple of steps from the entrance. Baigu cross-legged with eyes closed, resting. Heiyu pulled out white plants collected along the way, tearing them apart and crushing them, occasionally lowering his head to sniff. As darkness fell, strange ripples began stirring on the surface outside, as if the land itself was being reshaped. Inside the cave, however, it was so quiet only their breathing could be heard. Their mental states remained surprisingly steady. Thanks to thorough preparation before entering, no one felt sleepy at all. Chiyu sat huddled in a corner, eyes flickering between her teammates. She wanted to break the silence, lighten the mood, and build some rapport with the unfamiliar squad, but everyone was cold and distant, leaving her no chance to join the conversation. What's that noise above? After a long while, a heavy rumble reverberated overhead, causing the cave floor to tremble gently. Chiyu resisted the urge to dash to the entrance and glanced around. Everyone else looked calm, as if they had expected this. Probably no danger then. She leaned toward Midnight Red Tea, who was quietly filing her nails, and whispered. Without looking up, Midnight Red Tea replied, "That's the black liquid. It condenses into black droplets on the surface at night and dissolves everything. No one really understands why. Almost everything except a few special plants and creatures gets eaten away, including the soil." Really? I didn't know that. Chiyu shivered and finally grasped the origin of the black rock scattered across the trial planet. She had done loads of research but still felt overwhelmed by the reality before her. Without this team, she probably would have been attacked by giant fern spores during the day and lost her mind. If it eats soil, won't it seep down here? She asked again. Don't worry. The black rock here is a natural barrier. It's impenetrable. We're safe in this cave, Midnight Red Tea said evenly. That explained why they insisted on digging into the underground black rock belt. Chiyu felt impressed. You really know a lot. Not really. It's just experience the old guard earned with their lives. Mu Hanchuan's voice came from behind the shield, deep and steady. Only a tenth of this trial planet has been explored. No one has counted how many pioneers died. Without their sacrifices, we wouldn't be so calm now. The squad fell into a brief silence, broken only by the occasional hissing of black liquid dripping outside and corroding the ground. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it gets, Mu Hanchuan added quietly. Who knows how many more will have to be sent in. This was the price paid for the gap between technology and civilization. For newcomers like Chiyu, everything was a mystery, to be explored gradually, and those explorations came at the cost of many lives. Have any of your companions ever died inside here? Of course, Midnight Red Tea looked up calmly, her voice steady. More than one, actually. If you choose this path, you have to be ready to pay that price at any time. Chiyu swallowed nervously, lowering her voice even more. That's terrifying. So why would a girl like you still come here? There's nothing fun left outside anymore. Midnight Red Tea shrugged, but there wasn't a trace of humor in her eyes. Look at this place. It's thrilling. Chiyu still shook her head, unconvinced. To change the subject, she asked, is your skill about boosting strength? Yes. Don't forget to remind me to buff you before the next fight. Midnight Red Tea gave a firm answer. Near the cave entrance, Heiyu finished tidying up and scooped some green pulp into a makeshift container made from broken stones, passing it around. Baigu remained still. Muhan Xuan took the cup and drank the thick liquid in one gulp, just hydrating himself. He didn't eat the crushed grass paste on the stone. She wasn't hungry. What's that? Chuyu's eyes widened in disbelief. She had just seen Muhan Xuan and Heiyu swallow the substance and stared incredulously at the green mush. Midnight Red Tea handed her some and explained quickly, Ingqiao. It's a common plant on the trial star. The roots hold a little water, barely enough to drink. The crushed root paste can be eaten too, tastes awful, but restores stamina. When you enter the trial star, you can only bring clothes and masks that don't upset the balance. No food or seasonings allowed. Everything alive here has to consume what's available. Grass. Chiyu wrinkled her nose and waved her hand, signaling she wasn't hungry. We have to stay 3 days in the Silent Ember Wasteland. Midnight Red Tea slowed down her words, but grew more serious. This is the only edible thing here. Keep your supplies up to stay in peak condition. Next time we might have to wait, who knows how long to replenish. No telling when trouble will show up. Their whole group didn't carry any food boxes or similar aids that would waste a precious inventory slot. Bringing one would be genuinely foolish. I'm not hungry yet. He'll eat later. Chiyu put the stone shard aside. The mixed smell of grass and damp earth churned her stomach. She doubted the green slime would really hydrate her, or if the grass paste was even edible. Muhan Xuan, dazed near the doorway, suddenly looked up outside. Heiyu almost immediately did the same. Baigu sensed the change and asked, what is it? There's something out there. Muhan Xuan tilted his head to listen. He just heard a dull thud, not very close, but from the impact size he judged the target was large. Chiyu instinctively shrugged her shoulders. Another problem? Baiga's mouth twitched. They rarely dealt with this many incidents before. What was going on today? He stepped to the entrance and peered into the pitch-black wasteland that stretched endlessly. His heart tightened. Changing to a temporary cave now was far too risky. Heiyu, go take a look. Be careful. Got it. Heiyu replied promptly, stepping cautiously on the black rocks outside and avoiding the patches of black liquid in the mud with extreme care. Everyone inside held their breath, expecting a while before hearing anything. But in just 15 seconds, clear insect calls came back as signals. No danger. Midnight Red Tea said, standing at the cave entrance after understanding the calls. Chiyu followed closely, curious about their next move. Baigu raised his hand, holding up 3 fingers, then pointed to 3 directions. Midnight Red Tea and Muhan Xuan understood immediately. White bone followed black feathers lead down to the surface. Midnight Red Tea jumped onto a nearby black rock outside the cave, crouching low and keeping watch for any threats while waiting for further instructions. Muhan Xuan set aside his round shield and silently trailed behind, stopping as soon as his toes touched the rocky ground. Chiyu clutched her small axe nervously at the cave entrance, too hesitant to step forward and unwilling to retreat alone. In the brief silence, no one spoke. They still hadn't fully grasped the overall plan for their team. Above ground, Black Feather raised a hand and pointed in a direction. Whitebone followed his gaze. About 100 meters away, a massive bird over 3 meters long lay sprawled on the scorched rock, its wings folded limply and its fate uncertain. Chilean clan, Whitebone's heart tightened. This tribe was born to fly, unmatched in aerial combat, and still formidable on land. If they ran into a whole team of these Chilean warriors, the safest move was always to retreat. They were just too well-rounded. But now, this one was alone and fallen. Scavenging again. Midnight Red Tea muttered under her breath. Since today began, they'd already encountered 3 isolated trialers. Seemed like these easy kills were voluntarily coming to them. Black liquid? Whitebone narrowed his eyes, noticing a dark, viscous fluid oozing from the bird's chest and abdomen. Looks like another poor soul who didn't understand the rules here. Corroded by black liquid and fell, Black Feather replied. Whitebone didn't rush forward. He cautiously ordered, check behind that slope over there. He specifically indicated the back slope, the most obvious place for an ambush if there was one. Black Feather nodded and vanished into a crevice between the rocks. Moments later, familiar insect chirping sounded the signal for clear. With danger ruled out, Whitebone carefully stepped over the jagged stones toward the fallen bird. Up close, the Chilean was still breathing faintly, its body half submerged in a pit filled with black liquid. Feathers and bones rapidly dissolved in the corrosive, fluid grim sight. After scanning to confirm no other dangers lurked nearby, he raised his blade and swiftly severed the creature's head, granting it a merciful release. The group regrouped inside the cave. Midnight Red Tea immediately asked, "So, how was it?" Chiyu gripped her axe handle tightly and quietly moved toward the cave mouth, ears perked. The chilling was gutted by the black liquid. "I took care of it," Whitebone answered shortly. "Man, our luck is insane," Midnight Red Tea marveled. This was already their third fallen trialer they'd taken out today. In terms of kill points, their squad was likely shooting up the ranks among the 57 teams. Black Feather rarely spoke first, but this time he spoke softly yet firmly. "Maybe we should consider going for it." Clearly, he cared deeply about the team trial and wasn't ready to give up easily. "If conditions allow it, I'm not opposed." Midnight Red Tea raised an eyebrow. Mu Hanchuan didn't rush to reply, instead glancing sideways at Chiyu. Despite her fear, the girl's eyes shone with excitement. She wanted to try. Whitebone hesitated. Holding 3 kills was a solid position, but they'd already faced unexpected dangers earlier this afternoon. He worried about further trouble. "Well, we're just sitting around in this cave anyway. Might as well go explore outside. Maybe we'll find something else," Mu Hanchuan suddenly said, his tone casual. He had already realized no one wanted to quit partway, and he didn't want their efforts to be wasted. Besides, the risk-takers would be the 3 of them going out, while he stayed behind to guard Chu quietly waiting to reap the rewards. So it would be those 3 taking the risk. He just had to stay here with Chiyu, comfortably relaxing and enjoying whatever they brought back. If they found something, great. If not, no loss, no stress at all. Every planet and every species has its own unique environment, with complexities no less than those of humans. Perhaps their communication networks aren't very smooth, and many teams might be here in the Silent Ember Wasteland for the first time, with no way to grasp its particularities. This is a huge advantage for our own team. We must seize the chaos of the first day. After today, that edge will vanish. This was exactly Mu Hanchuan's assessment. The other 2 had been waiting for him to speak, worried he might shy away from responsibility. Hearing him nod, their spirits brightened instantly. "All right, it's decided," Baigu said firmly. "Mu and Chiyu will stay behind. The 3 of us will go scout for signs of other teams. Remember, if you find any targets, don't act rashly. Wait for all of us to regroup and then strike with full force." He emphasized stay behind with extra weight, not just as a pretext, but actually to have Mu Hanchuan protect Chiyu and duly respect the girl's pride. "Understood," Mu Hanchuan nodded. "Okay," Chiyu replied softly. "Let's go?" Baigu waved, then added as a final reminder, "If you encounter a fully intact team, retreat immediately without hesitation." "Got it," Midnight Red Tea responded. "Understood," Black Feather agreed. "It'll boost your strength." Chiyu finally had a chance to use her skills and clenched her fist internally. "I have to perform this time." She cast an auxiliary spell for the 3 strength enhancement lasting 1 hour. With the blessing applied, Baiga's strength soared by over 30 points. Midnight Red Tea and Black Feather also received useful boosts. "Nice," Baigu praised, not holding back. His encouragement lifted the others' spirits. The 3 turned away from the cave entrance, forming a triangle as they quickly faded into the darkness of night. At the cave mouth, Mu Hanchuan lounged on a rock with a relaxed expression. He trusted the 3 veterans could handle the corrosive black liquid. What really needed vigilance were the other trial teams. Chiyu looked down at the small axe in her hand and suddenly asked, "Mu, am I holding you all back?" Mu Hanchuan took the axe to inspect it. It was sleek and black with sharp grain lines, clearly high quality. Tossing it back, he kept his gaze on the dark wasteland. "Don't burden yourself with that. Remember, you're the main character here. Even if the whole team falls, it's not your problem. Your only concern should be your own safety." "Oh." Chiyu froze briefly but felt surprisingly relieved by his seemingly cold comfort. She thought to herself, this team is really strong. The family clearly chose well. She blinked. "Mu, are you in a rank now?" "Yeah. You're the main physique, so that means physique is E, but your other attributes are F?" "Sure. Let's say that." Mu Hanchuan fudged the answer. "You're amazing, reaching E on your own. I rely on family resources and just barely got 2 attributes to F. After all this time, improving is hard. You're already impressive." Mu Hanchuan's compliment was genuine. In truth, only his physique was above F. The other 3 attributes were still level. Thinking that, he muttered inside, "If not for some special factors, I'd only be a tiny bit ahead of her damn wealthy folks." Chiyu continued, "How many years have you been in the trial?" "I'm 21, and it took me 3 full years using item cards just to reach level now." Mu Hanchuan answered casually, "A few years older than you," mentally adding, "That's still pretty good." Her enthusiasm didn't wane. "After this team trial ends, can I join you next month? You're all really nice." Mu Hanchuan thought, "Huh, that's only because you're the sponsor. Try joining with someone who's a drag." She went on, "Mu, what's the solo trial like?" "Pretty tough." Mu Hanchuan trailed off, thinking, didn't expect this seemingly quiet girl to be such a chatterbox with so many questions. 3 a.m. on the trial star. Mu Hanchuan was still chatting with the energetic Chu Yusha, genuinely didn't seem tired at all. Meanwhile, to the southeast, near the small hill they had abandoned as a campsite, Bai Gu and his group had been on the move for over 6 hours straight, but still hadn't scored any victories. Chirp heh! A sudden insect call shattered the silence. A cold glint flashed in He Yes' eyes as he finally detected movement. Less than 300 meters away, Bai Gu and Midnight Red Tea immediately crouched low, stepping carefully over the damp, cold gravel as they stealthily approached. After 300 meters, the three of them rendezvoused. What's the situation? Bai Gu asked in a low voice. Someone's fighting up on the hill. He Yu assessed quickly. Either a chance encounter or a fight for the high ground. At night, nowhere to hide, only a direct brawl. Normal. Let's get closer. Another 150 meters forward, the scene came fully into view. At the hilltop, two groups were locked in fierce combat. One side had 3 humans, their nationalities unknown. The other had 4 armored Bake Xingjia Chi tribe warriors, their heavy backshells providing impressive defense. Human team spotted, Midnight Red Tea warned. In the blood trial, kin attacks are the easiest because of familiarity. If they get the chance, our group will likely be their first target. Hey Yes' voice turned cold. Then if we strike, it has to be a clean kill, no mercy. His tone carried no empathy, as if old wounds were aching beneath the surface. Survival of the fittest. No morality here, Bai Gu agreed without hesitation. Midnight Red Tea hesitated briefly. If their own kind united, they might score a better ranking. But who could trust human nature? In the end, she nodded silently. Hey, you was right. The most dangerous enemy to humans is humans themselves. Decide quickly, Hey, you urged. His gravity cannon was primed and ready. Less than an hour remained before 4 a.m., when the rising black liquid would flood the approach, submerging the rocky zone entirely. They had to withdraw soon. Since we're here, we're not leaving empty-handed. Attack. By Gus' command settled the matter. Hey, you had been waiting for that line. He immediately moved toward the best spot for an ambush. The 3-hour cooldown was over, and the blue energy of his gravity cannon churned in the barrel. Midnight Red Tea drew her laser blade, following Bai Gu as they moved quietly along the gravel up the slope. The firefight on the hill intensified. The 3 humans were clearly losing ground. Their other 2 teammates were nowhere in sight. With their card-based tools exhausted, they tried to retreat, but were locked down by the Chi tribe warriors determined to leave dead bodies behind. Worst of all, the black liquid at the hill's base creeped slowly under moonlight. One wrong step meant instant corrosion, making breakout attempts impossible. If only Wed picked another spot. Their captain cursed inwardly. Lack of experience led them to this seemingly safe, but actually deadly hill. Stalemate dragged on for another 2 minutes. Boom. At the battle's peak, a shell arced down from the hilltop, landing precisely in the middle of the fight, exploding in a burst of white-hot light. In an instant, both sides were thrown into chaos. Fighters on both sides were wounded. 2 were critically injured and lost combat effectiveness. This was the signal to strike. Bai Gu and Midnight Red Tea had long been lying in ambush among the scattered rocks on the slope, eyes fixed on the mountainside. The explosive sneak attack by He Yu had just ended, and the 2 judged the moment was right. Their muscles tensed, their breathing tightened to the utmost. The opportunity was perfect. Whoosh. They sprang out simultaneously. A flash of cold light, and a human and an Aoshi tribesman were killed instantly, barely even making a sound. What had been a chaotic brawl of 7 quickly turned grim. 2 bodies added to the ground, 2 more severely injured, leaving only 3 still capable of fighting. The human faction was reduced to a single standing warrior. No way, you guys. The surviving human shouted, face drained of color in shock. The ones attacking them are our own. Not helping, fine, but hitting your own people. Before his curse was finished, he turned and fled wildly, tumbling and scrambling in a desperate bid to escape. But Bai Gu and Midnight Red Tea ignored him. With a shift of their steps, they closed in on the last 2 Aoshi tribesmen. More humans? One Aoshi caught sight of He Yu in the distance and felt hopeless. We're doomed. This human group is clearly stronger than the last one just now. We fought a big battle and got ambushed. How can we hold out? Bai Gu faced them head-on, merging strength and momentum. With a powerful chop, the thick shell cracked open diagonally for more than a foot, bone shards flying. The Ao's eyes courage shattered. Dropping his spear, he charged and grappled with Bai Gu, the 2 twisting and rolling down the hill together. Meanwhile, Midnight Red Tea moved like the wind, stepping lightly and shifting her form under the moonlight. Each strike expertly bypassed the thick armored plates to stab deep into the joints. Her opponents tried to counterattack but couldn't catch her shadow. Their strength was wasted. Within mere seconds, Midnight Red Tea had taken down her target. Wiping the slime from her blade, she walked directly to the heavily wounded Ao, she who had been blasted by He Yu, and with a raised tip, decisively ended his life. Bai Gu was a step slower, dragging his shattered shoulder armor back up the mountain slope, where only the seriously injured human remained. Midnight Red Tea's gaze fell on the man. Him? Save me. His voice was faint as dying breath. Bai Gu gripped his warblade tightly. The deed is done. We've come this far, how can we hesitate? No, we're all human, please spare me, but the blade fell, blood splashing. The gravely wounded man died. As for the one who ran away earlier, he also failed to escape. Heiyu had been stalking him through the night, hidden in darkness. As the man crossed the swamp's edge, Heiyu struck again. Two energy blasts hit him in quick succession, then a final shot sealed his fate. His body plunged into the muddy water, dissolved slowly by a black liquid until he and his gear vanished into nothingness. On the trial star, equipment and items cannot be looted. When their owner dies, their belongings disappear as well. This likely exists to preserve the trial star's balancia, direct form of consumption. Otherwise, each race would endlessly acquire without paying any price, causing unchecked accumulation and eventual chaos. A little over an hour later, the three from Baigu returned. Their haul this time was astonishing: 7 heads of trial participants, adding to the previous 3, making a total of 10 targets eliminated. That's equivalent to wiping out 2 entire teams. Even if they didn't claim first place, they would surely rank near the top on the leaderboard. Chuyu's eyes sparkled as she danced with excitement. You guys are incredible. Muhan Chuan was equally fired up. This round was fierce. We might really have a shot at breaking into the top 3. Those rewards must be huge. Baigu glanced around at everyone, suppressing his excitement but still steady in tone. With this many heads, we need to adjust our plan. While ensuring the team's safety, push forward as much as possible. Any objections? He knew no one would oppose him, yet he showed respect and inclusion. In team trials, morale and unity are your greatest weapons. I agree. Heiyu was the first to speak, his tone decisive. Worth trying. Midnight Red Tea nodded. Naturally, Muhan Chuan and Chiyu had no objections. In fact, the prospect of cracking the top 3 made them even more energized. Good. 3 hours until dawn. Rest up, then we move. After the brief briefing, Muhan Chuan sat by the cave entrance and drifted into a light sleep. He finally got a break after Chiyu had pulled him into conversation for a solid 3 hours. He half-joked that she might have ended up interrogating his entire birth chart if had cooperated. Baigu, Heiyu, and Midnight Red Tea each found their own corners to nap. Only Chiyu remained restless, tossing and turning, clutching her great axe, and sitting vigilantly by the entrance. At 6:30 a.m., the jigging wasteland welcomed its brightest moment. The sky held no sun, but a faint remnant of a rainbow stretched tenuously across the horizon. The black liquid that had pooled overnight on the ground quickly evaporated, revealing the formerly gray-black terrain beneath. Suddenly, a howling rose from all directions. Large, sharp-beaked birds flapped in from afar, each about 3 meters tall, their feathers a dark red, beaks razor-sharp and fierce. They descended, furiously pecking the soil tainted by black liquid overnight, seemingly drawn by some irresistible nutrient residue. Above the cave, several of these strange birds swooped down. One even jumped into the pit itself. The group awoke abruptly after less than 3 hours' sleep, swiftly arming themselves and holding their breath at the mouth of the cave. What now? Chiyu tugged Muhan Chuan's sleeve, opening her mouth, but no sound came out. He raised a finger to his lips, a silent command for quiet. There was no time to explain. Baigu stayed still, waiting for some of the birds overhead to fly away before signaling sharply, attack. Muhan Chuan charged out first, slamming his heavy shield into an unprepared bird, knocking it to the ground with a dull thud. The bird screeched fiercely, reacting fast. 2 thick claws lunged at him. Even more terrifying, its tail dragged a third, longer claw behind. The 2 front claws were blocked by his shield, but the tail claw swept hard at his side, stopped only by his void stomach armor, leaving a white scar. Baigu and Midnight Red Tea followed swiftly. Baiga's blade struck straight for the bird's head, while Midnight Red Tea's long sword pierced its chest. The bird's defense was impressive and vitality stubborn. After more than 10 successive strikes between the 2, it finally convulsed and fell still. At the cave entrance, Chiyu only peeked out with half her head, gripping her great axe but hesitating to rush in and help. Above, Heiyu called out a warning. More birds were coming. As expected, several monster birds flew toward the pit in answer to their companion's call. The closest one dove first, suddenly spotting a human standing on the body of one of its fallen comrades. It erupted into a piercing scream that rent the air, anger practically spitting from its beak. Muhan Chuan raised his heavy tower shield to meet the attack without the slightest sign of panic. Boom! The monstrous bird slammed into the shield with tremendous force, causing it to vibrate loudly. He went with the impact, stepping back firmly to steady himself. From both sides of the pit, Baigu and Midnight Red Tea, who had been lying in ambush, suddenly leapt out. Blades flashed with cold light, striking viciously at the monster bird's feathered back. Taking advantage of the brief weakening in the beast's momentum, Muhan Chuan took a step back and charged with his shoulder armor, knocking the monster bird over. Then he pressed down with the tower shield, pinning its wings. Baigu and Midnight Red Tea wielded their shields as spears, stabbing fiercely until they took down the first bird. Watching the seamless teamwork of the 2 veterans, Chiyu felt a restless itch inside. It wasn't as difficult as Shed thought. Only 2 birds and they handled them so easily. She gripped her great axe tighter, quietly gathering her strength. 2 more monstrous birds suddenly swooped down from above, a little farther away, their eyes still on the 2 corpses below. Everyone reverted to their old strategy. Baigu and Midnight Red Tea slipped into blind spots, while Mu Hanchuan crouched beside the bodies, acting as bait. As expected, the 2 birds were provoked into roaring and crashing forward with broken wings. Mu Hanchuan was even more cautious this time. He braced the tower shield straight on and drew a round shield to guard against their talons striking from behind. The moment they collided, Baigu slashed diagonally, precisely cutting off half a wing on one of the birds. Midnight Red Tea slipped behind it, sword poised for a vital strike. The narrow pit erupted into chaos. 3 people and 2 birds rolled and tumbled, feathers flying and rocks scattering everywhere. Chiyu couldn't hold back any longer. Gritting her teeth, she charged forward, her giant axe glowing blue with an assist device as she shattered the tough feathers, slicing deep slashes. The black-feathered figure remained still, back against the stone wall, alert to the surroundings. His grip on the bow didn't move a fraction, wouldn't reveal his ranged weapon unless absolutely necessary. The fierce struggle lasted a full minute before the group finally took down the last 2 birds together. As the fighting ended, Baigu and Mu Hanchuan bent down to harvest the spoils, expertly gouging out the monster eyes and cutting off the sharp black talons from the tails. The rest of the bodies were worthless. Midnight Red Tea brushed feathers from her tousled hair. She had been clawed, but still retained her proud expression as her long hair spilled over her shoulders. Chuyu was exhilarated, despite sleeplessness. Her first real team battle coursed with adrenaline through her veins. Midnight Red Tea, what are these monster birds? What exactly were they digging for? She asked eagerly. They're native creatures of the Trial Star, Midnight Red Tea explained patiently as she flicked feathers from her shoulder. A single talon sells for 80,000, the pair of eyes 50,000. The rest is basically worthless. Chuyu's eyes widened, as if discovering a new world. You can actually bring these back to sell? Absolutely. Our planet's goods can't enter the Trial Star, but all the spoils here can be brought back. Otherwise, where would those reagents, prescriptions, and tech blueprints sold on the market come from? The raw materials all come from mining here. So those eyes and claws are raw materials? Exactly. The eyes are a core ingredient in a certain enhancement reagent, bought by big companies for years. The claws can be made into weapons or ground into powder for pharmaceuticals, which supposedly boosts physical fitness. Chiyu tapped the bloodied handle of her axe, her eyes shining with excitement. So by taking down 4 of these, we basically earned 500,000? About. Midnight Red Tea raised an eyebrow with a smile. Too bad you don't get a share. Chiyu pouted. She knew well enough. With her flevel strength, even enhanced, she had only made a few shallow cuts that couldn't even penetrate their feather armor. That meant their defense was incredibly strong. Let's move. With the loot gathered, the team set off to relocate. The strange birds were too many, and the wasteland outside the Jijin Plains was fraught with danger but also held great opportunity. These creatures attacked any living being indiscriminately. As long as you stayed hidden deep enough, there was a chance to scavenge a prize. Originally, 57 teams had entered the trial zone, but 10 were lost overnight, leaving 47 remaining. This meant some teams were bound to be ambushed by the birds, whether by finding bird corpses or preying on isolated survivors. It was guaranteed profit. A fight where both sides suffered losses was an even bigger windfall. Heiyu led the way, briefly scouting before signaling the group to halt. Baigu and the others kept a distance of 50 meters, trailing silently. Once the path ahead was confirmed clear, they would weave forward. The team's pace wasn't fast, but steady and soundless. The terrain of Jijin Plains was rugged, snaking hills, deep ravines, chaotic clusters of black rock scudding the wasteland into a natural maze and offering crucial cover. Without these hiding spots, the bird swarms would have surrounded and torn them apart long ago. They progressed slowly, running for more than an hour. Along the way, they cooperated to take down 3 lone strange birds, but never stumbled upon another trial team. Where could the other teams have gone? I haven't seen a single one. Chuyu whispered, curiosity and concern mixing in her voice. Those birds only returned to their nests at 8. Midnight Tea explained thoughtfully as he watched the sky. No one's dumb enough to rush out now. Everyone's probably hiding, hoping to snatch some lone birds just like us. Just 15 minutes left, Baigu urged quietly, unwilling to return empty-handed. Speed up. Got it. Heiyu responded sharply, picking up the pace noticeably. 10 minutes later, they spotted their first target. There. Heiyu raised his hand, pointing into the distance. The group crouched behind a massive boulder, peering cautiously. About 500 meters away lay a Zerder warrior, nearly 4 meters tall, face up on the ground, blood streaming from deep wounds, and clearly unable to fight back. 3 gray-brown strange birds circled him, tearing at his flesh, blood spraying from their wings. Looks like he's not quite dead. Hei's gaze sharpened, fixating on the giant figure. Baigu, take the shot. End his suffering, he ordered in a low voice. On it. Baigu drew his energy rifle, raised it, locked on, and squeezed the trigger in one smooth motion. The blue-white energy bullet tore through the air, striking the Zerder's chest precisely. A spray of blood exploded in the distance, and a system notification beeped in their wristbands. Kill count 1. Baiga's personal record rose to 11. Run. Heyu barked, ducking down to sprint down the slope first. Chuyu froze for half a second, expecting they'd take care of the birds too. Seeing the others break into a full sprint, she bit down hard and pushed herself to run as fast as she could, almost as if her life depended on it. The birds, frustrated at losing their meal, screeched and flapped their giant wings as they surged after them. But the team was well trained, quickly clearing the next ridge and slipping into a narrow gap formed by 3 huge boulders. Heyu scouted inside. Baigu and Mu Hanchuan guarded the exit, and Chuyu pressed close to Mu Hanchuan's left arm, gasping for breath. The birds circled the ridge, cursing for a long while before finally giving up. They beat their wings and flew off, one even grabbing the Zerder's corpse as a parting gift. She had never run so fast in her life. If she had known they were going to run, she would have taken off ahead without hesitation. Mu Hanchuan silently shifted slightly to the side, trying to avoid that soft spot, but he couldn't help stealing a glance. Wrapped up so tightly, yet still so obvious. He wasn't a lecher, but a man's eyes have a mind of their own, instinctively locking onto certain places. It's uncontrollable. The surrounding silence was so deep that only the sound of wind rustling the grass and the hushed breaths of the group could be heard. Baigu, Heyu, and Midnight Red Tea crouched behind low rocks, their gazes fixed steadily on the sky ahead. Mu Hanchuan was pressed tightly against Chuyu, unable to move another step. The girl quietly tugged at his sleeve, her voice trembling. Are they coming after us? Don't worry, it's safe. They're gone, Baigu replied softly, glancing sideways and commenting casually, not bad so far. They're much better behaved than the bosses who came along last time. Chuyu nodded rapidly. That's good, she said quickly, clearly still shaken. Everyone's attention was originally focused on the 3 monstrous birds ahead, afraid that being spotted would bring more trouble. Just then, Midnight Red Tea frowned and signaled. There's something moving near that mountain behind us. Baigu listened carefully but only heard howling wind from a distance, no unusual sounds. He looked to Heyu, whose senses were sharpest. Heyu closed his eyes briefly and slowly nodded. There does seem to be something. Then there really is trouble, Baigu said quietly, making a decision. Wait 1 more minute, then we move to check. Nobody objected except Chuyu, who looked miserable at the thought of another long run. She muttered quietly. It's barely morning, and we've already been running over an hour. The minute passed quickly. The 3 birds in the distance finally flew farther and farther away until they vanished behind the clouds. Only then did the 5 silently slip out from cover and cautiously circle around to the big mountain behind them. Between the foot and the summit lay a stretch of scree and boulders. Without climbing, they couldn't see what was happening on the other side. They had barely covered a few hundred meters when fierce gusts suddenly roared overhead. 5 even larger monstrous birds swept past, so close the sound of their wings cutting through the air was like knives slashing ears. They looked extremely urgent, flying straight toward the opposite side of the mountain. The group immediately dropped low to stay hidden, but inside they were secretly pleased. This confirmed something major was happening, maybe a chance to strike. Quick, speed up, Baigu said in a low voice. Heyu, scout ahead first. Understood. Heyu pushed off on his toes, vanishing like a shadow. The group stretched out. For 3 minutes Heyu led. By the 4th, Baigu and Midnight Red Tea reached a concealed hollow near the summit. At the 5th minute, Mu Hanchuan finally dragged Chuyu along. The girl was panting, her face flushed red, practically hanging on his arm as he half dragged, half supported her. From the summit's broad vantage point, they finally saw the scene across. Below was a steep scree field, sharp rocks with no vegetation. Above, for members of the Blazing Plume tribe, their feathers glowing red-hot, were locked in fierce combat with more than 20 monstrous birds. The creatures attacked with hooked beaks and fierce wing beats, while the Blazing Plume warriors dove and rammed with wings of blazing flame, fire and blood, feathers intertwining and scattering across the sky. The air was thick with the smell of burning and iron-sweet blood, the shrill cries overhead piercing their eardrums. Blazing Plume again. Baigu narrowed his eyes. Maybe that one that fell last night was from this group. The scene's brutal. Midnight Red Tea withdrew her gaze. How are we supposed to snatch anyone in this chaos? Definitely no direct rush, Baigu analyzed calmly. They'll have to retreat. Once they can't hold out, we follow and look for a chance to strike. Can't do anything else, Heyu nodded. The 5 crouched low, ready to pursue at a moment's notice. Everyone steadied themselves and gripped their weapons tight. Only Chuyu collapsed on the scree, pale and gasping for breath. She weakly tugged Mu Hanchuan's sleeve and pleaded in a whisper, when it's time to run, please tell me first, let me go ahead. Mu Hanchuan felt helpless. How is she supposed to run in this state? Normally, he could run 10 times this distance without breaking a sweat, but with her dragging him along, he was starting to feel tired. He decided he'd better carry her next time, definitely no more being pulled around like this. After several more minutes of fierce fighting, the hillside below was stained with blood. The Chiang tribe had left behind 2 bodies torn to pieces, while fewer than 10 of the monster birds remained still relentlessly pursuing. As the enemy fled through the air, the group exchanged glances should they gather the spoils or chase after them immediately. All eyes turned to Baigu. Of course we chase, Baigu ordered in a low voice. It would be a shame if those 2 heavily wounded Chiang warriors escaped. Baigu said seriously, hey you're the fastest. Follow them first and mark the path. Well, gather the corpses and then give chase. Got it. Heiyu eagerly took off, soaring up the hillside. Get to work, be quick. Baigu commanded. Chiyu finally caught her breath, relief washing over her face. Baigu, Midnight Black Tea, and Mu jumped down the slope, working together with practiced efficiency, cutting out eyes, breaking tails and claws, plucking feathers. 14 monster bird corpses lay scattered among rocks and blood, roughly valued at over $1 million, all stuffed into backpacks. As for the Chiang tribe, only the softest, most splendid feathers were worth salvaging, and no one overlooked them. Last time, strong acid dissolved the wings of a monster bird, missing out on valuable loot, but this time, they wouldn't let that happen. Chiyu stuck to Mu like glue, as clingy as a patch stuck on skin. If not for some leftover shyness, she'd have jumped on his back outright. The trial star was full of dangers, and her teammates wouldn't let her go alone. They made her stick with the group. Mu, do we still have to chase a long way? She asked. Yeah, probably not close. We'll be running for hours, Mu Hanchuan replied, sheathing his curved blade, eyes scanning warily. We'll also have to watch out for other teams, might be a heating clash at any moment. Chiyu's heart tightened, and she murmured softly, I might not last that long if I can't keep up. Will you leave me behind? Mu Hanchuan glanced at her with mild helplessness. You're overthinking it. You're the core of the team. Wei won't leave anyone behind. If I can still run, I'll carry you. That's great. Chiyu's face brightened, a weight lifted from her chest. If you told me earlier you'd carry me, I wouldn't have worried so much. The 3 of them worked swiftly. In under 3 minutes, the cleanup was done, the $1 million+ worth of spoils packed away with ease. Let's go, keep up. Baigu stowed the last feathers and looked to Chiyu. You holding up all right? No problem. Chiyu pointed to Mu with confidence. If he can keep going, so can I. If she got too tired, he'd just carry her. It made perfect sense. Mu Hanchuan sighed quietly. Luckily, she was light. If it were some big guy, no way would he carry them. Baigu and Midnight Black Tea exchanged a knowing glance, but didn't tease. Well then, stay alert, Baigu said, waving them onward. Got it. Understood. The old formation fell into place. Baigu led. Midnight Black Tea covered the rear. Mu and Chiyu flanked the middle. The 4 kept moving swiftly along the ridge, following the trail marked by Heiyu. An hour later, Heiyu stopped in front of a deep underground ravine, his eyes fixed on the dim depths below where the 2 panicked Jiling tribe beasts were hiding. Earlier, several massive monstrous birds had chased them here, but, due to the narrow cave entrance, no matter how fiercely they slashed with claws or pecked at the rock walls, they couldn't squeeze inside. Frustrated, they circled overhead, howling angrily for several minutes before reluctantly flying away. Taking advantage of the moment, Heiyu carefully surveyed the surroundings. The deep pit had a main entrance about 2 meters high, enough for a person to stand upright, surrounded by several narrow tunnels just wide enough for a single person to crawl through. The 2 large Jiling creatures could only use the main entrance because of their size, but for humans, the small tunnels were spacious enough to sneak in and flank from behind, avoiding a risky, heat-in confrontation. Heiyu thought to himself, this terrain was a godsend. Now they just needed the team to arrive before making a move. The injured Jiling inside were busy nursing their wounds, unlikely to leave anytime soon. Heiyu decided to stand guard by the ravine, alert for any other unexpected trouble nearby. 2 hours later, as the clock struck 11, Baigu and the others finally arrived. They had encountered another reorganized squad on the way, who were also hunting the same prey. They had to hide behind some ruins for half an hour before moving on. Just as Heiyu expected, Chuyu was indeed piggybacking on Mu Hanchuan, though now she had switched from the shouldering a sack position to the more comfortable riding piggyback style. She only held on like that for 10 minutes before resigning herself. After all, someone was taking care of her, so why struggle? Mu Hanchuan carried her the rest of the way. Even when they rested for half an hour, Baigu didn't let Chuyu run on her own, worried about slowing down the group. Chuyu complained about the stiffness on Mu Hanchuan's shoulder and simply switched to riding on his back, looking as relaxed as a lazy cat on a trip. Midnight Hongcha gave a meaningful glance at the 2 of them. She was usually the one to initiate friendliness, but Mu Hanchuan barely acknowledged her gestures. Yet now, he happily played the hard laborer. Was this genuine affection, or was he trying to take advantage of the naive young lattice inexperience for his own benefit? Not a bad idea, but the complicated background behind Chuyu was far from easy to handle. Seeing his teammates arrive, Heiyu didn't ask about the details of their journey and quickly explained the situation. Baigu paused briefly, then swiftly issued orders. Mu, block the main entrance Heaton. Midnight Hancha, and I will sneak in through the small tunnels to take them out swiftly. The space inside is tight, those wings won't get you airborne and they're injured, so we can finish this fast. No problem, Mu Hanchuan nodded. He understood his role was crucial. If he could hold the entrance, those two Jiling creatures wouldn't be able to escape by any means. Baigu then looked at Yu. You're in charge of the perimeter watch, and keep an eye on Yu. Yu wasn't thrilled about playing babysitter, but responded with a low voice. Unexpectedly, Yu spoke up first, her tone laced with disdain. No need for him to watch me. He'll stick with Mu and can help with the fight. Mu Hanchuan sighed silently at the honor, but didn't protest. Seeing this, Baigu didn't insist further and only added one last instruction. Mu, make sure you keep her safe. The underlying meaning was that giving up on blocking the entrance was a last resort. Protecting the employer remained the top priority. Mu Hanchuan immediately caught on, nodding slightly. This young lady was actually easy to work with, just a gentle reminder was enough to keep her in line. As long as things were handled prudently, no trouble would arise. Since there was no objection, it was time to act, and the faster the better. Baigu and Midnight Red Tea quietly circled toward the small rear cave. Mu Hanchuan descended the slope with his shield, approaching the main cave entrance, about 1.8 meters high. Though his heavy shield fully unfolded was only 1.5 meters tall, it was enough to block the exit crucially. He couldn't let those two Chilean clan beasts burst out. Chiyu held her breath, the axe handle slick with sweat. She crouched low behind him, trying to keep her footsteps silent. 30 seconds later, sounds of fierce fighting suddenly erupted inside the cave. The moment had come. Mu Hanchuan leapt forward abruptly, springing down from a giant rock 7 or 8 meters above. With the echo of his landing, his heavy shield slammed against the cave mouth. Thick metal clanged hard on stone, the thunderous noise ringing out. The shield's face instantly expanded to 1.5 meters high and 2 meters wide, barring most of the opening. Immediately, a bulky figure charged violently out of the darkness, slamming against the shield hard enough to drag it half a meter along the ground. Mu Hanchuan grunted and used every ounce of strength to push the shield back into position. Less than 3 seconds later, a second, even fiercer impact followed, accompanied by furious roars from the Chilean beasts. They realized something was wrong and fought desperately to break free. Though severely wounded, their explosive power was enough to numb Mu Hanchuan's arm. No wonder they had smashed through a flock of monstrous birds before. Hey you, get in there and help, he shouted over the shield, warning Yu on lookout above that the situation inside was far worse than expected. Without hesitation, Yu spun and dashed toward the small rear cave. Only then did Chiyu arrive at the cave entrance. She didn't dare jump down, instead using both hands and feet to clamber down the slope. As soon as she landed, she pressed herself against the heavy shield, bracing her shoulders hard against it. Though she lacked strength, her determination was flawless in Mu Hanchuan's eyes. The most difficult moment was endured with sheer grit. Mu Hanchuan judged that if they held out a little longer, those two Chilean beasts would no longer have any chance of escape. Bang! Another heavy blow hit. Mu Hanchuan was forced back half a step, but Chiyu was knocked flat onto the ground. Ignoring the scraped elbow, she rolled over, got back up, and pressed against the shield again. She kept peeking through the gaps between the shield and the cave wall, axe raised and ready. Subsequent impacts gradually weakened significantly. The staccato clashes inside between Baigu, the other two, and the Chilean beasts clearly exhausted their opponents. If their team could finish quickly without serious injury, they would pass the trial in the next 2 days with no problem. Seeing a gap wide enough, Chiyu swung her great axe along the top edge of the shield several times. Each strike cut through the air, but every blow missed. Mu Hanchuan frowned anxiously. Just quiet down and help hold the heavy shield steady. Stop wasting energy messing around. After several dozen seconds, Baigu came out dragging his injuries. His chest and arms were covered with several deep, long scratches and claw marks. Fortunately, he was wearing an 11 defensive suit, so although the wounds looked frightening, they weren't serious. Baiguo's appearance signaled that the fight inside the cave was truly over. Only then did Mu Hanchuan put away his heavy shield and approach him, asking, "Do you need a medkit? It can only be used twice per kit, so they're pretty precious." "No need." Baiguo waved his hand, his voice hoarse but firm. "The wounds aren't serious. It's only the first day today. I can hold on. Don't use the medkit unless absolutely necessary." Mu Hanchuan nodded, said nothing more, and turned to enter the cave to start plucking feathers. Inside, the light was dim. Midnight Red Tea was sitting on a protruding rock, bent over tending to her wounds. Hearing footsteps, she quietly turned inward, as if wary of someone spying on her. Mu Hanchuan silently thought, "Now I feel like watching," but ignored it and moved to a severed body of a Churing tribesman, bending down to pluck a dozen or so of the most valuable feathers. Nearby, Yu was also busy by another corpse. "Let me try." Chuyu stepped over curiously. Sure." Mu Hanchuan hesitated briefly, but nodded. Better to have someone willing than no one at all. He gave a brief explanation. "The underside of Churing wings is the most fragile. Those feathers are the softest, most delicate, and most beautiful, only about a dozen. Just pluck those, the rest aren't worth much. That's simple? Chuyu tested. Of course, it's not difficult, Muhanchuan shrugged. With permission granted, Chuyu grabbed one wing of the corpse with both hands and pulled hard, surprised by how heavy it was. Almost 100 Gene, about 110 pounds for half a wing. She wondered silently if flapping those wings alive ever felt tiring. If it had been a human corpse, she probably would have been nauseous and trembling, but facing a foreign race's body surprisingly didn't bother her much. After getting 6 feathers, she moved to the other wing, pulling off 7 more, 13 in total. The feathers were mostly red, but each showed layers of varying shades, with occasional streaks of lighter color and brilliant shine. These feathers would make a beautiful hat if woven properly, she said, waving them in front of Muhanchuan. Mu, what do you think? Maybe, Muhanchuan replied vaguely. When we get back, don't sell them. They'll pay the market price and have someone design a hat. They'll make one for you guys to see. Sounds worth trying. Just tell Baigua. Muhanchuan didn't object. Great. If I get enough feathers, they'll make 2 hats, one for you. Want one? Muhanchuan almost didn't react, his face stiffening in surprise. I thank you. Better give it to your mother, she might like it more. Oh, you blockhead. Chuyu muttered under her breath. Although this round successfully killed 2 Churing tribe members, the team had used up considerable energy, and 2 key fighters were injured. They had to find a place to rest soon. The entrance of the cave was too noisy, so everyone withdrew quickly. Half an hour later, they arrived at a chaotic area crisscrossed by dozens of massive ravines. The rugged terrain with uneven rocks was perfect for hiding. The group chose a moderately sloped spot and immediately began digging a shelter. Heiyu left alone to gather in grass nearby, also replenishing the team's food and water. Chuyu watched everyone busy and remembered a small natural hole they had passed on the way. She couldn't help but ask, why don't we just use that small cave we saw earlier? Why dig our own? This is a trial planet. Better safe than sorry, Muhanchuan said without looking up. A dugout is easier to defend and makes us feel more secure. All right, Chuyu touched her nose and leaned back, temporarily denied the right to dig, left standing idly. Suddenly, her stomach started rumbling since she hadn't eaten those roots last night. She was already starving and really couldn't hold out much longer. The soil here was quite loose, so digging went much faster, finished in just an hour. When the tunnel was ready, the damp, earthy smell still lingered in the air. Heiyu darted back like a shadow, his coat tails kicking up dust as he crouched silently to one side. Without a word, he quickly started processing the recently gathered in grass with his dagger. He chopped up the roots, then carefully squeezed out the sticky sap little by little, separating it meticulously from the pulp, working with the precision of a finely tuned machine. Chiyu stayed quietly by Muhanchuan's side. Sneaking glance at this moment, she didn't mind that in grass was just a weed. Her hunger made it easier to swallow. Half an hour later, the pale green grass juice was finally ready. Heiyu portioned it out, the first serving to midnight red tea, the second to Baigu, and only then did he place the last 2 before Muhanchuan and Chiyu. Throughout the exchange, Heiyu and Chiyu avoided eye contact, the atmosphere icy as 2 knives stuck side by side in the ground. Only after Heiyu returned to his corner did Chiyu slowly lift her bowl, chewing deliberately, murmuring softly, not that bad. A fair appraisal of the ingrass. At 3 in the afternoon, the first day of the trial officially ended. The results exceeded everyone's expectations. 13 trial badges collected, not the highest number, but enough to place in the top 5. Additionally, they captured 21 monster birds and recovered 4 war trophies from the Fiery Feather tribe, a substantial gain. Baigu was in high spirits, clapping his armored hands and loudly declaring, today's operation was a success. Well done, everyone, especially Chuyu. Excellent performance. Keep it up tomorrow. Midnight Red Tea smiled and reminded, the first day is always the messiest. Won't be so easy to find openings tomorrow. Baigu nodded, do your best. Tomorrow's target is 10, the day after 5. Complete that, top 3 is within reach. Then it's down to luck, Midnight Red Tea shrugged. Baigu turned to ask, Mu, how's your large shield holding up? Durability at 60, no major damage, Muhanchuan replied tersely. Good. Baigu showed his approval. Having replenished her energy, Chiyu was already drowsy and whispered, are we going out again? If not, she planned to catch up on sleep. Could you believe she stayed up all night yesterday? With nightfall just hours away, Baigu decided, stay in the tunnel tonight, rest well. We move at 6 tomorrow morning. Okay, got it. No sooner said than done. Chiyu flipped onto her side facing the tunnel wall and fell asleep instantly. Watch shifts every 3 hours. Baigu arranged the night guard and gestured to Muhanchuan to rest too. Leaning against his large shield, Mu closed his eyes to recuperate. At midnight, it was Muhanchuan's turn to stand watch. Outside, the wind sweeps grains of sand past the entrance, but his gaze was as still as a pool of stagnant water, without the slightest ripple. Baigu and Midnight Red Tea were sound asleep, and Chiyu had been out since the afternoon, breathing slow and steady without waking. Elsewhere, Heiyu, fully rested, couldn't contain his restlessness. Gathering his weapons, he silently slipped out of the tunnel, hoping to try his luck under cover of night and maybe catch a lone trial participant. He truly was remarkably diligent. Mu Hanchuan merely glanced at him without stopping him. This man's skills were formidable, and his solitary nature even stronger, hard to get through to, but he handled his duties well. Best to leave him be. Wasn't the kind to show courtesy. Outside, the sky was an impenetrable black, and the ground had been completely corroded by a thick, dark liquid, leaving only jagged black rocks as precarious footholds. Yu carefully stepped across the uneven stone, cautiously feeling his way forward in the dimness, inching toward the distance. A fog-like darkness separated him from his companions, and all he could hear was his own breathing and the faint sizzling sound as the corrosive liquid ate away at the rocks beneath his feet. Expecting the entire chartered team to dare venture with him was unrealistic. Every trial here came with a high price, and any mistake could cost their sponsor a fortune. If he truly wanted to compete for rankings, he would have to join a band of desperados who operated by unspoken rules, chasing glory regardless of risk or survival. You would gladly join such a crew, but true experts were hard to gather. The right lineup appeared maybe once every 6 months. The makeshift teams in the underground ant network were uneven in skill, neither strong enough to rank nor safe to trust. Even worse, he was strapped for cash and couldn't afford to pay the Silver Star keys for every expedition. Given all that, he could only rely on himself to work harder, pushing all his effort to snag a chance for the team in front of him. At 3:30 a.m., Yu quietly returned to the cave entrance. Mu Hanchuan glanced up at him and, seeing his downcast expression, assumed he had come back empty-handed and didn't press for details. At dawn, the blood-red remnant of a rainbow streaked across the horizon again. The Whitebone squad readied themselves for a new day's mission. After a full 12 hours of rest, Yu looked revitalized and flicked her long hair to shake off the last traces of sleepiness. Each of the 5 smeared a layer of the shadow mimic spider blood Yu had brought back onto their armor. The dark red membrane masked their scent. Then they filed out of the cave in single file. The tactics remained the same. Yu would take the lead to scout ahead and confirm safety. Then the other 4 would follow. They would stick to the tangled, rocky terrain, avoiding open ground whenever possible. Setting off with hopeful spirits, they set a modest goal of capturing 10 targets that day. Yet luck remained unkind. Until the blood-red rainbow faded and the monstrous birds withdrew around 8 o'clock, they had found nothing, not even traces of other challengers. Their sole accomplishment was slaying 10 lone bird-like monsters along the way. Yu stamped her sore legs and muttered, "Where's everyone? We haven't seen a single person today." She'd been worried about fierce competition before setting out, but now the silence made her uneasy. Midnight Red Tea shrugged. The silent wasteland is enormous, and many teams purposely hide instead of competing for rankings, so it's normal we don't run into them. So what about our 10 targets? Yes voice trailed off. To improve their results, they'd have to seek out other squads' hideouts, but that would double the risk. She glanced instinctively at Mu Hanchuan beside her. If he dared charge in, she wouldn't fall behind. Yu agreed on taking the initiative, but Whitebone shook his head decisively. The team couldn't afford such a reckless gamble. They would stick to the original plan and try once more. If still nothing came of it, they would give up. At exactly 10, a breakthrough appeared. The team was traversing a desolate slope strewn with rocks when, about 100 meters ahead, a flat grassy patch suddenly appeared. Ankle-high grass, dense and neatly trimmed as if cared for. From their higher vantage, they spotted a lone velvet horn trudging cautiously across the lawn. Over 2 meters tall and covered in thick fuzz, it resembled a moth from Earth, but was flightless. 3 curved horns jutted from its upper body, gleaming grayish-white in the sunlight. Just that one. Couldn't be more foolish, Yu whispered. The whole team dared not step onto the grass, but it wandered alone. Maybe it's a rookie scout, Midnight Red Tea mused, stroking his chin. Whitebone asked quietly, "What's the plan?" Yes gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, he said, "We finally caught one. There's no way we're letting it go." Whitebone thought for a moment, then said, You circle behind it and block its retreat. Midnight Red Tea and I were lying in ambush. If he moved toward us, we'd seize the chance to take him down. If no opportunity arose, we'd reveal ourselves and go on the offensive. Blackfeather just had to strike decisively. 1 hit, no misses. Blackfeather nodded silently and slipped into the rocky thicket, vanishing in an instant. You and Yu stay back and provide support. Keep watch on the surroundings. No problem. All right, move out. Whitebone and Midnight Red Tea stayed low to the ground, holding their breath as they crawled toward the patch of grass ahead. The moonlight was cool. Droplets clung to the tips of the grass and slipped off at the slightest touch. This velvet horn tribe is so disgusting. Yu clenched her shirt. She'd been afraid of fuzzy insects since she was little, and now here she was, facing monsters this big on the edge of the galaxy. Mu chuckled softly. Our galaxy is huge. We know of 77 advanced civilizations, all at least as intelligent as humans, not counting many others yet to be documented. Can they participate in the trials, too? No, the trials are only for the intelligent species within these 77 civilizations. But eventually, all of them will meet. When technology finally supports interstellar expeditions, that'll be the first act of an all-out war. Every civilization, every species, none spared. A battle for survival, with only one victor and no turning back. Hope that day comes slowly, so I can develop first, Chiyu pouted. I want to join the Planetary Union Army, then become a female officer. Mu responded quietly, keep working hard. Mu, you're so amazing. If you join the army too, we'll be partners. I've got your back. Thanks, haven't thought about it yet. Mu lowered his voice, teasing, if it comes to that, maybe you'll be the one carrying you everywhere. Below the hill, the target appeared. The velvet horn suddenly deviated from its route, not moving toward their ambush spot, but veering west instead. Plan failed. Execute plan B, I hissed. In the next instant, white bone and midnight red tea burst out of the grass blades, flashing coldly, their movements sharp and efficient. No wasted words, ruthless as if they weren't green recruits. The velvet horn was caught off guard by the sudden threat, looking around wildly, but finding no allies. It panicked and fled back the way it came. Instinct told it that the unknown path might harbor more traps, and only retreating offered a chance to survive. But on that escape route, Black Feather lay motionless like a ghost. 20 seconds later, bang! A dull thud shattered the night. We got him, Chiyu whispered excitedly. Dust settled. Black Feather stood with his blade drawn. The velvet horn lay motionless. It'd been so focused on the pursuing troops and possible ambushes from the flanks that it never expected the path ahead to be sealed. Midnight Red Tea soon arrived, delivering several finishing strikes to end it completely. Those 3 horns are pretty valuable, Black Feather said, crouching to inspect them. Too heavy, hard to carry, I frowned. Hide them for now, take them on the last day, Midnight Red Tea suggested, clearly in sync with Black Feather. Sounds good. Black Feather nodded and snapped off the 3 thick bony horns. Blood trailed down along the grooves. He wiped it off casually. Okay, you two take the horns. They'll scout the area to find a hiding spot and let it interfere with our mission. Got it. Having secured their first target of the day, the team pressed on without pause. Around midday, they ambushed a lone straggler hiding behind some bushes, dispatching the target quickly and efficiently. But after that, there were no further signs of activity. Compared to yesterday, the difficulty had clearly jumped several levels. Tonight's goal, set the previous evening, now seemed utterly unrealistic. What should we do? Midnight Red Tea whispered to Whitebone. Maybe we should just give up. This is wasting time and energy. Only 4 of them remained in the team, with Black Feathers still scouting farther out. Whitebone thought of Black Feathers' pa that knew why that guy pushed so hard, and that he would never give up easily. He definitely won't agree. Keep searching. Find tonight's hideout before 3 o'clock. Mu Hanchuan remained silent. He wasn't close with anyone else in the group, except for this young lady, Chu Yu, with whom he had exchanged the most words. Since everyone had decided to continue, he had no objections. Continuing onward, Chu Yu appeared visibly more relaxed than yesterday. After all, they had yet to face any real danger today. Mu, what do you do in real life? She teased, swinging her heavy axe. I'm a performer. Humph, you're lying. No, I'm not. Then forget performing, come work for me. Your job would be to protect me, and you can name your salary. I'm not a good person. Chu Yu pouted, her nose curling slightly upward. Another lie. You can't even act the bad guy convincingly. Mu Hanchuan pulled his cloak tighter and fell silent. Truth was, he didn't consider himself a truly good man. At 2 p.m., Black Feather's radio crackled to life. Target spotted. The team hurried to the coordinates. It was a fractured cliff, nearly 100 meters tall, with sheer edges on both sides. The cliff face was riddled with holes of varying depths, some just large enough for one person to curl up inside, others dark and bottomless. Everyone instinctively looked up, assuming someone hid within the caves. Black Feather, however, pointed down below. Huh, wrong guess. Chu Yu blinked. Below, Black Feather added succinctly. 2 Jiachi clan members, average strength, hiding in an underground cave. What's the terrain like down there? Whitebone asked. There's only one path. Good. Let's go down together. Mu and Chu Yu block the exit. Black Feather confirms the target's location. Midnight Red Tea and I will cover the rear. Understood. Black Feather was the first to leap into the crevice. Mu Hanchuan followed silently, landing as steady as a rock. Chu Yu, axe in hand, trailed close behind. Whitebone and Midnight Red Tea descended cautiously. Midway down, Chu Yu lowered her voice. Mu, want to go in together and help? No need. This thrown-together ragtag group has a weak target we can handle. Oh, she relaxed, then asked, are these kinds of brutal fights common in these trials? Not really. But Mu Hanchuan glanced around. Any trial without explicit bans can lead to people turning on each other. Danger is everywhere. Even in search trials? Search trials are actually the most deadly, especially when rare or valuable items appear. Oh, Chu Yu suddenly understood the bloodiest fights hide where the stakes are highest. While they talked, the underground fight ended quickly. Black Feather returned, bringing with him the scent of blood. The Jiachi clan foes posed little challenge, and the battle was brief. No more delays, Whitebone urged immediately. Find a place to rest. Today's haul ends here, just 4 kills. At this rate, tomorrow could be even worse. 13 plus 4, only 17 challengers had been defeated so far. With that result, aiming for a top 3 finish was almost impossible. Their only hope was to get lucky. Maybe other teams would all be wiped out by those monstrous birds, and their own score wouldn't look so bad by comparison. The group quickly gathered and broke camp. About 10 kilometers south of yesterday's site, they selected an abandoned underground tunnel complex, a labyrinth of twisting passages resembling a spider's web. This will do, Mu Hanchuan said as he surveyed the area and assigned tasks. Hey you, scout ahead and gather some ingrass. Midnight Red Tea, you come with me to explore the other tunnels. Everyone stay alert. Hey you and Midnight Red Tea exchanged a glance, but nodded in agreement. Mu Hanchuan began searching for the most defensible position. An hour later, the team members returned one by one. The exhilaration from the day before had long since faded. No one spoke, and a heavy gloom hung in the air. Facing the blood-soaked trial, they could hardly see any hope of passing through. In a different trial, this team's strength might not guarantee first place, but at least they would gain something. Now, they faced the prospect of walking away empty-handed. After replenishing water and energy, everyone sought a quiet corner to rest, saving what strength they could for the final day tomorrow. Chewing grass for days to stave off hunger, Chuyu was close to breaking. Grass sustained life, but could not fill an empty stomach. She was dizzy with hunger, suffering a torment she had never experienced before. Night pressed down like ink. Before midnight, Heiyu slipped out of camp again earlier than the night before. Bailu and Midnight Red Tea disapproved of his risky moves, but said nothing to stop him. Chuyu, who had napped through the afternoon but still couldn't sleep due to hunger, watched him go and muttered under her breath. Why is he going out again? Mu Hanchuan didn't reply but calmly said, only those who don't easily give up stand a chance at success, even if it's a faint one. Chuyu glanced at him, thinking, he sounds so cultured. Then she pursed her lips. She thought it was probably just empty words. Better to save her energy, since there would be other trials anyway. But maybe he was really anxious after all. Outside, the night was as black as ink. Mu Hanchuan gazed silently, his expression somber. Everyone carries their own story. Who can truly understand them all? This time, Heiyu set out earlier and went farther. The night hung over the land like a thick curtain. This was his last chance. If he came up empty again tonight, once dawn broke, there would be no more opportunities. At 1 o'clock in the morning, he searched back and forth over the barren rocky slope, finding nothing. Still, he didn't lose heart. His footsteps remained swift and determined. By 2 a.m., he still hadn't found anything. He judged that his luck along this route had run completely dry, so he decisively changed course. Following the rugged mountain path, he raced toward the cliff he had surveyed during the day, hoping for a stroke of fortune. At 3 a.m., the silence was so deep it sent chills down his spine. Even the wind seemed swallowed up. Heiyu reached the top of the cliff and scanned the pitch-black stone face, still empty. If he delayed any longer, by 4 a.m. the black rocks would be submerged beneath the dark liquid, making retreat almost impossible. He knew exactly how much was at stake. He couldn't risk dragging down the whole team. Otherwise, who would want to partner with him again? Turning to leave, he took the first step home. Thud! A heavy impact crashed down from above, bursting in the night sky about 500 meters away. Cold light flashed in Heiyu's eyes. There was a fight going on. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the sound. Inside a cave high on the cliff, a squad of the Sha Wing clan was ambushed. From the start, 2 clan members were killed in a sneak attack, leaving only 3 of them clinging to survival. To avoid other teams, they had deliberately chosen to move camp at dawn to this steep cliff, ideal for concealment and movement advantages, but were still pinpointed in the dead of night. Sis, go save Ailey. The youngest, Xena, wings glistening with tears, fluttered as she tried to rush back. Don't come back for me, run. From afar, Ailey dragged her battered body, fighting for life, roaring her urgent command. Sha Wing people were notoriously weak in close combat. They relied on exceptional stealth and agility, combining ranged attacks to hunt. Nisa looked at her lover fighting wounded and alone, then at her younger sister mere steps away. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed Xena and leapt off the cliff. Their translucent membrane wings suddenly unfurled. The 3 of them sliced through the night sky. Torn between love and family, Nisa chose her sister. No, Ailey will die. Xena cried out midair. We can't save her. Don't waste what she's sacrificed. We have to live to fight another day. Nisa struggled to steady her flight, forcing calm into her trembling voice. Nisa and Ailey had fought side by side through countless trials, always just scraping through, which bred a subconscious arrogance toward other clans. That's why they brought Xena along to train. But this time, luck was against them. The Sha Wing clan had distinctive features: silver blue, semi-transparent skin faintly shimmering in moonlight, slender, elongated limbs, membrane wings on their backs that could suddenly unleash incredible speed, glowing with a soft silver light in flight. Special cells in their skin granted near invisibility in complex environments, typically combined with ranged weapons for stealth attacks. Their heads had no hair, but ringed antennae that detected subtle energy fluctuations, predicting incoming ranged attacks early. But their glaring weakness was close combat. Unfortunately, this enemy was far too strong, and even with warnings they couldn't evade the fatal surprise strike. Another unique feature, the Sha Wing reproduced asexual Lithi were an all-female clan. Nice's lover was female too. In a shadowed corner, Heiyu blended completely into the darkness, watching silently. The last Silkwing Guardian blocking the way did not hold out long, her wings broken and lacking close combat skills. She collapsed within moments, disintegrating on the spot as her shattered feathers drifted down the cliff. The ambushers were a highly unusual race, the Crusa clan from the Crew Star system. Though only about 1.2 meters tall, these diminutive warriors' individual combat prowess was modest, yet they ranked among the top 3 strongest groups in the galaxy, with technology equally unmatched. The Crusoe excelled in explosive leaps, so rapid they could almost teleport. The naked eye often couldn't track their next landing point. Even more daunting was their nearly flawless team coordination, seamless, impeccable. Not even Hei Yes' own squad could gain any advantage against them. Hei Yes' sole verdict on them was clever, and each member was frighteningly so. Once detected by them, escape was nearly impossible. Heiyu dared not linger. He slipped silently from the shadows, sprinting full speed after the 2 fleeing Silkwing. 5 o'clock. Heiyu had still not returned. Mu Hanchuan stepped out of the tunnel, the surface outside now churned and covered by the black liquid, with only a few stable rocks left to stand on. Where had Heiyu gone? Or had something happened to him? Not long after, Baigu and Midnight Red Tea emerged from the cave as well. Midnight Red Tea's voice was low and heavy. He might be in trouble. Baigu's expression was cold. For someone like him, it's only a matter of time. How many of us can truly make it to the end? Mu Hanchuan remained unwilling to accept it. Should we go look for him? No. Baigu declined firmly. If he's alive, he'll come back. If something's really happened, no one can save him anyway. Midnight Red Tea and Mu Hanchuan fell silent, acknowledging the harsh truth in those words. 6 o'clock. Dawn broke, and countless monstrous birds flew in from all directions, gathering over the desolate plain. The black liquid covering the earth began to recede, life slowly returning. At a range of gray-black hills, Heiyu had tracked his quarry this far. The Silkwings flew at incredible speeds, but had limited stamina. Once out of danger, they folded their wings and climbed on foot, hopping precisely from one black rock to the next with brief wing beats, conserving energy and avoiding detection. This was how Heiyu finally closed the distance. Sister, you're hurt. Is it serious? Hiding between 2 massive stones, Xena cried out, newly noticing the blood staining her sister Ness's abdomen, clearly a severe injury. I'm fine, I can still hold on. Nais gritted her breath. The evil owl beast is almost here. We have to find a cave to Hidino stopping. The so-called evil owl beast was the monster bird that Mu Hanchuan and others called a nemesis of the Silkwing. Since targeted, any stealth tactic would be useless. How can you move like this? Let me heal your wound first. Go. Nais cut her off strictly. There's no time. If we don't find shelter soon, we're all dead. Remember, this is the trial. Either the outsiders die, or we die. Even if I die, you must live and return. Sister, you will be fine. We will survive and come back. Xena wiped away her tears, hoisted her sister onto her back, flapped her wings, and raced farther away to find a hiding place. Heiyu watched coldly from a distance, then glanced back at the sky. In the dawn, more and more dark specks pressed closer. The monstrous birds churned at the horizon. The Silkwings were extremely sensitive to environmental and energy fluctuations. Getting close was difficult, and ranged attacks were ineffective, making them very hard to kill. Without close combat skills, Heiyu was momentarily helpless. He looked back toward the horizon again. A cliffside cave was partially hidden beneath a patch of strange grass, one of the few plants on the desolate Jijin wasteland resilient against the corrupting black ooze. Inside this faintly concealed entrance, the Silkwing sisters, Naisha and Xena, huddled together. They had hoped to find a safer hiding spot, but the sudden appearance of the malevolent crow beasts left no time to move. Exhausted and grievously wounded, Naisha slumped against the rocky wall, her wing membranes seeping golden-red blood that traced delicate veins along the folds. Xena knelt beside her, pressing against the wound while channeling their clan's secret healing rites to aid her sister. Sister, you'll be fine. We'll get out of here together. Xena's voice trembled, but her gaze was resolute. Her mind replayed memories of the fallen tribe members, and the image of Aloy, the entire clan reduced now to just these 2 sisters. Struggling through pain, Naisha whispered, Xena, remember what I say. If something happens to me, don't wait for Marin on your own. No, we have only half a day left. This cave is hidden. Crow beasts can't find us here. We'll hold out. Xena shook her head, biting back doubt. Naisha stared into her sister's eyes, letting out a weary sigh. I hope so. Before the words could fully settle, An explosion tore through the cliff face above. Jagged rock shards crashed down, sending dust billowing at the cave's mouth. Naisha's pupils shrank. Ignoring the searing pain, she sprang to her feet. That's a distortion shard. We've been exposed. Run. The shockwave made Xena's ears ring as she grabbed her unsteady sister. Sister, he'll carry you. Don't. This noise was a trap set by other hostile clans to lure the crow beasts here. They won't attack directly. They want the beasts to wipe us out. If we delay any longer, it'll be over. No, we'll go together. Quiet. We're marked. If I die here, maybe I can hold them off. But if we both stay, we both die. You still have a chance alone. Sister, think of nothing else. Head north, keep running. Find somewhere to hide. Wait out the trial. You can do this. I can't. You must. Naisha's voice thundered as she shoved Xena deep into the cave, then dashed out through the collapsing entrance. Outside, the harsh wind whipped dust and stinging grit. In the distance, 5 crow beasts had been drawn to the commotion, howling as they smashed dry stones underfoot and lunged toward any sign of life. Naisha flapped desperately along the mountain path, deliberately stirring greater noise to fix their attention on herself. Among the rubble, a shadow watched the cave entrance Hayu. She glanced at the dark cavern and then at the fleeing, badly injured Silkwing sisters. Since the pair had split, capturing both was impossible. Securing one now was the priority. No matter what, we must take her down, Hayu whispered hoarsely from the shadows. Naisha's wounds worsened, and her flight grew erratic as the 5 crow beasts closed in. Feigning weakness, she stopped abruptly as one beast lunged near, then flipped sharply her long spear, charged for 10 minutes, roared to life, sending a deep violet beam straight through the creature's skull. Ugh, the crow beast's head exploded. Its body arced violently before collapsing silently to the ground. The remaining 4 beasts, enraged, spread out to encircle her, tearing through the air with savage force. Gritting her teeth, Naisha weaved between towering rocks, sparks flying as her wings brushed jagged stone. Her spear was spent. Only a lighter ranged weapon charged for 5 minutes remained, far weaker. Though the body armor at her waist offered some protection, it was nearly useless against crow beasts. She could maybe take down one more at great risk, but escaping alive was unlikely. Still, she resolved to gamble her last chance. Phantom dance. She beat her wings fiercely, halting midair. Her slender feathers sliced silver arcs as they flicked out, scattering shimmering silver dust, the Silkwing clan's secret blinding powder. In an instant, the powder filled the air like a rain of shattered silver, veiling the sky. The crow beast's vision was scrambled. They bellowed in rage and confusion, crashing wildly off course like headless beasts, their snarls of fury echoing through the chaos. More corrupted hawk beasts heard their comrades' cries and charged from the distance. Blackfeather lay prone in a collapsed pit, her cold eyes scanning above. She searched the air intently but couldn't catch sight of the Silkwing, a member of the elusive Silkwing tribe who had just activated her E-rank stealth skill, a desperate move that often saved her life in critical moments. After a brief concealment, Nasha finally ran out of energy. Her wings trembled weakly and lost power. She staggered downward, barely able to keep herself aloft, crashing awkwardly toward the ground. In this desperate state, escape was no longer possible. Just then, dozens of hawk beasts flapped their wings and let out shrill screams a few dozen meters away. One locked onto Nasha on the ground, folded its wings, and dove fiercely. Gritting her teeth, Nasha drew her second sonic blaster and aimed at the descending beast, determined to fight to the death. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away, Blackfeather fixed her cold gaze on the same target. She drew her energy pistol, the icy scope focused silently on the weakened Silkwing, intending to deliver a final lethal shot when Nasha was near collapse. The distance closed rapidly. 30 meters, 25, 20. At the critical moment, bang. The gunshot shattered the air, and a burst of blood splattered from the hawk beast's back as it crashed into the sand with a heavy impact, gouging a deep furrow that nearly knocked Nasha over. Immediately after, a slender but agile figure dove down from high above, the wind whipping up a cloud of sand. She swept Nasha into her arms and flapped her wings to fly toward a nearby ravine. Xena. Nasha shouted, both shocked and angry, her voice hoarse. Didn't I tell you to escape? If we live together. If we die together. Sis, we still have a chance. Xena growled through gritted teeth. Nasha glared fiercely. How stupid can you be? That stranger hiding nearby hasn't shown up yet's been waiting. But how do we know if we don't try? Xena sped up her dive. Sis, let's break through together. Fool, we're all going to die here. While they argued, Xena summoned all her strength to drag the nearly unconscious Nasha into the underground ravine. They swiftly maneuvered along the twisting rock walls and finally hid beneath a black boulder. Elsewhere, Blackfeather holstered her energy pistol, furrowing her brow. Another Silkwing? She would never abandon this investment. Immediately, she sprinted toward where the two had disappeared. The hawk beasts in the sky intensified their assault, their numbers swelling from 4 or 5 to over 20, darkening the sky as they screamed and chased toward the same ravine. 1 minute later, Blackfeather targeted the jagged boulder first and fired a searing energy bomb. Bang! The brilliant white beam blasted the rock's surface, scattering shards. She then retreated swiftly, crouching low behind nearby rubble. Howl! More than 20 hawk beasts homed in on the sound, crashing down in a dark mass upon the rocky shadows. Inside their hiding place, the faint hope Xena had felt at the chance of escape instantly shattered. Her sister had been right. The stranger had been tailing them all along. Looking at the unconscious Nasha, she bit her lip and deployed her last frank defensive device. Silk Feather. A faint glow blossomed into a thin circle of delicate feathers, enveloping the two sisters. Bang! Thud! Wave after wave of hawk beasts dove repeatedly, their sharp beaks and claws striking the protective barrier. The feathered shield shimmered and rippled under the relentless assault. Xena drew her second ranged weapon and fired at the beast directly ahead. Empty. The beam only grazed its wing membrane, causing it to screech and fall, though it kept wildly ramming its head against the shield. More hawk beasts landed, surrounding them from all sides, clawing and biting fiercely. The protective glow dimmed further. Xena cried not out of fear, but sorrow. There was no way out anymore. All hope was gone. From afar, Heiyu hid silently. His energy rifle aimed once again not at Xena, but at the unconscious Nysa. Kneeling behind a charred, broken giant tree, his knuckles tightened as he waited for the moment the protective shield would shatter, intending to take down one enemy quickly before finishing off the second. Thud crack. Fine cracks appeared along the shield's edge. Xena's antennae, glowing like a halo above her head, suddenly unfurled. She spun around sharply not toward the sound of breaking, but in the opposite direction. A cold, white energy projectile was slicing through the air. The innate instincts of the Sha Wing tribe made her detect the deadly threat even before the noise. Almost at the same moment, the shield completely collapsed. A pack of corrupted owl beasts howled fiercely as they lunged through the breach, cutting off all escape routes. Uffed. Startled awake by the shock, Nysa opened her eyes to see Xena standing in front of her. Without hesitation, Xena shoved her down, just as a blazing energy bolt pierced through Xena's own chest. The searing heat scorched her feathered armor and flesh alike. Xena! Nysa screamed from the depths of her soul. She understood both sisters, and the entire squad, would sleep their eternal sleep here. Ding sha! A sharp, piercing bell-like sound exploded outward from Nysa's position, tunneling into the minds of all living creatures nearby. Without a second thought, she shredded the only a great attack item card she had. Over 20 corrupted owl beasts screamed miserably as they fell from the sky, tumbling into heaps that stirred up clouds of dust. Hidden far away, Heiyu was also hit by the sound wave. His pupils shrank, and he clutched his head tightly, relying on sheer willpower to stay silent. The massive bell wave continued spreading, ironically drawing a bloodthirsty frenzy of even more corrupted owls from further away. After a brief silence, the dust settled. Nysa lay over Xena's blood-soaked chest, completely drained of strength. All their dreams, all hope for the future, evaporated rapidly like black liquid under the fractured rainbow sky. Tears slid down Nysa's cheeks. I told you to run. She choked out. The next instant, a precise energy bolt smashed into her head, splattering red and white. More corrupted owls were drawn by the noise, tearing into the still warm bodies of the two Sha Wing sisters. In the shadows, Heiyu exhaled a long, stale breath, then dashed away in the opposite direction. His twisted projectile and 3 energy bolts were all spent. It would take time to recharge. Only 1 gravity cannon round remained in his arsenal. At 8 o'clock, the fading sunset disappeared, and strange birds flew away. Baigu led everyone out of the dim tunnel. With only half a day left in the trial, every team aiming for the top 3 would be risking everything. This place was no longer safe. They had to find a more concealed spot. Where's Heiyu? Chuyu, just waking and rubbing her stomach, looked around anxiously. She had rested briefly to conserve energy due to hunger, but now Heiyu was nowhere to be seen. He didn't come back last night. Her voice trembled. The teammates silently nodded. Humph. Men who don't come home at night never end well. She muttered angrily, not knowing who had taught her such a harsh outlook. The group decided to move immediately. Just as they left the cave entrance, a shadow dashed down from above. Bang! Weapons were drawn in an instant. A dozen blades pointed at the newcomer. Even Chuyu instinctively brandished her dagger. Squinting, they nearly cursed out loud. Heiyu! Midnight Honsha was the first to shout. Baigu let out a quiet sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward to check him. Heiyu bore only a few shallow scratches. You alright? Yeah. Any loot? Ambushed 2 enemies. Nice. Midnight Honsha slapped his shoulder excitedly. Baigu finally relaxed his furrowed brow. Good job. Let's move and talk. The two quickly tallied their kills, the total, now 19. The whole team's morale slightly lifted. Mu Honchuan quietly studied Heiyu. Now that someone ruthless actually pulled it off. Chuyu silently cursed Heiyu earlier, but now, seeing him back, awkwardly edged closer to Mu Honchuan's side. They ventured deeper into a narrow mountain valley. On both sides, huge black-brown boulders piled up, the smallest over 5 meters tall. From previous scouting, crossing the valley floor would lead to a hidden base. Heiyu took point, keeping about 30 meters ahead of the team. The terrain was too complex for him to go far, fearing the main force could be ambushed and he wouldn't return in time. Midnight Hongxia covered the rear, only 10 meters behind the main group, ready to provide fire support at a moment's notice. Chuyu stayed close behind Mu Hanchuan, the looming boulders pressing cold threats into her heart. Mu, I'm scared. Mu Hanchuan rolled his eyes. Saying that won't help. Mushi whispered again, motioning for him to look back. What? He backed up while glancing at her. Chuyu tilted her head to the right, but discreetly tapped the rock wall to the left with her fingertip. I just saw that rock on the left, it seemed like it moved. But your eyes were looking right. Are you seeing things? Mu Hanchuan teased, but still looked over. At first glance, nothing seemed off. He tilted his head. Looking again, the rock seemed slightly brighter than the others nearby. Alone, it was subtle, but compared side by side, it stood out. Was that a reflection? His direct stare seemed to reveal the hidden presence behind the rock. In the next instant, the boulder trembled slightly, a hand stretched out from behind it. A cold gleam flashed as a ranged weapon locked onto Midnight Hongxia at the very back. In that split second, Mu Hanchuan didn't have time for more words. His eyes sharpened, and his entire rescue sequence flowed seamlessly. With a sharp flick of his right hand, he locked his attention on Midnight Red Tea, first removing the mark hanging on Chuyu, then transferring the new mark to the round shield strapped at his waist. As his wrist dropped, the shield solidified in his palm and whistled as he hurled it backward. He could have summoned another shield he had marked earlier as a backup, but that would be too conspicuous in this trial world. Each person could only carry 3 pieces of equipment, and suddenly producing an extra shield would reveal his space manipulation ability. For the sake of Midnight Red Tea, he wasn't willing to take that risk. The round shield spun rapidly through the air, slicing past rubble and dust, and opened up right in front of Midnight Red Tea. It didn't expand dramatically like a heavy shield, but spread a narrow rim outward enough to block a lethal strike. Bang! A powerful twisted projectile slammed into the shield heaton, sending a massive shockwave through the air. The shield was blasted backwards several meters, its edge cracked and about a third ruined, but it successfully stopped the treacherous sneak attack. Spine Clan. Only then did Mu Hanchuan's deep warning explode through the air. At the exact moment the disguised rock-like figure raised an arm, he saw through its origin only the Spine Clan from Noisy Planet could transform their bodies into rock or crystal-like appearances, their scales blending seamlessly into their environment. Sensing the danger as the shield raced toward her, Midnight Red Tea rolled to dodge and swiftly drew her weapon. Though half a step late, she barely escaped the twisted projectile and remained unharmed. White Bone and Black Feather were alerted almost simultaneously, spinning on their feet as they charged to support her. Chuyu! Chuyu shouted, her battle axe suddenly swelling in size. She gripped its handle tightly beside Mu Hanchuan's side, nerves on edge. That stone had truly come alive and was firing at them? As they heightened their vigilance, 4 more enemies appeared, 2 lurking atop the valley's high cliffs, and 2 tall figures rising from crevices between giant boulders. Indeed, all were intelligent species from Noisy Planet. The 3 hiding among the stones were Spine Clan warriors 3 meters tall, upright, with thick limbs and full bodies covered in color-shifting scales allowing perfect mimicry of any mineral or crystal. 8 information antennae hung from their necks, quivering as they emitted pheromones for long-distance communication and could fire pulse waves. Terrifying in the deep ocean, their power was halved on land but still formidable. Strange as they looked, their essence was marine. They normally dwelled in deep ocean abysses. Above on the valley rim were 2 from the same planet's Tiger Marten clan, muscular, large-bodied, yet retaining a marten's agility. Their thick tails ended with sharp poisonous stingers capable of rapid, deadly ranged shots. Noisy Planet was uniquely remarkable, hosting 3 dominant forces from sea, land, and air: the underwater Spine Clan, the terrestrial Tiger Martens, and the mountainous Night Eater Bat Clan skilled in flight. Sea, land, and air all were present. In the past, they had clashed countless times, and even now their relationship hadn't improved much. However, ever since the Trial Star appeared, some cooperation had emerged between them. For example, this mixed team before them was a combination of 2 races besides the Air Force. Both sea and land units were present. A white glow flickered in Baigus' eyes as he lowered his voice to warn, be careful. This team is very strong, at least equal to us in strength, capable of breaking into the top 3 of the blood trial. No sooner had he spoken than one of the Spinal Tribe warriors clad in bone spikes blocked his path. The sharp, armored spines hummed menacingly in the air, forcing Baigu to halt and prepare to fight. At the same time, a strong gust of wind swept past behind Midnight Red Tea, and a second Spinal Tribe member suddenly appeared. She had nearly been wounded by a surprise attack moments before, and if not for Mu Hanchuan's timely intervention, she might have been seriously injured or worse. Fury flared in her chest as Midnight Red Tea shouted and swung her blade in a counterattack. She knew full well this team trial was a boss charter. Their primary mission was to protect the boss, with the rest of them as backup. Facing such formidable enemies, if she got hurt, her teammates wouldn't be able to spare energy to come to her aid. Elsewhere, the Spinal Tribe warrior who had launched the sneak attack strode toward Mu Hanchuan. Convinced Mu Hanchuan had ruined their plans, his eyes burned with murderous intent. He must die crushed to dust. The roar echoed through the valley, shaking loose stones from the cliffs. From the valley entrance, Black Feather was rushing back at full speed. Close combat was almost a weakness of his, and he dared not easily use ranged attacks. But the enemy didn't know his true limitations. As soon as he re-entered the fight, the opposing side would have to pull a fighter to pin him down. Even if he did nothing, they couldn't ignore him. This unintentional diversion greatly relieved pressure on their side. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible for just Mu Hanchuan, Midnight Red Tea, and Baigu to hold against such a powerful hybrid team. Chuyu was naturally excluded from the list of active fighters. Above the valley, two Tiger Marten tribe warriors slid down the cliffside. Just as Black Feather expected, one immediately turned, letting out a fierce roar before lunging at him. The other charged toward Mu Hanchuan's position, where two Spinal Tribe warriors were already gathered. Mu Chuyu cried out in alarm, her face drained of color. There wasn't a single large stone in the open valley where they could take cover. Panicked and helpless, her heart pounded wildly. What are we going to do now? In desperation, she screamed silently in her mind, I'm never joining another team trial again. I swear I'm done ever coming back. To boost our strength. Huh. Chuyu paused for a moment, then understood. Oh. She hurriedly activated her skills. In the next moment, the spined beast, howling like a vengeful woman, charged fiercely. Mu Hanchuan drew the massive shield from his back and raised it high. Boom. A heavy iron fist slammed down, and the explosive force pushed him back 2 meters, knocking Chuyu, who was just getting up behind him, to the ground. The thunderous impact rattled their eardrums. The spined beast was relentless, throwing several heavy punches in succession. Gritting his teeth, Mu Hanchuan endured the blows, only fueling the monster's rage. Chuyu stumbled to her feet, but hadn't stabilized before being knocked down twice more as Mu Hanchuan dodged, leaving her dazed and too distracted even to find her fallen great axe. From the slope above, a Tiger Marten clan member sped down like a gray shadow. The round shield carved an arc through the air and instantly returned to Mu Hanchuan's right hand. He immediately threw it again. The Tiger Marten fiercely met the attack head in with a proud chest, but smacked the round shield hit it squarely, sending it flying over 10 meters. It tumbled across the rocky ground before struggling up. Now empowered by Chuyu's strength boost, Mu Hanchuan's power had broken through the Frank threshold, with an additional 20 attack boost. Combined with the momentum from his teleportation, his force surged dramatically. Glancing at his stats, his strength stood at 88 points. He hoped to rise fully into Frank within 2 months, and bring his other attributes to the same level. That would be a quantum leap. Not far off, Midnight Red Tea observed everything clearly and inwardly gasped in surprise. Had Mu Hanchuan's strength really reached this level? He had shown nothing of this in their last team trial. That shield that could fly back to his hand was clearly a hidden skill. The wind stirred again behind them as the vengeful spined beast charged with its massive body. Mu Hanchuan suddenly unfolded the giant shield completely and met the charge head in. 2 tanks, big and small, collided, cracking the ground and kicking up dust. His feet gouged deep furrows into the earth, knees slightly bent, yet he held firm against the raging force. The spined beast emitted a piercing roar, refusing to yield an inch. It braced one arm against the shield while raining punches with the other. The round shield reappeared in his right hand. Raising it overhead, he blocked punch after punch. Meanwhile, Chuyu finally steadied herself and reached for her lost great axe. Just as she looked up, her scream cut off. The Tiger Marten was moving. Its tail rose high, whipping out 3 jet-black tail spines aimed straight at her. Mu Hanchuan abandoned the struggle with the spined beast, stepping back 2 paces. An elbow strike knocked Chuyu down into the mud again, and he took a mouthful of dirt. Thwack! Thwack! One of the 3 tail spines missed, but 2 plunged into his chest. Chuyu's face drained of color. The spines pierced through armor, and the powerful blow sent Mu Hanchuan stumbling back several steps. Thankfully, his rank void stomach armor combined with his robust physique absorbed much of the damage, so the wounds weren't fatal. What truly made him frown was the heavy punch the spined beast landed in his back while he was distracted. The Tiger Marten whipped its tail again, the 3 tail spines still locked on Chuyu. Mu Hanchuan stamped the ground and charged forward. He hurled the giant shield to cover Chuyu behind him, who was still on the ground, then spun the round shield fiercely to slam into the vengeful spined beast. Smack, smack, smack. All the tail spines were blocked by the shield, leaving Chuyu unharmed. On the other side, the resentment-ridden spine tribe was sent crashing to the ground by Mu Hanchuan's heavy blows. He himself couldn't break free either, dragged down as the two vastly different-sized bodies fought fiercely on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the tiger marten tribe stopped flicking their tail spikes and suddenly surged forward, charging straight at Chuyu. "Mu, I'm coming to help you." Chuyu staggered to her feet, gasping for breath as she grabbed her great axe and rushed into the fray. Her first swing landed squarely on Mu Hanchuan's back. "A misstep," he muttered. "Who told you to move recklessly?" Mu Hanchuan growled low. His second axe stroke came down just as the spine tribe warrior stepped back, but the haft struck Mu Hanchuan's calf instead. "Yuri!" He cursed in pain. The third axe hit with all of Chuyu's strength, the blade smashing heavily onto the spine tribe's head with a muffled grunt. The tribal warrior, stung by the blow, kicked Chuyu away. She collided with a large shield and rolled several times, but the full protective gear saved her life. Taking advantage of the momentum, Mu Hanchuan broke free and charged to Chuyu's side. His right hand's round shield appeared in an instant and was thrown again. The tiger marten tribe slid sideways to avoid, their thick tail whipping toward Chuyu. With no time to catch her, Mu Hanchuan grabbed her ponytail and yanked her back forcefully. Smack! The tail struck Mu Hanchuan's body, knocking him and his shield flying. After landing, he rolled tens of meters while holding Chuyu. The round shield shot back to his arm from 100 meters away. He shook off Chuyu and raised the shield, bracing for impact. The spine tribe warrior leapt high, both fists hammering down together like iron hammers. With a roar, Mu Hanchuan slid far across the rocky ground, but ended up by Chuyu again. His left hand reached out, grabbed her ponytail once more, and dragged her back. "Mu, am I going to die?" Chuyu's body tingled all over, pain and dizziness mingling. Meanwhile, the other three battlefronts were equally brutal. Baigu clashed evenly with his opponent. The spine tribe warrior he faced was the largest, and clearly their leader. Both sides unleashed all abilities, fighting fiercely for dominance and endurance. Heiyu never used his twisting spear, holding it in hand only as a threat to deter the pursuing tiger marten tribe. Their speeds were evenly matched, and all 10+ tail spikes they flicked missed. Mai Hongxia also faced a spine tribe member, but relied on her agility to keep moving freely, never letting them get close. Yet her attention never drifted far from Mu Hanchuan, and Chuyu. If she and Baigu couldn't finish quickly, Mu Hanchuan would have to bear the double pressure alone. At this moment, the tiger marten tribe charged again with even greater speed, flicking 7 tail spikes in rapid succession while the spine tribe pressed forward behind them. Mu Hanchuan snatched Chuyu's great axe, held his shield in his left hand, and elbowed hard, shoving her into a rocky pit several meters away. "Stay down," he ordered. He braced his shield against the spine tribe warrior and swung his axe in a horizontal arc, slicing through 3 tail spikes. But the remaining 3 sunk deeply into his shoulder and back, the last one missing by inches. The spikes dragged him backward with great force, his heels gouging deep gouges into the stone ground. The spine tribe warrior's heavy fists followed, crashing down. Boom! Amid Chuyu's terrified scream, Mu Hanchuan was slammed heavily into the rocky earth, half his body buried beneath the ground. The round shield was damaged 80%, almost about to break. Mu Hanchuan knelt on the shattered rock surface, propping himself up and lifting the shield to block the relentless blows raining down. His eyes never left Chuyu, who was not far away. He was ready at any moment to throw the shield to save her. Suddenly, a fierce beast from the tiger weasel clan dove in aggressively, its fangs glinting menacingly. Chuyu had just dropped her weapon, and her confidence evaporated almost completely. Watching the terrifying figure approach, her throat tightened, and all she could do was scream in heart-wrenching terror. Several hundred meters away, Heiyu sensed the danger and shouted a warning loudly. "Hongxia, watch out." Before he finished speaking, he pulled the trigger on his distortion bullet. The bullet, trailing a ghostly blue light, tore through the air straight toward the tiger weasel beast. The target was not Midnight Hongxia's opponent, but the ferocious creature charging at Chuyu. They sound awfully close, Mu Hanchuan thought to himself, but there was no time to dwell on it. Saw the tiger weasel suddenly turn away, abandoning both himself and Chuyu to charge toward Midnight Hongxia, who was fighting halfway up the slope. That figure hunched low and sprinted wildly, a heavy storm crossbow appearing in his palm out of nowhere. The enemy had seen through the situation. Chuyu was nothing but an empty shell carrying a big burden. The real threat lay with the others. So they chose to break through a single point, focusing first on Midnight Hongxia. With no time to hesitate, Mu Hanchuan shouted sharply, slamming his round shield against the rock beneath his feet. Fragments scattered in the impact. Supported by the force of his tribal fist wind, he forcefully leapt from the ground and used the momentum to hurl the round shield into the air. Just as the shield left his hand, twin fists from behind slammed down. Boom! The rock layer collapsed, and Mu Hanchuan was smashed back underground once more. Halfway up the slope, Midnight Hongxia sensed impending death. She tried to dodge sideways, but the spinal clan member behind her seized the opportunity and unfolded his only utility card. Frost silk threads. Dozens of snow-white threads instantly wrapped around her body. An intense chill crawled over her limbs. the sensation as if her nerves were being cut by sharp blades. Even her fingertips could barely move. Although an grade control item seemed insignificant, it was enough to temporarily freeze her in place. At this moment, the tiger weasel that Hey Yes distortion bullet had forced to reposition quickly adjusted its angle. The blue-white glow of the storm crossbow, charged for half an hour, pulsed along the arms of the weapon. He pulled the trigger. The arrow tore through the air, aiming straight at Midnight Hongcha. On the planet Noise, the 5 humans erupted in wild joy. No one would save her now. This arrow was a sure kill. Once this weak spot was taken out, the remaining humans would be no threat. Though the storm crossbow's firing speed was slower than energy or distortion bullets, its penetrating power was far deadlier. Given Midnight Hongcha's slender frame, a hit would likely shatter even her bones. Me again? They really have it in for me. Midnight Hongcha's anger flooded her face, turning it purpler. She strained every muscle with all her might, but the frost threads held her fast just a fraction. More time was needed. This was the most humiliating moment of her life. At the critical instant, a rushing sound exploded from the front. The round shield cut through the air, stopping just before her chest, spinning swiftly as its edge spread wide. Though not much larger than before, it was just enough to block that deadly strike once again. With a thunderous explosion, the round shield shattered completely, having fulfilled its purpose at the cost of itself. The shockwave veered off its original path and only grazed Midnight Red T's right arm, tearing several deep, bone-exposing cuts across her pale skin. No one expected that a strike meant to finish the fight for good would be blocked yet again. But the danger on the battlefield was far from over. Behind Midnight Red T, a Spine Tribe warrior, eyes blazing with murderous intent, lunged at her wounded form, looking to deliver the finishing blow. The gushing blood awoke her nearly numb right arm and ignited her fury. Instead of dodging, she fiercely crushed the last offensive tool in her hand, the 1,000 needles. In an instant, thousands of slender, sharp needles materialized out of thin air behind her, pouring down like a violent rainstorm, all aimed at the charging Spine Tribe warrior. The dense barrage tore through the air with harsh whistling screams. The warrior's face turned pale, the dreaded ear-rank attack tool. With no time to retreat, he crossed his arms over his head, curled his body, and rolled forward, trying to minimize the injury. But this feeble defense was no match for the relentless assault of the 1,000 needles. He was instantly peppered like a hornet's nest, unable to even cry out before collapsing. The tide of battle turned in an instant. Other skirmishes paused briefly as all eyes were drawn here. Covered in dirt, Chiyu had no time to watch. Ignoring the dust on her body, she leapt into a pit and rushed to Mu's side. Clutching the last Frank defense card, ready to activate it at a moment's notice if the enemy charged again, she would immediately raise her shield. Her mind was singular. If Mu died, she was finished too. Others were strong, but when it came to taking hits, Mu was their anchor. Meanwhile, the Spine Tribe leader fighting White Bone vibrated 8 tendrils from his neck in unison, sending out an unknown signal. The remaining Spine Tribe warrior and 2 Tiger Weasel Tribe fighters received the message and ceased fighting, retreating immediately. White Bone tried to pursue, but another tendril tremored, releasing a sharp pulse wave that forced White Bone to retreat several steps. If this happened underwater, the pulse would have been fatal. That resentful woman Spine Tribe member left in bitter reluctance, glaring fiercely at Mu Hanchuan and Chuyu before departing. She also released one last pulse wave attack. Mu had no time to dodge and shielded himself with flesh and blood, sending stones flying from beneath his feet. Chuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Mu, are you okay? In her eyes, he was ridiculously tough, once riddled like a hornet's nest, then hammered down, yet still able to rise. Not bad, just moderately disabled. Mu Hanchuan grinned, his tone surprisingly light. The enemy was repelled and 1 killed. Despite a heavy cost, it was still good news. The team quickly regrouped, no time for chatting, and immediately shifted position. They feared a repeat ambush from that same enemy squad, but feared even more that the noise would attract other squads if another fight broke out. No one could hold out. Mu, use a medkit, White Bone ordered, leading the way and too busy to even tend to the bleeding wound on his shoulder. Mu Hanchuan knew there was no point pretending. He pulled out one 30-centimeter tail spike after another embedded in his body, then activated the medkit's first treatment. The bleeding stopped instantly, and his internal wounds quickly began to heal, though full recovery would take 6 hours, during which they had to avoid further conflict. Chiyu's eyes went wide watching him pull the spikes out so casually. You're just yanking them out? Doesn't it hurt? Midnight Red T stepped forward, her voice cold and hard. Mu, thank you. I owe you my life. If you ever need anything, come to me. Her face was grim and still radiating anger, but the words were sincere. To Mu Hanchuan, saving people was about keeping the team alive. If Midnight Red T fell, they'd be picked off one by one. So he didn't focus on the life debt that was now owed to him. Black Feather, who had been silent, glanced at Mu a few times with surprise. He hadn't expected Mu to be so tough. Then he tossed over a repair kit and auxiliary tool he had carried during the trial. Mu caught it without a word and immediately used it on the heavily damaged Irank void stomach armor. The repair kit could only restore 20 durability and worked only on gear less than 40 damage, not much, but an emergency fix for now. Head to a full overhaul once out of the trial area. At this point, their team had taken down another trial participant, bringing their kill count to 20. Looking on the bright side, it wasn't a total loss. Had gained a slight edge and opportunity. This time, the team stayed noticeably closer together, no longer daring to be careless. They even changed their original route, choosing a more concealed, rocky trail. Towering rock peaks rose on both sides, the tallest reaching over 10 meters, the shorter ones still 6 or 7 meters high. Between them was a narrow path only 3 or 4 meters wide, strewn with jagged stones that made footing precarious. Mu, are you holding up? You're Limpingdo, you want me to help you? Chuyu asked quietly. No need, thanks. Just take care of yourself, Mu Hanchuan replied through gritted teeth, waving her off. I'm okay too, just a bit of a headache, Chuyu said, wiping sweat from her brow. Her messy strands stuck to her forehead, and with one hand tightly gripping her small axe, she hadn't even bothered to tie back her loose ponytail. Thanks for protecting me today. When we get back, they'll give you a big gift, she said earnestly. I don't think that's necessary. Your family already gave me a yellow random attribute item card. I'd feel bad taking more, Mo Hanchuan answered. No way. What I say, I must deliver, Chu Yu insisted, almost slipping her real surname, Wang, before catching herself and feeling frustrated at her slip. Suit yourself, Mu Hanchuan said, no longer wanting to argue. The numbness from earlier fighting was giving way to sharp pain. Those spine tribe warriors were brutal, and he urgently needed to find a spot to rest. Not far ahead, Yu walked cautiously, eyes scanning the surroundings. That inexplicable, strong sense of familiarity grew, the same instinct he felt when lying in wait, stalking, or preparing to ambush. Suddenly, he froze, alarm bells ringing. There was an ambush nearby, humans. They must have been watching since that earlier fight with the Noisy Stars team, waiting silently for this moment when they were weakest and most off guard. Bai Gu and Midnight Red Tea noticed Yes' sudden tenseness. Before either could speak, Yu spun around sharply, drawing his gravity cannon and aiming it at the rear of the team Mu Hanchuan and Chuyu. There really was someone hiding in those rocks behind them. Yes' swift move made Mu Hanchuan realize the danger immediately. He whipped around, slamming his large shield down behind him. The layered alloy plates fully deployed, shielding Chuyu in its shadow. Still babbling, Chuyu hadn't yet realized what was happening. Next thing she knew, Mu Hanchuan shoved her down hard beneath him. What is he going to do to me? The thought flashed through her dazed mind. Yes' gravity cannon fired first, the energy beam sweeping just past Mu Hanchuan's hair. At the same moment, a blue-white flash burst from the rocky cover, and another gravity cannon shot straight toward Mu Hanchuan and Chuyu. The two energy blasts nearly collided midair, then streaked past toward their targets at even greater speed. The ambushers clearly hadn't expected such a quick reaction or that their cover was blown. They could only watch helplessly as the terrifying energy surged toward them. Boom. The E-class gravity cannon, which can only be charged every 3 hours, packed an immense punch. Mu Hanchuan's already heavily damaged glass shield couldn't withstand the blast and shattered into pieces. The explosion violently hurled him through the air, crashing him against a massive rock about 10 meters away. Even the void stomach armor he wore nearly ruptured from the impact. Fortunately, he had just used a repair kit to patch it up. Otherwise, the loss would have been devastating since this was his only E-class equipment. Now the repair costs were only going to be even higher. His body suffered severe injuries too. Damaged defensive gear sets weren't nearly enough to block such a powerful attack. Shield fragments scattered like deadly shrapnel, clattering against stones and rocks. Mu Hanchuan's back slammed hard into the giant boulder, cracking its surface with a web of fractures. A bitter taste filled his throat as blood dripped through the gap in his faceplate. Below him, Chiyu was shielded tightly by his body. Though the blast shockwave still threw her several meters away, Mu Hanchuan had absorbed nearly all of the real impact. She only bore a few shallow cuts on her arms and legs, her sleeves torn by the force. Her skin stung faintly, but she was far from mortal danger. On the other side, the attacker wielding the gravity cannon wasn't so lucky. He only managed to dodge sideways before the explosion engulfed him, blasting off both legs at the roots. His mangled mech and flesh intertwined. He screamed in agony but desperately dragged himself through the rubble, using his remaining arms, trying to get away from this overwhelming opponent. Before the blast's light could even fade, for human enemies charged simultaneously from all directions, clearly allies of the crippled attacker. Judging from the aftermath of the brutal fight the human squad had just endured, they reckoned the group was weakest now. Having already beheaded 2 during the explosion, they were confident they could wipe out the Bone Squad with minimal cost. The moment Mu Hanchuan lost his fighting capability, Midnight Red Tea's fury boiled over. After battling the Spine clan to the brink of death, What their most vulnerable, the human ambush ignited a fire in her heart that could almost set the air ablaze. With Mu's life uncertain and overall strength plummeted, she no longer had the luxury to protect Chiyu. Drawing her longsword, she charged fiercely at the frontmost enemy. Whitebone followed closely behind, his footsteps ghost-like as he lunged toward another attacker. As he charged out, he whispered to Blackfeather, "Go help Mu and protect Chiyu. If Mu can't hold on, we must get Chiyu out at all costs." Blackfeather didn't reply, simply pushing off a stone wall with his toe and racing toward Mu and Chiyu. Along the way, he drew his energy gun and fired a cyan-white beam that tore through the air, forcing a 2-meter-tall man leaping from the heights to dodge in panic. The man, intending to finish off the wounded, had to roll back and retreat, unwilling to approach recklessly under the beam's threat. The battle erupted fully in the narrow rubble-strewn zone. Whitebone faced two enemies at once, the clash of short blades and weapons sparking brilliantly. His strikes were even more savage than when facing the Spine clan, as if channeling all his anger into every blow. Midnight Red Tea fought a grotesquely overweight, ugly woman, both attacking with full force. Blades flashed and clashed relentlessly less like comrades, more like mortal enemies locked in a bitter feud. Blackfeather was forced into close combat with the towering 2-meter man. Normally a ranged fighter, he now relied on speed and the last 2 energy rounds to keep distance and prevent Chiyu from being overwhelmed. A buzzing sound filled Chiyu's ears, her mind blank. She lay amid shattered stones, her view blurred as if the world had been reduced to dust and smoky haze after the explosion. Then Blackfeather's urgent voice pierced her eardrum. "Go to Mu's side. Use your defense item card. Then boost us." "Mu? Where's Mu?" Chiyu snapped back to reality, turning confusedly to see the surrounding chaos. The renewed assault gripped her heart painfully. With no time to waste, she staggered to her feet and scanned through the dust until she spotted Mu beneath a huge rock about 10 meters away, surrounded by blood pooling around him. She scrambled to her feet but immediately collapsed again, her head still spinning. Yet she refused to give up. Instead, she lay flat on the ground and used both hands and feet to crawl over to Mu Hanchuan's side. Wiping the dirt away, she slapped down an frank defensive item card, the sandstone barrier. Boom. Sandstone surged up from beneath their feet, clinging to the rock wall behind them, quickly encasing the two of them in a solid shield. In the few seconds they caught their breath, Chiyu raised her hand to boost her teammates' strength attributes while scanning the battlefield. To her surprise, the attackers were human too. Were all human? Why the sneak attack? A sharp pang hit her heart as tears welled up in her eyes. But she still pressed firmly on Mu Hanchuan's shoulder. "Mu, hold on. If you die, what am I going to do?" Mu Hanchuan was gravely injured, blood seeping from the gaps in his armor, but he hadn't crossed the line yet. He couldn't move and had no energy to reply. Once the barrier was up, Heiyu finally exhaled, no longer fighting Hedon, but darting nimbly around the perimeter to distract their fire. Still, the 2-meter-tall brute wouldn't relent. His warhammer fell like a giant stake, crashing down repeatedly on the sandstone barrier. They didn't intend to wipe out the whole team, just secure a safe kill count, at least 3 confirmed kills. The 2 badly wounded inside the barrier were clearly the prime targets. That useless Lu Chong. The giant man cursed inwardly. The failed sneak attack left them heavily damaged. If it had been 5 against 3 from the start, this wouldn't be so exhausting. Boom boom. Each strike made the sandstone barrier tremble. Chuyu's heart quaked with it. How much longer could it hold? Luckily, Heiyu stayed glued to the giant man's side. Whenever he darted close, the icy gleam of his energy gun brushed past the man's neck, forcing him to split his attention. That gun didn't fire blanks. Getting shot wasn't fatal to him, but on this trial star, injury itself was the greatest danger, especially in this bloody trial. Bang, bang, bang. The sandstone barrier created by Chuyu withstood wave after wave of attacks. Although it was only in frank defense, its durability was surprisingly strong, barely holding up against the burly man's dozen or so strikes. Stone chips flew everywhere, and cracks spiderwebbed across the barrier's surface. Chuyu gripped her originally palm-sized small axe which, under her skill's effect, had grown to half her height, her knees slightly bent, body trembling uncontrollably, ready to take the enemy down with her. She shouted silently in her mind, "Baigu, Midnight Red Tea, hurry. Just 3 or 4 more hits, and my barrier won't last." On the other side of the barrier, the 2-meter-tall burly man swung his giant hammer, each blow striking the air with a heavy thud. Mu Hanchuan lay collapsed beside Chuyu, his chest rising and falling weakly. Gritting her teeth, she pushed him. "Mu, are you dead or alive? Don't pretend. If you can move, get up and fight alongside me." The battle erupted suddenly, but ended even faster. The human squad that fancied themselves experienced clearly underestimated Baigus group, even though Baigu and the others had just been through a brutal fight. Within moments, the enraged Midnight Red Tea stormed into the melee, cleaving off the fat, ugly woman's head in a single stroke. Baigu followed up by killing another enemy. The last 2 looked pale and fled. The burly man was unwilling to give up. His hammer smashed until the very last second, but could not break the sandstone barrier. Had he been granted another 10 seconds or so, he could have crushed the two inside to death. Unfortunately, victory slipped away and worse. He was tied up and delayed by Heiyu, costing him precious time. It turned out their squad had already ambushed 15 challengers. If they had stuck together, their kills could have exceeded 18. Though a top 3 ranking seemed unlikely, there was at least a glimmer of hope. The trial still had hours left, maybe they could rack up a few more kills. But instead, failing to kill a single enemy, they lost 3 team members, shattering their dreams instantly. Seeing his fat comrade close to death and his teammates' legs blown apart, the burly man gave up all attempts to rescue them and fled on foot. He knew very well that if the roles were reversed, his team would abandon him too. Sure enough, once he vanished into the forest, Heiyu swiftly finished off the crippled ambusher with a clean strike. Baigu status? Heiyu handled. Baigu retreat immediately. Chuyu finally dispelled the sandstone barrier, collapsing weakly as she scrambled to drag Mu Hanchuan out. Her only life-saving item card had been exhausted moments ago. If danger came again, she wouldn't survive. Midnight Red T quickly checked Mu's condition and dressed his shrapnel wounds. But Mu had used a medical kit only 6 hours prior, so it was still on cooldown, had to tough it out. Looking up at the clock, it was only 9 o'clock, with still 6 whole hours left before the trial ended. The news was grim. Heiyu stooped and hoisted Mu onto his back. Let's go. Got it. Baigu immediately took the lead, alert and scouting ahead. Midnight Red T brought up the rear, covering Chuyu closely, ready to engage if any threat appeared. They desperately needed a new hiding spot. Most of the loot they had planned to take, the stash buried nearby in a concealed spot, had to be abandoned. They kept only light but valuable items on hand, like blazing feathers from the Zhiling tribe, prioritizing survival. Chuyu's legs felt weak as she followed the team, her mind replaying how close she had come to death, her heart pounding wildly. Just a couple of days ago, everything was calm, so why did so much danger hit all at once today? She silently vowed never to volunteer for another trial again. Taking advantage of a moment's break, she lowered her voice and asked Midnight Red T, "How bad is Mu's injury? He won't die?" "Oh, that's a relief." Chuyu forced a smile, but her brow furrowed. "But why did they attack us? We're all human. Shouldn't we be fighting other races together? If they hadn't ambushed us, Mu wouldn't have been so seriously hurt." Midnight Red T said nothing, lacking the patience to explain things to a young girl who hadn't even finished college. Black Feather, however, spoke with interest. Standing before the rocky cliff, he cast a cool glance over the group and spoke in a low, clear voice. "Because we are weak, we have no right to complain. That's the law of survival for humans. If only one person remained in the world, they would seem invincible. But once there are many, that changes. If there's only one human squad, they unite against a common enemy. But with 2, 3, or more squads, danger arises because humans are best at dealing with other humans." He raised a hand to his chest and declared as if taking an oath, "For the sake of gain, even family can be betrayed. Why would anyone care about kinship? Remember that." Chuyu held her breath, her heart pounding wildly with fear at that moment. She was so close to the Reaper, an experience she would never forget. 15 minutes later, the 5 of them climbed a steep mountain path and found a small cave hidden by shrubs. A squad had just passed by at dawn. Their footprints were clear. Baigu judged it unlikely they would encounter other challengers so soon, and ordered, "Rest here. Black Feather, keep watch at the entrance. If you sense movement, retreat immediately." Black Feather acknowledged and gently laid the unconscious Mu Hanchuan on dry grass by the rock wall, then withdrew with his knife, blending into the forest shadows. Inside the cave, light was dim, filtering only through cracks in the rocks. Mu Hanchuan leaned against the stone, calming his breath. The medicine from his medical pack was still taking effect, his wounds no longer bled, and his breathing steadied. He tossed his last medical pack to Baigu. "Your injuries are worse. Use this quickly. Don't tough it out." Baigu's arm was bruised dark purple. As soon as he caught the pack, he tore it open and pressed the patch onto the bleeding wound under his ribs. The painkiller seeped into his skin, and the furrow between his brows eased a little. Among the 5, only he still held the last auxiliary card, durability. But that card was meant for Mu Hanchuan's shield, which was now shattered. Holding it was useless, so he pulled it back, giving a bitter smile. "If we don't place this time, it's a huge loss." On the other side of the cave, Midnight Red T sat hugging her knees, head bowed as she counted supplies. Thinking of her precious, expensive Atir attack item card ruined in the earlier fight, her heart ached. She whispered softly, "My treasure so costly." The spoils left by Black Feather lay scattered on the ground. The bloodstains hadn't dried. In total, they had killed 24 challengers, 3 just now plus previous kills. The number seemed impressive, but still fell short of the true top hunters. Looking up, Midnight Red T's eyes flickered with hesitation. There's only a slight chance to break into the top 3. 3 p.m. sharp. After 3 relentless days, the team trial ended precisely at this moment, no earlier, no later. The fierce wind swirled ashes across the barren Jingjin wasteland, as if reminding everyone that the brutal fight they just endured was no illusion. The Whitebone squad remained standing, having held their ground till the very end. Thankfully, there were no more unexpected casualties this time. Looking back, the only truly nerve-wracking incident was a brief encounter midway through a tall, three-member team of the Zelta species suddenly appeared nearby. You stared at them without blinking from the moment they arrived until they left. At any slight sign of aggression from those towering aliens, she was ready to sound the alarm, prompting the Whitebone squad to scatter or flee immediately. Luckily, the Zelta team eventually turned toward the opposite side of the wasteland in search of other targets. A potential bloody conflict was buried beneath the shifting sand's close call, but they escaped without harm. Still, even without a direct clash with the Zelta, Mu Hanchuan paid a heavy price. A large shield, a round shield, and an auxiliary tool card were all destroyed, and his grade void stomach armor nearly shattered into pieces. Without the repair module holding on by a thread at the final moment, that armor would have been completely ruined, a loss representing half his very livelihood and a fortune poured in. Thinking of this, Mu Hanchuan couldn't help but curse old Wang and Song Hung non-stop for taking money without fixing the armor properly, nearly condemning him to die in the desert. If they break the rules, they can't blame me for cutting ties. He grumbled bitterly. Now came the most nerve-wracking moment, the rewards distribution. The Whitebone squad gathered together, eyes glued on each other's battered faces, hearts pounding. Would they make it into the top 3? After all the effort and risk over these 3 days, if all they got was a thanks for participating, it would be a crushing loss. They might as well have stayed safe in the safe zone, eating dry rations. A buzzing hum filled the air. Rows of dazzling light lettering appeared, announcing the trial system's broadcast. Jingjin Wasteland Team, trial concluded. Remaining teams, 27. First place, Crew Star, Crusa Tribe Dust Squad. Kills, 65. No way, that's insane. You blurted out, her eyes darkening instantly. The Whitebone squad fell silent as hope shattered like a hammer below the gap. Ridiculous. Incredible. Chuyu gasped. Their Whitebone squad only took down 24 challengers, yet Dust squad claimed 65 kills. Acknowledging the gap was one thing, but this level of difference was staggering. Their dream of cracking the top 3 felt like a bucket of ice water to the face, cold and painful. Mu Hanchuan, however, nodded with genuine respect. A strong tribe was a strong tribe. The Crusa averaged only 1.2 meters tall, hardly exceptional in single combat, but consistently ranked top 3 in the star system with unmatched technology. To rack up 65 kills in a deadly wasteland showed how deeply ingrained their superiority was. Luckily, the Whitebone squad never crossed paths with them, otherwise they'd have barely survived. Dust was definitely a super seed team. 57 teams originally signed up, only 27 survived, with 30 teams wiped out. Rough estimates showed over 200 dead. This wasteland's name was fitting, blood and bones buried beneath the sand. The system broadcast continued. Second place, Seal Star, Fuguang Tribe Little Squad. Kills, 25. What heck, damn. Chuyu nearly burst into tears. They only have one more kill than us. The surprise wiped away their earlier disappointment completely. The crew finally exploded with joy. Second place was just 25. Whitebone's 24 kills might well place them third. Emotions swung wildly. After the elation came frustration. So close. If only they had held on a bit longer, or chased down one more remnant team. The second place could have been theirs. Damn it, what a loss. Someone muttered fiercely. Mu Hanchuan had faced the Fuguang tribe twice before. Their members were about 2 meters tall, with translucent blue-green skin revealing faintly glowing liquid flowing inside their bodies. Their heads were flat, lacking noses and mouths. Instead, they breathed and vocalized through a row of tiny pores on their skin. 6 slender tentacles extended from their shoulder blades in place of arms, each tipped with minute sensory organs capable of detecting the faintest vibrations, sound waves, and temperature changes. They were born elite scouts. This species had a large population, ranking in the top 10 across the galaxy, and with their unique reconnaissance skills, claiming second place was nothing unusual. Mu Hanchuan was fuming at this damn trial. His team was just 1 kill shy of second place. The rewards for second and third place differed significantly, especially in light attribute points, with second place receiving 1 or 2 points more. The leaderboard's glowing panel updated in sequence. Third place, Ingli Star, Human Race, Cunning Strategist Squad, kills 24. Every time Mu Hanchuan heard cunning strategists, he couldn't shake the ominous feeling they were doomed to fail early. Yet there was the third place ranking, undeniable. Hey, third place. Suddenly, Chuyu jumped up from her previous disappointment. Whitebone exhaled heavily. At least nothing went wrong. Everyone had long since given up on second place. Holding on to the top 3 was already a big win, especially with the whole team safe. Thanks to that Kalu Star squad in first place, they cleared monsters so ruthlessly, it slowed everyone else down, or we wouldn't have had a chance, Whitebone said, a rare smile breaking through. Mu Hanchuan recognized that Clusa species squad had seen them brutally massacre the Sha Wing tribe. Without their battlefield sweep, it would have been far harder for him to set an ambush and take out those two Sha Wing scouts. The risk had been huge, but so had the payoff, pushing their own team into the top three. He quietly thought he had been a bit conservative back then. The Clussa squad's strength had far exceeded expectations. Shall we go out and celebrate? Midnight Red Tea suggested. Chu Yu immediately agreed, my treat. How about a masquerade ball? Everyone, please make an exception. With the boss inviting, Whitebone naturally nodded, all right. We're counting on you to handle the business next time. Mu Hanchuan waved them off. I really have things to do. Have fun, you all. Black Feather returned to his usual silence, quietly waiting for the rewards, with no intention of joining the masquerade ball. Chu Yu pouted, clearly a little disappointed. Meanwhile, a few hundred kilometers away, someone in even worse shape was coughing up blood. The Neoi Star Iron Prison Squad, composed of 3 Spine Tribe members and 2 Tiger Mink Tribe, had also delivered 24 kills, but because their submission was slightly later, they were forced into 4th place. They suspected the ambush they staged had targeted none other than the current 3rd place Cunning Strategist Squad. There was unlikely any other stronger human team out there. That sneak attack was a complete disaster. Not only did it fail, but we also ran straight into a trap and lost a teammate. That single kill from the enemy ended up putting their squad a notch above ours. We did everything we were supposed to during the team trial, but in the end, we came away empty-handed. How could that not be infuriating? Reward distribution. 1. Attribute point rewards, 15 points. Due to insufficient strength, agility, and mental awareness, the system automatically compensated. Strength, 8892. Constitution, 344, 352, 8. Agility, 86, 89, 3. Mental awareness, 87, 89, 2. In total, 15 attribute points, just barely exceeding expectations. According to the usual range of 10-20 points for the Silver Star Key Team trial, if we had placed second, we could have gotten around 17. So this is 2 points short. One step closer to F rank, still 10 points away. Huh. I put all 15 points into strength in one go. That's more than she's managed in months fishing for random cards, Mu Hanchuan muttered proudly. Chu Yu, however, was so excited she could barely speak. 2. Teammates' other attribute rewards. Baigu Whitebone got agility points. His face instantly fell. A pure strength build and got none of what he wanted. Midnight Red Tea pulled constitution points. The girl nearly wailed on the spot. Strength or agility would have been way more useful for her. Hey, you Black Feather received mental awareness points. Happy enough since agility is his main, with mental awareness secondary. 3. Equipment rewards. Mu Hanchuan, rank flame gauntlets. Requirements: strength 300, constitution 150. Ability: normal attacks add burning damage. Ability: can launch a ranged fire attack every 5 minutes. What kind of broken gear is this? Melee and ranged all in one, but it all depends on high strength. Looking at his single-digit strength that can't even reach F rank, he understood why his gear is all tank armor. Can't use this even if he wants to. Chu Yu, rank shadow cloak. Effect: can become invisible for 3 minutes. Cooldown: 12 hours. She didn't even notice. Fresh off adding 15 strength points and snagging high tier gear, Chu Yu was practically dancing with joy. Baigu, in a rank offensive skill, exactly what he wanted, so he quickly buttered up the boss. Boss, you're lucky. This gear's really valuable. He figured there'd be a nice reward for him. Midnight Red Tea, in a rank defensive piece. Wow, a lifesaver, she exclaimed, but then realized her constitution was too low and nearly burst into tears. Hey you, a rank support skill called identification. He looked calm on the outside but was really seething inside. He should have gotten the shadow cloak. 4. Extra reward. 1 beginner skill slot. Mu Hanchuan rolled his eyes in frustration. I still haven't even filled my 2 skill slots. Why give me another? My brain capacity is at 1. Can't learn anything more. The thing only sold for 1.5 million. The more he thought about it, the worse it felt. He couldn't help but glance at Chu Yu, sensing Shed hit the jackpot again. Sure enough. Well, I got a blue specified attribute card. I can add strength directly. Chu Yu's scream cut through the air. In total, she netted 18 strength points this round. She was like a European queen winning the lottery. Damn. Mu Hanchuan burst out. Got 1.5 million worth of rewards, but she pulled in 9 million? All the luck was piling on her. They don't usually protect newbies this unfairly. Baigu, Midnight Red Tea, and Hey You all looked utterly drained and hopeless. After 3 rounds of rewards, the biggest winner was the newbie Chu Yu, who'd basically been along for the ride. Everyone's spirits hit rock bottom. Time to all go our separate ways. By midday on the second day in the real world, time in the trial star flowed about 4 times slower than outside. 3 days there equaled only 18 hours here. Mu Hanchuan returned to the starting point where he had entered, his secret base. Pushing the door open, he walked straight to his bedroom, casually switched off the lights, and, guided by the faint light slipping through the curtains, quickly shed his torn clothes and pants. He removed the mask cracked all over his face, unfastened the battered void stomach armor dented by countless cuts, and then collapsed heavily onto the soft mattress. Though the team trial had encountered unexpected difficulties, it ultimately ended perfectly. The cost was numerous old and new wounds covering his body, requiring at least 2 weeks of rest. Half a month later was his individual trial, which he planned to tackle back-to-back with the team. One's individual trials carried far less risk, unlikely to leave him severely injured again. As for the team trial next month, he wasn't sure if he could still join by Gus' squad. The skeleton team typically locked in their members months in advance. Without mid-course drops, chances of joining last minute were slim, and they might have already reshuffled. Mu Hanchuan raised his right hand and grasped the air. Instantly, the round shield he had taken to the trial star silently appeared, landing steadily in his palm. The shield was almost perfectly intact. It could be taken in and back out without issue after all. A wave of happiness rose in Mu Hanchuan's chest. This batch of equipment was made on the trial star, so moving it freely was expected. Next, he wanted to try bringing items from the real world inside for the individual trial. If that worked, it would be a game changer, greatly lowering his chances of danger in the future. His thoughts wandered. Could living beings be transferred directly? If he marked members of an alien race, then after the trial ended and they returned, could he pull both their bodies and souls back to his home planet? What a sight that would be. If he caught a great clan's prodigy and sold them casually, no, that was too narrow-minded. Why limit himself to aliens? What if the princess, queen, or heiress of a nation from this planet was marked, thinking she had safely returned, only to be yanked back and imprisoned in front of him? Wasn't that a bit sinister? Mu Hanchuan laughed off his own dark musings. Oh, and after Chu Yes' mark was lifted, he had forgotten to reset it. Otherwise, he might have tried. But despite the thoughts, he really had no such bizarre habits. Snapping back to focus, he rolled over and decided to sleep first. Upon waking, he would claim his rewards and try to get a random attribute item card. Then he'd spend heavily to commission a craftsman to fully repair the void stomach armor, making sure it was ready well before the next individual trial. Money was no object right now. Meanwhile, Baigu and the others also returned to their points of origin. In a certain luxurious private room, the crowd waiting was much larger than before they entered. The long 18-hour vigil, the equivalent of 3 whole days on the trial star, had them fully prepared for the worst. Only when Chu Yes' figure appeared did their hearts finally settle. Xiaoyu, what kind of trial was it that you were gone so long? A woman rushed forward and grabbed Chu Yu, studying her closely, her eyes nearly swollen red. This scare had pushed her to the brink of collapse, fearing her daughter wouldn't return from her first trial. 2 other women hurried forward to check as well. We didn't have much luck this time. We ended up in the blood trial, where everyone has to fight each other. Luckily, our team was strong enough not only to clear it, but also to secure 3rd place. In the living room, Chu Yu's eyes were shining as she spoke, spreading out the loot from her backpack on the coffee table: a pitch black, a rank shadow cloak, and a special attribute point card glowing with a faint blue light. That good? The woman standing nearby was startled. Originally, the family just wanted Chu Yu to gain some experience. Nobody really expected her to bring back any rewards. Xiaoyu really is impressive, another housekeeper-like woman leaned in. Did you get any attribute point rewards? Of course. Chu Yu raised her chin confidently, but kept her voice low. 15 points, all strength. At this, the middle-aged man who had previously given Mu Hanchuan a yellow random attribute card gasped slightly. Those are amazing results. Miss, you're fantastic. The first time I entered the trial, I only got 2 agility points. He smiled and gave a compliment. Huh, it's not me, it's the team. Chu Yu waved him off but couldn't hide the pride in her eyes. Standing to the side, Baigu spoke up at the right moment. Miss Chu Yu truly did well. This was her first time in the trial, and she helped boost our strength while providing support during the fight, easing the team's burden. He silently wondered if Mu Hanchuan would nod in approval if he heard this. Really? You went into battle and didn't get hurt? The woman hurriedly checked her daughter's arm. No injuries, Chu Yu said with a smile that curved her eyes. I was just cutting from the back. Mu was so strong, always protecting me and saved me several times. He himself took quite a beating. Is he okay then? They thought of the seemingly fragile tank, surprised to find he was so reliable. The yellow random attribute card definitely hadn't been wasted. He won't die, Chu Yu shrugged. I even wanted to give him a big gifted ticket to the mass celebration ball, but he refused to come. Oh well, never mind. Hearing this, the woman finally relaxed. That's a relief. You've been gone so long, you scared us half to death. Don't go next time, too dangerous. We'll see. It's not that bad, Chu Yu murmured. She had sworn never to enter the trial planet again, but changed her mind as soon as she left. Luck can't always be that bad, she thought. Surely, she wouldn't run into the blood trial again. I think you should stay away, the housekeeper shook her head. You're a girl. We have more than enough attribute cards at home. The women continued chattering as they gathered around the loot. The man led Baigu out of the living room to sort out the team's points. In the hallway, the man nodded with satisfaction. You all did well this time. I just reported to the chief and we decided to give the top reward 6 million, which will be transferred to each of your designated accounts. Is that all right? Adjusting his glasses, Baigu replied calmly. No problem at all. Thank you. Heh, it's no trouble, said the man with a smile. There will be more opportunities to work together. Our miss probably won't join team trials for a while, but others in the family might. A few young masters are eager and good teams are hard to find, so you may have business. Thank you for your support. He'll be going now. Baigu politely took his leave. At the elevator, the man suddenly remembered something. Oh, one more thing, could you give me Mu's contact info? Sorry, I need to ask him first. If he agrees, he'll pass it along. All right, go ahead then. Baigu nodded and turned away. Farewell. One day later, Mu Hanchuan went to retrieve his 8 million deposit plus a 6 million bonus. The account wasn't his, but was provided by Chai Long. Chai Long led him through the self-service banking area, where the cold white fluorescent lights cast their shadows flat against the floor. Since Mu Hanchuan's identity could cause trouble if exposed, he borrowed Chai Long's empty shell account. It wasn't that he couldn't open his own account, it was just that he didn't dare do it under his real name. After completing the withdrawal, Mu Hanchuan casually handed Chai Long the Flame Gauntlets Grade E. Let's deal with this together. They should sell for about 3 million. Chai Long pinched the fiery patterned leather of the gloves and clicked his tongue. Attack gear, not bad for that price. Other types go for less, and control gear or rare stuff fetches even crazier prices. Like Chu Yes Shadow Cloak Grade E, at least double that. Mu Hanchuan then pulled out a card glowing faintly blue. Also, a beginner skill slot 1. I don't need it. Help me find a buyer. Sure, these are hot commodities outside. The more skill slots you have, the safer you are during trials on the Star of Trials. Chai Long slipped the card into an anti-magnetic bag. Chu Yu probably unlocked her second skill slot with one of these, though she hasn't put any skill in it, yet probably waiting for a better one. Squinting, he studied Mu Hanchuan. So, what kind of trial was this team run? How'd you score so much good stuff? Scarlet Trial. Bad luck, actually. Mu Hanchuan shrugged. My goodness, bad luck in Scarlet Trial, and you still come back loaded? Chai Long rubbed his forehead and griped loudly. Back when I went in, I barely got some attribute points and a durability item, nearly died in there. We brought a boss with us, can't help it. No way. Bad luck and you bring a boss. Imagine if you had good luck, you'd be unstoppable. Chai Long sounded even more annoyed. Not wanting to argue outside the bank, Mu Hanchuan waved him off. Enough. Where can I buy random attribute point item cards? White or yellow are fine. Blue and above are too pricey. That's rich. You made a lot going with the boss, and you still want attribute cards? No choice. Progress is too slow. Got it. He'll ask around and get back to you tomorrow. Chai Long suddenly remembered something sensitive. By the way, how often can you use one of those attribute point cards? Mu Hanchuan answered lightly, not very often. Worse than my 3 months? Can't compare to you. Never mind, better not ask. Just before leaving, Mu Hanchuan pulled him back. Any news from the Mu family? They're still looking for you in secret, but no leads in Nanshire City. Didn't expect you'd end up in this backwater Taizhou County. Don't show yourself. They won't find you anytime soon. Understood. Chai Long looked at him curiously. Young Master Mu, you really not going back? No face to go back. On my father's side, there are 2 half-siblings. On my mother's side, a half-brother. My place is taken, too much competition, I'm afraid I won't make it. Chai Long laughed and scolded gently. I get you. Yeah, that's rough. Late at night, in an abandoned warehouse on the city's edge, 4 team members met again. The old fluorescent tubes flickered, dust swirling in the light. Baigu was the first to speak, his tone calm as ever. The employer's reward has been transferred to your accounts, the deposit plus bonus, totaling 14 million. You all received it? Midnight Red T snapped his fingers in acknowledgement. Black Feather nodded slightly in assent. Mu Hanchuan also nodded. It's all there. Baigu projected an electronic list onto the wall. We didn't bring out much loot, sold for 1.18 million. I'm giving each of you 300,000. He paused. I'm giving my share to Mu as a subsidy. The cash by Gua Gavathasanduan notes only came to 3 bundles, quite light. Mu Hanchuan ended up with 6 bundles himself. Gua gave him her share, but he wasn't too eager to take it. It was a loss after all that digging. None of it actually made it back. Midnight Black Tea still muttered with frustration. If we'd brought everything back, each of us would have had 1 million. Gua shrugged. We're lucky to have returned safely with anything at all. Don't be too hard on it. Mu, how's your body? You sacrificed the most this time, almost died out there. I'm okay. Mu Hanchuan's voice was hoarse but quiet. He said no more. The group tacitly dropped the subject. Everyone had plans for the next month, and Gua had already reserved spots for their friends in the team trials, promising future cooperation. All right, they all said in unison. Mu Hanchuan had expected this outcome and felt no stir inside. If he had free time, he'd just join a random team to try his luck. Hey, you packed up and was the first to leave. Just before leaving, Gua suddenly asked, by the way, Chiyu wants your contact info. Will you give it? Mu Hanchuan thought briefly and shook his head. No need. He could guess Chuyu's intentions, but he wasn't part of her team's organization. Adding him would do no good, only bring trouble. If Chuyu's team were short-handed for the trials, they could reach Gua directly or post on eNet. He'd see any message anyway. Okay, got it. Then let's call it a day? Gua waved off the topic. Midnight Black Tea didn't rush off. She pulled out her light brain device. Mu, leave me your contact. We can look out for each other in the future. Mu Hanchuan gave his number outright. Who knew when it might come in handy? Mu, Chiyu is holding a masquerade ball. Aren't you going? No. Heh, I thought you fancied that girl. She's got a good impression of you and a nice background. You could try for it. Thanks, but too ugly no chance. Saying that, Mu Hanchuan raised a hand to dismiss the conversation and turned to leave. Watching his back as he went, Midnight Black Tea instantaneously raised her estimation of this young powerhouse. Terrifyingly strong, yet extremely self-controlled. His future achievements would be incalculable. Seeing her expression, Bagua teased half-jokingly, "You really rate him?" "Yeah, he's reliable. Us women, we just like reliability." "Fair enough." Bagua laughed and took her leave, meanwhile sending the message to Chiyu's family steward since Mu Hanchuan refused to share his contact. When the reply came, Chiyu was picking out gifts and nearly dropped her cup upon hearing it. A comrade-in-arms friendship, and he won't even share his contact. I was going to give him a big gift, but forget it now. The steward comforted, "Miss, he's a bit lone wolf, hard to get close to." Chiyu leaned on the sofa armrest, her eyes shining. "But he's strong. If anything happens later, he'll just stand behind him safe and easy. If we really brought him into our circle, we wouldn't fear the team trials. Maybe later. These scattered fighters always run into trouble." "Yeah." Chiyu pressed her lips together, having no choice but to suppress her feelings. There was no other way. Mu Hanchuan did not go back. Instead, he found a more reliable A-level repair technician and offered a 10 higher price to ensure his void stomach armor would be fixed within 2 weeks. After arranging this, he went alone to the riverbank and stared blankly, facing the muddy treatment station run by Lao Wang. Several knife wounds on his body ached faintly, so he had no intention of acting right now. He would wait until his injuries healed and his armor was ready before returning to handle matters there. But it never hurt to scout the area and listen to the rumors first. Lao Wang had already returned, and Song Hung was still around. With 2 A-level repair technicians stationed there, the muddy treatment station's reputation and business had certainly improved, but its true strength remained unknown. Mu Hanchuan planned to come back in half a month to have a talk and personally test his skills. Suddenly, a gray-white police drone skimmed along the riverbank. Its belly camera spun rapidly, live streaming all passers-by to the police headquarters. The system automatically cross-checked the data, triggering immediate arrests if any wanted suspects were detected. Several patrol officers wearing bulletproof vests appeared on a distant river embankment, their watchful eyes scanning the crowd. Mu Hanchuan pulled up his hood, lowered his head, and walked away quickly. With his identity, there was no way he could allow the official system to capture his facial data, let alone with the Mu family secretly hunting people. Since trialists appeared in the world, global crime rates had soared, and police crackdowns had intensified year after year. The problem was, as long as trialists didn't reveal themselves, no existing technology could uncover their true nature. Compared to advanced civilizations, this planet's methods lagged far behind. Unless someone registered or was arrested and documented by police, no trace existed in official databases. Those who were registered faced strict surveillance and had to report regularly. People like Mu Hanchuan, unregistered and never caught, appeared just like ordinary citizens. Governments worldwide had worked hard to encourage trialists to register and contribute, with the most famous effort being the trialist ranking system. This ranking system corresponded exactly with the trialist star leaderboard. All trialists could appear on it if they ranked in the top 1 million of the trialist star. Those outside the top million didn't have names on the list. For example, Mu Hanchuan currently had no ranking, meaning that among all trialists in the star system, he had not yet reached the top 1 million. There were 77 civilizations in the star system, each with tens of thousands of slots. Overall, about 100,000 humans had risen to a level or above, which was a small proportion out of the global population of 8 billion. But that only counted the trialist star leaderboard. Countries also set up lower threshold domestic ranking systems to encourage early registration. The ranking tiers were detailed: global, continental, national, provincial, city, and even some economically strong counties ran their own leaderboards. Getting on any of these granted government subsidies, access to good jobs, and various privileges above ordinary citizens. The higher the rank, especially entering the top 1 million on the trialist star, the more generous the financial aid and benefits. Before heading out, trialists could also apply to the government for equipment, items, and other support. Of course, these grants are usually only given to those with exceptional talent, high potential, and top rankings. For an ordinary trial participant, applying for one is nearly impossible. To receive this subsidy, one must report to the local government every 6 months, demonstrate their special abilities on site, verify them with a specialized testing device, and provide 100 genuine identification. Mu Hanchuan has never gone to report. Just the genuine identification requirement alone completely deterred him. He estimated silently that if he did report, given his current age and A-level strength, there was no way he wouldn't rank in the top 10 among his peers in Nan'an City, and probably place well across the entire Luo province. The subsidy would be no small amount. In fact, it could be considered substantial. Unfortunately, he had no desire to expose himself. Occasionally, he heard people mention that midnight red tea ranks quite high on Luo province's annual charts for his age group, probably in the top few dozen. That person was roughly 25 or 26 years old. If someone listed the top 100 in that age bracket across Luo province and went through each one eliminating suspects, it wouldn't be hard to find his true identity. But Mu Hanchuan wasn't interested. Maybe Midnight Red Tea himself didn't care much either. I wonder when he'll break into the top 1 million on the trial star leaderboard. He muttered with a wry smile. Rankings didn't matter to him. What he needed was a coordinated point of reference to know exactly where he stood, so he could push forward from there. The next day at noon, Chai Lung's call came suddenly. His voice was low but brimming with excitement. There's news about the random attribute item cards. They met at a roadside noodle shop on a busy food street. The oil in the wok sizzled loudly, steam rose from the broth, and a pair of bone china bowls sat on the metal table. Chai Lung picked up some noodles and blurted the information out in one breath. White card, 1.2 million. Yellow card, 2.2 million. Seller won't negotiate. He'll be the middleman, direct contact between buyer and seller. I take 5 of the total price as commission, split evenly between both sides. My side only charges the seller. You're exempted. It's your call. Mu Hanchuan did a quick mental calculation. The white card's 1.2 million price was clearly not worth it. He might as well buy the yellow card outright. The price difference after commission was minimal. Yellow then. He'll transfer the money to your account shortly, he decided. Got it. Chai Long nodded. By the way, the 2 level pieces of gear you had are already with my dad. In a few days, they'll be put up for sale. Since they're high-end, letting my old man handle it personally is more stable and he can fetch a higher price. Understood. After finishing his noodles, Mo Hanchuan left first. Before turning away, he transferred 2.255 million into Chai Lung's account 550,000, of which was the handling fee. He always kept favors and finances separate. Brothers were brothers, but hard work deserved proper pay. The willow trees at the street corner swayed gently as the sunlight cast mottled shadows on the ground. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the glare and thought quietly. Things were mostly settled. It was time to pay a visit to that old guy. That fellow had been suspiciously quiet lately. He wondered what tricks he was up to this time. In Nannan City, next to Taizhou County where Mu Hanchuan lived, was Ketua County. Mu Hanchuan walked into an old 3-story building there. Each floor had 4 apartments, smaller 1-bedroom units on the sides, and 2 slightly larger 2-bedroom units in the middle, with only subtle differences between them. There were no kitchens or bathrooms inside the apartments. Cooking had to be done in the corridor, while bathing and toilet use required going to the shared facilities at either end of the building. During the day, the hallways were mostly empty since most tenants worked away from home. Mu Hanchuan stepped up the middle staircase to the 2nd floor. His home was the 2-bedroom apartment on the right, near the stairwell. Since Dai Xiaoyan, the woman the old man had adopted, got married, only the 2 of them remained, though Mu Hanchuan rarely returned since reaching adulthood. He had been adopted by the old man the same year he ran away from his grandfather's house when he was 13. Dai Xiaoyan was 6 years older, 19 then, and had been taken in by the old man earlier, growing up almost like a daughter, accompanying him as they performed arts together. Mu Hanchuan always felt the old man hadn't taken him in out of pity, but more because Dai Xiaoyan was now of marriageable age and someone had to stay behind to help out. Otherwise, with the old man's stingy nature, he wouldn't have paid him any attention. Sure enough, Dai Xiaoyan married at 20, and Mu Hanchuan took her place, learning the performing trade alongside the old man. Despite only spending a year together, the bond between the 2 siblings wasn't weak. They kept in touch every year, usually with Dai Xiaoyan reaching out first. Xiaomu. Just as he stepped onto the 2nd floor, an urgent female voice called from below. Mu Hanchuan paused, waiting for the tenant to come upstairs. She came once every few months to collect rent and was tight-lipped with a stern temperany softness, and the rent might not get paid. Tenants of these old buildings were mostly struggling, often short-term renters. When rent was due, someone always came knocking. But this time she sounded rushed. Mu Hanchuan thought it was likely more than just rent collection. Aunt Li, is it rent time? Mu Hanchuan asked. Not exactly, don't say anything yet. Old Feng hasn't been seen going out for a long time, and neighbors haven't spotted him either. I need to check quickly if he's still home, Aunt Li said anxiously. Mu Hanchuan frowned slightly, a feeling of unease settling over him. Without another word, he opened his door and stepped inside quickly, with Aunt Li following closely behind. Inside, there was a bedroom on each side. The old man usually lived alone, and the room was somewhat messy. Mu Hanchuan's own room was crowded with clutter. He stopped at the doorway of the right bedroom, his gaze calm but heavy as it settled on the old face lying on the bed. Gaunt and wrinkled, the man's features were like a testament to a life spent wandering, as desolate as the rundown building itself. Having witnessed many moments between life and death, he could naturally sense it. The old man had already stopped breathing. His face was peaceful, as if asleep, without a groan or disturbance to anyone. Mu Hanchuan held the hand that had long since turned cool, realizing, this time, it was his turn to say goodbye to the one person he considered his only family. Aunt Lee covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes just as she had expected. Old Foam was truly gone. She gently patted Mu Hanchuan's shoulder and whispered, "My condolences." Then she pulled out her phone and said, "They'll call Xiao Yin and ask her to go to Shodong Mountain to set up the shelter. We need to bring the clothes and bedding Old Foam used and burn them." With that, she quickly walked to the door and made the call. "Old Jiang, it's me." Aunt Lee lowered her voice. "A tenant here passed away. His child is still little and doesn't understand what to do. Can you drive over and take the body to Shodong Mountain?" "Take him to Shodong Mountain? Didn't he have a hometown?" "He was a drifter. No hometown at all." "All right, I'm on my way." Across the hall, Mrs. Wang heard the commotion and poked her head out. "What's going on?" "Old Feng passed away." "Huh. I saw him bragging downstairs just the other day." "How could this happen?" Mrs. Wang exclaimed, then sighed deeply. "Life is so unpredictable. They'll call everyone upstairs and downstairs to come help." Aunt Lee nodded. Inside, Mu Hanchuan packed the elder's clothes, medicine box, and old newspapers into a woven bag, dialing a number with his other hand. Beep beep. In a small noodle shop in the county town, Dai Xiaoyan was wiping sweat from her brow as she served customers. Her phone vibrated. Seeing the caller ID, she froze. Mu, who rarely called first, was calling now. "Hello, Xiaomu." "Yanjia, it's me. What's going on?" "The old man, he's gone. Can you go ahead to Shodong Mountain and make arrangements? They'll bring him over soon." As she hung up, the bright shop lights blurred before her eyes. Her chopsticks dropped with a clack, and her phone slipped to the floor by her feet. Sliding down the wall, tears flooded her face. The children were on holiday these days. She had gone back to her in-laws with her husband just over a week ago, and in that short time, she missed the chance to see the elder one last time. Old Feng had lived his life avoiding trouble for others, never making a fuss over anything. Even in death, he chose a morning when no one was around. "What's wrong?" Her husband Lin Ji rushed out from the back room. Two customers also stood up, bowls still in hand. "My dad's gone," she cried uncontrollably. Lin Ji was stunned, though not his biological father-in-law. This man had raised his wife like a father. How could this happen without warning? He helped his wife up. "Come on, let's go now." Dai Xiaoyan wiped her tears. "Mo asked me to go to Shodong Mountain first. He's taking dad there himself." "Okay, they'll call the funeral home to arrange the coffin and set up the shelter." Lin Ji pulled out his phone. An elderly customer nearby handed him a business card. "There's a funeral parlor at Shodong Mountain. Use this number. They're quick." "Thank you so much." Lin Ji thanked repeatedly, then apologized to the customers. "The shop's closing now. Would you like your noodles to go?" "Don't worry about us. Go handle it." The two diners waved them off and left. "You go pick up the kids." "They'll go ahead," Lin Ji said. "Okay." Dai Xiaoyan nodded through her tears and wiped her face. Meanwhile, an hour passed quickly. Neighbors who knew the news started arriving downstairs, filling the alleyway. The ambulance arrived with its siren, stopping in front of the old building. Two middle-aged men in white uniforms carried a stretcher up to the second floor. Aunt Lee led the way, the Bodis inside. "Sorry to trouble you." They efficiently lifted the elder onto the stretcher, covering him with a white cloth. Mu Hanchuan followed behind with the packed clothes and bedding, his footsteps steady, but his hands trembling slightly. After the body was carried downstairs, he returned to the room to neatly roll up the bedding and pack it all of the old man's belongings, nothing left behind. In the hallway, neighbors helped each other. Some offered a hand, others spoke softly words of comfort. Not only Mu Hanchuan, but many of the residents from the street followed along to lend a hand when the time came. Arriving at Shodong Mountain, Sister Yin and her husband had already secured a spot. A large tent was being erected, with a coffin placed inside in advance. Outside the tent, a few members of Mu Hanchuan's band had just arrived, bustling about as they carried lighting rigs and speakers offering to perform for the funeral free of charge for several days. Family and friends trickled in quietly in small groups, softly offering condolences. "Please take care. It's such a shock." They approached Mu Hanchuan one by one, gently patting his shoulder. "Thank you," he said in a deep, low voice. By the coffin, Dai Xiaoyan collapsed onto the old man's chest, crying herself hoarse. Her husband held her tightly, his own trembling body almost knocking others aside. Their 6-year-old son was quietly pulled away by an elder to a distance, hiding his head in the adult's arms to shield him from the scene. After handling the last few chores, Mu Hanchuan handed a wad of cash to the two drivers who had carried the body. "Thanks for the hard work. Is 1,000 enough?" They thanked him repeatedly before stepping aside. Mu Hanchuan stood outside the tent, his expression calm. Having gone through years of trials on the trial star, he had grown accustomed to seeing comrades fall. More than 10 had died right before his eyes. His parents, grandparents, and maternal grandparents were still alive, but the one who truly regarded him as family was this old man, before him no blood relation at all. The wind swept over the hill, carrying the sharp scent of burned paper ashes. His gaze passed over the morning tent and caught sight of 2 patrol officers appearing at the foot of the slope. They didn't approach, but raised their hands to release folding drones from their backs. With a soft buzzing, the drones took to the air, their black lenses fixed on the scene, streaming everyone's data directly back to the officer's neural interface. No controller or voice command was needed. Every movement was controlled by thought alone. This neural interface trial star hybrid system was undoubtedly powerful in combat, officially banned for civilian use. But whether the major powers were secretly researching it was anyone's guess. The patrol officers belonged to local defense brigades and were at the lowest tier of the national combat ranks. Only 3 neural interface connection was required for deployment. Exoskeleton suits were standard, and they carried a single-barrel machine gun drone for reconnaissance and suppression. Even with such relatively low requirements, the pass rate was only around 10. This was no easy job to secure. One tier above were the battle officers, also under the defense brigade, but all were trial participants. Their equipment was supplied directly from the trial star. Each had a robotic dog and a drone, requiring a 6 neural connection to simultaneously control both. The pass rate plummeted to about 6, meaning only 6 out of every 100 candidates qualified. Several battle officers fighting together using drone strikes and robotic dog flanking were nearly unbeatable by ordinary peers. In this small county, battle officers were the highest level one would typically encounter. Higher-tier combatants were only deployed at city level or above, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Mu Hanchuan looked up, letting the drone's lens sweep over his face. This time, he made no effort to hide. Today was a special day. There was nowhere to run, nor did he plan to. What was meant to happen would happen. When it came, it would come. A faint new emotion stirred deep within him, curiosity about why exactly the Mu family had sought him out after all. The moment Mu Hanchuan's identity details were uploaded and confirmed by the local defense bureau, the message was immediately intercepted and rerouted to the defense headquarters in Qingling, the capital. The capital's intelligence network instantly turned red. Su Han, reviewing documents in her office, received an encrypted message from her cousin, the technical backbone of Qingling's defense intelligence unit. Hanjia, the person you asked me to check on has been found. Attached was a detailed personal profile ending with a high-resolution photo of Mu Hanchuan as he looked now. Su-Han set down her pen and stared intently at the screen. Though barely in her early 20s, she was already deputy chief of the intelligence division for the Southwest region at the National Intelligence Headquarters, ranked at trial level E, one of the fastest rising newcomers among the 9 major branches. Her abilities and the influence behind her were equally formidable. The Su family's political and commercial roots ran deep, and she was the sharpest blade in their arsenal. So he's Qingyu's fiancé, Mu Hanchuan? Su-Han tapped her fingers lightly on the black stone desk. The calm eyes in the photo didn't match the image of a runaway, destitute young master at all. Instead, they clearly revealed experience and guile. Thinking of her delicate cousin, her brow furrowed. If that girl really got targeted by someone like this, there wouldn't be so much as a bone left intact. Her chair swiveled gently as she made a quick decision. Rather than letting things drag on, better to cut the knot immediately. Su-Han picked up the desk phone and dialed the main line at Qingyu's residence. Where's Qingyu? The butler responded in a low voice. Miss Qingyu went shopping early this morning and said she'd be back before dinner. Send her back immediately and have her pack some clothes. I'm taking her out. Su-Han hung up, determination flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, Su family's second miss, Su Qingyu, was already wearing a blood fox mask, appearing at the Huaying city in eastern Qingling. A female voice crackled through a tactical earpiece. Target has entered private room 3 on the 3rd floor. 13 bodyguards total. 3 at the 3rd floor entrance, 6 patrolling, 2 guarding the door, and 2 inside the room. Additionally, 5 female technicians present, no threat. In a rear alley, a man dressed as an electrician leaned against the wall, smoking lazily yet methodically. All rear alley cameras switched off, escape routes cleared. Internal surveillance in Huaying City goes down in 10 seconds. A sniper hidden between the shadows of 2 buildings responded in a low voice, sniper position ready. Atop an independent building, Su Qingyu stood with her mask, half-human face on the left, half fox on the right, her long hair falling over half her face. The evening breeze lifted loose strands as she looked up at the sky. Today's rare clear weather was perfect for the operation. Her target wasn't a local from Qingwang, but O Feiyong, scion of a powerful official family from the southern Sinan kingdom. This man had forced and abused dozens of young girls. After public outcry, he fled to Qingwang, but continued his depravity there. Thanks to his family's influence, he eliminated witnesses, paid heavy bribes, and escaped all punishment. Everything was in place. At the 10th second, as all surveillance went dark, Su Qingyu leapt down and charged into the 3rd floor entrance of Huaying City. With a single sword strike, 2 heads flew off before even a warning could be uttered. A shadow, ghost-like and close to the corridor's corner, leapt up 3 floors and vanished in an instant. At this moment, the 3rd floor was carpeted with thick wool, muffling every footstep as Su Qingyu moved steadily inward. Who are you? The 3rd floor is sealed off today? A female staff member rushed forward, her tone a warning. No guests here were ordinary, and strict orders were to keep a close watch. The only reply was the flash of cold steel. With a sharp crack, a thin slit opened on her throat. She clutched her neck and collapsed, finally revealing the killer's hand holding a sword that hadn't even touched blood. The stairway was already guarded, yet the sound of metal falling still rang out. 6 bodyguards from the 3rd floor arrived, faces turning pale when they saw 3 bodies lying in disarray. They drew their weapons while radioing a warning inside the private room. Su Qingyu moved with elegant speed, like lightning striking as he closed in on the lead guard. The man raised his gun to block the sword struck down. Snap! The barrel shattered, then a thin line split his chest, slicing him clean in two at the midline. The stench of blood filled the air. The other 5, seeing this, went pale and instinctively stepped back, hoping reinforcements from the room would come out soon. But retreat was impossible. Cold flashes leapt out as a few swift sword thrusts, like swimming dragons, tore the remaining 5 apart, limbs flying. Blood soaked deep into the carpet, just as the door of private room number 3 was flung open. 2 skilled figures stepped out one after another. Seeing the carnage, one tried to suppress his anger. Who are you? Is there some mistake? Our young master may be unconventional, but he never involves himself with upper-class ladies. He's been quite proper all these years. No reason to stir up this kind of trouble. Su Qingyu turned his head slightly, eyes indifferent, but kept walking. Looks like no mistake. The two exchanged a serious glance. Kill. Iron limbs clashed and roared. 3 figures instantly locked in fierce combat, shaking the private room door to splinters. Guests inside screamed in terror. Meanwhile, Oh Feong cowered behind a luxurious sofa, panic making him pace wildly. He had done too many bad deeds and fled to Qing Huang, thinking it was safe and secret, unaware that the killing god had found him. Are the people of Qing Huang insane? I never touched them, only played with commoners. Those little girls' ancestors for 4 generations were all commoners, I checked. He screamed inside, recalling the dozens of girls had toyed with and Zinnenever once pursued. Before the thought finished, a silent dagger plunged into the back of his head. Oh Feong hadn't even activated his defense card when darkness suddenly fell. Desperately, he turned, only seeing a shadowy blur that twisted like mist. Poke, poke, poke. 10 more stabbing strikes sounded quickly as his skull became riddled like a honeycomb. Omerder. Help! Several women inside screamed sharply. The shadow showed no mercy. A streak of black light whizzed by, and the screams abruptly ceased. The room fell into silence. Mission accomplished. With one step forward, he helped Su Qingyu cut down the powerful enemies. Downstairs, a large crowd from Huaying City surged up the stairs. When they reached the scene, the floor was covered with mangled, bloody corpses, a horrifying sight. Among them was the distinguished guest, whose death was especially tragic. Now it was completely over. Huaying City was in serious trouble. In a back alley, Su Qingyu disappeared toward the end and returned to the corner of the 2nd floor in a modest, artsy cafe. Her personal bodyguard had long been ready with a change of clothes, moving efficiently to transform her back into the fragile, helpless image of the 2nd young lady of the Su family. The bodyguard whispered, "Miss, the eldest young lady sent a message. She wants you to return immediately." Su Qingyu asked, puzzled, "What's going on?" "They found a lead on your fiancé," the bodyguard replied. Su Qingyu tensed instantly. What does he look like now? I've only seen childhood photos of Mu Hanchuan, never any grown-up ones. The eldest young lady didn't send any pictures, the bodyguard said. Su Qingyu sighed softly. Looks like I'll have to make a trip out myself. She gazed listlessly out at the street and murmured, Tianlong City, huh? The funeral didn't last long. After just over 2 days, they chose a grave site with excellent feng shui. Mu Hanchuan stayed by the grave for 2 whole nights. The next day, Chai Long came to pay respects and brought a yellow random attribute item card along with a transfer of 4.5 million yuan into Mu Hanchuan's account. The flame gauntlets, graded E, sold for 3.2 million, and a level 1 skill slot added for 1.8 million, totaling 5 million, minus a 10 fee. The price was reasonable, and after fees it wasn't a loss, putting Mu Hanchuan's estimate at around 4.5 million. Together with cash on hand, he held over 17 million yuan. Not an enormous fortune, but not small either. If he started spending, it could last about a month. After all, just 5 random attribute cards could cost into the tens of millions, plus gear upgrades. On this day, Mu Hanchuan visited Dai Xiaoyan's noodle shop, chatting happily with Xiao Linyuan. He hadn't been there in a while. Before coming, had used one of the random attribute point cards the first use after 6 days and had increased his physique by 2 points. With a fat wallet now, he was debating whether to buy another card to use next week, feeling uncertain. How's your martial arts training going? Mu Hanchuan asked Xiao Linyuan. The kid was really into martial skills and loved going with friends to a nearby dojo to watch practice. Over the past decades, since the Trial Star appeared, many dojos and schools that were once just gyms or performance halls had rapidly evolved into deadly combat training grounds. This made sense. Martial arts used to be mostly about style and fitness, often just showmanship. Now, with attribute panels boosting power, martial arts combat gained real substance and lethality, becoming practical and deadly. In the Trial Star arena, it's kill or be killed first. Veteran masters and sect grandmasters who had cultivated for years suddenly skyrocketed in strength once they entered the trial star. Many elite experts still alive today are true grandmasters, formidable fighters who all carved out their own unique martial paths. In Qing Wang, there is a legendary figure ranked 57th in the world among top martial artists. He hails from Bibo, Jiayanhua Valley, and his name is Mu Zixi. At 139 years old, he has trained in martial arts since childhood and mastered various skills and combat techniques within his sect. After the trial star appeared, he participated in the trials at the age of 40, and from that point on, he rose unstoppable. Now he leads Lianhua Valley, making it one of the largest and most influential sects worldwide. Over decades, the martial arts world has fragmented rapidly. Besides the major sects, numerous layers of training schools have sprung up, some specializing in technique, others in grappling, some focusing on close combat. Nowadays, these schools have become even more specialized, offering courses solely for strength training, endurance, agility, or speed. Mu Hanchuan once grit his teeth and signed up himself, eventually choosing classes focused on defensive techniques and endurance training, at an exorbitant tuition fee. At the same price, Xiaolin Yuan's family definitely couldn't afford it. So Mu Hanchuan secretly enrolled him in the county's best martial arts school, 10,000 a month, far more expensive than the nearby rookie kung fu school. From his perspective, Xiaolin Yuan's future path was uncertain: civil service exams, military enlistment, or just living an ordinary life. In any case, having some basic self-defense skills wouldn't hurt. My class. Xiaolin Yuan held up one finger. Under Mu Hanchuan's exaggerated gaze, he slowly raised two, then three, four, five fingers. I rank fifth. Mu Hanchuan's face immediately fell. Looks like no bright future ahead. Your parents haven't found out, right? I only go on weekends. They're too busy to care. That's good. Or I'd have your mom yelling at me again. Want me to buy some gear? No need. The stuff from last time is still good, kept at the school. All right, work hard. If you do well, I'll enroll you in a Onion master coaching program later. Okay, I've already got my eye on a good coach. Huh, this kid's got some ambition. At that moment, Dai Xiaoyan entered carrying a steaming bowl of noodles piled high with chunks of meat, pushing Xiaolin Yuan to go study after eating. Here, have some noodles first. You must be exhausted these days. She sat opposite him. Piece of cake, Xiaolin Yuan said casually, but finished it in just a few big bites. When no one was looking, Dai Xiaoyan pulled a bank card from her coat pocket and quietly handed it to Mu Hanchuan. Sister Yan, what's this? It's the old man's savings over the years. When I'm married, he gave a dowry, the rest stayed here. He specifically said it's for you to use when you get married. Boys spend more money. Oh, that old stingy guy really saved money for me? Mu Hanchuan was skeptical, worried it might be Sister Yan's secret stash. I don't need it. I'm not planning to get married anytime soon. It's really from him. He always treated you like his own son, so of course had saved some money for your bride. Even thinking about that old man's daily scolding made Mu Hanchuan resist the idea mentally. Sister Yin, I really don't need it. My job and income are stable now. Whatever he saved probably isn't even worth a few months of my salary. You should leave it for Xiaolin Yuan. Don't underestimate him. There's quite a bit in that card, enough to buy an apartment in the county. Having a place makes getting married much easier. The old man secretly saved up this much. Remembering the days when they shared steamed buns while growing up, he wondered how that guy could bear to do it. Well, just keep it for now. I'm afraid I'd spend it foolishly. It can wait until you're ready to get married. Dai Xiaoyan thought this was for the best. Young Mu Hanchuan wasn't too responsible with money yet, so it was safer to save it until buying a wedding home. All right, bring your partner around when the time comes. Let us see. Oh, I'm only 21, okay? I'll wait another 10 years maybe then. Dai Xiaoyan had gone off to busy herself again. She always seemed to have endless tasks from morning till night. The small noodle shop was empty except for the steaming bowl of vegetarian noodles on the wooden table and Mu Hanchuan sitting there. Holding his bamboo chopsticks, he slowly stirred the noodles as the fragrant steam mingled before his eyes. The alley was quiet in the afternoon, when suddenly two gleaming black luxury cars arrived one after another at the entrance, their turn signals blinking. The deep roar of their engines echoed through the narrow street. As the doors opened simultaneously, two young women with strikingly different airs stepped out. The sharp clicks of their high heels on the glossy tiles sounded crisp. They pushed open the shop door, and a fresh, cool breeze seemed to sweep in instantly. Mu Hanchuan instinctively glanced back, not for any other reason, but because these two women clearly exuded an uncommon aura. Designer coats outlined their elegant silhouettes, pearl bracelets, and simple gold accessories catching the faint light from outside. Such nobility seemed utterly out of place in this small county town, and especially in the shabby little noodle shop where he worked odd jobs. A sense of alertness rose within him. Without showing it, he kept his head down eating, but carefully took note of them in his peripheral vision. Unexpectedly, the two women neither glanced at the shop owner nor took seats elsewhere. Instead, they walked straight over and sat side by side on the wooden chairs right in front of him, appraising him from head to toe. Mu Hanchuan was not one to ogle women, but these two were hard to ignore. The one on the left had sharp features and flawless makeup, her precisely tailored dark suit radiating an unapproachable pride. The woman on the right wore a simple white dress, her long hair flowing gently over her shoulders, with clear eyes like a gentle, obedient little white rabbit. He remained silent, focusing on the bowl before him, waiting for them to speak first. "You are the eldest son of the Mu family, Mu Hanchuan," said the woman on the outside, the more assertive one with a cool, clear voice. His chopsticks paused, soup dripping into the porcelain bowl, creating tiny ripples. Raising his eyes, he felt surprised. These two were obviously not from the Mu family, nor did they seem related to his maternal grandfather's side. How did they even know about him? "Who are you?" "This is Sister Yan's shop," he said evenly, though inwardly wary. He guessed they must have done thorough research to find this place. "I'm Su Qingyu," said the girl in the white dress sweetly, her voice gentle. She tilted her head slightly and nodded toward the woman beside her. "She's my sister, Su Han." "Su." Mu Hanchuan grew even more confused. The surname Su didn't ring any bells in Tianlan City, and his mother's surname was Zuthier, seemed to be no connection. Su Han added lightly, "You don't know us, but we know you. So who exactly are you? And what do you want with me?" Mu Hanchuan furrowed his brow. Su Han was unhurried, her eyes deep. "After all these years since you left the Mu family, is this how you've been living?" They really had investigated thoroughly. Mu Hanchuan returned his gaze to the noodles. "That's none of your business." "That remains to be seen," she said, raising an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on her lips. He put down his chopsticks, his tone cold but direct. "Let's get to the point." Su Han smoothed her hair back. "Didn't your family ever mention the Qingling Su family to you when you were a child?" "No." "Then they must have never told you that you have a fiancé." "Fiancé?" His fingers tightened slightly, a distant memory flickering in his mind. Someone had mentioned a similar betrothal in his childhood, but it was never discussed in depth. His eyes quickly scanned between the two women. His instincts told him that if the fiancé truly existed, it would be the gentle Su Qingyu, not the imposing Su Han sitting before him. Su Qingyu stood, polite yet warm, extending her hand. "Hello, I'm your fiancé, the second daughter of the Qingling Su family, Su Qingyu." "Hello, Mu Hanchuan," he replied quietly. Su Han, left standing aside, frowned lightly and scoffed. "You think I came all this way just to see you two acknowledge each other?" Her tone held displeasure, though she remained composed. "Don't you have any thoughts upon seeing us?" "What reason would I have to?" Mu Hanchuan calmly cleared the bowl and put aside his chopsticks. Su Han cut straight to the chase. "For example, helping you reclaim your position as head of the Mu family." "I'm not interested." He shook his head. "If you don't mind the trouble, you can always look for my half-brother. Find another marriage alliance, wait a few more years. That's enough." "Humph. Do you take our Su family lightly? Our daughter-in-law must be the legitimate heir, not the son of a mistress without status." "The illegitimate son, ha." Mu Hanchuan really likes that term. "It is a shame, though." Annoyed, Su Han cut straight to the point. "The Su family no longer considers you worthy to be our son-in-law." Before she finished speaking, she slapped the black and gold card down on the table with a sharp click. The cold gleam of the card matched the hardness in her voice. "Hey, race 5 million yuan. Go with us to the Mu household and take the initiative to break off this engagement. If you have any other demands, speak now." Mu Hanchuan lowered his gaze to glance at the card, then looked up to study the two young women before him. Su Qingyu stood behind Su Han, lightly biting her lip with obvious hesitation. Clearly this wasn't her idea. With a calm voice, he gently pushed the card back to its place. "I agree to break off the engagement and I'll accompany you to the Mu family. I'll cooperate no matter what you plan. But I don't want the money. I have other conditions." "Oh." Su Han raised an eyebrow, her eyes darkening. Refusing 5 million yuan? That was a huge sum for Mu Hanchuan at this point. She had been indifferent before, but now she straightened up. Su Qingyu's smile also faded as she fixed her gaze on him, as if trying to see right through this fiancé. "What are these conditions?" "As long as they're reasonable, the Su family can make it happen." Su Han's tone toughened. Only then did Mu Hanchuan relax slightly. "I agree to break off the engagement with no compensation. But there's one condition: help me completely sever ties with the Mu family. Even the household registration in the national system must be erased." Su Han's eyelid twitched sharply. She hadn't expected him to hold such deep resentment toward the Mu family. Su Qingyu's fingers brushed the edge of the table lightly, her gaze inquisitive. For the traditional and well-connected Su family rooted in King Huang's political circles, erasing the records of a top heir from a prestigious clan like the Mu's wouldn't be impossible, but the risks would be enormous. Unless the Mu family agreed to disown their own son, the Su family would never take the blame. Reputation mattered far more to them than money. "You are Mu's legitimate eldest son. Are you really serious about leaving the family?" Su Han lowered her voice. "Yes." Mu Hanchuan answered crisply. Su Han chuckled lightly. "That won't be easy. Mu family matters are not for outsiders to meddle in. But we can try to help you fight for it." His expression immediately darkened. "I'm willing to break off the engagement and refuse compensation. Is that all you have to say? Fine. I'll try my best to make it happen." Her cheeks flushed with anger at his obvious threat. Her pride could not be challenged so easily. Su Qingyu remained calm, like a bystander listening in on a family dispute. Mu Hanchuan looked at her and thought quietly, is this fiancé a little naive? She doesn't even seem to deserve me. Just then, footsteps sounded from inside. Dai Xiaoyan came out holding a cup of water and froze when she saw the guests. Xiaomu, who are these two? Friends, Mu Hanchuan answered briefly. Friends, huh? Such beautiful girls. Dai Xiaoyan smiled, recalling that just minutes ago Mu Hanchuan said he wasn't interested in dating. Su Qingyu took the initiative to stand and bowed slightly, her voice clear. Hello, I'm Su Qingyu, a good friend of Mu Hanchuan. Su Han remained expressionless, choosing not to introduce herself. All right, have a seat. I'll go make you some noodles. What flavor do you want? Beef, not spicy. Mild, Su Qingyu said first. All right, and you? My sister likes it medium spicy and heavy oil, Su Qingyu added. No problem, coming right up. Dai Xiaoyan smiled warmly and went into the kitchen. What a good girl, she muttered to herself, casting a glance at the proud Su Han. The one next to her is too fancy, not really suited for Xiaomo. Su Han's face darkened further, and she shot Su Qingyu a fierce glare. You came here to talk about breaking the engagement, and you even dragged your sister along? Mu Hanchuan suddenly thought, if I really can't get rid of the Su family, marrying Su Qingyu might not be so bad after all. She's beautiful, won't cause trouble, and I can just keep her at home with good food and drink. No drama. One day later, in Tianlan City, the capital of Luo province ranked third in the nation's economy, the afternoon sun scorched the straight roads. 3 gleaming luxury cars slowly rolled into the Mu family's grand estate, their tires scraping against gravel with a low rumble. Inside one of the vehicles, the atmosphere was as stifling and tense as the heat outside. Are you really willing to cancel the marriage? Su Han turned slightly, still unable to fully trust Mu Hanchuan beside her. She couldn't read this man at all. It's for the best. It's good for both sides, isn't it? Mu Hanchuan leaned back against the leather seat, his expression indifferent. You do have some self-awareness, Su Han scoffed lightly. Recognizing reality isn't always a bad thing. The convoy turned deeper into the estate, passing swathes of pomegranate blossoms flashing past the windows. Mu Hanchuan looked away, tightening his lips. The city was full of these flowers, his biological mother's favorite. It felt like her shadow had tainted the whole place. Su Han pressed. Do you truly have no feelings left for the Mu family? None. If I can, I never want to be involved with them again in this life, Mu Hanchuan said calmly but with cold menace. If they won't leave me in peace, I wouldn't hesitate to kill their children now and make everyone suffer. Good, Su Han nodded. I hope you don't change your mind halfway through. At the estate's portico, Mu Kaiming's head of the Mu family and his wife, Huang Tung, waited on the steps, having received the news. Today's discussion was subtle but crucial, and the rest of the Mu family deliberately stayed out of sight, planning to close the doors for a private meeting afterward. As the car doors opened, 10 black-clad bodyguards swiftly dispersed, sealing off the area. Su Han stepped out gracefully, every gesture exuding elegance and restraint. An impeccable aristocratic aura. She wasn't rude, just indifferent to winning anyone's favor. Next, Su Qingyu emerged from the other side. Finally, the last car door opened, and Mu Hanchuan appeared, reluctant, but with no choice since the Su family had found his hideout and come directly. He couldn't drag Yin Jie's family into this. Mu Qiming visibly froze the moment he saw Mu Hanchuan. 16 years had passed since he last met his eldest biological son. When the boy was found at age 7, Mu Qiming was away on assignment and missed it, accompanied at the time by his current wife Huang Tung. Now, just as the Mu family was covertly searching everywhere, the eldest son had come back with the Su family himself. Everything was out of control. Mu Qiming exhaled softly through his nose. If it weren't for that mad mother, nothing would have come to this. Huang Tung also recognized Mu Hanchuan at first glance, shock and caution flashing across her face. The Su family clearly came with ill intent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought Mu Hanchuan here today. Hanchuan. Mu Qiming finally spoke first. The butler and several old servants trembled. The handsome young man standing before them was the eldest young master. Since Huang Tung entered the Mu household, neither the former mistress nor the eldest son had appeared, so there was no friction. Now, with the eldest son suddenly here, everyone was unprepared even for how to address him. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone understood this inevitable battle for the family succession was about to begin. Mu Hanchuan barely glanced at the man who was his biological father in name only and paid him no mind. Instead, he followed Su Han directly up the stairs. The main hall of the Mu household was brightly lit, with a large ink painting of plum blossoms hanging on the wall, black and white in stark contrast. Yet the atmosphere inside was suddenly heavy and frozen. Mu Hanchuan remained silent all along, his steps steady and detached, as if walking through a corridor unrelated to him. Opposite him, Mu Kaiming's face was dark, but he forced himself to maintain the dignity of the host. Father and son should have met warmly, exchanging greetings, but now they merely passed by with cold indifference. Su Han moved decisively, without engaging in pleasantries. She nodded briefly to Mu Qiming and fell silent, her demeanor clearly announcing to everyone. The Su family was not here for a friendly visit. The Mu family's butler and servants stood awkwardly in a line, as if nailed to the spot, too uncomfortable even to breathe. Only Su Qingyu smiled softly. She wore a pale moon-white dress with a delicate magnolia brooch pinned on her chest. Approaching Mu Qiming, she spoke crisply and politely. "Hello, Uncle Mu. I'm Su Qingyu, here to send greetings on behalf of our elders." The titles Uncle Mu and send greetings helped restore some of Mu Qiming's dignity. "You're Su Qingyu?" Mu Qiming sized her up from head to toe, finally showing a hint of approval beyond mere scrutiny. This was indeed the demeanor befitting the Su family's daughter-in-law. Huang Ying nearby squinted curiously at Su Qingyu. The second daughter of the Su family, betrothed to Mu Hanchuan, had come along after all. Su Qingyu nodded quietly. "Yes, I am Su Qingyu, Mu Hanchuan's fiancé," emphasizing the last three words with deliberate weight. Mu Qiming gave a slight nod. "Very well, come in." "All right, Uncle Mu." Su Qingyu composed herself and followed the group. The Mu family had prepared a lavish lunch. The 8-foot-long table was covered with steaming dishes, including abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, and fish maw arranged on a brightly shining cloisonné plate. Everyone took their seats, Huang Ying to the right of Mu Qiming, Su Qingyu and Su Han side by side, and Mu Hanchuan sitting alone in a corner, creating a sharply divided triangle. Mu Hanchuan's presence completely disrupted the Mu family's original seating plan. The dining room fell into a brief silence, only the faint clinking of porcelain bowls breaking through. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts, barely touching their chopsticks. After a while, Mu Qiming was the first to speak, his low voice sounding out awkwardly in the empty room. "Su Han, why didn't your father come?" Facing the two young women from the Su family, Mu Qiming found it hard to make small talk or drop his elder authority to drink with them, could only awkwardly ask this question. Su Han looked up, her gaze sharp and unyielding. "My presence is enough." Those 7 words were heavy, their sharpness clear even to Huang Ying. Mu Qiming frowned, about to respond, but Su Han lowered her eyes again and continued evenly, cutting through the tension without pause. "Enough idle talk. Mu Hanchuan personally came to our Su family and made it clear he has no intention of continuing the engagement with Su Qingyu. The Su family has stood firm in Qinghuang for centuries and never forces anyone. Our visit today is solely to discuss with the Mu family the formal ending of that engagement." The moment she finished speaking, Mu Hanchuan nearly choked on a carrot stick. He quickly looked up but forced himself not to roll his eyes, instead returning to pick at the cold dish before him. That was the only dish he could touch, and also the only shield he had right now. Inside, he raged silently. "Are you sure this isn't forcing the issue? Are you sure it was me who sought you out?" But he knew better than to say more now. Su Qingyu lowered her eyelashes, gently tracing the rim of her bowl with her fingertip, trying desperately to find any distracted focus. Huang Ying glanced sideways, her expression shifting slightly but still controlled. Her eyes quietly locked onto Mu Hanchuan. Is it truly his choice to break this off? Or is there another motive, using the Su family to embarrass the Mu family? Mu Qiming furrowed his brow deeply, his gaze sharp as a hawk boring into Mu Hanchuan, the one who supposedly took the initiative, proposed ending the engagement. If there wasn't some sly reason behind this, he would be the first not to believe it. Su Han spoke again, her tone like a blade slicing the stalemate. "Our Su family has thought of a simple plan. Since the Mu family also does not want Mu Hanchuan, why not let him take the lead in leaving the family? Then you can make an official statement criticizing him. That way, the engagement ends smoothly, both sides get what they want, and it saves a lot of trouble. What do you think?" The atmosphere around the table dropped to freezing point. Su Han's proposal was a masterclass in shamelessness. Mu Hanchuan silently massaged his forehead. When it came to shameless, Su Han was definitely in a league of her own. Mu Hanchuan had to admit defeat. Mu Qiming almost laughed in disbelief. What a brilliant scheme. The Su family really knows how to push their luck, cunningly bringing Mu Hanchuan here just to find a flimsy excuse and easily break off the engagement. Leaning back in his chair, Mu Qiming's gaze was icy, as if trying to see through the Su family's intentions. Then, shifting his tone, he spoke with disdain. "Su Han, your family is overestimating yourselves. Mu Hanchuan doesn't have the authority to represent the Mu clan." Su Han held her ground, tapping her fingers lightly on the table. Her voice was calm but firm. "Our family believes the Mu clan should respect Mu Hanchuan's own wishes." She then directed her gaze to the young man. "What do you say?" All eyes turned swiftly to Mu Hanchuan. The young man lazily brushed off 2 carrot sticks stuck to his fingers, as if finally done with his meal. He slowly straightened, then spoke clearly. "I have no interest in the Mu family. Let me leave the clan, and they'll disappear for good." Bang! Mu Qiming slammed his massive palm on the dining table, sending delicate dishes flying. His eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth, demanding, "How much has the Su family offered you to betray us?" His anger was bitter. Sure enough, the Su family came prepared, but not with their own hand. Rather, they sent his own son as their pawn. Mu Hanchuan sneered indifferently. "That's an exaggeration. I'm not betraying anyone. I'm not truly part of the Mu family anyway. Wouldn't it be better for all of us to separate on good terms? Standing to Mu Kaiming's right, Huang Jing's whole body stiffened, eyes fixed on the youth in stunned disbelief. Since following Mu Qiming, she had never dared hope for status or title, just a stable life. But things had gone far beyond her understanding. Even the eldest son Mu Hanchuan had run off. Now he had suddenly returned, demanding to cut ties with the Mu family. Did that mean her own two children would become the sole heirs? Her heart raced, greed flaring like wildfire. Mu Kaiming's cold voice cut through everyone's thoughts. You have no right to make demands. The Mu family gave you life. If you want to leave, you'll have to pay with your life. His tone was like a blade of ice, chilling through the room. Seeing his father's harshness, Mu Hanchuan's expression darkened, shedding all former laziness. He looked Mu Qiming in the eye, speaking slowly but with crushing weight. If you refuse to let me leave, then it will come to bloodshed within the clan. I will kill every last Mu family member. The words dropped like a stone, and the hall fell completely silent. Mu Qiming opened his mouth, but no sound came upon his own turf. He had just been outright threatened by his own son. Huang Jing's pupils constricted as a deeply buried figure resurfaced in her mind. Zhou Ningth woman she feared most. The young man before her shared the same fierce gaze. Su-Han parted her lips slightly, her mind blank. Even the eldest daughter of the Su family had been stunned by that bold declaration. Had he gone too far? Yet she sensed a hidden sharpness beneath it all. Someone like that would fear no trial. Nearby, Su Qingyu stopped fiddling with the cutlery, her gaze fixed on Mu Hanchuan with growing interest. This is getting more and more intriguing. Tension in the hall thickened, breaths cautiously held. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside the door. Two people pushed it open, breaking the heavy silence inside. A young man and woman stood there, the woman just recently of age, the man somewhat immature. Precisely Huang Jin's children, one 18, the other 16. Mu Kaiming's brow tightened sharply. Why did they show up now at such a crucial moment? Who had sent them? Aha, why are you two back so soon? Huang Jin hurriedly rose to smooth things over, forcing a smile. Come on, greet your elder sisters and brothers. The sister was always bold, taking her somewhat green younger brother's hand as they strode briskly to the dining table. Huang Jin raised his glass and stood as well, nodding first to Su-Han, about to introduce them. What exactly was the young master and Miss Sudden Intrusion meant to achieve? Were they here to declare their claim in front of Mu Hanchuan, or to seek acknowledgement from outsiders? Either way, it seemed their plan might fail. Mu Hanchuan had always been indifferent toward the Mu family. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Su-Han lightly stood, her expression cold, each word cutting like a blade. A mistress without any legitimate status. Just because of your house master's face, you're allowed to sit here. You think you deserve a toast with me? As for these illegitimate children, they're not even qualified. Su-Han, you're out of line as a junior. Mu Qiming immediately stepped forward to shield the woman and children beside him. You're just a junior of the Su family, but daring to be so insolent in the Mu household. Oh, you want a complete break between us? Su-Han raised an eyebrow, refusing to back down. Out of line? That's the rule at our level. Don't tell me your little local family doesn't even know the basics. Hosting a bunch of prostitutes to dine with the Su family truly eye-opening. This visit wasn't in vain. Our Su family will remember this. She turned and left, having achieved her goal, exposing Mu Hanchuan's true attitude openly and delivering a warning to the Mu family. The engagement couldn't be broken so quickly, and she never expected it to. This was merely an appetizer. The real negotiations awaited the Su elders. As for Mu Hanchuan's cooperation, she was quite pleased. Su Qingyu stood and accompanied her with a polite, neutral parting bow. Mu Hanchuan followed suit, finally able to leave. Huang Jin staggered, clutching the table to steady himself. No matter how tarnished her status, no one in Tianlan City dared insult her openly. Beside him, Mu Xiaoweo's face flushed red, nearly erupting. Say we're prostitutes. Huang Jin hurriedly pulled back her daughter, retreating along with her Sano, provoking the Su family. Young Mu Chaoyan stood dazed, stunned by the insult. Mu Kaiming's veins bulged, fists clenched tight, but he forced himself to hold back his anger. You may leave, but Mu Hanchuan must stay. He stepped forward and said coldly to the Su family. The people the Su family brought, you cannot keep. Su-Han didn't even look back, walking straight to the door. Su family bodyguards moved to shield her, while the Mu guards closed ranks but only dared to wait for their master's orders. At the gate, Su Qingyu turned and smiled with a courteous nod, the politeness strikingly sharp under the lights. Mu Hanchuan felt an unexpected surge of satisfaction. He followed after them, passing several old servants who had watched him grow, too indifferent even for a greeting. In the end, no one in the Mu family dared block them. Mu Qiming wouldn't risk a real confrontation with the Su family. Today's objective was accomplished. Mu Hanchuan scoffed inwardly. Was he alone and lacking power? Was the Su family any less so? The mess growing only worked in his favor. The louder the conflict, the better. Su-Han didn't disappoint. She was ruthless, fierce. It was best if both sides tore apart beyond reconciliation, even if it meant pushing him out of the Mu family, erasing the title of eldest son from the official system. That couldn't be done immediately, but it was Fanny had survived all these years anyway. Just consider it a way to disgust the Mu family. Someday, he would make it happen. Stepping out the door, Mu Qiming didn't say a word, and no one in the Mu family dared to make a move. The cold, sinister light in the man's eyes nearly crystallized into frost. His chest heaved with anger, a fury burning through his brows. Mumming. That crazy woman had given birth to a mad son who was exactly like her, even inheriting her temper without a hitch. As for the Su family, they were so audacious as to flip the relationship just because of some business cooperation, all to cancel Su Qingyu's engagement? Ridiculous. Keep a close watch on Mu Hanchuan. He ground out through clenched teeth. Since he's shown his face, don't think he can walk away again. Want to break free from the Mu family? Dream on. We'll lock him down for life. The Su family can protect you for a while, but can they guard you forever? The servant standing nearby broke into a cold sweat, but quickly bowed and answered, "Yes, sir." At the same time, 3 luxury cars sent by the Su family arrived obediently at the foot of the steps. The doors all opened simultaneously. Before the owners could get in, 2 young men suddenly dashed over from a distance. The younger one, apparently still a minor, pointed and shouted, "That's him." The older one had a conspicuous birthmark on his face. From afar he roared angrily, "Mu Hanchuan, you bastard, you still dare come back? Don't you know the Mu family only has one young master now, Mu Chao? What do you think you're doing bringing people here? Go insult him." With their older brother taking the lead, the younger quickly joined in. "Can't you hear? Get lost. This isn't a place for you." They went back and forth with relentless taunts. "If you really want to go back, go find your Les Emerald mother. She's hiding over at the Yang family. With a mom like that, what good can you be? Don't dirty this place. Yeah, your own blood brother is with the Yangs. Get lost. Come again, and we'll beat you to death. Your brother's name is Yang Zishuan. Why don't you just change your name to Yang Hanchuan and be the big shot at the Yangs? Haha. Ha, right, Yang Hanchuan. Get out of the Mu family and go back to being Yang's eldest son." The insults were brutal. Yet Mu Hanchuan's expression remained calm as he watched the two with interest. Which branch of the Mu family did these two belong to? He didn't care about their insults to his mother, but insulting him directly was a challenge. Whoever these guys answered to, he would remember their faces. If the Mu family refused to let him go, the first thing he would do was settle the score with these two. Who are they? Suhan's gaze sharpened. Even when beating a dog, you have to know its master. These fools dared act up in front of her. Su Qingyu's eyes flickered, locking onto the youth with the birthmark, Huang Ji. The name itself wasn't important. It was his big brother, the real thug in the underworld, that mattered. Since they had come to Tianlan City, and she had plans tonight anyway, she might as well settle this to call it getting some revenge for her fiancé. Suhan's assistant immediately reported, "They're Huang Heng's 2 nephews." That bitch's nephews? Suhan's eyebrows shot up, rage flaring instantly. How dare these scumbags bark in front of me? I thought they were Mews, but turns out they're just parasites. Her bodyguards caught on immediately and surged forward with brutal force. Mu family's guards weren't authorized to make the first move, but were never careless in defending against Su family's men just like now. The two groups quickly tangled together in a fierce brawl. Though the fighting was vicious and ruthless, none of the top experts got involved directly. Life is a battlefield everywhere, and subordinates have to prove their worth otherwise. How else can they survive going forward? The brothers Huang Ji and Huang Ji were so startled by the sudden burst of killing intent that they slammed on the brakes, spun around, and dashed deep into the Mu family estate. Facing this group of ruthless strangers who showed no hesitation in attacking, their hearts pounded with fear. This was the Mu family's territory. Who would dare be so arrogant here? Mu Hanchuan's gaze darkened. He had expected the ones yelling at him to be Mu family members, but instead, they turned out to be relatives of Huang Teng's maternal family, something he found deeply infuriating. How dare this minor branch of the Huang family talk back to him? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he made a quiet decision. Tonight, he would teach them a lesson they'd remember in their next life. At that moment, Mu Qiming appeared leisurely, but did not immediately stop the fight. Standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, he let the skirmish continue for a while until the Mu family guards were nearly worn out. Then, with a single command, he ordered them to stand down, sneering disdainfully, "All useless." Behind him, Huang Teng's heart raced with anxiety. Those 2 foolish nephews of his had actually dared to intervene. She worried they didn't understand the Su family's power. Huang Ji, however, knew all too well. If they truly fell to the Su family, the Mu family wouldn't even retrieve their bodies. As the dust settled, Su Han glanced back at Mu Qiming and Huang Teng, then turned to Mu Hanchuan beside her. "We still have to stay one more day in Tianlan City. Should I send you back tomorrow?" "No need." Mu Hanchuan shook his head. "Just get me out of the city." "Very well." She turned again, her eyes icily fixed on the Huang brothers as if warning them, then motioned for her people to withdraw. Once the convoy left the Mu estate, it split at a fork in the road. The Su sisters returned to the city to handle their affairs. As per Mu Hanchuan's request, another vehicle took him out of Tianlan City, leaving only a vague offer to get in touch, if needed. Back at the estate, Huang Teng was filled with worry. Master, do you think the Su family will come after those two idiots, Huang Ji and Huang Ji? Maybe they should hide here for a few days. Mu Qiming snorted coldly. With their strength, the Su family won't even glance their way. Are not worth it. His mind was elsewhere, focused entirely on Mu Hanchuan. The Su family had clearly invited him out on purpose, but now they were trying to burn bridges. The Mu family needed a strategy fast to get Mu Hanchuan back. After the Su convoy left, Huang Teng hurriedly called her two nephews into a room and unleashed a scolding. Go home right now and stay put. No more running around. Second aunt, who exactly were those people? The Qingling Su family. Huang Teng lowered her voice. Even the Mu family doesn't dare provoke them. Huang Ji scratched his head. How powerful is Mu Hanchuan's backing? They're not helping him here, just using him. Why? Because Mu Hanchuan and the Su family's second miss have been betrothed since childhood. What? Then wouldn't that make them more likely to help him against us Mu chaos? I agree it might be better to strike first, Huang Ji interrupted. Huang Teng waved her hand. This time, the Su family is here to cancel the engagement. The two brothers exchanged confused looks. If the engagement was broken, logically the Su family should be on their side. So why did they attack them? The more they thought about it, the more mystified they became. Meanwhile, in the slowly moving business car, Su-han glanced at her sister. What do you think of Mu Hanchuan? He seems decent. I'm not asking about appearances, I want your honest inner evaluation of how he acted today. The slightly open car window let in the night breeze, stirring the light curtain. Su Qingyu traced her finger thoughtfully along the door panel and, after a moment, said seriously, he's not a bad person. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. A flicker of complexity passed through Su-han's eyes. She wanted to intervene if only Mu Hanchuan weren't her own younger brother. Leaving Tianlan City proper, Mu Hanchuan suddenly jumped out of the car, flipping his body as he plunged down the densely wooded slope beside the road. Inside the vehicle, the two men in black were jerked forward by the sudden hard braking. When they pushed open the doors to get out, all that remained below was the rustling of Li Vest, no sign of him anywhere. What the hell is going on? One of them said grimly, kicking the tire hard. If he wanted to leave, he should have said so. Why jump out like that? Are we supposed to just let him go? The other shrugged helplessly. Well, he's out of the city now. What he does next is his problem. Let's just head back. All right, fine. But Mu Hanchuan didn't truly leave Tianlan City. Instead, under cover of the dark forest shadows, he doubled back into the city. At the same time, Huang Ji and Huang Ji were hastily withdrawing from the Mu family compound. Their uncle's face was as sour as if he'd swallowed a fly. Who would dare linger now? Big brother, should we go home? Huang Ji asked quietly. Go home, my foot. Huang Ji shrugged off his collar buttons. Got plans with Brother Bin tonight. Wasn't Annie telling us to lay low at home these days? What's there to be scared of? Tianlan City is our turf. The Su family can come all they want, but it's just a broken engagement, not helping Mu Hanchuan. Think they'll target just us? Don't be ridiculous. Stop worrying and just have fun like usual. Huang Ji, who had been feeling uneasy, wavered when he saw his brother's resolute attitude. All right, fine. Besides, had made his own date for the evening, though so far it was mostly one-sided hope. Night fell quickly, neon lights flickering on as the city buzzed with nightlife. At 8 p.m. inside the grand restaurant where the Su family was staying. Sis, I'm going out for a walk. Su Qingyu, who had just accompanied her sister on a visit, hadn't even warmed her seat before she spoke up restlessly. Su-han set down her teacup, the porcelain clinking lightly against the wood, then sighed as she watched her sister's back. Tired after a long day. Can't you rest for a bit? Su Qingyu stepped to the window overlooking the street, the scattered city lights reflected in her eyes. A faint smile traced her lips. I'm not tired. Humph. Su-han leaned back on the sofa, weariness and fondness lacing her tone. Go ahead then. Coming to Tianlan feels less like a broken engagement for you, and more like one for me. This sister was usually quiet, but could never sit still, and that energy was a headache. Outside the restaurant, Su Qingyu glanced sideways at her companion. He nodded subtly, voice barely above a whisper. They're in position, setting up. Switching the evacuation route. Surveillance will take 2 hours. Su Qingyu pressed a hand to her stomach. Then let's browse around first, see if we can find something delicious. Okay. He fell into step immediately. At Shuxiang Alley. At 10 p.m., Huang Ji slipped out the back door of an old bookstore with 2 bodyguards. 3 hours earlier, he'd been engrossed in discussing books with the top student of the school, still reluctant to leave. The girl had already left through the front entrance, boarding her private car, while Huang Ji slipped out quietly through the rear. The schoolgirl's family was comfortable. She simply loved the atmosphere of the old bookstore. In a dark corner of the street, someone crouched silently. Mu Hanchuan leaned against the pitch-black wall, spinning a silver button between his fingers as he waited 3 long hours. He wasn't tracking Huang Ji himself, but the car he rode in Nan's glass skill had left a nearly imperceptible red dot marker, precise like a living tracker. The back door swung open, and the target appeared. Finally done playing Casanova, Mu Hanchuan exhaled deeply, steeling himself. His body was suddenly wrapped in a layer of gray-black glass armor. The metal clung tight against his skin with faint clicking sounds. Shaking his hands, he pulled on his jacket, the hood shadowing his face, completing his gear in the blink of an eye. Both hands moved simultaneously. An grade arm shield appeared on his left arm, fitting snugly in place. In his right hand, he held an grade round shield, its metal edge glinting coldly in the dim light. The last trial had destroyed one round shield and a large shield, but fortunately the secret base still stored 2 round shields and a large shield. Combined with the arm shield and makeshift armor he wore now, this was all Mu Hanchuan's arsenal and firepower. He pressed the ghost-faced mask firmly onto his face, slid along the wall silently, melting into the shadows. Huang family. Today you'll see what a trial star brings home. Next time you go out, bring your brains. Not everyone can be picked on. At the alley's edge, dim yellow light illuminated Huang Ji and 2 bodyguards chatting and laughing as they approached the SUV. Just as Huang Ji raised the keys, whiz, the round shield spun with a shadowy blur, hurled at high speed. Almost at the same time, Mu Hanchuan lunged forward like a spring, crashing violently into the bodyguard on the outer side. Watch out. The warning died in a muffled grunt as the round shield slammed into the bodyguard's chest. Blood exploded outward. Without even drawing his weapon, the man slammed backward against the car door, his sternum crushed, instantly out of the fight. The other bodyguard reacted more swiftly, drawing his long knife with a flash of cold steel. But Mu Hanchuan's momentum didn't falter. He shouldered the man hard in the stomach, slamming him to the ground. As the cold glint flickered, a small knife plunged into the man's abdomen. The next moment, Mu Hanchuan raised his right arm. The thrown round shield somehow returned to his hand with a whoosh before smashing down again. Pain tore through the guard as he barely suppressed it and slashed wildly. The two crashed together, metal ringing and sparks flying. Mu Hanchuan wasn't exceptionally strong, hadn't even reached Frank's strength, but the armor and arm shield's protection made him nearly immune to the blade strikes. He relied on sheer ferocity, crashing shield against blade in brutal close-quarters combat. Several meters away, Huang Ji stared dumbfounded. This was the first ambush he'd ever faced. He wasn't some major figure, so why was he treated like this? His mind raced to one conclusion: the Su family. It had to be the Su family his second aunt mentioned, but all had done was curse Mu Hanchuan once. He never crossed the Su family. Why would they want him dead? Fear churned inside him. He spun and ran for his life. Whiz. The round shield cut through the air again. Just dozens of meters ahead, as he reached the stairs of the study building, a heavy blow struck his back, launching him forward. He crashed hard into the wall, his head splitting and bleeding, collapsing limply. Meanwhile, the other bodyguard fought desperately, landing 7 or 8 blows on Mu Hanchuan. But the blades barely made a scratch on the armor. Mu Hanchuan was like a relentless machine, one shield after another crashing down, pounding the man's head until it seemed his brain would burst. Mu Hanchuan returned the shield to the car, finishing off the fallen bodyguard with a crushing blow. Bones cracked with a dull thud. Without hesitation, he strode toward Huang Ji, towering above him. I'm sorry. Huang Ji spat blood, dragging his wounded body backward. Even he couldn't tell if this was a Su family agent or Mu Hanchuan himself. He decided to play submissive first. I won't ever dare again, brother, really, I won't. Mu Hanchuan tilted his head slightly, eyes scanning sideways and behind. His expression darkened sharply. A drone hovered at the alley mouth, its red lights blinking. This fast had already moved swiftly, yet still attracted the local police? He had underestimated Tianlan City. This wasn't the tiny county he was used to. Law enforcement here was on a whole different level. With a slight movement, Mu Hanchuan's eyes sharpened like blades. Huang Ji's face drained of color. He knew he was done for. He refused to accept it. His life had only just begun. Just moments ago, Zhong Tingting had lowered her guard, moved by his sincerity. He couldn't die like this. Crack. A snap of bone echoed as his neck was shattered. Blood spurted between his fingers, splattering onto the stone pavement, instantly turned into a dark red mist by the night breeze. The crimson stain at Huang Ji's feet was a grim reminder. This was both an end and a beginning. Finish this and run. Killing intent surged through Mu Hanchuan's heart. Without hesitation, he spun sharply and dashed off. His footsteps scattered gravel like arrows released from a broken bow, shooting toward the alleyway. Suddenly, a buzzing sound tore through the night above him. A black drone cut across the sky, its light piercing and fixed on his back like an electric drill. This was no ordinary patrol surveillance drone, but a high-performance assault craft reserved for the battle police. Could his luck be any worse? He was facing not the regular police, but the battle police. That meant there must be a robotic dog accompanying them. A chill ran down Mu Hanchuan's spine. Twisting his body, he pushed off with his right foot and leapt hard to the left, tumbling down a flight of stone steps over 10 meters high. Rocks tumbled, dust rose. Midair he braced his core, twisting forcibly to prepare for landing. Behind him, the sound of shattering glass and metal clashing rang out. The pursuing attack drone immediately opened fire. Bright streaks of tracer bullets ripped through the night. Gritting his teeth, Mu Hanchuan hit the ground running and rolled several meters, narrowly escaping the bullets' follow-up fire. Then he kicked off fiercely, sprinting again. Bang! A barrage of bullets whizzed past his ears, two striking his back. Scorching metal tore through flesh and singed strands of hair. Pain and the stench of blood overwhelmed him. Staggering forward, he fell hard but rolled with momentum, diving into a shallow ditch nearby. The wind roared past his ears. Glancing up, a jet-black mechanical dog suddenly sprang from behind the opposite wall. Its alloy joints emitted a dull thud as it moved. Its spinning Gatling gun spewed fire, tracer bullets whistling just inches from Mu Hanchuan's cheek. The drone above and the mechanical dog below advanced in relentless pursuit. Their speed far exceeded human limits, and their firepower showed no mercy. Bullets hammered stone slabs and walls, throwing up shards and sparks. Crouching low, Mu Hanchuan used the ditch to shield his body as he charged forward, lungs burning but refusing to stop. The alley entrance was just ahead. He summoned every ounce of strength to vault out of the ditch, barely grazing the ground with his toes as he sprinted several strides, diving into another narrow alley. The walls were weathered, trash bins overturned and rattling under the assault of bullets. The chase pressed on behind him. Meanwhile, at the crime scene, the lights flickered. The battle police officer controlling the drone and robotic dog arrived. Neural connection wires beneath his helmet glowed faintly, linking seamlessly to his two combat machines. Without touching any control panels, he issued commands simply through thought. Real-time video fed into his vision, data streaming like a tidal wave. The battle police officer moved quickly through the scene. 3 bodies lay sprawled, 2 bodyguards, and Huang Ji. None had survived. Noting the broken cervical vertebrae and sprayed blood, he furrowed his brow. This was more than an ordinary murder. After all, this was his jurisdiction. He instantly uploaded facial data for all 3 victims to headquarters. Seconds later, a response came back. The 2 deceased were confirmed as ordinary bodyguards. Huang Ji, though not a prominent figure, was a member of the Huang family, but more troubling, he was also the nephew of the head of the Mu family, one of the 4 major clans in Tianlan City. Involving the Mu clan meant trouble. This was no simple case. A serious violent incident erupted in Shuxiang Alley, 3 people dead, with the victims having unusual backgrounds. The suspect is a trialist fleeing toward the Ginkgo Road district. Urgent backup requested, urgent backup requested. The alert repeated over the comms as the reporter shouted into his earpiece and strode briskly out of a blood-stained intersection not yet dried. He was a typical frontline heavy-hitter, explosive power, but lacking speed, so pursuit wasn't really his forte. Copy that. Dispatching nearby tactical officers for support. Hold on, replied the Defense Command Center. The main screen switched to first-person views from drones and robotic dogs. At the narrow alley's end, gunfire still blazed as the chase heated up. The man with the ghostly face ran like the wind, then suddenly twisted sharply and slammed his full weight against a mall's glass door, shattering it into shards. With the momentum, he raised his arm and launched his round shield, spinning at high speed. This was textbook meat shield technique. Many body-focused trialists used their shields as throwing weapons or to protect teammates in critical moments. It wasn't unusual. Confirmed target, body-focused, defensive trialist. The reporter called out sharply. The robotic dog's legs coiled like springs as it flipped sideways through shifting shadows and narrowly missed the spinning shield. The shield smashed into a stone railing behind, sending debris flying. Emergency alert to all officers in Ginkgo Road area. A male defensive trialist who committed murder has entered Huipu Mall and is fleeing toward Qingshuang Tower. Level unknown. Immediate support required. The closest patrol and tactical units received the dispatch simultaneously. Engines roared as vehicles sped onto the main road. Inside a patrol car, a spare drone shot through a broken window while the previously idle robotic dog instantly powered up to full capacity, its sharp claws digging into the roof as it leapt toward the asphalt with a piercing whistle. This type of trialist has strong defense but average mobility, so the danger is limited, came a brief assessment over the command channel. The officers immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, in the luxurious private room of Chiofeng Court on Tianlan City's eastern side opposite the direction of Mu Hanchuan, a thumping beat filled the air. 13 people clinked glasses, with 7 or 8 young women among them. Huang Ji, still unaware his younger brother had just been killed, drank heavily alongside the big brother figure he trusted. Ning Bina, local kingpin with strong influence over both legitimate and illicit circles, raised his glass with a grin. Huang Ji, have the Mu family scattered any high-quality freelancers lately? I'm still 5 slots short this month. Officially, Ning Bin had a sprawling real estate empire, and behind the scenes, his gray market dealings thrived. So long as things stayed under the radar, nobody interfered. His gang specifically targeted lone trialists with no backing but who showed some talent. A single hit often yielded phenomenal returns. This kind of business depended heavily on intelligence networks. Ning Bin himself had limited abilities, but abundant official contacts. His terrifying advantage was connections. Zero risk, pure profit jobs always attracted informants eager to feed him intel voluntarily. Naturally, there were always willing sources providing the information he needed. Over the years, he had pulled off countless deals like this, raking in far more profit than from his legitimate businesses. Huang Ji came from a powerful background and had a close personal bond with Ning Bin. They were practically brothers. Huang Ji often got his hands on insider information and casually passed it along to Ning Bin. In return, Ning Bin would provide manpower and muscle, while also using the opportunity to strengthen ties with the Mu family. To Ning Bin, connections were like a spare tire, useless most of the time, but potentially life-saving in an emergency. The more, the merrier was a motto he lived by. His shrewdness made him see through the coldness and cruelty of human nature. Forming alliances early was the best way to avoid future trouble. At this moment, on the second floor of the nightclub in a luxurious private room, Huang Ji slouched on the sofa and lowered his voice. Bin, there's a big job, but the question is whether you dare take it. If you pull this off, all the assets of that guy go to you and my family will throw in 10 million in cash. He curled his lip and cursed. My second aunt is so indecisive. Such a golden opportunity, but she won't strike first. She insists on waiting for Mu Hanchuan to return to the Mu family to compete fairly. Women are just foolish. As long as Mu Hanchuan's eldest Sony's alive, there's always uncertainty. Only if he dies will my second aunt's own son be the sole heir, you get it? Huang Ji got more worked up. If she won't act, the Huang family will. Once Mu Chao settles in the Mu family, they prosper together. Then the Huang family rises with the tide. What's there to fear? Let's bet on it. Ning Bin straightened his back, eyes shining. This was a major opportunity. But he was cautious first. Who's the target? Huang Ji didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pulled out a photograph. It was Mu Hanchuan himself. Outside the private room, the booming music suddenly cut out, and the lights went dark in an instant. The once lively dance floor plunged into pitch black. Shouts, screams, and pushing erupted in chaos. A few henchmen rushed out to control the scene, but a loud crash of breaking glass came from the bar, followed by the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground, then heart-wrenching screams. The crowd panicked. Some covered their heads, others smashed tables and chairs in a frantic rush toward the exits. In the darkness, a thug raised his arm yelling, "Don't push!" before a flash of cold steel cut his throat. His eyes popped wide in shock as he fell, dead, without knowing who dealt the fatal blow. More terrifying noises came from the inner room, like heavy objects crashing down or walls collapsing, shaking the door of the private room. A graceful figure stepped out, treading on shards of glass. In her hand, a long sword caught the faint emergency corridor light, shimmering like blue scales. She swiftly dispatched the few men at the door with precise, deadly strikes, and controlled, and headed straight for the room where Ning Bin sat. The noise outside seemed irrelevant to her. Her breathing was eerily steady. Inside the room, the women entertaining the guests huddled together silently. Ning Bin, Huang Ji, and several trusted men had already drawn guns and knives, watching the door intently. Huang Ji's hands trembled. Although he was a rough operator, had never fought a true life-or-death battle. He muttered in a low voice, "Bin, who is it?" Ning Bin replied gravely, "Doesn't seem like they're here for me. Even my enemies wouldn't come barging in like this, especially not with the authorities watching." Huang Ji grew more panicked. "Then could it be you they're after? Who exactly do you want dead?" He hadn't yet told the whole story when the chaos started. He couldn't help feeling unsettled. "I told you, that guy's a nobody. Even his parents and family disowned him, has no backing." Huang Ji waved his hands anxiously but hesitated. "Unless the Su family? Could my second aunt have been right? Did the Sus send someone to teach me a lesson? But I didn't provoke them." Ning Bin hissed, "Don't waste time guessing. Hold them off or now fall back." He had seen too many ruthless fights to panic now. In life-or-death moments like this, he stayed calm and steady. Huang Ji obeyed, retreating to the back row, secretly relieved that Bin was still loyal. Following orders, Huang Ji stepped back to the very last line of defense. Bin was still the brother you could count on. Over 100 people burst out of Chofeng Garden, many injured, trampled, or knocked down by others. Bloodstains, shattered wine glasses, and bodies rolling on the ground blended into chaos. 2 decapitated corpses were dragged and kicked out past the steps, blood splattering everywhere, causing the crowd to scream and scatter in fear. Within minutes, emergency lines were overwhelmed with calls. "Gang fight in Chofeng Garden. People are dead, stampede happenings and help now." The dispatchers scrambled to handle the flood of distress calls, all while another urgent pursuit mission was demanding backup at the same time. Inside the private room, the lights were shattered. Only a few phones cast a cold white glow. In that dim light, Ning Bin and Huang Ji caught sight of a figure at the door. Huang Ji's eyes widened in shock. A woman. Her sleek figure radiated fierce power, nearly stealing his breath away. But Ning Bin felt as if plunged into ice-deep. Years navigating the underworld, he instantly recognized the haunting face and gleaming long sword. Hu Tianfeng Blood Fox. The legendary assassin notorious in Qingling for ruthless kills, now standing thousands of kilometers away in Tianlan city of Luo province, boldly stepping into Ning Bin's territory. There was no time to analyze, only one thought: run for your life. Kill. Before Ning Bin's shout finished, the two gunmen flanking him fired, and two knife-wielding men lunged forward after their boss. Blood Fox moved like lightning, vanishing without a trace. Her pale sword tore through the air with a shrill scream like steel scraping ears. Bang! Two sprays of blood shot up as two heads dropped to the floor simultaneously. Huang Ji, closest to the scene, was splattered with blood. A warm, severed head struck his chest. He instinctively caught it. Then his knees buckled, and he lost control, screaming in terror as he flung the head away and scrambled backward, hardly braver than the huddled, screaming women cornered nearby. The sword blade skimmed low and came slashing straight at Ning Bin's throat. He twisted sharply aside, countering with open palms and clawing strikes. Blood Fox advanced, wrist flicking, sweeping her sword horizontally, forcing him to retreat step by step. In an instant, his claws spread out like a dense, impenetrable web of cold steel. The sharp clang of metal ringing out repeatedly as sparks flew briefly at every contact of claw and blade. Two knife men seized the moment to attack again. Blood Fox retracted her sword and slashed backward. One attacker's blade snapped instantly. His half-split head fell apart like a smashed melon, blood spraying skyward. Another grunt, a stagger crashed into the doorframe before collapsing. Seizing the chance, Ning Bin launched a fierce pounce. Left claw. He swung down hard at Blood Fox's head. Right claw. Like a venomous dragon bursting free, he aimed straight at her chest. Two claws struck out, brutal and relentless. Blood Fox stomped hard with her right foot, cracking the jade stone floor beneath like a 1,000-pound weight, fractures radiating several inches. Her stance firm as a rock below, her upper body bent backward like a willow branch. Her sword traced a strange arc, curling inside the trailing left claw to strike back and slice at Ning Bin's right wrist. Each move pressed for lethal precision attack only to save. Ning Bin hadn't expected such ferocity from a woman. His wrist snapped back just in time, sharply retracting his claws to defend. With swift, overwhelming force, Blood Fox's feet spun like a phantom's whirl, her figure splitting into several afterimages as she relentlessly pursued Ning Bin. Suddenly, her sword technique shifted from lightning-fast strikes to heavy, crushing blows. The once light and graceful blade transformed instantly into a colossal cleaver capable of splitting mountains and shattering stone, accompanied by a deep, muffled hum, descending with the weight of 1,000 pounds. Even before the sword made contact, the fierce, air-tearing momentum crushed 7/10 of Ning Bin's courage. Ning Bin instinctively crossed his arms above his head to shield himself. With a sharp puff, the golden claws trembled violently as a deep, bloody gash tore through his right chest from collarbone to below the ribs, narrowly missing his heart. Fragments of his robe scattered in the wake of the sword's lingering energy. The agony was like jagged nails piercing his heart. He unleashed a beast-like roar, his eyes burning with madness. Nearby, Huang Jia's foot slipped on blood pooling on the ground, and he collapsed, his clothes soaked and his face turning pale as paper. He muttered nervously, "This woman is ruthless, even Bin can't stop her. How are we supposed to survive?" Silently, he prayed that Blood Fox would focus solely on Ning Bin and spare them so-called innocents. Forced back a half-step, Ning Bin's fury exploded. Suppressing the pain, his aura surged wildly, and a strange blood-red glow appeared over his golden claw sand, extraordinary power activated by his secret technique combined with a special artifact. Completely unguarded, he lashed out with his claws wildly, sending forth waves of razor-sharp wind and bloodshed, wrapped in toxic mist filled with ghostly howls, clearly prepared to fight to the death. Blood Fox remained calm and serene, her heart steady like still water. She launched forward with a silent, graceful step as though vanishing into the air the next instant. Her sword strikes combined light elegance with fierce blade intent, releasing two completely different energies in an incredible, rhythmic interplay. Cold light cast overlapping shadows like cascading waterfalls, radiating a killing intent both chilling and refined. Inside the cramped private room, their figures collided at high speed and then separated repeatedly. Each clash rang out sharp metallic clangs. The jadestone floor was gouged with dark scars, the carved walls shattered in chunks, and debris flew everywhere as the lantern flames flickered wildly. Ning Bin's strength was indeed impressive. No wonder he had secretly dominated Tianlan City for years without anyone able to challenge him. Yet, no matter how strong, he was ultimately defeated by this sword. Stepping back several paces, blood pouring from his chest, his breath ragged and bitter with unwillingness, he tried to grasp the reason. "People of Hutian Workshop, why are you trying to kill me?" In his final moments, he longed for clarity. In the world of martial combat, there are rarely straightforward reasons. Blood Fox gave no answer, her expression unchanged as she turned and strode toward Huang Ji. In the corner, the few women who had cowered now lay motionless amidst the chaos. Seeing Blood Fox shift her direction, Ningbin seemed to realize something but no longer had the strength to investigate further. His body collapsed with a thunderous sound, blood spreading across the ground. Elsewhere, Huang Ji scrambled desperately on all fours toward the door. His foot caught on something. He hit his knee hard on the stone floor, pain shooting to his head, nearly fainting, but he dared not stop. Crawling and shaking, he begged hoarsely, "Don't kill me. I'm not with Ningbin's group. My surname's Huang. The hostess of the Mu family is my second aunt. I can pay you." Blood Fox ignored him, stooping to pick up a photo of Mu Hanchuan from the floor with 2 fingers, scrutinizing it intently. Cornered and with nowhere left to retreat, Huang Ji curled into a ball, teeth chattering and nostrils flaring in panic, nearly breaking down. Any other conditions, I'll agree to anything. Just spare my life. Catching Blood Fox's gaze on the photo, his heart raced. She really was sent by Mu Hanchuan? Then I'll double, notable the offer. The photo turned to dust between Blood Fox's fingers. Instantly, a small, milky white vial appeared in her palm. Huang Ji's pupils constricted sharply as he screamed in terror, "No, don't." Bang! Another corpse burst through the outer wall, crashing out of Chiofeng courtyard. The body lay sprawled on the bluestone path, bones dislocated and flesh mangled beyond recognition. Someone in the crowd caught sight of the metallic claws and gasped, "That's Boss Bin. Boss Bin is dead. Who could be so ruthless? Good thing we got away fast. Who else but an enemy out for revenge?" This kind of thing happens here a few times every year. The first special police on the scene pushed the onlookers back but didn't dare enter recklessly, sending a mechanical dog ahead to scout. Inside Chiofeng courtyard was pitch black. The moment the robot stepped in, a sword stroke snapped it in two with a crunch, and the camera feed cut out instantly. Sweat beaded on the officer's forehead as he stood his ground, eyes locked on the pitch-dark gate. This was Ningbin's territory, and with both him and his men wiped out, a regular cop stepping inside was just suicide. Situation critical. Ningbin of Chiofeng courtyard has been killed. Perpetrator is extremely powerful. Requesting SWAT backup, requesting SWAT backup. Headquarters replied, "Copy that. Reporting now. Keep communications open and report any updates immediately." The news of Ningbin's death sent shockwaves through Tianlan City. The director of the Defense Bureau was reviewing documents when he suddenly stood up sharply. "Ningbin? Confirmed dead?" "Yes, his body was dumped on the street outside Chiofeng courtyard." "Who's the killer?" "All surveillance and power cut off. Unknown for now, but extremely dangerous. We can't breach yet. Approve SWAT deployment. Shoot any resistors on sight. I'm heading there immediately." Orders given. The director donned his armor and prepared for battle. 2 minutes later, red and blue police lights crisscrossed around Chiofeng courtyard as heavily armed SWAT teams sealed it off in layers. Inside, an eerie silence reigned. Suddenly, a figure screamed in agony as he was hurled 20 meters out through the broken wall, crashing into the crowd watching the scene. The man was soaking wet blood or dirty water. It was impossible to tell, and his eyes gleamed like a wild animal's. His muscles twitched uncontrollably, almost drugged, like an infected spore from the desolate jigging wasteland, ready to kill anyone he saw. He struggled to rise amid the rubble, wildly swinging a blade that felled 4 or 5 onlookers in seconds. Screams erupted as the crowd scattered in panic. "Drop the knife. Drop it immediately, or we will open fire." A police officer ordered, flanked by 3 patrol officers forming a circle around the attacker. The madman snarled and lunged with no hesitation. Fire! Bang! 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 Shots rang out in rapid succession until the magazine drained. The attacker staggered and fell, but continued to twitch. The lone officer approached, flipped him over, wiped the grime and blood from his face, then raised a handheld scanner. The screen flickered, and the name that flashed made the officer's breath catch. Huang Ji, the niece of the Mu family's lady of the house. Before he could even react with surprise, he immediately reported the situation, completely unsure of what was actually happening. Why was Huang Ji here too? And why had he suddenly gone mad? Meanwhile, just 5 streets away from Chiofeng Garden, within the deepening night inside the Jingqiao Capitol building, the entire structure suddenly lost power without warning. Every light snapped off instantly, leaving only a few emergency lamps scattered at the corridor and lobby ceilings. Their pale glow stretched long, narrow shadows across the corners. In the first-floor lobby, the security captain was originally lounging casually on a bench, crossing his legs and tapping his foot. Most floors were already dark during the night shift, so he didn't think much when the unexpected blackout occurred. But seconds of heavy silence around him made him finally lift his head with a frown and shout, "Wu Ji, what's going on? Why isn't the backup power kicking in yet?" "I don't know either, Captain," Wu Ji replied from behind the front desk, fiddling with his walkie-talkie without pause. "The control room isn't responding. Is this thing broken?" He pounded the walkie-talkie, but only dead silence came back. Unease crept into the captain's chest, and he abruptly sat upright. Just then, a cold, sharp blade silently pierced his heart from behind. A muffled grunt escaped his throat, but his body remained rigid from inertia. Blood trailed along the blade, instantly soaking through his uniform. He wanted to cry out for help, but couldn't even force a breath. Captain? Wu Ji glimpsed a blurry figure looming behind the captain in the faint emergency light. Who, Captain? Watch your back. The blade wasn't withdrawn, but instead twisted fiercely. The captain's heart was torn apart in an instant. His eyes froze as his heavy body crumpled to the floor with a dull thud. See, Captain? Wu Ji's voice began to tremble as he instinctively stepped backward. Seeing the once invincible captain killed so suddenly, terror instantly seized his throat. The shadowy figure advanced without pause, like a black mist creeping closer. On the rooftop, a leaf-light silhouette brushed the edge. He had arrived at the control room's door. Her left side showed her true face, while the right was masked by a crimson fox visage. Her comrades called her Red Fox. Their operation was split. The young lady deliberately stirred trouble at Xiaofeng Garden to draw official attention, but the real target was this very building. Though disguised as a legitimate private bank, Jingchao Capital secretly laundered high-ranking officials' illicit funds. They hid ill-gotten money in underground vaults, then funneled it back through multiple channels to whitewash it. The two sides had long been colluding, forming a complete corrupt profit chain. Right now, the subterranean vault stored huge amounts of unlaundered cash. Boom. A muffled explosion rattled from below as the heavy vault door was blasted open and twisted out of shape. Li Ming, standing nearly 2 meters tall, charged through the flames. Among the 3 guards protecting the vault, the closest was swallowed instantly by the blast, his screams cut short into a spray of blood mist. The remaining 2 retreated in panic, firing several shots. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck Li Ming's chest and shoulder, sparks flying. Yet he raised his forearm to shield his head and barreled through the gunfire. Hurry, report upstairs. Someone fears a robbery. They're breaking in. One guard's voice trembled as he wildly pressed the alarm button on his chest. It was useless. The building's communications had already been severed, and alarms were completely down. Amid flickering lights, all he could hear was his own desperate gasping. We're done for. The other guard's finger froze on the trigger. Watching Li Ming close in, his heart turned ice cold with one conclusion. These guys were well prepared and dangerously armed. For them to raiding a bank in the city's heart like this, there was no chance anyone would be left alive. They were all going to die here. Ginkgo Road District, west side of Tianlan City. Bang bang bang. Bullets zipped past Mu Hanchuan's ear. He twisted sharply to the right and dove just in time. The metal wall where he had just stood was now pierced with a row of bullet holes. He shoved aside the scaffolding blocking the street and dove headfirst through a half-open, rust-stained iron door. Inside was an abandoned small repair workshop, filled with dusty mechanical debris and unstable tool racks. Moonlight filtered through a broken high window, casting streaks of cold, mottled light across the room. Crash! The high window shattered. A mechanical dog burst through, landing on the second-floor metal floor. Its electronic eyes glowed red, locking onto its target. A barrel on its back shifted, then unleashed a torrent of fire. Bullets hammered the floor and machinery. Mu Hanchuan rolled behind an old lathe, the roar of gunfire slicing through the air. An electrical box exploded, sending white-hot sparks and metal fragments flying. Suspended steel cables snapped, whipping the ground and kicking up dust. Scattered wrenches and parts shot in every direction. Damn, they're packing serious firepower. He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. His round shield snapped back onto his arm. Seizing an opening, he leaned out and hurled the shield straight at the mechanical dog, then charged toward a side wall, smashing through a glass window and leaping out. Behind him, metal shelves toppled under cannon fire, and the entire wall collapsed with a crash. The mechanical dog dodged the shield effortlessly, claws hooking the thick iron window frame. With violent force, it tore the shards away and leapt out after him. Its 100-kilogram metal body hit the ground with a muffled thud but kept up the chase at full speed. Above, an unmanned attack drone dived downward, its rotors stirring up dust, and its spotlight locking onto Mu Hanchuan's form. The machine gun spun up. Tat tat tat. He took at least 3 or 4 rounds in the back, staggering and nearly falling. Cornered, he leapt from a platform 7 or 8 meters high, round shield snapping back to his arm to protect his head and chest. Rat-a-tat. Another wave of bullets chased him down. Most were blocked by the shield, but 2 shots slipped through openings. One hit his unprotected left leg, the other tore into his side. Sharp pain surged through him. Gritting his teeth, he rolled on landing to absorb the force, then jumped off a second-level platform edge. The mechanical dog landed shortly after, leaping over 10 meters with sparks flying where its metal limbs struck the ground. On its second leap, it nearly touched Mu Hanchuan's back. He glanced over his shoulder but didn't pause, vaulting down again. When the mechanical dog landed heavily on the spot Mu Hanchuan had just left, Mu twisted midair, hurling his round shield out like a flash of cold steel. Let's see how you dodge this one. Boom. The shield struck dead center. The mechanical dog lost balance, tumbling through the air and skidding dozens of meters. Sparks trailed from trailing parts and leaking oil. both front legs shattered. Its rotating gun on the back continued firing wildly, spraying most bullets into the ground. The unmanned attack drone and mechanical dog were much faster than Mu Hanchuan. Had already taken over 10 hits, but luckily, most were stopped by his class armor. No room for a roar, had to solve this big problem quickly. The special police hadn't shown up yet, and he had no idea where they were. They could appear at any moment. More reinforcements were surely on their way, so he needed to get out fast. Mu Hanchuan sprinted close along the wall, retreating along the planned route he had plotted 3 hours earlier. He hadn't wasted that time. He had mapped out 3 alternate escape paths in advance. One of those was the Guitao Creek ahead. The creek's rushing water and winding course, with rocky banks rising unevenly, made it an ideal natural cover for fleeing. About a kilometer away, the pursuing special police were linked neuronally with their robotic dogs. At the very moment one robotic dog was destroyed and lost its chase capability, the police slightly froze up, and the drone's firepower briefly stalled as well. Though this disruption lasted only seconds, it gave Mu Hanchuan a precious window. By the time the police regained control, he had already put hundreds of meters between himself and them. They could only send the drones roaring after him. 200 meters more, and he reached Guitao Creek. The sound of the raging current pierced his ears, and a weight lifted from Mu Hanchuan's chest. Having toughened up back in a small county town, Head underestimated the Metropolitan Police security, this time nearly getting caught. There would be no more reckless moves like this. Everything next time had to be flawless. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a sharp whistle came from the sky. A new unmanned attack drone swooped down from the opposite bank, its cannon tongues of fire instantly lighting up. At the same time, a mechanical dog burst out of the nearby bushes. Its pace wasn't fast, but it maintained full-power fire coverage, clearly aiming to kill on the spot. Mu Hanchuan's face darkened. Reinforcements had arrived. The footsteps and engine sounds behind him grew louder and more crowded. To retreat now was to invite death. He raised his arm and flicked it out. The shield on his left arm popped open with a click, about 1 meter high and 50 centimeters wide, gleaming snow-white, somewhat resembling a large tower shield. The round shield on his other hand simultaneously retracted and snapped to his chest. The two shields overlapped to form a narrow protected angle. He lowered his center of gravity and braced against the hail of bullets, forcing his way forward. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. A sharp command rang out 100 meters ahead. A special police officer blocked the only path through Guitao Creek. Judging from his build and gear, the officer was also a trial subject with enhanced physical strength, carrying a spear on his back, but holding only a battle shield in his hand, clearly determined to hold the passage at all costs. Stop right where you are. The officer repeated his warning. Seeing it was ignored, he gripped his shield with both hands and lowered it, meeting charge for charge. His ability to take the bullet's heat in showed his defense was no weaker than Mu Hanchuan's. Though Mu had reached level strength, he dared not risk a close fight. The safest bet was to simply crash through. In just 100 meters, more bullet holes appeared on Mu Hanchuan's body, but his muscles were taut as iron plates. 10 meters, 5 meters. Mu roared, planting his heel hard, transforming into a speeding tank. The officer yelled back and slammed his shield upward. Boom. Metal clanged against Alloy's shield with full force, sending a shockwave stirring the dust. The officer's eyes flashed with disbelief before he was slammed, rolling more than 10 meters, gouging the grass before painfully struggling up. When he looked up again, Mu Hanchuan was leaping into the 20-meter-high Guitao Creek waterfall, his figure swallowed by the white water curtain, flowing downstream in an instant vanished without a trace. Such incredible physical strength. Chonghua Pavilion Grand Hotel. Su-han, lying in bed, had just closed his eyes when he suddenly sat up, pupils narrowing in disbelief. Is the news confirmed? Yes, just reported by the local authorities. His subordinate's urgent, low voice came through the earpiece. The Huang brothers, Huang Ji and Huang Ji, both killed. Su-han's breath caught. The two sides had only clashed earlier that day, and now at night this happened while the Su family was still in Tianlan City. Doesn't that directly implicate them? Pacing back and forth in his room, he tried to deduce the motive behind the attack. Someone's trying to stir up conflict between the clans. The 4 major families in Tianlan City have always been at odds. Maybe one got wind of something and wants to provoke trouble, but it's more likely aimed at the Su family. Su-han analyzed swiftly. There's no need for just one Mu family to make such a big move. His subordinate added, more than just the 2 young masters died. Over 20 lives lost. This would be a major incident anywhere in Qingling with extremely negative repercussions. Any suspects caught? No. Assailants at both attack sites escaped. Their skill level is extremely high. Ordinary families can't afford this kind of assassin. Have our people keep a close watch on the case and gather every detail. Yes. Mu family manor. The grim news caused Huang Rang to faint on the spot. She had never endured such calamity before. The dead were her own nephews and both brothers at once. Mu Qi's expression darkened, his heart heavy with shock and doubt. They just clashed with the Su family today. Now they've been silenced tonight. Is this the Su family's way of sending a message? What about the killers? They escaped. Was there only one attack site? No. Young Master Huang Ji was ambushed in the Ginkgo Road area when they were about to return home. Young Master Huang Ji was killed in Autumn Breeze Garden. Ning Bin and his men were also wiped out. At the mention of Ning Bin, Mu Qi's face changed sharply. Ning Bin was no ordinary figure, very few could touch him, especially not on his own turf. Could it be the Su family? No one else could command this level of power or cruelty. And as for the other families in Tianlan, none would risk such heavy losses for the Huang brothers. Have the two Su sisters left yet? Master, no. They visited several elders today and are still staying at Xianghua Pavilion Grand Hotel. That makes things even stranger. They haven't left yet, so there's no reason to be so hasty and brutal. With the Su family's resources, they have many subtle means to put pressure on the Mu family. This ruthless method doesn't fit their usual style at all. He frowned in thought, then said gravely, whoever it is, investigate thoroughly to the end. Yes. If Mu Qi had been able to hold back during the day, now he couldn't sit still for even a second. He immediately called a meeting of the family's inner circle. Whale-Tide Capital Tower. The security guards throughout the building were silently taken care of. In the underground vault, the fluorescent lights cast a harsh, pale glow. A young man pushed open the door wearing a repairman's uniform and a low-brimmed cap shadowing his face. His name was Wang Jiqiang, a mechanical prodigy recently promoted to a level with 4 skills slotted in, 1 basic skill slot, 1 intermediate skill slot, all related to mechanics and mastery of over 100 firearms. In the corner, Li Ming, restrained, widened his eyes in shock. Wang Jiqiang gave him 2 thumbs up before pulling out his tools and quickly disassembling the lock. There are 5 minutes left, a voice came from the communicator. After 5 minutes, the building's alarm system will connect to official channels and automatically trigger. You must evacuate within 3 minutes. Wang Jiqiang snapped his fingers, the metal sound crisp and precise. Got it. He also arrived at the underground vault. She was very young and a bit impatient, anxious to know how things were going with her young mistress. Meanwhile, the accomplice who had been lurking in the shadows still had not appeared. A minute later, the vault door hummed open as the metal bolts retracted. With a loud bang, the heavy door swung wide. The 3 of them darted inside like arrows released from a bow, efficiently hauling sack after sack of cash out. Their speed was astonishing. Just over a minute, 30 bags of stolen money were neatly piled by the door. He gave it her all, barely managing to carry out 4 bags. Her shoulders chafed raw from the strain. Wang Jiqiang was no better off. Carrying bags in both hands and slung on his shoulder, he only got 6. The most eye-catching was the burly Li Mingyi slung a tumter-long thick iron chain over his shoulder, hooked the remaining 20 bags together, dragging a heavy trail behind him as he strode toward the underground parking garage, somehow the most relaxed of the 3. He clenched her teeth in frustration. She wished she hadn't tried to show off. Get out immediately, she barked. The 3 stormed into the garage like a whirlwind, throwing the heavy money bags into the back of the van in quick, synchronized motions. Wang Jiqiang slid into the driver's seat, ignited the engine, and shifted gears seamlessly. Just as the van reached the exit, the last accomplice hiding in the shadows climbed in silently and slammed the door shut. Only then was the group officially complete. As they left Tianlan City behind, Wang Jiqiang couldn't hide his glee, the corners of his mouth curling up. We struck gold this time, no regrets. Back home, I'm going to grab another advanced skill slot. I've got my eye on something promising. He pressed the accelerator, and the van's interior quickly filled with the pulsing beat of bass vibrations. He warned, you already have 4 skills. Are you sure your brain can handle it? There's always a way. Wang Jiqiang laughed heartily. In the front passenger seat, Li Ming pulled out a small notebook and asked with earnest simplicity, it's getting cold. The kids need warmer clothes. The factory we used last time wasn't good. Does anyone know a better, cheaper supplier? He ran an orphanage with 70 or 80 children, so every expense was carefully managed. I've got it covered. They'll go with you to pick some out later, Wang Jiqiang replied casually. But he was too tense to chat, eyes fixed intently on the passing road, fearing trouble might arise again. The last member remained silent throughout. Red Fox, don't tense up so much, Wang Jiqiang said, his left hand steadying the wheel as his right tapped along to the rhythm. All the surveillance cameras in this area have been swapped for ours. Chaowan will alert us immediately. His chattiness shone as he reassured them, humming to ease the mood. He sat up straight, but remained uneasy. Surely the young mistress had retreated safely by now? 2 minutes after leaving the Jingchao Capital building, a shrill alarm sounded from the nearby City Defense Command. Several staff on duty jolted upright, faces turning pale. They were already overwhelmed. How could there be trouble again? Automatic alarm triggered at Jingchao Capital. Something's happened there. Dispatch all nearby riot police and patrol officers. Hurry. But most city police had been sent to pursue a criminal at Xiofeng Garden, leaving manpower stretched thin. Divide into teams to investigate first, then pull reinforcements from other areas immediately. Understood. The dispatch center chief panicked inwardly. Others might not realize it, but he knew how critical Jingchao Capital was. It wasn't just any bank. The higher-ups were watching closely. If a major mishap occurred, Tianlong City officials would go ballistic. After cutting off his urgent call to his superior, he continued issuing orders while summoning vehicles. Within minutes, radios repeatedly transmitted. Urgent notice. At 2200 hours tonight, a major homicide occurred in the city district, with 30 fatalities. The suspect is extremely dangerous. Residents, please return home immediately. All police forces mobilized now. All main roads in the city are sealed off. All vehicles and personnel subject to inspection. From now until 6 a.m. tomorrow, all Tianlong City entrances and exits are closed. Tianlong's top officials had already received the full report. 9 security guards at Jingzhou capital were dead, and the vault completely emptied previously. They'd managed to keep the murders in Ginkgo Road district and Xiaofeng Garden under wraps temporarily, but this time they had really stirred up a hornet's nest. After a brief but intense call, the highest authorities made a resolute decision: at all costs, the city's killers must be caught. No leniency. They would uphold Tianlong City's honor and authority unwaveringly. Yang family, Tianlong City. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Muning's usually calm eyes faltered noticeably. Mu Hanchuan is back? And he went to the Mu family? Yang Yu briefly explained. Yes, and he came along with the Qingling Su family. Things got really messy between the two sides. Qingling Su family, Zhou Muning repeated softly, her fingertip lightly tapping the armrest. They're about the same age. The person who's supposed to show up can't avoid it forever. She knew very well that if the Su family had really come to back him up, the situation wouldn't be this ugly. Yang Yu shook his head, a complicated smile in his bitterness. Not backing him up through there to break the engagement. Break the engagement? Zhou Muning's hand froze, a wave of bitterness flashing through her lowered gaze. Seeing this, Yang Yu slowed his voice. Want me to go with you to take a look? No, she replied firmly. After all, his surname is Mu, and he's your biological son. If the Mu family doesn't intervene, neither can you. Years ago when she approached Yang Yu, they agreed that no matter what happened, she must bear a son for herself. She did but never expected he'd be left in the Yang family. Zhou Muning honored her words, and though Yang Yu didn't want to see her struggle, her stance remained resolute. This is a matter between the Mu and Su families. We don't get involved. Now she had a 15-year-old son with the surname Yang. If Mu Hanchuan was brought home, not only would the Yang elders refuse to accept it, but a huge storm would erupt from all sides. Back then, she even asked her father to forcibly bring Mu Hanchuan back for guidance, but he escaped on his own. Since he made his choice, she would not regret it. That was always her position. Muning, this is not to be discussed further. She raised her hand to cut him off, voice icy. Shifting the subject, she lowered her tone. I heard Huang Xiang's 2 nephews died. Yeah, the Su family just arrived today, argued with the Mu family all day, and that night the 2 died under strange circumstances. Yang Yu felt there were many suspicious points as well. Who do you think did it? Doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with us. Zhou Muning stood by the window, looking out into the night. The Mu family's got headaches now. We might as well stir the pot a little more for them. Her gaze swept over distant city lights. The Jingzhou Capitol building also had trouble. Some of the old guards will probably be crying. Which force dares to act recklessly in Tianlong City? Night. Xianghua Court, Grand Hotel. Su Qingyu returned to the hotel escorted by several bodyguards. The lobby clock showed 11 o'clock. Su Han approached, frowning. Where's he? Why didn't she come along? I sent her ahead to Hanyue Bay to save a spot. Otherwise, she wouldn't get a good room. Su Qingyu answered confidently. Su Han almost facepalmed. Hanyue Bay was on the east side, in Fanzhou, Tongdong Province. Although the scenery was nice, the mess here hadn't been cleaned up yet, and she was already thinking about vacation? He doubted his sister's sanity. There was a big incident just outside. We leave tomorrow afternoon. No more wandering around until then. Oh, Su Qingyu's response sounded perfunctory. She felt the mission was over and saw no need to go out again. Meanwhile, her comrades had already driven out of the city and were close to leaving Tianlong smoothly. Back in her room, she entered the bathroom. Her long hair hung loose as she stripped naked and bent down to tend to 2 gunshot wounds on her abdomen with practiced ease, as if this was routine. Elsewhere, Mu Hanchuan drifted downstream to the foot of an unknown mountain. Without time to check his location, he hurried into the rain-soaked forest and found a concealed cave. The heavy scent of blood filled the air. Gritting his teeth, he dug the bullets out of his body and wrapped the wounds with torn fabric. The mountain breeze carried dirt and wet leaves against the cave entrance, but his only thought was survival. Mu Hanchuan floated down a stream to the foot of a mountain, unsure where he had arrived. In a rush, he fled into the woods, finding a hiding spot where he removed bullets from his body and treated his wounds. He had been shot over 20 times, 3 bullets in his legs, 2 in his left arm, and 1 lodged dangerously in the rib beneath his neck. The rest of the bullets had been stopped by his grade armor, though it was now dented and scarred, even leaking coolant fluid that resembled machine oil. Raising his right hand, he triggered a metallic pattern in his palm, and with a sharp snap, a military medical kit materialized out of thin air. This was the real world. Where he had to rely on conventional medicine, there was no instantly healing medpack like those in the trial realm. With grim determination, he used a cold blade to cut open his flesh and painfully extracted the remaining bullets one by one, dropping the cold metal pieces into the bottom of the box where they clinked sharply. He disinfected, stopped the bleeding, applied medicine, and wrapped the wounds with bandages all in smooth, practiced motions, without uttering a sound. Suddenly, a drone buzzed overhead, a black unmanned aircraft skimming treetops before flying off into the distance. Less than a minute later, a second drone came chasing. From farther away on the highway, the shrill wail of police sirens tore through the night. The pursuers arrived faster than he had anticipated. Mu Hanchuan took a deep breath and pressed his back against the stone wall, using the darkness and the forest shadows to continue his desperate sprint. Only after more than an hour did he dare slow down, only to discover to his shock that the entire Tianlan city was under level 1 martial law. Every street corner had a makeshift checkpoint, patrol cars blinking red and blue lights. Just because of Huang Ji, the Mu family had turned the whole city upside down. Fearful that turning on his phone would reveal his location, he kept it off. But judging by the roadblocks, trying to escape the city was impossible. He had to lay low for a couple of days. His breathing remained steady, yet his heartbeat quickened noticeably. He knew he had been reckless tonight, but was prepared to accept the consequences. After relocating for another half hour, hidden behind a pile of jagged rocks deep in the dense mountain forest, he unexpectedly found a camouflaged dirt hole covered with netting. The entrance was small, but inside it was surprisingly spacious. Shield raised to check for threats. He lifted the waterproof cover to reveal a trove of gleaming black metal. 3 heavy machine guns stood ready, with boxes of 12.7mm armor-piercing rounds beside them. The linked bullets were coiled like steel serpents. Further in, dozens of assault rifles were lined up neatly, stacked atop 10 crates of matching ammunition. A plastic container was stuffed full of pole-ring grenades. Which ruthless bandits are hoarding this arsenal here? Mu Hanchuan muttered, running his hand over the cold barrels. He never took dirty jobs in reality. His family's weapons were at most for self-defense. This was the first time he'd seen an arsenal of this scale. In that moment, an idea struck him. Since Tianlan City was completely sealed off, with nowhere to hide, he might as well find a safe spot and initiate a solo trial directly. Entering just before dawn, the trial would last at most 2 days in real time, about 12 hours. By then it would be dusk, people would be exhausted, and city defenses weakened. If the manhunt was still ongoing, he could use this month's second solo trial chance to go in once more. With his plan set, he glanced down at his blood-soaked, bullet-riddled body, such a conspicuous target in the open city. With the hunt intensifying as it was, there was no way he could leave Tianlan City alive. This might just be the best option he had. The Mu family. Night had fallen deep, yet all the direct descendants of the Mu family were summoned back to the old residence, sitting together for a long, intense discussion that lasted 2 full hours. After the meeting dispersed, Mu Qiming was kept behind by his father, Mu Bin, and their conversation continued under the dim yellow light. Mu Hanchuan really said that? Yes. Upon hearing the confirmation, Mu Bin sighed softly. His anger is understandable. But in the end, isn't it your parents' fault? You've been too negligent. Mu Qiming was defiant, lowering his voice. No matter what, this is our family's matter. He's a Mu, yet he's siding with the Su family against us. That's unacceptable. Mu Bin shook his head coldly. His temper is just like his mother's. Once he left, there's no turning back. I warned you back then. Since you chose Zhou Muqing, don't regret it and don't do anything rash. How did you respond to me? All this now, didn't you bring it on yourself? Mu Qiming was at a loss for words. After a pause, Mu Bin gave a final reminder. Huang Ji and Huang Ji, dead is dead. They're just dogs. Don't settle a blood feud with the Su family over them. Investigate if you must, but don't go confronting the Su family, understand? Understood, father. What if the Su family insists on canceling the engagement? If they really want to cancel, that's not impossible. Mu Bin's gaze hardened. We paid a steep price at the time. The Su family must return everything and compensate us. If they refuse, then drag it out and never cancel. This. Mu Qiming felt trapped. The Su family won't give up their gains so easily. Rest assured. Mu Bin sneered. No matter how strong the Su family is, they're not powerful. We're thousands of kilometers apart. If they make a move, they'll think twice. We just need to stand firm. After all, this engagement was decided by the 2 elder masters themselves. The justice is on our side. But Mu Hanchuan isn't even with the Mu family anymore. That reasoning. You still don't get it. Mu Bin waved dismissively. An engagement is never a chain. Miss Su's free to do as she pleases, date whoever she wants. The engagement is just a formality, a partnership. Now the Su family doesn't need us anymore. Canceling the engagement is just an excuse. I see now. Mu Qiming finally understood. So what belongs to the Mu family must not be lost, not an inch. That same night, Mu Hanchuan moved through 7 different hideouts across the city before finally making it until dawn. Damn it, the Tianlan city authorities have gone insane? All their forces out to get me? He was panting, both impressed and terrified by the city's relentless pursuit. In front of him, 3 pieces of weaponry materialized out of thin air. 1. A triple-barrel heavy machine gun. 2. A full box of 12.7 mm bullets. 3. A box of grenades. These were the main weapons he brought into the solo trial. Of the 4 marked recallable items, he had buried the medical kit underground. The remaining 3 were stored at his secret Basia round shield, a large shield, and a repair kit auxiliary card. Along with the 3 trial equipment items on him, his preparations were basically complete. His only problem was the gunshot wound he bore. Almost ready. Better hide in the personal trial for now, see how long they can keep chasing. With that, he pulled out a blue star key, pinched it between his fingers, and shattered the crystal. A brilliant azure light instantly engulfed him. Crushing the blue star key, Mu Hanchuan vanished from sight. The blue solo trial begins. Forbidden Trial Planet, Bloodscale Ruins target area. Surrounded and besieged by Bloodscale beasts, the goal was to survive for 2 days. Trial participants were allowed to fight among themselves. 80 contestants. The survival trial was simple, just run for your life and don't die. There was no ranking. Everyone who lasted until the end would get a reward. It was a relatively easy trial, especially for races naturally gifted with stealth abilities. For Mu Hanchuan, these 2 days were basically a leisurely vacation, completely safe. He glanced around and saw he was standing in a dense forest, sunlight streaming down from above. It was just past 11 in the morning. Although called ruins, the surrounding vegetation was lush, with no sign of desolation. Find food first, then find a cave, he planned silently. As long as he could block the cave entrance, he could rest and heal safely for these 2 days. Time on the trial planet flowed differently from reality, but staying here for a full 2 days meant his body could truly repair itself. Whether it cost lifespan or not, no one could say. After an hour's work, he had gathered enough nuts and wild greens to last 2 days and discovered a natural cave nearby. Outside the entrance lay a roughly 3-meter-high round boulder, nearly the same size as the cave opening, a perfect, heaven-sent barrier. Mu Hanchuan raised his hand and summoned his auxiliary tool card, the repair kit, into his palm. Marker removed. 67. Marker placed successfully. 77. He canceled the marker on the repair kit and placed it on the round stone instead, nodding with satisfaction. Preliminary defenses completed. The sun was blazing bright today. According to their habits, Bloodscale beasts stayed underground until sunset before emerging in full force. So most trial participants were busy scouting for hiding spots or reinforcing their defenses. Nobody was foolish enough to hunt their own kind at this time unless they wanted to form alliances. Everyone just wanted to survive till the end. Stepping into the cave, the tunnel stretched straight about 50 meters deep. He sealed off the innermost part and sat against the rock wall. In the next moment, a triple-barreled heavy machine gun, a full box of 12.7 mm machine gun rounds, and a box of grenades materialized beside him. It really works. Mu Hanchuan laughed out loud with excitement, his voice echoing inside the cave. He had truly summoned this heavy weaponry from his original star. Come on then, let's see if your flesh and blood can withstand this. If other human trial participants saw this scene, they'd probably drop their jaws in shock. Mu Hanchuan spent a few minutes loading the ammo belts, fiddled with the firing mechanisms to make sure everything worked, then summoned the medical kit he had buried outside and treated his wounds personally. TCH, a character like me, it'd be hard not to rise up in the future. Suddenly, a wild idea popped into his mind. If he could summon weapons, could he also pull a person into the trial planet? Reinforcements? He never needed that except for team trials. He always worked alone. But if he could mark his enemies and drag them into here, then slip back to the real star before the trial ended, humph. Let them taste blood and pain. At least they wouldn't die easily. Got about a 50% chance, he estimated quietly, a cold glint flashing through his eyes. They'll test this with Song Hung when I get back. If he dares to cheat me or refuses to fix my gear, I'll make the perfect first subject for my experiment. Mu Hanchuan decided right then and there. Being his first test subject would be an honor for him, should say a proper goodbye when the time came. After changing his own dressings, Mu Hanchuan collapsed on the spot and fell asleep. The exhausting flight from last night had drained his strength, and with multiple wounds covering his body, he was barely holding on. He slipped into a deep sleep that stretched until 6 in the evening, by which time the sky outside the cave had darkened to a deep inky blue. Scritch, scritch, gurgle, hiss. A series of sticky, scraping, and hissing sounds crept into the cave, as if some creature was raking sharp claws against the rock walls, accompanied by wet, bubbling noises. Outside, countless pairs of bulging crimson eyes peered out from cracks in the earth. These red-crawling beasts were only about a meter long, but bore huge heads and mouths full of hooked, jagged teeth, looking so ferocious as if they'd been soaked in a pool of blood straight from hell. They seemed to have caught a scent not belonging to the ruins, jostling each other as they scattered in all directions and scrambled up to higher ridges. The shadow at the cave entrance shifted. Mu Hanchuan looked up, his heart skipping a beat. Darkness had fallen completely. The strange sounds grew louder, and he could even hear the faint snap of claws crushing small stones. Clearly, A considerable number of these creatures were tracking the scent and heading toward this cave. They've arrived, the blood-scaled beasts. A red-scaled reptilian creature was the first to poke its head inside. Its eyes, the size of teacups, reflected the dim interior. The cave mouth was 4 meters wide and 3 meters tall, with utter darkness beyond. Finding no target, it slipped inside completely, belly to the ground, its sharp claws scraping the rock wall with a metallic screech. Sniff sniff. It lifted its head, nostrils flaring rapidly, as if catching a scent but uncertain of it, its head swaying side to side as it ventured further in. Whoosh. Suddenly, a round shield was hurled out from the darkness, smashing hard into the beast's ribs. With a crisp crack, the creature twisted in agony, emitting pitiful screams before collapsing, unable to get up again. Its screams alerted the others outside. In an instant, 4 or 5 massive heads crowded the cave entrance, all glaring inward in unison. The lead bloodscale beast howled and surged in, followed closely by the others. Mukin Chuan summoned a shield in his hand again and slammed it backward toward the entrance. Crack! The front beast was forced back violently, taking 2 behind it tumbling out of the cave, nearly broken beyond saving. Before the echoes faded, another shield flew out like a relay baton, snapping the neck of a third beast. The shield spun back and forth, flashing cold steel glints. In mere seconds, Mukin Chuan had casually dispatched several bloodscale beasts. I'm basically a spinning gold king with shields now. If only I had a few more, I might be unbeatable, he thought with dry amusement. But outside, the bloodscale beasts kept pouring in like a black tidino, fewer than several hundred. The newcomers instinctively stuck out their heads first before swarming in. Mukin Chuan couldn't figure out why they had to probe like that, but it was clearly their method. 2 minutes later, had slain dozens, but the flood of beasts was relentless. The front ranks had already pushed more than 30 meters inside the cavern. These monsters knew no fear and moved with terrifying speed. Gritting his teeth, Mukin Chuan yanked away a tarp beside him, raising 3 heavy machine guns in a whirlwind. Come on, come on. Time to show you the real heavy hitters. Rat-a-tat-tat. Flames spat, and the hot ammunition belts vibrated wildly. The first wave of bloodscale beasts was instantly torn into bloody chunks, blood and meat splattering the rock walls and oozing down the crevices in thick streams. But the beasts behind them didn't hesitate. They trampled over their fallen comrades and charged recklessly forward, claws screeching against stone like nails on a chalkboard. Mukin Chuan gripped the machine gun handles tightly as bullets roared out like tongues of fire. The first time he used it, the recoil knocked his arm way up, and since he wasn't very skilled yet, he struggled to hold on and ended up firing quite a few bullets off target. A dense spray of muzzle fire spat wildly from the cave entrance, bullets sweeping across and striking the rocky walls with sparks flying everywhere. But outside, the situation was growing increasingly dire. At the foot of the mountain, packs of bloodscale beasts were swarming toward this range in waves. Looking out for kilometers, all you could see was a dark red tide, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. The gunfire had thoroughly enraged them, and they were charging forward with furious howls. At this moment, a trial participant of the Spine tribe was huddled atop a mountain peak about 100 meters above Muhan Chuan's position. Curling up like a boulder, he trembled as he pressed himself between 7 or 8 rocks. He had thought his camouflage was flawless, but unexpectedly, below the mountain a reckless idiot had charged out, not hiding at all, but instead pulling out a heavy machine gun and engaging the bloodscale beast's heathen. Which tribe's idiot is this? Do you really think you can kill them all? I don't care if you die, just don't drag us all down with you, he cursed bitterly in his mind. Watching the ever-growing tide of savage giant beasts pouring up from the mountain base, the Spine tribe man felt a wave of despair. Tens of thousands at least, and this mountain, why had it been chosen for this fight? As the first bloodscale beast reached the mountaintop, even more monsters surged behind it, instantly filling the peak. My life is over. The Spine tribe man froze among the rubble, trembling all over, afraid to move. Inside the cave, Muhan Chuan remained unrelenting. Bullets chained together hung directly on the machine gun, sparing him the trouble of changing magazines. But the 2.0 round supply was rapidly melting away, half gone within moments, his arm burning with pain from the continuous recoil. The body pile was as high as a wall, yet the bloodscale beasts came on relentlessly, pawing aside their fallen comrades' corpses to press forward. Damn it, hey, raise some real firepower for you. With one hand steady on the machine gun, the other plunged into the grenade box. Gritting his teeth, he pulled pins and hurled grenades one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions thundered through the cave, shockwaves tossing rows of bloodscale beasts into the air. Flying flesh and scales scattered wildly as the ground was blown into blackened craters. Wails echoed endlessly. The flames reflected in his eyes, but Muhan Chuan showed no fear. On the contrary, he felt exhilarated, much better than grimly enduring the fight with just his body. This should scare them off, right? He panted, waiting. The cave entrance was silent for 3 seconds, But then even more bloodthirsty maws pushed in. What? Seeing the worsening situation, he decisively stowed the machine gun. Snatching the last grenade pin, he threw out the remaining half-box all at once. "You're ruthless," he shouted, then hoisted his gear and bolted for the deeper cave. Boom. A series of massive explosions shook the entire mountain. Huge boulders loosened and tumbled down, crushing countless bloodscale beasts below. Only the Spine Tribe man remained stuck in the most exposed spot. Watching the beasts closing in from below, he hesitated, should I run or not? But hesitation meant being surrounded by countless ferocious creatures. Clenching his teeth, he cursed fiercely, "No matter what tribe you're from, I curse your ancestors to the 18th generation." Deeper in the mountain, parts of the cave ceiling collapsed, but it was no match for these rockhead monsters. Using both paws, they dug out a passage in minutes and surged forward once again. Muhan Chuan turned to look back at the more than 100 bloodscale beasts pressing close behind, with even more in the dark mass behind them. In his heart, he grumbled, forget it, forget it. I can't beat them. Time to admit defeat." As the bloodscale horde approached the fork in the cave, he swung his left arm hard. A three-metertal circular boulder dropped with a clang from the mechanical trap, fitting perfectly to block the entrance. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy, muffled explosions accompanied by skull-crushing sounds rang out. The massive rock appeared so suddenly that the dozen or so bloodscale beasts at the front had no time to react. They were definitely done for. Tianlan City. Inside the City Hall building, a group of senior officials gathered. The deputy mayor suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his anger almost tangible. After a whole night of citywide inspections and massive raids, with over 30 dead across 3 crime scenes and 3 separate criminal groups, none of you caught a single one? Not even a decent lead? The deputy director of the Defense Bureau wiped sweat from his forehead and forced an explanation. "We suspect they very likely entered the trial zone, and we strongly believe it was a coordinated group activating team trials simultaneously in different locations." "A single group?" The deputy mayor sneered, eyes sharp as knives. "You're telling me they somehow assembled such a large number of experts in Tianlan City, all in secret? Who let them in? Are you all blind?" The deputy director pressed on. "There might be local influential families aiding them. Otherwise, why else would they specifically target the Huang brothers, Huang Ji and Huang Ji?" At the other end of the conference table, an elderly man with graying hair shook his head in disagreement. "Those two are insignificant. No way anyone would take such a huge risk just for them. I think there are actually 2 separate groups, one targeting the Huang brothers, and another planning to rob the Jingqiao Capital Bank." "Agreed," someone quickly added. "The bank robbers wouldn't waste manpower going after those brothers, especially with the 2 locations just a few blocks apart." Voices rose, but no one could give a definitive answer. The deputy mayor's fury didn't subside. "That was over 100 million in cash. Enough to fill a whole truck. And you want me to believe they entered team trials? Where's the truck? Where's the money?" The room fell silent, everyone exchanging helpless glances. The deputy mayor's face darkened. No matter where they're hiding, even if they really did enter the team trial, they must be caught. And that money has to be recovered. That cash isn't clean. Who knows if they're after the money? Or someone in this very room? The unspoken menace in his words silenced the entire meeting. The final decision: maintain the lockdown. Some worried it was too disruptive, and the deputy mayor reluctantly allowed the lockdown to be lifted conditionally, but demanded enhanced inspections. 100 million cash can't be moved out of Tianlan City. As long as the money's still inside the city, they can't escape. This became the only viable plan. That same night, the so-called ironclad lockdown only trapped the unfortunate Muhan Chuan. He and her group had long abandoned the chase, not only fleeing Tianlan City, but even leaving Lu Province altogether, driving east into Tongdong Province. Only after crossing provincial lines did he dare make the call. Morning sunlight filtering through the curtains fell on Su Qingyu's bedroom. Her phone buzzed. She stretched lazily and replied in a soft voice. "What is it?" "Miss, I've arrived at Hongyue Bay. Location secured. Everything is arranged." Got it." Su Qingyu hung up casually and turned over to continue sleeping. Hearing that he was safe, she could finally relax. 2 days passed in a flash. At the Bloodscale ruins, the trial world, Muhan Chuan sat quietly in a cave, focusing on healing more than progressing. Beating the trial became secondary. The Bloodscale beasts were ferocious and numerous, but individually weak. Muhan Chuan casually sealed the cave entrance with thick rock, perfectly blocking every gap. The beasts frantically clawed at the rock, but only let out futile howls. Muhan Chuan was an expert at blocking cave entrances. Deep down, he secretly hoped the trial rewards wouldn't disappoint him. A cold system voice echoed in his ear. "Bloodscale ruins, individual trial ended. Remaining trial participants, 54. Out of 80 trial participants, only 54 remain, a loss of 26 lives. For some, though, this stage was relatively easy. Indeed, for certain trial participants, this trial proved quite simple to pass. After all, it was still a blue-level challenge, so it retained a certain difficulty. For trial participants without strong hidden abilities, the danger was quite real, as the death toll clearly showed. The system's settlement screen appeared, with the first line displaying the rewards. 1. Reward 1, Vitality 5. Because his agility and mind did not meet the standard, the system automatically compensated, resulting in a final stat panel of Vitality 354-3, Agility 89-1, Mind 89-1. Blue solo trials usually grant between 5 to 8 attribute points. This stage wasn't complicated, so Mu Hanchuan only got 5 points, and he guessed other finishers had similar gains just as expected. 2. Reward 2. Wrist Guard of the Fearless Grade F. Requirements: Vitality 170, Strength 100. Effect: Arm Guard, Strength 10, Self-Defense 5. What is this? Mu Hanchuan frowned deeply. The 5 defense boost fit his build well, but the 10 strength was absurd. It should have been a vitality bonus. As a result, he couldn't even equip it. Besides, the stats were flashy but meaningless, and its market price could only be between 80,000 and 1 million. He wouldn't mind selling it off. 3. Reward 3. Item Card Quicksand Pit Grade F, Trap Type. Requirement: Mine 100. Mu Hanchuan almost swore on the spot. Damn it, another piece of junk. Only one item card was allowed in the trial, so he had to be very selective. This card was low-level and nearly worthless. Any normal player wouldn't bring it in, and it might only sell for 3 to 500,000. Even worse, where was he supposed to get Mine 100? Immediately afterward, the system announced the trial's end and offered 2 ways to return. 1. Return to the original point. 2. Return to a random area within a 20-kilometer radius of the exit point. Mu Hanchuan froze. That's it. Where's the blue star key reward? Damn it. This time the blue solo trial didn't come with a star key. According to convention, clearing the trial should grant the corresponding star key. Without it, he couldn't unlock the second solo trial. If he got ambushed after leaving the secret realm, he wouldn't even have a place to hide. This sudden twist completely shattered his plans, filling him with frustration. The good news was his gunshot wounds had mostly healed, so his combat ability remained intact. The heavy machine gun by his side still had 500 rounds, enough to scare off pursuers. Thinking this, he snorted coldly. If they dare chase me, we'll send them straight to the underworld. He flipped his right hand and summoned his medical kit. With tens of seconds left before teleportation, he needed to reapply his medicine quickly. The more he thought, the more upset he got. Coming to Tianlan City, nothing went right. It was as if the place was cursed against him. This solo trial gained him roughly 1 million, barely enough to cover buying the blue star key. What kind of mess was this? A broken place, and a dog to boot. 50 seconds later, Mu Hanchuan exited the trial star and returned to the original point. Inside the trial star, 2 days passed, but only 12 hours had elapsed in the real world, exactly half a day. It was now 6 in the evening, the sky dim and gray as if rain was about to fall. Mu Hanchuan stood up from the weeds, scanned his surroundings carefully, and only after confirming there were no pursuers, slowly descended the mountain. In the distance, the checkpoints along the official road had not withdrawn. On the contrary, they were more heavily fortified than the day before. Soldiers and riot police stood armed and alert, a dark red warning line sealing off the entire road, impenetrable. What the hell? He clenched his fists, his gaze darkening. The Mu family won't rest until they catch me. Just wait, they'll get my revenge sooner or later next time. It'll be Huang Jai's turn. He let out a low sigh and slipped back into the woods, heading straight for the weapons cache he had scouted earlier. Half an hour later, he slipped into a hidden crevice among the scattered rocks and peeled back the thick waterproof tarp once more. Dozens of assault rifles and 10 full boxes of ammunition lay quietly in the dirt, their polished metal reflecting a cold, icy sheen in the faint light. The official scumbags in Tianlan City still haven't found this. Mu Hanchuan's heart swelled with secret satisfaction. He hadn't planned to take these burdensome weapons initially, but now that his escape route was blocked, he had no choice but to make full use of them. It was better than going in empty-handed. His shield's endurance was limited, after all, so he couldn't keep toughing it out forever. He pressed his fingers together, revealing a faintly glowing rune in his palm. A round shield appeared. A large shield materialized. A medical kit surfaced. A heavy machine gun appeared with 500 rounds of ammo. These were all the items he had previously marked. Together with the round shield on his back, the arm shield strapped to his left arm, and his armor, this made up his entire current equipment. Mu Hanchuan immediately canceled his old marks and shouldered all the gear, then marked the weapons cache in front of him again. With 10 boxes of ammo and dozens of rifles, it was too much to carry at once. Would have to move it in 2 trips. Just as he lifted the first box, he spotted a wooden crate at the bottom. Opening it revealed a full 100 hand grenades. Rifles might not penetrate riot police armor, but these definitely will. His eyes lit up with excitement as he quickly tagged the grenades too. Then he grabbed several rifles and crouched low, running along the mountain path toward a huge cave he'd partially stashed gear in the day before. Not knowing the terrain well, he hadn't dared venture inside earlier. Now with no way out, He had no choice but to hide all the weapons inside. An hour and a half later, the first batch was moved. He divided the supplies among 3 concealed crevices deep in the cave, leaving 2 rifles and 2 ammo boxes in each spot. The medical kit and machine gun were also tagged again, so he wouldn't have to carry the heavy load. After double-checking everything, he sprinted back to the original hiding place, arriving in just over half an hour to mark the remaining weapons and ammo. Slinging a dozen rifles across his shoulders, he quickly made his escape. If they want to catch me, they can take their time. His silhouette melded with the twilight. Another hour passed. Mu Hanchuan was long gone. Back at the scattered rocks where had been, 2 patrol officers climbed over the bushes and halted abruptly. Here, one shouted. What's going on? The other hurried over. Look, the first officer pulled back a waterproof sheet buried under dirt. Their breath caught an entire cache of weapons. The 2 exchanged worried glances. Weapons of this scale were no ordinary smuggling operation. The group that fled into the Xinanling Mountains is probably hiding nearby. This must be their ammo depot. Could be. You scout the surrounding area. They'll report this immediately. One set off to investigate, while the other quickly climbed back up the slope, raising the alarm repeatedly. Headquarters of the Defense Command soon connected. Significant discovery? Yes. Coordinates. Xinanling Mountains. Weapon cache found. Upload live footage immediately. Understood. The officers returned to the cave and pulled out their camera gear, but when one re-entered the entrance, all he saw was a disturbed, empty pit. When he re-entered the cave interior, his shock was immediate and profound. What happened to that shipment of arms just now? In less than 30 seconds, the entire batch of weapons that had been right in front of them suddenly vanished into thin air. On the surveillance channel, the gentle female operator was replaced by a superior officer speaking with urgency. Why hasn't the live feed been uploaded yet? The deputy director recognized the voice immediately and began trembling, stammering, Deputy Director. This, what's going on? The deputy director's words hit like a hammer. He hurriedly synchronized the on-site footage for upload. They were right here just a moment ago. Within the seconds since I reported, the whole stock disappeared. The deputy director swore angrily. Are you out of your mind? No. Liang Chao and I were together the whole time. He was the one who first noticed the weapons were gone. Have him come here. Yes, sir. A few seconds later, Liang Chao burst into view, panting. What's wrong? The arms are missing. Impossible. Just now, during the moment I was reporting, someone sneaked in and moved the entire shipment. Their faces drained of color. The intruder's skills were terrifyingly sharp. If had wanted to kill them, they'd be dead already. The headquarters conference room erupted in heated discussion. The tech team zoomed in on the footage. The compacted earth showed extensive depressions, proving heavy equipment was definitely hidden there. Scattered parts matched the inventory of missing weapons. All signs pointed to this being the gang's temporary hideout. The deputy director fiercely resisted these preliminary conclusions. If it was a mistake, he'd be the one bearing the blame for the department. The pressure on him was immense, so he dared not jump to conclusions. What exactly is the terrain like there? He asked gravely. The intelligence officer responded immediately, reporting, Sir, there are over a dozen connected hills in that area. Underneath is a massive cavern. The cave connects to 5 or 6 surrounding mountains and extends tens of kilometers. Because there's no signal inside, we only have shallow maps so far. The deputy director's eyes gleamed sharply. Is that so? Yes. If we want to enter, we'd better find old villagers nearby to guide us. These locals have been going into the mountains for years. Good. Notify all police forces citywide. Dispatch everyone to Lingshan immediately. Seal off every mountain range, cut off all entrances and exits. Search every inch. Dig 10 feet if you have to, but bring those people out. Yes, sir. And the funds stolen from Jingchao capital, make sure to find that money too. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, deep inside the gigantic cavern, Mu Hanchuan found 2 more concealed crevices in the rock and buried the remaining weapons in batches, camouflaging them layer by layer. That should do it. He brushed the dirt from his hands, muttering to himself. They'll lay low here a few days before making a break. I don't believe they can keep this lockdown up forever. If they dare follow me in, then we'll fight it out. Downtown. It was past 10 at night when Su Han and her group prepared to leave Tianlan City. The atmosphere in the city had felt off all day, and their identities made them stand out too much. To avoid drawing attention, Su Han insisted on waiting until deep into the night before setting off. Outside the car window, police sirens wailed repeatedly as rows of patrol cars raced past, flashing red and blue lights. Su Qingyu leaned against the window, curious. What's going on? Why such a huge police presence? Su Han gave her a tired look over her shoulder. Don't you know something big happened in Tianlan last night? Su Qingyu blinked. I guess I know a little. Not bad. Your brain hasn't completely rusted, Su Han said in a low voice. They found traces of a fugitive in the southwestern mountains. Still unclear whether it's the murderer who killed the Huang brothers or those who robbed Jingchao Capital Bank. Either way, half the city's police force is headed that way. Wait, what? Su Qingyu's eyes went wide and her mouth fell open, looking adorably clueless. The Huang brothers, both dead? But I only. She immediately shut her mouth, realizing she had slipped. They did take care of the Jingchao capital gang, but Su Qingyu only handled one of the Huang brothers. Who killed the other? Su Han rolled her eyes, not wanting to entertain the question any longer. She had just praised Su Qingyu for being somewhat sharp, but that was clearly wishful thinking. Su Qingyu propped her chin on her hand, staring back out the window. The flashing police lights only made her more curious. Who was taking the fall for them? What a saint that person must be. At the same time, deep within the southwestern mountains of Tianlan City, Mu Hanchuan pressed against a rock wall, checking his gear again. A half-humantal shield on his back, 2 round shields at his waist, and a lightweight rifle in hand. The magazines from the other rifles had all been removed, the 7.62mm rounds quickly stuffed into a large pouch strapped to his chest. His belt was loaded with over a dozen grenades. It was hard to imagine anyone more heavily armed. He had been moving through this cave system for over an hour. It was so pitch dark he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, and not a speck of daylight filtered through. This cave is huge, Mu Hanchuan murmured. Judging by direction, though technically still on Tianlan's outskirts, if he kept going he might just emerge beyond the city boundary. Renewed hope sparked inside him as he gritted his teeth and pushed deeper into the darkness. Outside, the mountain road was completely sealed off. Most of Tianlan City's law enforcement had gathered here. Every mountain trail and valley entrance was sealed with official seals, and all unofficial signals were jammed. The deputy chief and deputy mayor were both on-site coordinating operations. Local villagers familiar with the terrain had been urgently recruited as guides. The deputy mayor gave orders: sweep the outer mountain areas first, gradually narrow the search, then concentrate forces to storm the cave. Understood, the deputy chief said, but secretly dispatched 2 SWAT advance teams through local guides to infiltrate the cave simultaneously from the north and south entrances. Each special ops team had just 4 members, but packed fierce firepower. Warhound-class robotic dogs, Shadow Eye reconnaissance drones for every member, and 1 Ren-level mechanical warrior accompanying each. All were trialers equipped with the military's latest trial model gear, requiring neural interface connectivity of at least 10A pass rate below 2, marking them as true elite soldiers. The 2 units slipped stealthily into the cave from opposite ends. Their mission: capture the unknown fugitive. Mu Hanchuan happened to be in the southern passage. Half an hour further, the rock formations all looked the same. He couldn't tell east from west, north from south anymore. Can I really find the exit? Doubt crept in. He thought maybe he should turn back, hide outside the entrance first, then try again if needed. Suddenly, a low buzzing sound filled the air. At that moment, Mu Hanchuan came to a sudden halt, his head tilting slightly toward the direction of the sound, his eyes calm and deep like a still pool. The sharp, piercing whirring filled his ears, the rotor blades of an official drone. Moving so fast, had they already caught up? He originally planned to hide inside this network of caves for a few days. He stepped forward in a long stride, hugged the wall as he slipped silently toward a corner, blending into the pitch-black rock face. His gaze locked onto the tunnel ahead. After more than 10 seconds, a bright white searchlight beam appeared about 70 to 80 meters away. Though the brightness had been turned down, the light was still dazzling. Mu Hanchuan raised the assault rifle in his hands, then slowly lowered it again. If this were just regular patrol or standard riot police, they would probably just turn around and leave without a fight. He shifted direction along the wall and swiftly moved deeper into a side tunnel. About 15 minutes later, the wind ahead quieted. He stopped again. His ears twitched, picking up heavy splashing sounds from the other side of the rock wall. The dull, rhythmic clanking of metal joints instantly told him what it was: a Warhound-class robotic dog. Standing about 1.2 meters tall and just over 2 meters long, its heavy, steady footsteps far surpassed those of standard riot police drones. This was special police squad equipment. There was no room for luck. The officials wouldn't deploy special police unless they had a locked target. Exposure was now inevitable. He pulled a standard-issue grenade from his belt and tore off a length of hemp rope from an earlier ammo crate. At a shallow water edge, he pushed the grenade into the mud, pulled the pin, shortened the fuse to minimum, and tied one end of the rope to the grenade's ring. The other end he laid silently across the water. Mission complete. He turned and left, his footsteps light and soundless. Exactly 1 minute later, the Warhound-class robotic dog lumbered up to the spot along the slick cave wall. Its metal frame gleamed in the cold light of the searchlight. Its paws splashed shallow water, sending ripples outward. It paused to scan, and its infrared beam caught clear footprints freshly made in the mud. The target was definitely hiding here. A kilometer away, the special police officer remotely controlling it locked the image, ordered the dog forward, and tried calling for backup via a portable signal relay. The cave's rocks seriously blocked signals, so the temporary relay helped only a little. They could only rely on luck, otherwise they'd have to resort to hand signals or flashlight communication like during the TrialStar mission. The next second, the dog's front leg caught on the rope beneath the water. Boom! A fierce explosion erupted, sending a plume of water and debris rolling several meters inside the narrow cavern. The metal beast was blasted flying into the rock wall, its casing dented, limbs and servo motors destroyed completely, immobilized. The blast echoed down the tunnel for kilometers, sounding the alarm loud and clear for the special police team. Far away, the officer's mind flinched sharply as the connection was lost. He immediately knew his war dog was destroyed, and rage surged through him. He sped up the drone's dive and tried to regroup with teammates over radio, while he sprinted forward with his rifle raised. Hot on his heels came the 2-meter-tall Skyblade-class mechanical soldier linked directly to the officer's mind. Officially rated between combat grades F and E, with untested battlefield power but touted as a cutting-edge executioner. Mu Hanchuan hadn't gone far. He had already crouched in ambush at a three-way tunnel junction, tall rock walls surrounding him and shadows deep. His heavy machine gun rested on a stone block, ammo belt coiled and ready. With the signal disrupted, the special police team wouldn't spread too far. They'd come in pairs. This spot was perfect for an ambush. Capturing one would open a gap. Time passed by seconds. 30 seconds later, hurried footsteps echoed from the tunnel entrance ahead, firm military boots splashing water mixed with the heavy thuds of metal joints. It wasn't a four-legged robotic dog this time, but two bipedal figures. Mu Hanchuan's breathing still nearly stopped, his eyes gleaming cold with warrior's intent. He had already identified Themis special police officer and his personal guard, the Skyblade-class mechanical soldier. Mu Hanchuan didn't rush to fire. He focused intently, listening closely. When the intruders reached about halfway into the cave passage, with a special forces officer leading and a Tianren-class mechanical warrior slightly behind on his side, Mu quietly raised his gun barrel, locking the closest target on his left in his sights. He squeezed the trigger once the muzzle instantly flared with fire. Rat-a-tat! A storm of bullets swept across the stone wall, sparks flickering in the pitch-black cave. The special forces officer showed no fear or evasive movement. Instead, he suddenly braked hard, forcing his steps to retreat sharply. The Tianren-class mech surged forward one step, its right arm grabbing its master and pulling him behind its ironclad bulk, turning into a moving shield. Pew! 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 Despite the quick reaction, the officer was still struck heavily by 3 bullets, all hitting his chest armor. The armor barely held, but the impact threw him backward several meters, crashing to the ground as blood seeped out. The remaining bullets hammered against the mech's exterior, sending shards of metal flying. The Tianren staggered back 2 steps, finally regaining its footing. The mechanical warrior crouched low, crossing its thick arms to form an iron shield in front, resolutely blocking every bullet fired at its master. The heavy machine gunfire cracked open streaks in its armor, but it refused to budge an inch. After emptying 100 rounds, Mu Hanchuan decisively lowered his gun, tossed 2 grenades, and then grabbed the heavy machine gun to sprint down the tunnel. Boom! Boom! The twin explosions shook the cave walls, sending rocks flying in all directions. But the mech absorbed the shockwaves completely, leaving the special forces officer unscathed. The downed officer rolled over and scrambled up, hastily staunching his wounds while silently cursing himself. As a long-range marksman, he had been ambushed and overwhelmed by heavy firepower before he even had a chance to react. Just 15 seconds later, a mechanical dog burst from behind, its metallic skeleton gleaming sharply. It charged swiftly toward the source of the gunfire, its back-mounted machine gun unleashing a relentless hail of bullets, suppressing with no regard for whether the target was still there. At nearly the same moment, a Yutong-class drone sped out from a side passage, spinning its body to spray an extended line of fire. This sudden riot of noise and gunfire naturally alerted the other 3 special forces officers, who were racing at full speed toward the scene. T-82, what happened? I attacked. Injured suspect armed with heavy weapons heading east. Hurry! The broken radio signals only managed to convey fragments mentioning T-82 injured and suspect with heavy weapons. The 2 guides accompanying them turned pale. Chase a suspect? No one had warned them the fugitive wielded such firepower, bold enough to go toe-to-toe with both special forces and mechs. Meanwhile, Mu Hanchuan hadn't fled far. He slipped into the shadows at the tunnel's end, quickly setting up his rifle for an ambush. These mechanical dogs and drones were far more dangerous than the officers. They had to be dealt with first. No sooner had he hidden than the metal dog and Yutong drone came howling around the corner. Mu pressed his back against the rocky wall, silently calculating the distance, 20 meters to the bend ahead. His mental computer predicted the prey's trajectory as it prematurely veered sideways. At that instant of crossing paths, a round shield whistled through the air, slamming straight into the speeding Yutong drone. Bang! The drone spiraled downward, crashing with gunfire chaotically spraying even as it fell, sparks flying everywhere. Bang! 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 Mu Hanchuan raised his rifle, aiming squarely at the mechanical dog and pulling the trigger fully. The metal dog roared fiercely, charging through the bullet storm, its back machine gun blazing fire. Suddenly, an arm shield sprang open, intercepting every dense bullet like a hail of iron and metal. Mu gritted his teeth as the impact rattled him backward with each shot, but he planted his heels firmly and steadied himself. Enduring the metal dog's barrage, he quickly reloaded and continued firing. They were only about a dozen meters apart, facing off heat, sparks flying with every clash. Crack! A thunderous metallic clang rang out as a battle mastiff-class robotic dog charged low, its entire steel body slamming violently into Muhanchuan's arm shield. The impact sent him staggering backward over a meter. The last bullets in his chamber spilled onto the machine's metal shell, casings clattering to the ground. Without hesitation, he tossed the empty gun aside, flipped his palm, snatched the thrown-round shield back, and swung it with full force into the robotic dog's neck joint. The mechanical beast thrashed wildly against the shield, its serrated jaws snapping. Its back-mounted machine gun spat flames and bullets rained down like a storm. Gritting his teeth, Muhanchuan rotated the shield to block the relentless barrage, enduring the grinding mechanical fangs biting into his thigh. With his other hand, he wielded the round shield like a war hammer, repeatedly smashing the dog's drive shafts and sensors with brutal strikes. Seconds of close-quarters combat flew by as metal clanged against alloy, each impact showering sparks. In the end, his defense prevailed. The round shield cracked the machine dog's neck joint open, sending sparks flying from exposed chips, and the steel frame crashed down with a heavy thud. Muhanchuan pivoted and started to leave, but not before stuffing grenades into the fallen dog and the downed drone nearby. Bending down, he grabbed the rifle on the ground. His left leg was torn open by a wide bite, flesh ragged, but he limped forward into the darkness. Boom, boom. Two bursts of fire erupted behind him, kicking up dust clouds and scattering debris. At the distant end, the operator winced in sudden harsh ache in his mind, seeing his robotic dog and drone completely destroyed. Only the damaged mechanical soldier beside him remained at 65 functionality. It was no easy feat to keep operating under heavy machine gun fire, but ignoring his own wounds, furious, he charged onward with the mechanical warrior in pursuit. T-82, report your location. North. He's heading north, moving north. Go. The team leader called for reinforcements while piloting another reconnaissance drone speeding toward the cave entrance. 3 minutes later, inside the command vehicle at the cave mouth, the deputy chief was the first to receive the report, hurrying over to the deputy mayor. The target has engaged inside the cave, just as predicted, with heavy weaponry. I've ordered 3 special ops squads to enter. The deputy mayor nodded. Good. Have the rest of the battle police follow closely and seal the perimeter with the regular patrols. Understood. After running a bit further, Muhanchuan heard chaotic footsteps behind him. He whipped around as a grenade bounced and rolled along the rock wall. The Battle Mastiff-class robotic dog immediately turned its head, the red scanning light locking onto the source. 2 meters away, the grenade exploded with a thunderous boom, sending a shockwave that warped the metallic exterior with a harsh creaking sound. Damage, 20. Its legs trembled briefly, but it quickly re-established a lock, mechanical joints clicking rapidly. It lunged toward Muhanchuan at a fierce pace. He raised his gun, firing short bursts, tracer flames cutting straight lines. The robotic dog returned fire in sync, the ammunition belt buzzing nonstop. Not daring to use his damaged arm shield, Muhanchuan pulled out his large back shield, raising it in front of him. Bullets struck the alloy with fiery sparks. After emptying 4 magazines, the mechanical dog crashed down 3 meters away, its twisted machine gun still firing wildly. Muhanchuan flicked his wrist, tossing his last grenade with precision onto the cold steel belly. Without a glance back, he disappeared into the shadows. Boom. Another Battle Mastiff-class robotic dog was taken down. Outside, the SWAT officers received orders and began storming into the cave in groups of 3, checking each chamber one by one. They also set up temporary signal relays and segments inside the cave to facilitate further searches. Before departure, they were reminded again. The target was a highly dangerous fugitive armed with heavy weapons. A SWAT officer had already been injured. Caution was paramount. Yu Yin, Ling Yu, one of the officers in their group, lowered his voice. Do you think that guy inside is the same one you chased down in Shushang Alley? Most likely. Yu Yin nodded, a flash of memory crossing his eyes. That guy's brutal. I went all out to defend, but still got slammed flying. At that, Yu Yin and Ling Yu exchanged a subtle glance. Both were the special police who had been soundly beaten while pursuing Muhanchuan in Ginkgo Road District. To hide their embarrassment, they needed to emphasize how formidable the target was. See, even the special police got outsmarted. Ling Yu lifted his hand to show his bandage. We better not go in head first. Agreed, their teammate nodded. No need to be heroes. The special police get better pay and benefits they charge. We set up the signal relay quietly. We're just here for the paycheck. No need to risk our lives, Yu Yin muttered. The 3 tacitly understood and kept moving steadily forward. Meanwhile, deep inside the cave, after over an hour of running, Muhanchuan confirmed he could no longer hear the SWAT team behind him. He waved and pulled his medical kit from his belt, hastily rebandaging his left leg before burying the kit beneath a pile of stones. Along the narrow passage, he planted more grenade traps, set to detonate on the slightest impact with the shortest possible delay. Unfortunately, only one blast sounded out. The others failed to trigger. Passing through a small opening, he turned back, dragging a huge stone to block the entrance, then cleared away debris on the other side to reveal a narrow crack just wide enough to squeeze through sideways. He slipped in. Blocking tunnels, that's my specialty. He chuckled softly, shifting stones left and right like laying out a maze. Let's see how you chase me if you don't get disoriented. Another half-hour later, he arrived at an underground lake. His phone's flashlight swept across the clear water, which appeared about 10 meters deep and difficult to gauge in width. If this connects to the outside, maybe I can swim out. He pondered when suddenly two rapid explosions thundered from the south. Someone had triggered his grenade traps there. Thud, thud, thud. Metallic joints clacked against rock as three robotic dogs darted out from a side tunnel. Not the heavy-duty war dogs, but standard-issue SWAT models in greater numbers. The official forces are going all out. Even SWAT's been deployed. They're hellbent on catching me. Mu Hanchuan immediately pressed against the wall to stay hidden. Elsewhere, the three SWAT members advanced, following the flashlight beams. Did you hear that? Something's moving up ahead. Don't get nervous, it's far from us. But we don't know how many fugitives there are. Stay alert. The cave's huge. If luck's on our side, we won't run into each other. Then why have you been stuck in the same spot for 10 years? It's not lack of effort. It's just bad luck. Nonsense. They bickered quietly as they moved forward. Suddenly, they heard the clatter of hard objects rolling across the rocky ground. Damn, take cover. Trained to react instantly, all three jumped aside at once. Meanwhile, the robotic dog by the side reacted a bit slowly. In truth, its owner wasn't skilled enough to maneuver it out of harm's way in time. Boom, boom. Two grenades exploded almost simultaneously, sending thick smoke curling and rocks flying in all directions. The robotic dog's right front leg was blown clean off on the spot. Its ironclad body slammed against the cave wall on the left, sparks flying as it crashed, unable to get back up. 3 o'clock. Lao Lu, push up there. Roger. The battle police officer named Lao Lu raised his shield and charged out from cover, advancing straight toward the 3 o'clock position, eyes sharp and scanning for targets. The other two officers split their roles clearly. One moved swiftly around the left flank, using Lao Liu's suppressive fire as cover, while the third sought a high vantage point to set up a sniper rifle. Meanwhile, two intact robotic dogs stationed at the cave entrance switched to high-speed mode, their metal joints clicking as they charged to reinforce the combat zone. Bang, bang, bang. Mu Hanchuan swept his rifle across the field, muzzle flashes erupting in rapid succession as magazines emptied one after another, bullets pouring out toward the approaching fast-moving officer. For magazines were drained instantly, yet they couldn't stop the enemy's advance. The natural stone pillars inside the cave provided ample cover, making it impossible to maintain effective suppression fire. Suddenly, a sniper rifle cracked sharply. A bullet zipped past Mu Hanchuan's face, striking a nearby rock and sending shards flying. Sniper! He leaned back to dodge, retreating into the shadows beside the dark lake behind him. Just then, the two robotic dogs reached the front line, their firepower creating a nearly impenetrable net. Their metal claws raked across the rocky surface as they rapidly closed in on the lake shore. Yet Mu Hanchuan had already retracted his rifle, pivoted, and leapt into the icy lake water, splashing loudly and sending ripples wide. The closest pursuing SWAT officer, gaining on him rapidly, instinctively hurled his long rifle like a spear. The barrel embedded itself with a sharp whoosh into the rock crevice where Mu Hanchuan had just stood. The officer could only watch helplessly as his target sank into the murky water. He hurried to the shore and was about to call for his teammates to send the robotic dogs after him, when suddenly, the ground beneath his feet gave way. Shit! He rolled aside just in time. Boom! Water and rubble exploded again the moment before jumping into the lake. Mu Hanchuan had hidden a grenade beneath a palm-sized stone. The officer narrowly avoided the blast, but the charging robotic dog behind him was ripped in half, electrical sparks flying wildly. The other two officers arrived. You all right? I'm fine. He went into the lake. Send the robotic dogs and drones after him. Alert the other teams. Got it. We following? Of course, but no water routes. He's too sneaky. Let's find another way to intercept. After a brief exchange, they pulled back swiftly, the cave still echoing with sporadic explosions and gunfire in the distance. Hurry up. Do you even know the way? Didn't you say you've been wandering these tunnels for decades and know them like the back of your hand? The impatient SWAT officer tugged the elderly guide, his tone growing more frustrated. I might be wrong about some places, but this shortcut? Never. I've taken it over 100 times. So these dozen huge boulders sprung up by themselves? You ready to take responsibility if this delay costs us the capture? The old guide stared at the massive pile of stones blocking their path, his face shifting between pale and greenish. He had indeed been familiar with this labyrinthine cave system for decades, but the scene before him didn't match any memory. 1 or 2 misremembrances might be excused, but multiple times? Something was definitely wrong. On the far side of the dark lake, Mu Hanchuan quietly emerged from the water, pressing his back against a thick stalactite as he caught his breath. All was silent around him. He quickly opened the ammo box beside him and skillfully reloaded his empty magazines. He had lain underwater for some time, hoping the three officers wouldn't pursue him here otherwise. He could have turned the tables and taken at least one out with him. He shook water droplets off and listened carefully. Droplets from the cave ceiling fell intermittently, echoing drip drip in the darkness, while his mind raced. The space he had to operate in was steadily shrinking. If this dragged on much longer, he'd inevitably be trapped. His gaze fell upon the inky lake's surface at his feet. The water was clear, and occasional unknown aquatic creatures swam by, indicating this hidden lake connected to external waterways. Perhaps the true way out lay through it had to lead outside somehow. Mu Hanchuan now faced two choices. One was to immediately enter the dark lake and search for a passage leading outside, but the risk was that the exterior might still be sealed off, trapping him. The other was to create a bigger disturbance, drawing in more official forces into the cave system to weaken the outer blockade, and then descend into the lake to find the escape route. The first option was safer but might end in failure, while the second was dangerous yet might offer a real chance at survival. In just a few breaths, he slapped his magazine back in, chambered around, and finally chose the second path. Even if it meant dying halfway, he would fight for it. Splash! A stalactite hanging upside down dripped water at intervals of every dozen seconds or so. In the tomb-like silence, the faint drip was amplified. At this moment, the drop struck the rock wall, shattering into tiny beads that cracked sharply, like sparks suddenly igniting. Mu Hanchuan's muscles tensed, his whole body frozen in place, a chill running up his spine to his head. He spun around suddenly, raising his round shield with his right hand. Clang! A gleaming blade slashed downward but was blocked by the shield. The assailant clearly hadn't expected his prey to react so quickly. Using the stalactite above as leverage, Mu Hanchuan flipped skillfully, drawing a short knife with his other hand and slashing in return. His left arm raised a secondary shield again, stopping the blade. The instant the edge was halted, Mu Hanchuan pushed off hard with his right foot, using the recoil to shove the round shield forward, aiming to bash the attacker in the chest. The figure moved like a phantom, dodging to the right just in time. The short knife cut a sharp arc through the air, targeting Mu Hanchuan's neck. The angle no longer posed a threat. His left arm casually lifted. PFT. A stabbing pain exploded in his right side as an arrow pierced deeply through his armor. The Xue Ling Bow, an E-class weapon. It charged an arrow every minute and could store up to 10, not enough for a lethal strike, but enough to penetrate armor. As his body flipped to the left, Mu Hanchuan swung the round shield behind his back. The shield carried a heavy gust as it slammed toward the shadowy figure. The hidden attacker darted away like lightning, revealing herself to be a woman. The round shield grazed her shoulder and crashed into the rock wall, sending stones flying. At the same time, she unleashed a rapid volley of arrows. Mu Hanchuan drew his large shield and held it firmly in front, absorbing the assault. A cold wind swept behind him. A blade dropped straight down, striking his back with crushing force, making his armor creak dangerously close to breaking. The assassin's speed was terrifying, simply couldn't keep up. Bang! 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 His glass shield was repeatedly pushed backward, with the snow feather bow piercing his front armor and the assassin closing in from behind, and his speed no match for theirs. His only window was that the bow could only shoot 10 arrows before recharging. Huh! Another figure lunged out of the shadows, swinging a massive hammer in a wide arc. The clash of metal rang out as Mu Hanchuan raised his shield to block the brute force attack was manageable for him. His shield trembled under the impact, but his footing remained solid. His right hand swung the round shield in a wide arc, cutting through the air with a whip-like whoosh and striking hard against the attacker's face. The man reacted with lightning speed, tilting his head, raising his left arm, his shoulder taking the brunt of the fierce strike. He grunted low, feet steady on the ground, smoothly spinning around to deliver a sweeping hammer blow. The air seemed to tear as the hammer swung, whistling fiercely toward Mu Hanchuan. Meanwhile, an assassin lurking behind suddenly closed in, a flash of cold steel catching the light. All three assault officers were elite members of Tianlan City's youth squad. Mu Hanchuan couldn't afford to underestimate them for a second. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes as he instantly unfurled a massive tower shield, blocking the freezing arrow shot by the female archer. He had no time to watch his back. Planting his feet hard, his body became a dark blur rushing forward. Drawing a round shield in his left hand, he brought both shields up and slammed them brutally against the hammer wielder. Bang, bang, thud, thud, tum. 5 heavy impacts rang out in rapid succession. The first blow had his tower shield catch the arrow. The second saw the assassin's dagger slash into Mu Hanchuan's back. Next, the heavy hammer smashed frontally. The fourth and fifth clashed as dual shields met the heavy hammer, sparks flying from the collision. Though slammed back several meters, Mu Hanchuan didn't utter a sound. The hammer wielder wasn't in much better shape. Though Mu Hanchuan's strength was limited, His opponent's defense was even weaker. The shield's edge sliced into muscle, blood spraying. Staggering back, he didn't fall, his glare growing increasingly savage. As he landed, a strong gust hit from behind. Without even looking back, Mu Hanchuan swung his round shield down hard. The dagger cut into his side ribs, but the attacker was slammed backward by the shield's force, smashing into nearby stones and spewing blood curses. Madman. Mu Hanchuan raised his other round shield and hurled it toward the female archer. She cried out, leaped and rolled to dodge, the bowstring vibrating as two more arrows shot forth her seventh shot, with only 3 left. To avoid revealing their identities, they had left the robotic dog and drones behind, now rushing toward the scene. If they could pin Mu Hanchuan down, the escape route would be completely sealed. His arm shield expanded as the first arrow was blocked. The second pierced through the shield with an explosive crack, shattering the metal into useless fragments. Mu Hanchuan ceased defending and, using the momentum, threw his round shield at the hammer wielder charging straight at him. Thunk! The second arrow slammed fiercely into his left chest, knocking him flying backward and driving him heavily into the stone wall behind. At the same time, the round shield struck the assault officer carrying the hammer squarely, denting ribs and tossing him meters away this time. He really wasn't getting up. As the hammer wielder hit the ground, his inner voice roared. This guy isn't afraid to die? Even with a 3-unknown sneak attack this intense, they couldn't suppress him, and would be even harder to decide life or death. No wonder the authorities mobilized most of the police force. Keep in mind, all 3 were reserve SWAT members, their fitness, marksmanship, and combat skills up to standard, just waiting to make a name for themselves. Blood poured rapidly from his chest and abdomen, soaking through his armor. Gritting his teeth, Mu Hanchuan yanked out 2 arrows, blood misting as he wielded them with fierce force. The female archer's heart trembled at his ferocity. She no longer held back, firing her remaining 3 arrows in quick succession before drawing her long sword and charging. Mu Hanchuan's tower shield landed far away, out of reach. He summoned back the less damaged round shield, raising it on his left arm, his right hand empty. He knew the injured assassin would seize the chance to strike again. As long as he showed no weakness, the opponent wouldn't make a reckless move, but an opportunity would come. The first arrow hit the shield, which sank under the force and stopped it. The second arrow bounced off again, but the third exploded at close range, shattering the round shield and driving the arrow deep into his body. Almost simultaneously, 2 figures lunged forward just as the assassin had seized the opening to strike. At the last moment, Mu Hanchuan changed his mind and shot me with 3 arrows. There was no way he would let her off easily. Even if he died himself, he had to make her pay. A cold gleam flashed behind him. A heavy blade came down from above. Almost simultaneously, a slender sharp blade silently slid into his back. Blood splattered over the armor plates, but Mu Hanchuan barely shifted his body to avoid his heart and spine, then suddenly swung his right arm. Over 10 meters away, the round shield that had been lying on the ground suddenly shot back like an invisible whip, slamming heavily into the female archer. Ah! The woman was thrown flying and crashed against the rocky wall, blood surging from her throat. She knew that blow had hit hard. At the same time, the grade light armor on Mu Hanchuan's body completely shattered under the slicing blade, metal fragments scattering with flesh and blood. He staggered half a step, then turned his head. The dagger in his back was buried handleless. Hot blood gushed out, staining his ruined armor. He suddenly spun and reached out, trying to grab the assassin who had struck him. The attacker sensed danger, slipped a step into the shadows, and fled without looking back. Mu Hanchuan did not give chase. He tore off his tattered outer garment, pulling off the magazines and grenades attached to it. With his fingers, he unhooked the safety pin of a grenade and threw it toward the shield. In the next instant, he flipped and leapt into the dark, cold lake beside him, icy water splashing red as blood mingled with the waves. This shield has no identification marks. I can't take it, and I can't let the enemy have it either, he muttered to himself. Then boom! A series of explosions echoed. The shield shattered into a fireball. The surface of the water was still churning when electronic buzzing came from the far cave entrance. He heard the metal paws of the patrol robot dog clattering against the rocks and caught the whirring buzz of drone propellers cutting through the air. There was only one shot left. No matter how badly wounded, he had to fight. Grenade, watch out! The 3 pursuing attackers almost simultaneously stopped firing and dove behind a natural rock cover. Then bang 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 5 grenades detonated in rapid succession near the shield's remains, flames scorching the cave ceiling. Shockwaves tore down chunks of rock, causing the entire cave roof to violently collapse, dust billowing like a sandstorm. After more than 10 agonizing seconds, the 3 coughed and struggled to get up. Robot dog, go in! The burly man holding a big hammer pressed the terminal on his wrist, sending the mechanical hound leaping into the dark lake, splashing water as it tracked blood. The burly man nervously touched his still ringing eardrum. That was ruthless. Harsh on others, even harsher on himself. If he hadn't been like that, He'd have died in some other ambush a long time ago. We wouldn't have had to send so many people and resources. The male assassin pressed the knife wound in his chest, voice heavy with complex emotions. Enemies are enemies, but a man like that deserves respect. The female archer lay on the ground, blood continuously flowing from her injury. She grimly smiled. Even after several arrows, I couldn't pierce him. Is he even human? That last shield nearly shattered my bones. I shouldn't have charged so close. The male assassin glanced at her. My blade went deep too. He might not hold out much longer. Just to be safe, we need to report this immediately and gather other squads to search this area. The signal's too weak. The female archer gritted her teeth, manipulating her wrist console. They'll send the drone out from the cave entrance. It can transmit the info. Good. At the western edge of Qingling, where it borders Tongdong province, lies Baoping Bay. Baoping Bay is nestled among mountains, plunging straight down hundreds of meters underground, concealing an abandoned cult relic site left untouched for decades. The ruins span over a dozen floors, each covering some 20,000 square meters. Broken magical instruments and fragmented statues lie scattered, coated in dust so thick it seems even time itself is trapped within the damp, decayed, rust-scented air. After the cult was eradicated years ago, the officials, due to the site's remote location and heavy casualties, sealed it off with minimal intervention, leaving it to rot on its own. Yet the lowest level is surprisingly clean and empty hall, where only 10 massive stone pillars remain. At the center platform, dozens of the newest electronic devices are stacked haphazardly, their screens flickering with cold light. Leaning against the equipment is a rocking chair, in which reclines a young woman, the Golden Fox, Chao Wan. She is about 1.59 meters tall, weighs roughly 190 jin, legs dangling over the edge of the stone platform. The chair gently rocks as she snacks with one hand and controls a mouse with the other, simultaneously watching 4 dramas from different eras and genres. A 5th computer sits idle nearby, surrounded by surveillance cameras, servers, and encrypted routers, lights blinking in various colors, turning the empty hall into something out of a science fiction movie set. Screech whir. A large black SUV races down the steep slope, engine roaring while its sound echoes in the hollow space. As it drives past Chao Wan, the driver honks to greet her, but she doesn't even lift an eyelid, eyes glued to the screen. The driver, Wang Jiqiang, pulls the car into a corner, removes his oversized duckbill cap, and tosses it back into the vehicle before leaping out. Pressing hard on the stone slab with his right hand, he pulls it open to reveal a dark, bottomless compartment. One bag after another filled with stolen money is dumped inside as he mutters under his breath. All these tech tasks, why does Chao Wan get to slack off, while I get stuck with the dirty work? Hey, when's the team trial? I feel like my mind's ready for an upgrade. Wang asks loudly, eager to enhance his cognitive capacity and learn new skills. Chao Wan munches on chips, never averting her gaze. The new month just started. What's the rush? Blood Fox is busy now. Wait until she's done. But didn't you say she's getting married? When's the wedding? I want to get my gift ready. None of your concern, just focus on your delivery. We're family. I'm just checking on the sister. Maybe you'll do a solo trial first. Ugh, Imateki. Last time I nearly got killed doing solo. Can't you guys cut me some slack? Noob, just practice more. Chao Wan shot back curtly. Wang got even more frustrated. Why didn't she worry about these things? The answer was obvious. She was just stronger, even stronger than Su Qingyu. Sunrise. In the stillness before dawn, a streak of violet spread across the horizon, blending with the pale blue morning sky. Instead of returning to Qingling, Su Qingyu brought He to Hongyue Bay. They sat on the grass, dewy blades beneath them. Su Qingyu's demeanor was calm, as if separated from the worldly turmoil. The entire bay lay silent. Distant fishing boats scattered like colorful fragments reflected in water lightly wrapped in morning mist. The sun showed half its disk, with purple clouds stained over the river's heart. It was like a blurred ink wash painting come to life. Miss, what kind of person is he? He broke the silence softly. He's a good person. Su Qingyu replied lightly. A good person? He tried to envision him in her mind, but felt uneasy as if that label didn't quite fit the lattice fate. Su Qingyu smiled softly, like a morning breeze. Heh, the Mu family is such a large clan. He doesn't go back to fight for the inheritance. Instead, he's always thinking about running away, wanting to cut ties with the Mu family. Who knows why? Miss, I think he must have been hurt too deeply. He hides it behind a strong exterior, but deep down, he's fragile, afraid to face the truth, afraid to return to the Mu family. What do you think? The personal made he lowered her voice, though her worry was clear. I don't see it that way. The young lady shook her head, her eyes bright and resolute. He may look fragile, but he's actually very tough at his core. He's probably a veteran trial participant who spent years entering and leaving the trial star, and his level might be quite high. Wow, that impressive? He's eyes lit up with joy. Imagining the future, she couldn't help but lift the corner of her mouth. Then he suits you well, Mississippi. Maybe you really will fight side by side and explore the trial star together someday. He is the Miss Fiancé after all. The stronger he is, the better. Even if he can't surpass her, it doesn't matter how many can really match her strength. Nothing is perfect. She had already made peace with that in her heart. Northwest of Qingling, in the Zhoujiu Road area, an old building refurbished with a pale yellow facade stands on the street corner. This is a children's aid center. Painted sunflowers on the windowsills shine brightly under the sun. It's a private rescue center founded 20 years ago by an elderly man. That year, his son and daughter-in-law were lost forever in the trial star, never to return, leaving behind only an infant granddaughter. Not wanting the granddaughter to be lonely, the old man started adopting stray children and even went to the authorities to get official paperwork. What started as a few playmates for his granddaughter quickly spiraled out of control. The number of children taken in grew steadily, and it eventually became a formal rescue center sheltering over 80 orphans today. After the old man passed away, the center was handed over to his only granddaughter. She inherited the cause and genuinely enjoyed being with the children. At this moment, a tall, sturdy man named Li Ming pushed open the door and entered. 20 years ago, when he escaped here alone, he was only 9. After being sold to a couple by human traffickers, he killed them with his own hands, fled desperately, and hid in this aid center for 2 full years. That brief warmth filled the dark years of his childhood, a memory he never forgot. Now, stepping again through the familiar doorway, he bowed his head and whispered softly to himself, "I'm home." He had fled here and was taken in. Li Ming wasn't actually from Qingwang City, but hailed from Chigua, a small state west of Qingwang, somewhere deep in the mountains. Exactly where, nobody knew. His family had long since vanished without a trace. Over the years, he had gradually come to terms with it. On a chilly early winter morning, the courtyard of the Children's Aid Center was swept by a cold wind carrying the scent of earth. A few fallen leaves swirled briefly in the air. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out nearby, urgent yet warm. Li Ming. Turning toward the sound, he saw an IU briskly approaching him. An IU was the owner of the center. She held the land and the entire old building in her name. She and Li Ming had known each other since childhood, although they were never especially close. During the 2 years when Li Ming lived in the center as a ward, she was his most frequent companion. Li Ming was naturally reserved and quiet, often hiding in the corners of the hallways, rarely interacting with the other children. He gave a slight nod. His face betrayed little emotion. An IU stopped in front of him, her voice soft with concern. "Been busy at work lately?" "Not too bad. Just working a lot of overtime," Li Ming replied briefly, his voice heavy with fatigue. An IU knew Li Ming regularly took part in trials, but he never mentioned it himself. Her own parents had died in those trial stars years ago, a grief she would carry forever. Li Ming had just returned from one such trial, the exhaustion still lingering in his eyes. She smiled gently, her gaze warm. "Not busy today, right? Come have lunch at my place." Li Ming instinctively shrank from closeness with others, hesitating briefly before he could answer. At that moment, a group of children burst out noisily. "Uncle Li, Uncle Ming, come help us build a castle, a mud castle." Their youthful shouts pelted him like a rapid-fire barrage. They clearly weren't strangers to the tall young man. Proof, he came often. "Everyone, go eat breakfast, time for class." An IU suddenly barked sharply, the earlier softness vanishing like a mother tiger's roar. The children scattered, startled, clambering up the creaking wooden stairs back inside. Li Ming let out a quiet laugh. "Guess I should go in and see." He stepped forward to follow them. An IU pursed her lips, somewhat embarrassed by her sudden change of tone, then turned to attend to the center's errands. That day, Li Ming lingered unusually long. He stood outside the classroom watching the children make crafts, drifting off in thought now and then played around with them a bit before finally preparing to leave just prior to lunch. "Come upstairs, eat something before you go," An IU invited again. "No thanks. I've got some things to do." "They'll just grab a bite on the way," Li Ming declined gently. Scanning the area discreetly, he slipped 3 thick stacks of cash into An IU's palm without drawing attention. An IU flinched slightly, lowering her voice. "You just gave me money last month. It's hard-earned, keep some for yourself. That money you risked your life for it." "I have enough." Li Ming shook his head. "In a few days, a batch of children's winter clothes will arrive. Please accept them for me. If there's any problem, speak directly to the delivery people." An IU opened her mouth to reply, but the words caught in her throat. She only managed softly, "It's dangerous inside, please take good care of yourself." "I understand," Li Ming replied, then turned and walked away. Watching his slightly lonely figure fade into the distance, An IU's heart ached with both worry and frustration. How could he not think of his own safety? 3 days later, in another unknown wilderness, Mu Hanchuan knelt halfway beside an ancient towering tree, his body smeared with blood and mud. He had nearly lost half his life struggling to escape from the depths of a dark lake. His medical kit appeared beneath his summoned marker's light. Shaking hands carefully cleaned and bandaged his wounds. Without the marker left before departure, this time he truly would have drowned in those black waters. One vial of medicine after another ran out, bandages wrapped around his scarred arms. When the last layer was secured, the medical box clicked shut, its light dimming its life spent. Mu Hanchuan leaned against the tree to catch his breath, the heavy machine gun resting nearby. He dared not summon any other guns or ammunition, as most were likely already flagged by the authorities and weren't valuable enough to risk anyway. The last remaining round shield was retracted as soon as it touched the water, and he used a durability booster item card to restore its durability from 40 back to 90. As long as it didn't break, it could hold up for a long time. This was the only piece of equipment he had left on him. When Mu Hanchuan climbed back ashore, his fingertips were still trembling, and his soaked battle suit clung painfully to his wounds. But there was no time to pause. He had to rush back immediately to his secret base, a place known only to him where he could use the supplies stored there to recuperate. At the same time, he needed to figure out how to get another medical kit item card for system treatment. Otherwise, participating in the team trial at the end of the month would be impossible. With his current injuries, pushing himself any further could cost him his life. They had already left the Tianlan city jurisdiction behind, deep in the wilds where a grim stillness reigned. The occasional drone reconnaissance flying overhead made his heart race. Mu Hanchuan pressed his body low, gritting his teeth as he dragged his blood-stained right leg through thickets and rubble. Every breath felt like a metal brush scraping his lungs, but he dared not slow down for a moment. Meanwhile, deep inside the vast cave, the lights remained brightly lit. The search team was painstakingly dragging the body of the fierce bandit out of the undercurrent using steel cables. At the shore, the forensic and weapons experts were busy logging everything. Their faces grim though they had counted a large cache of hidden weapons in the cave. The enormous stolen cash from Whale Tide Capital Bank was nowhere to be found. The most troubling thing was that only one corpse was found. There was no evidence of any accomplices at all. The high-ranking officers at the command center exchanged uneasy glances, a creeping sense that they were pursuing the wrong leads spreading quickly. The operation had escalated to this scale, and while the missing funds could be temporarily excused, someone had to take the fall for the crime. As a result, several prisoners sentenced to heavy penalties were urgently brought in were destined to become scapegoats for the case. Back at the Mu family estate, the family was frantic with worry, desperately searching for Mu Hanchuan, but without a single clue. Could he have been hidden by the Su family? Huang Yang's voice was barely a whisper. These days, seeing her husband's gloomy expression, she dared not say much. That's a strong possibility, but not the only one. Mu Qiming thought back to Mu Hanchuan's defiant expression from earlier and had a vague sense of the truth. He turned and ordered, check the underground antnet. Search through all the data across Luo province. Screen through every piece of information on suspected trial participants. He must have taken part in the trial. Unless he was truly kidnapped or hidden by the Su family. Mu Qiming refused to believe they couldn't find his grandson. Yes, sir. 13 days later, Mu Hanchuan appeared at the semi-official trialist trading market on the outskirts of Nan'an City. During the day, this place, attached to an abandoned industrial zone, was so empty you could hear the wind rattle the loose tiles. But at night, various underground factions, lone trialists, and black market merchants swarmed in, lighting up the street with lanterns and shouting. The city government never fully shut it down. Instead of trying to block it outright, they designated a half-legal buffer zone here, both to collect taxes and keep watch on different groups. Occasionally, officials even leaked some goods themselves, killing multiple birds with one stone. The only principle was stability. Trialists must not cause big trouble. By now, Mu Hanchuan's injuries had mostly healed, and his recovery would speed up from here. Barring any unexpected setbacks, he planned to challenge both solo and team trials before the end of the month, especially prioritizing the team one. Tonight's sole purpose was to buy gear. After what had been through last time, he realized raw toughness wasn't enough. His killing power had to improve, stacking up his attributes. He had originally thought about selling the Fierce Talker's bracers grade he got before, but ended up keeping them, since they gave a direct boost to his strength. Meanwhile, he had been closely watching the news from Tianlan City and finally uncovered the truth. His so-called friend Huang Ji had actually been taken out that night, along with a major bank being hit on the same evening. The huge commotion wasn't aimed at him, but was actually after another group. What a crazy coincidence. He had been running for his life and nearly died, only to act as a pawn protecting someone else. This frustration nearly blew his top. Back to the present. Mu Hanchuan first circled the entire market, then returned to the first stall. On the counter lay a bracer he stared at for a long time. Night Owl Bracer Grade. Stamina requirement 200. Strength requirement 50. Arm guard. Shock absorption 2000 joules. Directly increases stamina 20 and strength 5. This piece didn't add extra defense, but stacked attributes, and the 5 strength fit him perfectly. He currently had 90 strength. Adding 5 would bring him to 95, just 5 shy of breaking 100 and officially entering the grade tier. At that point, his attack power would increase by at least 20. The seller slammed down the price tag loudly. 1.5 million. No bargaining. Mu Hanchuan frowned. 1 million, and it's a deal. Otherwise, I'm leaving. Cut by a third. Dream on, get lost. The seller didn't even bother raising his eyes. Mu Hanchuan didn't waste words and turned away, heading straight to his second target, the Greaves. Thunderstrike, Greaves Great. Stamina requirement, 250. Strength requirement, 80. Left leg guard, shock absorption, 2000 joules. Chance to trigger thunder retaliation when hit, briefly paralyzing attacker. Defense 5, strength 8. Last time his left leg took several bullets, and he still limped slightly. This Greaves defense, strength boost, and special effect combined were almost tailor-made for him. How much for the Greaves? 1.5 million. The seller was a burly, dark-skinned man with a booming voice. Mu Hanchuan raised his chin, lower. The man thought briefly. They're brand new, nowhere at all. Lowest price, 1.2 million. Mu Hanchuan swiftly pulled out 1.2 million in cash. The stall owner pushed the Greaves forward, counted the bills, then grabbed the bag and left money and goods exchanged cleanly. After scanning the Greaves' stats, Mu Hanchuan calculated silently. The strength attribute was still 2 points short. He needed to keep searching. Brother, check this out. From 2 or 3 stalls over, a middle-aged man appeared openly without disguise and waved. He pulled 2 pieces of armor from his backpack, 1 chest plate, 1 bracer. Mu Hanchuan glanced with little interest and turned to walk away. He already had an grade void stomach armor and a matching bracer. The remaining strength points he planned to fill by buying an grade night owl wrist later. Brother, this bracer isn't a grade strong defense piece, the man quickly explained. Everyone's got chest plates, so the bracer is the real deal. A grade strong defense? Mu Hanchuan stopped. The man held the dark red bracer under the light. The attribute panel popped up immediately. Lava bracer, E grade. Equip slot, right arm. Requirement, Constitution 350. Defense, maximum impact absorption 5000 joules. Effect, increases own defense strength by 10, absorbs 5 of damage taken. The stats were almost too good to be true. Mu Hanchuan's body spoke louder than his words. She quietly turned back, instantly forgetting about the night owl wrist. Big brother, how much for this? Sincere price. The man raised 4 fingers. For million? Mu Hanchuan raised an eyebrow. His own grade chest plate had cost just over 3 million, so the bracer should be cheaper. Let's make it cheaper. We make money hustling in the wild. All right, you're straightforward 3.5 million, Mu Hanchuan said. Still a bit high. Final price, 3 million, no lower. Deal. Mu Hanchuan scanned the code and transferred the money instantly. The transaction finished quickly. With the bracer in hand, his defense strength rose by another 10, plus 5 damage absorption, just a step tougher than the void stomach armor. The middle-aged man sighed in relief, finally offloading this high constitution threshold equipment. Since trials only allow 3 pieces, many don't want to use a slot on a bracer and avoid taking it. Brother, what else do you need? I work at the Defense Bureau, got good contacts, can hook you up. I want Greaves that boost strength, preferably right leg exclusive. I don't know of any for just the right leg, but I have a pair that fits both legs, the man said. Come, I'll show you. Mu Hanchuan followed quietly, sensing the man was genuinely helpful. A few minutes later, they stopped in front of a man in his 50s. Guardian leg, armor, F grade. Equip slot, legs. Requirement, Constitution 150, Strength 70, Agility 70. Defense, maximum impact absorption 2000 joules. Effect, increases own defense strength by 5, Strength 5, Agility 5. The stats fit his needs perfectly and even added 5 agility. The middle-aged man greeted the elder. Old Huang, this is my brother. Give him your lowest price. All right, take it for 800,000, Old Huang quoted firmly. Mu Hanchuan didn't bother negotiating, pulling out 800,000 directly. Old Huang tossed over the leg armor. Mu Hanchuan caught it and handed over the money. Huh, a pleasant deal. Old Huang pocketed the cash and walked away. The middle-aged man then asked, brother, anything else you need? No thanks. No problem, he'll take off then. Neither asked for names or backgrounds. They just treated the market encounter as fate. Once over, they parted ways. After the beating in Tianlan City left him looking like a drowned rat, Mu Hanchuan went back and equipped himself with new gear. The rough treatment fired him up so much that he splurged 5 million right away, buying 3 pieces of equipment and turning himself into a small tycoon. With his power sharply boosted, he silently vowed that next time, there was no way anyone would pin him down and thrash him like that again. At the alley on his way back, the vendor who had been hawking the night owl wristguard F grade appeared again, blocking his path with a flattering smile. Friend, 1 million, just 1 million. I'll sell it to you. Mu Hanchuan didn't even bother to stop. Get lost. No thanks. That idiot, a wristguard's not armor. Thinks it's some treasure, he muttered coldly. If it weren't for wanting a bit of extra attribute points, he wouldn't pay more than 600,000 for it. The vendor stammered, opening and closing his mouth. You. Good dogs don't block the way, scram. Mu Hanchuan kicked off without looking back. Damn. The vendor's face turned dark. Head thought the guy really wanted the wrist guard and was just raising the price. But hearing one no and seeing him walk away was a painful loss. He wanted to bang his head against the wall over. Shaking off the pesky seller, Mu Hanchuan jogged back to his hidden underground base. As soon as the door shut behind him, he immediately equipped all the gear head just bought. Left arm Fearbringer wrist guard F grade. cold and dark metal pressed against his skin like a lurking venomous snake. Right arm lava wrist guard E grade. Dark red veins pulsing like flowing magma, radiating a faint warmth. Left leg thunderstrike Greaves F grade. Silver white runes crackling with lightning. Right leg guardian leg armor F grade. Heavy and sturdy, like a small shield wall. His stats leapt up accordingly. Strength 90-23 F grade. Physique 357 E grade. Agility 95. Focus 90. Equipment Fearbringer wrist guard F grade. Lava wrist guard E grade. Thunderstrike Greaves F grade. Guardian leg armor F grade. Skill Teleportation S grade 12. Items None 01. Brain domain load 16, remaining 1. Hell yeah, that feels good. He clenched his fists and swung his arms, muscles feeling like they were packed with explosives ready to blow. His strength finally hit F grade. His whole body was brimming with raw power. Even more impressive was his defense. 4 pieces of equipment boosted his defense by 25, plus 5 damage absorption. Once he got and equipped the Void Stomach Armor E grade, adding another 10 damage absorption, he felt confident he could stand up to half a squad alone. Spending big really pays off, Mu Hanchuan grinned. Now I can easily take on 5 in an unknown fight. He made up his mind for the next solo trial. The moment he entered, he'd summon all his gear and suit up head to toe. Let's see who can break through my defense. Suddenly, he stroked his chin. Maybe I should get a helmet too? And a pair of boots with defense boosts? While others chase speed, I'm stacking pure defense. He quickly checked his remaining balance. 17.255 million minus the 5 million he just spent left him with 12.255 million. I still need my main battle gear shield. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Well, no money for that now. The next evening, at dusk, Mu Hanchuan rummaged through his backpack, preparing to pick up a few more pieces of gear. His main target was a shield, and on the way, he would retrieve the Void Stomach Armor he had left at the shop. In a dimly lit booth at the bar, the light was low and yellowish. Chai Long held a cigarette in one hand and a half glass of beer in the other, sizing him up carefully. He couldn't shake the feeling that his brother looked pale. Chuan, you look a bit off. Did you go into another trial? No. Mu Hanchuan buttoned his coat tightly. Just had a run-in with some people from the Mu family. Took a few hits. Holy crap, Chai Long inhaled sharply, and the cigarette dropped onto the rim of his beer glass. You went back to Tianlong City? Yeah. Why would you go back there on your own? Judging by how you look, it's not just minor wounds. You didn't try to pick a fight with the Mu family, did you? Not really a big deal, Mu Hanchuan shrugged. Got hit by a dozen bullets and stabbed 4 or 5 times. That female sharpshooter even shot 3 arrows at me, still hurts. Chai Long slammed the table. Man, if you don't die, heaven just won't allow it. Almost. Mu Hanchuan cracked a grin. I was carrying my medical kit. So you patched yourself up while getting stabbed? Chai Long was dumbfounded. Does that stuff even work? Save my life. Chai Long rubbed his temples. Alright, I see you're tough. So what's the plan now? Lay low for a while. If Sister Yin contacts you, just make up some excuse that I'm out exploring and won't be back soon. Mu Hanchuan spoke calmly, but with clear authority. Since he was unreachable, Dai Xiaoyan would definitely ask Chai Long. He didn't want to drag his sworn sister's family into the Mu family mess. Got it. You broke ties with the Mu family, so it's better not to get involved with them anymore. Chai Long nodded, then asked, need me to help with anything? Keep an eye out if any fixed trial teams need members. I need time to heal and don't have the energy to hunt down random solo or scrappy teams. You still thinking about team trials with your body like this? Chai Long laughed bitterly. People like us can't afford to pick and choose. Every chance counts. Mu Hanchuan answered firmly. Chai Long sighed. Just worried you won't hold up. Don't worry, I won't slow anyone down. How well I do depends on the team's strength. Mu Hanchuan's gaze was steady. Alright, I'll ask around. But fixed teams mostly exist in official guilds. As long as your identity stays secret, you're okay with that? Trial guilds are set up by government agencies, offering benefits, funding, and promotion opportunities that attract strong players to register openly. Naturally, the government oversees their identities. Chai Long had connections and knew that a no-nonsense warrior like Mu Hanchuan was highly sought after in elite guild teams provided they had a reliable referral. He thought to himself, this guy's solid talent is prize currency. If I make the introduction, he'll definitely get on a top team. Fine by me. Mu Hanchuan didn't hesitate. For now, secrecy was all that mattered. Deal. I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything. Thanks. Brother's favor, no big deal. Chai Long smiled and clinked his glass with Mu Hanchuan. Late at night, they parted ways. Neon lights flickered on the streets as Mu Hanchuan made his way back alone to the trial market he'd visited the night before. A cold breeze brushed past him, and subconsciously, he pressed down on his still-aching side wound. Shields were traditionally the cheapest and most overlooked gear, even less popular than support class items. He planned to stock up while he had the chance, ideally finding in a rank shield so he wouldn't get pierced by 3 arrows again. Brother, got any grade long staffs? The vendor wearing a straw hat shouted hoarsely like a horn, swinging a pitch-black long staff and gesturing in the air. Another guy nearby held up a silver-gray firearm, joining in the hustle. Use this to shoot dogs handsome. Want a great energy gun? The stalls stretched out in a row, crammed with gear arranged haphazardly, each tagged with signs saying grade, 50 off, tonight only clearance, the red lettering glaring under the lights. All grade equipment, half-price special, grab it while it lasts, only tonight. Machanquin strode through with his hands in his pockets, his eyes scanning every item like a scanner. Suddenly, he stopped at the end of a stall rested a plain-looking grade round shield. How much for this shield? Half-price clearance, originally 600,000, now 300,000. The vendor smiled broadly, but with no warmth. Machanquin smirked inwardly. The same shield outside maxed at 450,000. 30 grand was cheap enough. Never used before, right? I'm kind of a neat freak. Rest assured, guaranteed first-hand goods. Deal. He smoothly swiped his card for 300,000, grabbed the shield, and started walking off, thinking, saving a few grand counts as a good deal. In the next 10 minutes, he checked out a few more stalls, but found other shields priced outrageously. He chuckled to himself. Poor guy only buys what's right, not what's expensive. Then a corner stall caught his eye. The vendor was a girl completely bundled up, only her eyes visible, slim build, obviously young. Is this a shield? Machanquin pointed at a strange item spread out on the table. Dozens of dark green leaves layered into a fan shape that fluttered gently in the breeze, resembling a large folding fan. He looked again at actually said shield. Can't read? Go home and learn from your grandpa. The girl's voice was cold and blunt, cursing without hesitation. Machanquin thought, wow, fierce. Got sent back to school at 7 for a whole year. This hits a sore spot. He bent to read the nameplate. Qianlianshi Du Shield. Grade E. Wear requirements. Physique 300, strength 100, agility 100. Description: soft on the surface but extremely tough. Resists most melee weapon strikes. Melee only. Additionally reduces melee weapon damage by 10. Max impact absorption 5,000 joules. Whoa, really a shield? It even cuts damage by 10? His eyes lit up. Yet he wondered, why does a shield need agility? And what about ranged attacks? Miss, how much is this thing? You can't afford it. How would you know if I didn't say? Look at yourself. Do you even qualify? A vein bulged on Machanquin's temple. Seriously? That's openly calling him poor. He scoffed inwardly. People with blind arrogance, the woman must be ugly. Get lost, don't get in my way. She snapped back, so he turned and started walking off. Just a few steps away, a flashy, gold-adorned fat man staggered to her stall. What price is we talking about? The girl rattled off fast. Fan 3.5 million, armor 3 million, gravity cannon 4 million, shield 2 million. The fat man's face darkened immediately. What is this? Highway robbery? Suddenly, the girl exploded, shouting loud enough to cause a scene. No money? Go rot at your grandpa's. Wearing all that shine won't hide the ugly, poor bones inside you. A dozen pairs of eyes turned their way. The man turned red-faced, furious. You have no mother? Get lost. You wait and see. After the shouting match ended, the man slunk away. Machanquin seized the moment to quietly return. Bargaining here was hopeless. He took a deep breath, pulled out his card, swiftly swiped 2 million, slammed the payment proof on the table with a loud snap, then grabbed the Qianlianshi Du shield and strode off. No matter how poor I am, I won't be treated like a beggar. The girl's big eyes stared him down, but this time she said nothing, just pocketed the money. Ugh, I just spent another 2.3 million, and my funds are running dangerously low. I have to keep at least 8 million on hand just in case a boss wants to charter a ride. Mu Hanchuan calculated his remaining assets as he wandered back and forth through the trading area, aiming to boost his agility by 5 points so that the dazzling leaf shield could finally come into play. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted a bizarre shield tucked away in a corner, 2 huge cutting boards clamped together. Hey, brother, take a look. This is a shield? Mu Hanchuan held the cutting boards up in front of his chest. Yep, it's a strong defense, weak offense shield. The stall owner immediately handed over the stats panel. Yin Yang defense a level. Physical requirement, 360. Strength requirement, 110. Shield, combined into a shield, reduces 12 incoming attack. Max impact absorption, 6,000 joules. Separate as offense. Can deal single target piercing damage or wide area shock attacks. Wow, that's really strong defense and weak offense, but still a combined attack and defense. Mu Hanchuan was amazed and finally realized shields could be used this way. But reason told him this was far beyond his budget. Don't even tell me the price. He waved goodbye, silently reminding himself he must always stay disciplined and not lose sight of his plan over flashy items. The stall owner wasn't giving up, though. He chased after him and tried to persuade him. Good items like this are rare. You don't have to buy it, but just talk it over. After haggling all the way down from 6 million to 4.5 million, Mu Hanchuan, who thought he had good willpower, finally gave in and, with a big wave, took the 2 cutting boards back to his secret base, shedding tears as he reflected that his self-control was still lacking. At this point, his balance was 12.255 million. After deducting the 6.8 million spent during the night, he had only 5.455 million left. He then bought a pair of pure white running shoes that added agility, the Flying Star Speed Boots, for 500,000, dropping his balance sharply to 4.955 million. Flying Star Speed Boots F. Wearing requirements. No grade limit. Agility 80, awareness 80. Attributes. Agility 5, awareness 3, speed increased by 3. Once he put on the shoes, his agility was immediately enough to meet the requirement for the Qianlianqi Fairy level skill. The only hurdle left was the Yin Yang defense, needing physical 360. Mu Hanchuan's strength was already at 110, but his physical was just 357, still short by 3 points. He considered his options. 1. Buy a helmet to boost stats, but that might be too noticeable. 2. Purchase a blue random attribute point card, but it costs 3 million. 3. Or just grind the remaining personal trial one more time to raise physical directly. Thinking it over gave Mu Hanchuan a headache. Money was just burning a hole in his pockets. Clearly, spending big like this wasn't something he was cut out for. He sighed and decided to first retrieve the void stomach armor he had stored away. 1 hour later, Mu Hanchuan arrived at the ventilation shaft of an abandoned train station. Sitting there was a gaunt old man, about 70 or 80 years old, his face deeply lined with the marks of time. No one knew exactly how long he had been repairing equipment, but he had always worked only on a grade gear, never upgrading to higher levels. The old man himself said it wasn't because he lacked ability, but the higher level gear came with more complications and headaches. Master Hong. I'm here, Mu Hanchuan said calmly. Good to see you. Master Hong glanced up and pulled in a grade void stomach armor from a crate beside him, placing it on his worn workbench. Mu Hanchuan didn't rush to inspect it. Instead, he first paid the remaining balance. Repair fees for a grade trial gear range from 100,000 to 300,000 credits, depending on the grade and damage extent. This armor was severely damaged. Master Hong quoted 200,000 and accepted 100,000 upfront, with the rest due upon delivery. Compared to market prices often soaring into the millions, this fee was reasonable. After payment, Mu Hanchuan carefully examined the void stomach armor, confirming it was in order before putting it on and donning his outer clothes. Be careful out on the trial planet, Master Hong warned, his voice heavy with the usual concern of an elder. I will. Thank you, Master Hong, Mu Hanchuan nodded. Though the old man had repaired gear day in and day out for decades without showiness, even just boosting attributes randomly with consumables, his strength was far from ordinary, a hidden powerhouse. Leaving there, Mu Hanchuan headed toward Old Wang's place. Originally, he planned to confront Song Hung directly with a blade, but his strategy shifted. No need to go head-to-head when clever tactics might work better. Perhaps Old Wang had special skills and would protect his apprentice. The muddy riverside maintenance station was bleak, with rusty equipment and corroded pipes. Mu Hanchuan pushed open the door to find Old Wang intently working on a piece of gear, with Song Hung by his side. 2 other repairmen sat quietly in a corner, whispering, eyes flicking up as Mu Hanchuan entered. Song Hung looked up, brow furrowed, clearly displeased at Mu Hanchuan's arrival. Mu Hanchuan walked straight to Old Wang, his gaze steady. Mu Chan, what are we fixing today? Old Wang greeted him with a relaxed smile. Mu Hanchuan didn't respond with a smile. His focus was fully on Song Hung. He spoke bluntly. Old Wang, I paid for that void stomach armor last time, waited 2 weeks, but what I got back was still defective, less than 60% fixed. It caused major trouble for my team's trial. Now that you're back, shouldn't there be an explanation? If there's some special reason, I'm willing to understand. Old Wang's brows knitted tightly, eyes narrowing as he glanced at his apprentice. Before leaving, he had explicitly prioritized which gear to repair first and had numbered them accordingly. How could such a mistake happen? Is this guy just here to stir trouble? Old Wang's heart flickered uneasily. Song Hung stood abruptly, anger flaring as he retorted, nonsense. I fixed it properly, or you wouldn't have taken it. No evidence. Don't just slander me. We're not easy marks. He spoke shamelessly, his confidence as if ready to prove his case. Old Wang's frown deepened. He had seen Mu Hanchuan's gear progress from grade to a grade without fuss or trouble, nothing to throw accusations about. Yet this was his own apprentice. The conflict weighed on his mind. Mu Hanchuan knew Song Hung's shamelessness well, but didn't expect it to be so brazen. He didn't want to get tangled in evidence disputes. Quietly, he walked around the angry Song Hung and patted him on the shoulder. Everyone was surprised. They expected a fight to break out. But Mu Hanchuan only gave a faint smile before turning and leaving. Old Wang straightened immediately, clenching a hidden fist and speaking gravely. Mu Chan, let's talk this over properly. If it's our fault, we'll compensate fully. His apprentice quickly chimed in. Master, he's just causing trouble. Why would I do such a thing? I've heard plenty of baseless complaints like this. The 2 observers in the corner exchanged glances, silently guessing the situation but staying out of it. Mu Hanchuan remained silent, expression calm and unshaken as he exited, leaving the tense room behind. After all that noise, they had been sure a fight was about to erupt. 3 days later, Chai Long pushed open the door of the private room with a bright, eager smile and immediately laid out the good news on the table. I found you a purely a-level team. Mu Hanchuan paused mid-sip, holding his wine glass. What team? A guild formed by the children of high-ranking officials in Nanshire City Mist's Beak. It's only been around for 2 years, but their resources and foundation are leagues ahead of ordinary trialers. Chai Long raised an eyebrow. Don't be fooled by the weird name. They're pretty educated. Mu Hanchuan frowned. Who came up with that awful name? It sounds awkward just to say. Chai Long laughed and steered the conversation back on track. With rapid technological advances and longer human lifespans, the trialer system underwent a leap forward. Numerous clans and factions quickly took shape, so many that the regulatory authorities were overwhelmed. 5 years ago, the Qinghuang government formally supported and promoted the trialer guild system, providing official endorsement alongside a ranking framework. This simultaneously absorbed newcomers and selected top talent to fill state departments. Since then, guilds became the only legal organizations for trialers, sprouting nationwide. Unregistered groups, like Su Qingyu's Fox Heaven sect, were cracked down on and driven underground. Meanwhile, elite families and multinational corporations were tacitly ignored, so the real pressure fell on mid and low-level factions. Gradually, former black market and street gangs went officially legit by joining guilds, while major criminals either hid or started anew. Did all these guilds still conduct dirty work behind the scenes? Probably, just under a different name. Chai Long took a sip and continued. Mist's Beak originally had a tank, but their tempo didn't match. So they want to hire one from outside. I vouch for you, they won't regret it. Don't let me down. Specific strengths? Mu Hanchuan probed. 4 a-level members, 3 guys and 1 girl. The leader doubles as attacker and defender, another's pure brute strength. One handles control and range firepower, and the girl's the main support. Mu Hanchuan quickly ran through the lineup in his mind and commented, they lack a scout. Might be slow going in encounters, which will put more pressure on me as the tank. I told them about that. Chai Long waved a hand. You good with that? Don't worry about the teamwork, they're a fixed group. I just need to focus on my role. Great. Chai Long patted his shoulder hard. They're covering all the costs for the team's star keys. They'll take you to meet them in a few days and discuss gear and items. Okay, I'm ready anytime. Then let's have a drink first. If you perform well and make a name for yourself, they'll introduce you to even more elite teams. Rewards for the top squads are on another level. They clinked their glasses. Glasses tapped. Cheers. The team trial for this month was finally done. With 10 days left before the end of the month, Mu Hanchuan knew he had to complete one remaining solo trial within this week. That way, he could also test out his new gear. His injuries had barely improved by about 60. Standing by the window, moving his arms slowly, his chest still throbbed faintly. As the night deepened, he thought, I need to buy some support item cards tonight, maybe a medkit too, to get back into better shape. In the living room, the crisp clinking of glasses filled the air. After drinking for a while, Mu Hanchuan finally made up his mind. Turning his gaze to Chai Long sitting across on the sofa, his eyes reddened but his tone was firm. Chai Long, help me get a random attribute point card, the blue one. Chai Long froze mid-sip, eyebrows raised. Blue? Those aren't cheap. If I help you source one, ITLL cost at least 3.5 million. Get one anyway, Mu Hanchuan sighed. I just got new equipment that's short 3 physique points. Time to take a gamble. A 25 chance for 3.5 million? Chai Long set down his cup carefully, warning seriously, that's a big risk. I advise you to think it through. Mu Hanchuan gave a bitter smile, massaging his brow. Heh, I've been spending a lot lately. A little more won't matter. Might as well get all the gear I need now and make the money back later. This team trial won't cost extra, so let's just do it. They'll plan better next month. All right, I'll ask around and get back to you in a couple of days. Thanks, appreciate it. No problem. Meanwhile, in Tianlan City, Han Yanyan, I heard you snagged 3rd place in the blood trial this time, and with a boss-level teammate too? That's impressive. A tall, striking girl about 1.8 meters, with sharp features and a piercing gaze spoke openly, showing no effort to hide her interest. News traveled fast. Baigu, the guild, wouldn't miss the chance to broadcast their glorious result widely on the Antnet. Han Yangyan's real name was Baigu, hailing from a military family in Tianlan City. Though well-rooted, his family wasn't huge, so resources were limited, and he had to rely heavily on his own effort. The girl questioning him was Qiao Yu, daughter of Governor Qiao Gao and founder of the powerful 9 Tribulations Guild in Tianlan City. Baigu was currently a member of 9 Tribulations. The planned team trial this month would see him fight alongside Xiao Yu and several strong guildmates. They were preparing intensively, ready to enter the arena in a few days. In order to break into this circle, Baigu had paid dearly, almost sacrificing everything, including his pride. Players like him were in a tough spot, too strong to be ordinary hunters, but not enough to rank among the top elite families. To advance and access greater resources, having the right team was crucial. Ultimately, he chose to ally with the governor's daughter. He had even turned down invitations from several prestigious geniuses with notable backgrounds, insisting on joining 9 tribulations and standing with Xiao Yu. If he weren't genuinely skilled, she wouldn't have accepted him, nor made him part of the guild's main squad. Facing Xiao Yu now, Baigu smiled humbly but with unmistakable pride. Yeah, we took 3rd place. Luck helped, but more importantly, the 2 teammates I found were excellent. He didn't mention Midnight Black Tea by name, another player from a respectable background with strong backing in their own guild, not something to casually expose. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh? Who were they? Blackfeather and Mu, Baigu answered, especially Mu, who saved teammates multiple times and withstood the fiercest attacks. Without him, forget 3rd place, we might not have even made it back alive. Xiao Yu quickly ran through what she knew. I know Blackfeather, but Mu's new? Never heard of him before. Baigu replied. Yeah, he's a recent rise. We worked together once before, also with a boss leader. If it weren't for introductions from trusted friends, I wouldn't have dared rely on him. After seeing his real strength, I picked him again this time. Xiao Yu became interested. This was the kind of true talent far superior to those who relied on family connections and spent their days bragging. If you speak so highly of him, he must be something special. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Give it a shot, see if you can recruit him into our guild. And don't miss Blackfeather either. Once they join the guild, they'll have plenty of resources, way better than going solo. He proceeded to outline the benefits of the guild. 1. Information. Once a member, you can freely access the guild's database on the trial star, detailed info on every major challenge, other countries, star systems, and even the various trial participants across races. 2. Equipment. Before heading out, you can borrow weapons and items from the guild. After returning, you pay market value or just repair costs if they're damaged. 3. Training. Shooting ranges, gravity chambers, psychic simulation room, 7 martial arts and combat have dedicated instructors and facilities. 4. Career development. If you want a public service path, the guild's recommendation letters carry more weight than any personal connections. These are all resources. The bigger the guild, the more comprehensive support we have. We won't lack anything. Just like the 9 tribulations, Xiao Yu concluded. But Baigu simply shook his head, speaking calmly. Don't get your hopes up. Blackfeather trusts no one. Had never joined a formal organization like this. After a pause, he added, Mu might be worth a try, but chances aren't great either. Too bad. Xiao Yu sighed. Let's check with Mu first. No pressure if he's not interested. If we ever need members for the next team trial, we can consider cooperating with them. That's definitely doable, Baigu agreed decisively. Xiao Yu waved his hand. All right, rest well these 3 days. When everyone's here, we jump straight into the team trial. Got it. Baigu had already made up his mind and casually brought up the other 2 teammates from their last mission. Blackfeather joined a strong team this month, vowing to sweep across all trial star teams, regardless of race. Even human squads, they want 1st place. As for Midnight Red Tea, she's taking the month off to go home and spend time with her mother. On the 4th day, Mu Hanchuan received a call from Chai Longha had managed to snag a blue random attribute point item card. Before any pleasantries could be exchanged, Chai Long immediately quoted a price, 3.8 million yuan, commission included. Mu Hanchuan's heart sank. This card was impossible to find anywhere in Nanshur City. Chai Long even had to send someone to the neighboring city to get it, which ended up costing an exorbitant price, a total loss. The feeling of his wallet being completely emptied hit him all at once. Just a couple of days ago, he had made a bulk purchase of various support item cards, 3 durability cards at 11,000 yuan each, 4 repair kits also at 11,000 each, and 3 medical kits at 30,000 each, totaling 160,000. Besides that, for his personal trial, he had grabbed a blue star key for 800,000 yuan. Now, with this 3.8 million random attribute point card added, he was left with only 88,000 yuan. The numbers looked almost lucky, but his original plan to save 8 million had vanished in an instant. My self-control is still terrible, he muttered bitterly to himself, shoulders slumped. If I keep blowing money like this, there's no way I'll accomplish anything big. Luckily, his body was still in recovery mode. With 2 more days of rest, getting to about 70% strength, he'd be ready for the personal trial. After that, he still had to meet with that person from the Misty Beak Guild. Thanks to Chai Long securing the personal star key, he saved himself the group star key fees even to 800,000 yuan just for that alone, which he absolutely couldn't afford right now. Blue star key, personal trial, trial zone, forbidden star ring. Level type, 7-layer abyss, challenge mode. Participants, 99. All races can form teams, up to 3 per group. Rules, first team to clear each level receives a special reward. Final top 3 ranked by cumulative score receive ultimate rewards. Note, anyone who reaches the 7th level gains an extra reward. Time remaining to form teams, 59 minutes 59 seconds. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a vast inner space. The floor, walls, and dome were dazzling white. 99 trial participants from various races stood uniformly on the same white ground. The area was in peaceful Medano combat allowed and language was automatically translated so that whoever spoke could be understood by all. Damn it, forbidden star ring. Mu Hanchuan cursed under his breath. This was already his third time entering the Forbidden Star Ring trial, yet he still loathed the place. It wasn't located on the Forbidden Trial Star itself, but instead formed a massive virtual star ring encircling the outer layers of that trial star. Both the white hull beneath their feet and the upcoming 7-layer abyss challenges were entirely data-constructed illusions. Mu Hanchuan preferred solid ground beneath his feet, at least that felt real. In the star ring, everything was virtual, but if you died inside, it was real death. Even worse, there were no tangible items to collect. Forget bringing back high-value materials like on the trial star, there was nothing to loot. Still, the star ring had its own advantages. Challenge levels often directly dropped various trial gear and items. Lucky participants might pick up a bounty of goods for free. The rules allowed each person to bring only 3 pieces of gear and 1 item into the trial, with no stealing from others, but any new gear or items found inside could be used immediately. A big difference from the trial star. Overall, the Forbidden Trial Star and Forbidden Star Ring each had distinct features and widely differing challenges. Understanding these differences and knowing how to make the most of them was essential. 99 trial participants stood ready, representing every race, all free to mingle and form teams as they pleased. As soon as the stage information finished being announced, the once quiet plaza erupted into chaos. Everyone scrambled around, desperately searching for ideal teammates. A thunderous roar cut through the noise. I'm a warrior, rank E, with over 500 strength points. Any strong fighters want to team up with me? The voice belonged to a towering Zelta giant nearly 4 meters tall, muscles bulging like rocks beneath his skin. His voice echoed off the dome overhead. Before he finished, trialers from other races surged forward, shouting their names and qualifications excitedly, eager to join. From the other side, a sharp yet confident voice rang out. I need a fierce attacker and a strong defender. Both must follow my orders completely. She was from the crafty Crusa clan, barely 1.1 meters tall, but wearing tactical goggles with multiple lenses that gleamed coldly. Known for their cleverness, the Crusa quickly attracted a group of self-styled elites who eagerly formed a cluster around her. When rewards were at stake, racial grudges faded away. In a corner, a fiery feathered Chilean flapped his wings nervously and asked, I'm a scout. Anyone want to team up with me? No one answered. I can fly too. Still silence. In this chaotic crowd, it was safest to stick with your own kind. Mu Hanchuan's gaze swept the plaza, yet he didn't spot a single human. His stomach tightened with doubt. What was this? Was he really that unlucky? Was he expected to team up with these alien races? Not that collaboration was impossible, but his heart felt heavy. It was hard to trust that when danger came, no one would stab him in the back. The plaza was peaceful now, but once the challenge began, all bets were off. He decided to stay put, quietly waiting for a worthy teammate to approach him. If someone with good judgment found him, he'd reluctantly join. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 15 minutes passed. People came and went, but no one even glanced his way. Are humans really so unwelcome? Do they see us as that weak? Mu Hanchuan's chest tightened, a faint sorrow creeping in. With a sigh, he resolved to first equip his gear. Who knew what lay ahead? Current equipment, 2 wooden cutting boards, a round shield, and Flying Star Swift Boots F, which shimmered with white light on the ground. He also had 1 medical kit card. He moved to the most secluded corner and began summoning his equipment. The cutting boards materialized in his hands, glowing with wooden grain. The round shield's edge was etched with intricate runes. The boots' streaming light traced soft paths along the floor. Mu Hanchuan glanced around. Against a cacophony of alien chatter filled the plaza. Who cares if they see me? If anyone wants to challenge me, bring it on. He donned the void stomach armor E set. Raising his arm, he fastened the darkly shimmering Deathbringer bracers F onto his left wrist, then tightly strapped the molten, blazing red lava bracers E around his right wrist. The subtle click of metal against leather echoed softly. After completing these, he shook out his outer robe and draped it over again. The heavy fabric brushed against the armor with a muffled rustle. Next, he slid the Thunderstrike Greaves F onto his left leg, instantly sparking a faint arc of electricity around his calf. The Guardian Leggings F clicked precisely into place on his right leg with metal clasps locking securely. He pulled his outer pants back on, gave his knees a light pat, and tested his mobility. Now, 2 pieces of A-grade and 3 pieces of grade gear were fully equipped. The extra attribute points activated as soon as the gear was complete. His agility threshold met, triggering the final piece. The Qian Lianqi crossover grade, summoned at once. This meant all 6 previously marked pieces were assembled. The 7th mark had originally been reserved for Song Hong. Mu Hanchuan had planned to forcibly recruit that guy after his personal trial kill if possible, otherwise leave it. But here, in the Forbidden Star Ring, a virtual realm outside the trial planet, it was almost impossible to summon him. Even if summoned, it seemed safe. But what if the system threw him back afterward? That possibility was real enough. After weighing it briefly, Mu Hanchuan gave up. Easily would spare Song Hung this time and save the mark for the next team trial. No big deal to lose 1 mark. All his gear except shoes was now ready. Body defense 25. Damage absorption 15. Speed 3. The 3 defenses plus 1 boost flashed in pleasant green on the status panel, prompting Mu Hanchuan to think inwardly. Who can break through my defense now? Behind him, 2 shield plates resembling chopping boards were crossed and fixed in place. At his waist, a round shield jingled softly. In his hand, a round shield crafted from countless emerald leaves trembled gently with each step, each leaf fluttering attractively. As for the passive effects on the 3 shields, they only triggered in combat and did not stack with his gear's passive. She understood that clearly. This entire outfit, costing 17 million to craft, including 4 grade pieces, elevated his overall power level by a whole tier, filling him with overwhelming confidence. He spun around to admire himself one last time before heading back to the team lobby satisfied. Another 15 minutes passed. Where is everyone? Mu Hanchuan's pupils narrowed. The lobby was now almost empty. The team formation was supposed to last an hour, yet the teams had formed so quickly. These trial participants numbered 99, and their efficiency was ridiculous. Confirmed teammates had already been teleported one by the system to exclusive private spaces to get acquainted and discuss strategies. Only a dozen or so remained. Most already paired up, not many choices left. Scanning the room, only one lonely figure remained single, a weak-looking winged fairy dwarf barely 15 decimeters tall. The girl huddled nervously in a corner, shy and timid. Everyone else had paired off and left, but she still stood there alone. Suddenly, she looked up and cast hopeful eyes toward Mu Hanchuan. The human looked just as abandoned and pitiable as she was. Mu Hanchuan didn't look at her, but silently counted again. 99 trial participants should make exactly 33 teams. Why were only the 2 of them left standing alone? Shouldn't there be one more person? Could some teams have left with only 2 members? Or was someone stupid enough to try solo? That would be completely crazy. Do you have a team? The winged fairy girl finally mustered the courage to ask in a barely audible voice from 3 meters away. Mu Hanchuan gave her a helpless glance. Do I look like someone who has a team? Suddenly, a flash of light. The 2 were simultaneously teleported into a private space. In the end, Mu Hanchuan had no choice but to form a team with the winged fairy named Nayli. What should we do? Should we come up with a strategy? Nayla's tone was a bit excited. At least she wasn't alone anymore, no longer fighting solo. Mu Hanchuan's expression turned serious. Yes. A spark of brightness flickered in Nayla's eyes. A strategy, huh? If we run into enemies, we split up. I'll take the ground. You take the air. We each run our own way, lose them, then regroup. Nayli nodded, but the light in her eyes dimmed in an instant. The 2 leaned against the rocky wall, resting for a full 20 minutes without a word. The trial began. A white light enveloped Mu Hanchuan and Nayli, transporting them into a lush, primeval forest. The heavy scent of damp earth filled the air, thick branches and vines tangled overhead, and the forest stretched endlessly. They landed about a meter apart, instinctively standing side by side, eyes alert as they scanned their surroundings. First challenge, the lightning snatch. Lightning snatch? Snatch what lightning? Where to snatch it from? Mu Hanchuan muttered under his breath. Before he finished speaking, a sparkling, thumb-sized furry ball appeared out of nowhere, hovering about 5 meters above Nayla's right side, swiftly plummeting down. The winged silk tribe couldn't sustain flight for long, but their bursts were explosive. With a flap of her wings, Nayli turned into a blur and shot upward. Mu Hanchuan only caught a blink of blankness before she landed in front of him, holding the glowing ball between thumb and forefinger. Congratulations on clearing the first challenge and becoming the first team to pass. You've earned in Frank skill, Gale Step. Learning requirements. Frank, Agility 150. Effect, permanently increases agility by 10, greatly boosts movement speed for 30 seconds upon activation. Cooldown, 3 hours. An electronic voice echoed through the forest. What the heck is that? Mu Hanchuan and Nayli looked at each other, still confused. The rewards seemed to have gone straight to their personal panels, which they couldn't quite make sense of yet. There was no time to talk. Light circles appeared under their feet, and their figures instantly withdrew from the forest. The second challenge began. The distorted maze. A massive labyrinth of shifting light and tilted walls sprawled beneath them. The floor and walls were mirror smooth, reflecting hundreds of overlapping corridors. Just looking at it caused a mild dizziness. Corridors that seemed just steps away could actually be tens of meters off. Dead ends might hide secret passages. A maze. Let's just find the exit first, but looking too closely might fry our brains, Mu Hanchuan grimaced. He strode forward, just rounding a curved corner, when suddenly Nayli shouted behind him, "Watch out." Boom. A nearly 2-meter-tall beast, part lion and part tiger, broke through the shadows, jaws snapping. Mu Hanchuan raised his left arm, and a half-meter-wide round shield made of green leaves instantly unfolded. The beast's head slammed heavily against the shield, the force causing a muffled crack, tearing away many leaves, but the shield held firm. Is that all? Mu Hanchuan snorted coldly, spinning his shield with his right hand to slam the beast's neck hard. The creature flew back several meters, landing with a crushed skull, but unlike an illusion, it didn't vanish, just lay stiffly on the mirror-like floor. Nearly caught up, holding a small crossbow. You okay? I'm fine. That thing's weak. No idea how many more there are. Dodge if you can. Let's find the exit first. He'll lead. Nearly volunteered. The winged silks could naturally sense energy fluctuations. In this setting, she could detect monsters' positions first and easily avoid them. Mu Hanchuan nodded. If we get into real trouble, hide behind me. Avoid flying, if possible save your energy. After earning the first challenge's reward, his attitude did a 180. No more splitting up. Now he carried full responsibility. Okay, thanks, Nearly replied softly. Let's go? Time was everything for rankings. Clearing the first challenge instantly saved them heaps of time. They were currently first place. If they could take the lead in this challenge too, they'd hold first place in 2 stages. That would solidly put them in the top 3 overall for the final prize. Maybe even a shot at first place. Meanwhile, the other 35 teams were chasing the glowing orb with all their might. That glowing orb was actually a small bouncing ball of fur that could leap dozens of meters at a time. It effortlessly cleared high ledges, slopes, walls, and rocky terrain without touching any of them. Catching it barehanded was nearly impossible. The only options were either to outrun it and grab it quickly or to work together in a team of 3 to outsmart it with strategy. For the full squads, it was just a matter of spending more time and effort. But this trial was uniquely tricky. The few lone players who insisted on going their own way could only watch helplessly. They could chase forever, but never catch it. This challenge had 99 participants assigned by the system into 36 teams, 30 full squads, 3 pairs, and 3 lone wolves who fancied themselves elite. At this moment, the lone players looked worst off, realizing their futile fate of chasing this fuzzball to eternity. At the 5-second mark, a Karusa player who stood only 1.1 meters tall leapt with all his might and managed to snatch the glowing ball. It was more than 200 meters away, but utilizing his natural jumping talent, he bounded dozens of times and clasped it tightly at exactly 5 seconds, then let out a heavy breath. Congratulations, you passed the first stage. Awesome. Impressive. His 2 specially invited strong teammates praised him sincerely. They hadn't expected the first stage would end so easily. The light screen flashed, and the second stage, the twisting maze, began. The 3 men landed and froze simultaneously. Wait, where's the reward? The Karusa player was equally stunned. The system announced no first clear reward. Had someone beaten him to it? Could there really be anyone faster? Despite their frustration, the trio had already been transported deep inside the second stage maze. They accepted the reality the first clear gem was taken. What else can we do? If there are experts, competition only gets fiercer. We must win this one. Agreed. Which way? Wherever there are more monsters, we go there. One teammate blinked. Huh. Trust me, the maze monsters aren't strong. With our skills, not even 7 levels can stop us. Full of confidence, the 3 moved immediately. No fancy tactics. Just kill every monster they saw and charge toward the densest crowds, sweeping through the maze. At 15 seconds, the 3rd team cleared the first stage. At 35 seconds, the 4th team did the same. At 53 seconds, the Fuguang squad, known for their overall strength, also passed the first stage. Elsewhere, Mu Hanchuan and Nearly cautiously explored the second stage labyrinth. The walls were mirror-like, but not quite mirrors. The light fractured into confusing layers of shadows, and aligning the angles wrong sent them circling back. More troubling were the roaming monsters, some as fast as the wind, others as massive as houses, and some small pests designed purely to annoy. The 2 tried to avoid retracing steps and silently prayed to find the exit soon. After a full hour, a cluster of distinctly different light appeared ahead. The pair exchanged looks filled with wild joy. Congratulations, you have cleared the second stage. Cheers echoed through the empty passageway. They had finally found their way out. Immediately, the 3rd stage, the sky bridge, activated. Though they had taken far too long and missed the first clear prize, they had already prepared themselves and were not disappointed. Suddenly, the lights swirled, and the 2 were teleported onto a giant rocky plateau on a mountaintop. The platform was hundreds of square meters, surrounded by rolling clouds and fog. Nearly crept to the edge and peered down, seeing a dark abyss that seemed bottomless, endless like human desire itself. Her face instantly turned pale, and she instinctively flapped her wings and staggered back. Skybridge. Where's the skybridge? Mu Hanchuan paced around the top 3 times, finding nothing. You should come out and let us cross the bridge already. Mu, look over there. Nearly suddenly pointed to the west. Following her gesture, Mu Hanchuan's heart leapt. Finally, it's showing up. The delay was a bit too long. In the west, a massive city gleamed with golden light. Towering hundreds of meters high, its imposing walls stood about 4 to 5 kilometers from the giant rock beneath their feet. Between the city and the rock, a dilapidated suspension bridge gradually materialized in the air, 15 meters wide, planks missing, rough ropes, as if it could break at any moment. Can anyone really cross this? Mu Hanchuan didn't dare step on the bridge right away. He tossed his round shield onto the wooden planks. The shield rolled a few rounds and stopped near the left edge, causing the whole bridge to tilt slightly. Crap. He frowned. Mu, I'll help you get your shield back. Nayli, worried the shield might fall into the abyss, fluttered her wings and just crossed the bridge's entrance line. Suddenly, Mu Hanchuan grabbed her arm tight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the city towers 5 kilometers away, silver light flared. Hundreds of silver arrows shot out, terrifyingly close in an instant. Mu Hanchuan immediately drew the 2 wooden shields strapped to his back. With a slap, they combined into a large shield 1.5 meters tall and 1.5 meters wide. The barrage rained down, but none crossed that invisible line. All arrows struck the bridge's entrance, where Nayli had just stepped. Nayla's heart hammered and her legs turned weak. How could we possibly get past this? Mu Hanchuan's eyes were calm. You're mistaken. Plenty of teams must have passed this kind of checkpoint. It just takes time. The distance is long, but such dense arrows means their offensive power isn't high. If it were, no one would get through. How can that be? 5 kilometers is at least 10 minutes running. We should give up Wat if we fall. Nayli shuddered. Mu Hanchuan flicked his right hand. The round shield whistled back and hung evenly on his waist. Nayli was stunned. So cool. He raised the large shield in his left hand, held the round shield in his right, and told Nayli, don't step on the sides. Stay in the center. Keep close behind me, right on my back. Huh, I don't get it. You will. With that, he stepped onto the middle of the suspension bridge. The moment he did, the city's towers flashed again. Another 100 silver arrows came flying. Nayli hurried after him, almost pressed against his back, too scared to peek or look around, just carefully following his every step. I didn't say stick that close. Mu Hanchuan muttered. Thwack, thwack. Many arrows hit the big shield. Half were completely blocked. The rest struck the surrounding wooden planks with average force, posing no threat to Mu Hanchuan. The arrow rain paused briefly. 10 seconds later, a second wave of 150 arrows surged forward. Stay close. Unfazed, Mu Hanchuan broke into a light jog. Nayli heard him and pressed even closer. Compared to Mu Hanchuan and his companion, 5 teams had already broken into the 3rd stage earlier. The fastest was still the Crusader squad. Their 3 members had already crossed halfway. After securing the first kill in the 2nd stage, they planned to push hard again here, but a fierce barrage of arrows disrupted their rhythm. The ordinary arrows grew denser, occasionally mixed with 3-meter-long giant arrows, forcing them into constant evasive maneuvers. The tank in their team was indeed tough, but he wasn't purely defensive nor heavily armored, so while he could protect himself, he couldn't guard the entire team. Plus, the rickety hanging bridge swayed unpredictably, tilting with the slightest misstep, so they had to constantly adjust their footing. The Crusader tank once tried charging alone, intending to let his teammates grind slowly behind him, but he ran straight into a shower of golden arrows upon entering the 3-quarter mark. The golden arrows seemed to anticipate his moves perfectly. No matter how fast he dodged, a precise volley blocked his path. After one failed dodge, an arrow pierced his shoulder, forcing him to retreat pale-faced back to the team. Together, the 3 shared the enemy fire. Though their pace slowed dramatically, at least they escaped an instant death scenario. The enemy's attack intensity just spiked slowed down. Don't rush, or you'll panic. Conserve stamina and move steadily. Got it. The Crusader giant with the arrow still lodged in his shoulder gritted his teeth and responded quickly, knew exactly how dire their situation was. Trailing just behind them was the Fluorescent Tribe squad, slightly slower, but also just entering the bridge's midpoint. They hadn't gotten the first kill in the first stage or the second, blaming bad luck each time. Now the 3rd stage seemed tailor-made for them. If they failed to claim first kill again, they might as well give up on the spot. Push harder. We wasted too much time in the first 2 stages. This one's our chance to make up and grab first. The leader urged sternly. This Fluorescent Tribe captain lacked a bit in agility, but his strength, constitution, and spirit were all ranked E, with strength approaching D top among all 99 participants, giving him plenty of confidence. Okay, speed up a little more. Past halfway, accelerate. His 2 teammates came from the Transients and Karuna tribes, the former skewed towards warrior style with strength and constitution at E, the latter an assassin type with strength and agility at E. The 3 had almost no weaknesses. Undoubtedly, they regarded finishing first overall as their minimum goal, though so far they had gained nothing. Meanwhile, Mu Hanchuan was running faster and faster, eventually ignoring the arrow storm entirely. The damage from ordinary arrows wasn't enough to break through his defense, so even if hit, he paid no mind. Within 10 minutes, the 2 had charged into the middle portion of the bridge. Suddenly Mu Hanchuan's steps faltered. He sharply raised his shield to block with all his might. Bang! A teammate's inertia crashed into his back with strong force, just as a 3-meter-long giant arrow slammed against his huge cutting board shield. The loud clang caused his arms to tingle, but that was the extent of the damage. Mook, what's wrong? Nothing. Mu Hanchuan quickened his pace once again, breaking into a desperate run. Behind him, Nayli hurried to keep up. Filled with admiration, this guy was unbelievably strong, holding off the entire assault alone. Their progress noticeably slowed. Each time the 3-meter-long arrows came flying, Mu Kanchuan had to stop, swiftly assume a defensive stance, and block them heated. Arrows rained non-stop ahead, while muscular women from the Shai clan charged from behind. He had to fend off the razor-sharp bolts while absorbing powerful collisions. He could withstand the giant arrows, but the road was still long and future threats unknown. He had to conserve energy, avoid losing his rhythm, and most of all, not let his makeshift shield the cutting board wear down too quickly. After all, he hadn't brought any durability-restoring item cards this time. Having covered 3/4 of the area, the towering city gates suddenly came into view. The giant doors soared 10 meters high, majestic in the distance. The arrows fired from the ramparts changed from silver to gold, their speed and power increasing dramatically. They poured down like a golden hailstorm, relentless and overwhelming. A chill ran through Mu Kanchuan's heart. Without hesitation, he flung the green-leaf round shield from his right hand. The shield spun through the air, cutting across the space as the leaf-shaped plates fluttered, knocking down a dozen or more golden arrows and easing the pressure. Of the remaining golden bolts, about half struck his sturdy cutting board, forcing him to stagger back repeatedly. The rest he blocked with his right arm. The Grady lava bracer on his wrist was as tough as iron, preventing even the fiercest blows from breaking through. A spark of insight gleamed in his eyes. This greenleaf round shield wasn't just strong and defensive, it was highly maneuverable, enabling it to fly out agilely. He summoned the shield back and threw it again. With each spin, the shield's plates moved in synchronized dual tracks, forming a precise, fluid offensive-defense combo. For the arrows he couldn't intercept, he endured them with his body. Bolstered by his 9-piece armor suit, no enemy attack could shake him. Despite the overwhelming volume and force of the golden arrows, they failed to halt Mu Kanchuan's march forward. Although his speed dropped significantly, he steadily closed in on the city gates. At 25 minutes 33 seconds, the system announced, "Congratulations on clearing the 3rd stage, becoming the first team to finish. Reward: Frank Equipment Faceless Mask. Requirements: Constitution 160, Consciousness 90. The mask grants 15 Constitution and features advanced anti-spine capabilities, absorbing impact up to 1,000 joules." The two couldn't contain their excitement in first place. Nelly couldn't help but praise Mu. "You're incredible. We've snagged first place again. This should definitely push us into the top 3. Mu Kanchuan didn't pay much mind to the compliment. Even in his 9-piece set, he felt there was room for improvement. His gaze fell on the newly acquired mask. Wearing it on his face, while its defense wasn't top tier, the special attributes and bonuses pleased him. It would be useful in solo trials and in reality, effectively disguising his appearance, blocking surveillance, and boosting his constitution by over 10 points. Just then, they weren't immediately teleported into the 4th stage. Instead, at the city gate, they found 2 blue boxes. These Forbidden Star Ring rewards were standard drop items in the blue level stages. They both rushed over and opened 1 box each. Mu Kanchuan's hopes for treasure were dashed. It was just an auxiliary item card, a repair kit. Nelly didn't hesitate to hand hers over to him as well. Mu Kanchuan took it and saw another auxiliary item card, the repair kit. Not the jackpot had hoped for, but the card was worth 10,000 and could be used to mend the cutting board, restoring durability and helping him last longer. The 4th stage began escape from the ruined city. Just 10 seconds later, the most powerful team from the Fuguang clan cleared the level. "Congratulations, you've passed the 3rd stage." The subtitle on the light screen just appeared, and the excitement on the 3 team members' faces lasted less than a second before the prompt for stage 4 popped up instantly. "Escape from the ruined city." "Damn, still didn't get it?" The deputy slapped his forehead, his face turning dark. "With how fast we were, we still didn't snag first place." They had entered the dungeon earlier than Mu Kanchuan's team, but ended up taking 29 minutes and 55 seconds to complete it, quite a gap. The captain, Cyrene, frowned deeply. There are definitely some strong contenders among these trial players. Someone was even faster than us. Could it be the Krusar clan? The Krusar clan is strong, but overall they don't have our foundation. There's no way they beat us on this stage. The deputy shook his head with urgency. Then who was it? No matter who it is, we give it everything on the next stage. Holding back now will only hand them the win. Cyrene cut off the communication panel, veins slightly bulging on his arm. They hadn't won any of the first 3 stages. If they ease up now, their reputation as the strongest team would turn into a joke. The Krusar team arrived at the endpoint 8 minutes after the Fuguang team, a full 13 minutes slower than Mu Kanchuan's group. The terrain of this stage heavily disadvantaged them. The first place was stolen this round. Captain Lakin sprinted out of the finish line, veins throbbing on his forehead. "No wonder, just look at the time we spent." The deputy gritted his teeth. "I thought we were fast enough." Someone muttered doubtfully. "If you remember the first stage, you'll know we were nowhere near fast," Lakin said, noticing a blue repair box by the city gate. In a flash, he teleported over and slammed the lid shut. "A repair box? What a lousy thing. Let's go next stage. We have to make up the time we lost here." Inside stage 4. Mu Hanchuan stood on the edge of a roughly 300-meter ruined skyscraper, broken halfway through. Pebbles fell and scattered at his feet. He looked down at the city below, once bustling, now turned to ash and silence. Naked, unknown metals caught the sunlight with a cold gleam. The cracked streets twisted like withered rivers. Most of the 1,000-meter skyscrapers leaned or collapsed, rubble piled thick across the 100-meter-wide main avenue. Twisted giant steel beams jutted out like exposed ribs of a giant beast, telling stories of past glory and present decay. The wind whistled through the ruins like a mournful cry. Distant, eerie roars sounded like beasts marking their territory. Mu Hanchuan inhaled deeply, the damp, cold air thick with the stench of dust and rot made his throat tighten. Shaking his head, he said, "This isn't a human world, but a corner of a forbidden trial planet. A level 2 fragmented civilization, projected again by the stellar ring." A teammate whispered, "Mu, where is this?" "Just ruins from the past." Mu Hanchuan's gaze was calm. "Do we go straight through?" "No." He pointed to the city center. "The straight line to the west exit is at least tens of kilometers. The center will definitely have big threats. We'll take the outskirts. The pressure on the edges is far lighter." The teammate gripped their weapon worriedly. "But what about the ranking? 7 stages total. We got first in 2 of the first 3 stages, safely in the top 3, likely top 2. Mu Hanchuan patted his gear. "Risking everything for a tiny extra reward just leads to losing more on broken equipment. The cost just isn't worth it." Indeed, the cost-benefit ratio was far from favorable. No need to keep fighting. It's crucial to learn contentment. The cost of dissatisfaction could be death. The Forbidden Star Ring, this virtual realm, is also deadly. It's better to quietly endure and prioritize safety above all else. With safety foremost in her mind, Nayli understood that pressing on recklessly would only invite unnecessary risks. She never had grand ambitions, just wanted to save some money and live peacefully. Mu Hanchuan stood by the crumbling city wall, gazing out at the ruins. The entire city seemed eroded by time, reduced to fragments and dust. He sighed deeply. Besides those rare, unparalleled geniuses, how many could survive all the way to the end and reach the ultimate S tier? Rumor had it that even humanity's strongest had only reached a rank requiring 2,200 attribute points. The S rank demanded a staggering 3,000 points. He glanced down at his personal stat panel. Physique stood at 360, plus 15 from the mask totaling 375, still far from rank D. Relying solely on personal trials meant painfully slow progress. Who knew when he'd managed to advance further? He needed another approach: make money to buy random attribute point cards. With 5 monthly uses, even all yellow tier cards could reliably add 10 points, equivalent to 2 trials. And if planetary enhancement tech matured without side effects someday, he'd grit his teeth and spend big on injections just for physique. No compromises. "Yeah, let's do this," Nayli said, not opposing, but cheering them on enthusiastically. "So, shall we go now? Let's go?" Just 10 seconds after Mu Hanchuan's squad left the platform, 3 members of the Floating Light tribe reached the 4th level. Before them rose a desolate, ruined megacity, riddled with cracks and swirling gray dust. The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes shining brightly. The environment perfectly matched their abilities. "Finally, luck's on our side. Stop hesitating, charge. That hidden elite team will slam right into the center. All we can do is hold the line. Give it everything we have to take this stage." The 3 figures leapt simultaneously off the platform, dashing straight toward the city center. The sharp rush of wind tore through the silence, startling vast flocks of unknown dark birds. They erupted from rubble cracks and rotting window frames, darkening the sky as they screeched fiercely. At the same time, dozens of blood-red beast eyes glowed from hidden ruins, quickly swelling to hundreds, even thousands. This was just the outer edge. To fight through to the center and break out the other side would be no easy feat. 8 minutes later, Lakin of the Crusa tribe led his team to the 4th stage. Seeing the scene, he clenched his fists and said, "This stage isn't difficult. We've got a chance." Each of the 3 had their roles: strength, defense, and agility balanced evenly to handle all kinds of monsters without weakness. The team that took the 3rd stage ahead of us isn't far off. We can still catch them. The only team stronger than us is the Floating Light tribes. Even if we can't take this one, we mustn't fall behind. They've got 3 more stages ahead. They can't dominate them all. All right, move out. Let's go. Amidst the vast ruined structures, a cold wind howled, and rubble lay scattered everywhere. A small, sly-looking head peeked out from a shattered high-rise window. That was Nayli, a girl of the Sha Wing tribe. She raised her hand, drawing the bowstring taut until her knuckles whitened. With a sharp click, a crossbow bolt glinted with icy light locked into the groove. 100 meters away, a gray-armored 3-headed, 8-legged reptile dragged its shell through the broken walls. A flash of electricity sparked, the crossbow trembled. Whoosh! The bolt blazed with an ice-blue electric glow, piercing straight through the beast's chest and abdomen. Instantly, frost spread wildly from the wound. The 3 grotesque heads froze stiff midair. With a loud thud, a crystal-clear ice sculpture fell. The Ice Thunder crossbow needed only a minute to charge a single shot, could hold up to 7, and froze targets on impact. The freezing effect scaled with the enemy's strength, but for this low-tier outer creature, one arrow was enough to lock it in place forever. Done, hurry up. Nayli flicked her wings, shaking loose a quick command. Her thin, violet crystal-colored feathers fluttered as she dove toward a ruined building opposite. Behind her, Muhan Chuan struggled to crawl through the rubble, dirty and breathless. Their progress was almost snail-like, yet they had to stay hidden, sneaking cautiously from the outer edges into the depths of the ruins, every step measured. The plan was simple. Nayli led the charge, avoiding enemies when possible. If avoidance failed, the Ice Thunder crossbow took care of the rest. Each arrow required 1 minute of charging, just enough time for them to catch their breath. The creatures around were average in strength. When hit, they didn't even get a chance to scream before shattering into icy statues. The sound of cracking ice and wind mixed oddly pleasingly. Sha Wing tribe members always carried 2 ranged weapons and 1 piece of armor. Muhan Chuan wondered quietly what her other ranged weapon might be. At this slow, almost zen-like pace, the two clearly decided not to tackle the 4 hardest stages ahead, content to secure 2 instead. After moving a few hundred meters more, Nayli suddenly froze and raised her hand, signaling to stop. Ahead lay a new obstacle. She moved silently, slipping into a cold, shadowy corner, and drew her bow once again. Whoosh! The ice blue arrow sank deep into the target. No sound followed. The creature froze without even a howl. Before the ice could melt, the two had already retreated dozens of meters, survival guaranteed. Nayli gestured that the area was clear, her small frame radiating pride. Such stealth and precision kills were the Sha Wing tribe's specialty, restoring her confidence. Other matters, however, seemed less her forte. As they continued through the rubble, Muhan Chuan's curiosity got the better of him. Nayli, is it true your tribe only has 1 gender? Top secret, she answered simply. If you're all the same gender, why do you need mates? Do you have a mate yourself? Don't know, she replied curtly. Muhan Chuan smirked. Bet they're shorter than you. Not at all. They're taller. Nayli snapped, baring her teeth playfully. Oh, got it. He feigned realization. So you're playing the weaker role, huh? Fits you well. Nayli pouted angrily. Seizing the moment, Muhan Chuan pressed on. Then how do you reproduce? A secret. Do you lay eggs? You are the one laying eggs. She shot back. So, are you oviparous? Your whole family's oviparous. You can insult my family, but don't insult me. Muhan Chuan blinked, then offered a logical guess. Oh, I see you pupate. When you break out of the cocoon, you just spread your wings and fly. Nayli was too angry to reply, remaining silent. 5 hours later, a system announcement sounded overhead. Congratulations on successfully clearing the 4th stage, becoming the first team to pass. Your reward. At the same time, the trio from the Fuguang tribe, known as the strongest overall, staggered into the finish line, bloodied but overjoyed they had finally won a round, defeating the hidden elite team. Still, none escaped unscathed. Each bore a dozen wounds, torn armor, and blood streaks. They recalled the towering, still imposing super-tall building in the city center with dread. Inside lurked a massive creature nearly at level strength, occupying the core area. Avoiding it would have been a long detour, one that would waste precious time. The 3 brave warriors chose to fight to the death, and only after using an attack item card did they finally defeat the monster. The beast collapsed with a thunderous crash under the final blow, black blood splattering everywhere. The heavy air finally settled into silence after the dull roar. Gasping for breath, the 3 showed a mixture of exhilaration at having survived and urgent anticipation for the next stage. The hidden team? Not so impressive. They'd relied on shortcut routes in earlier levels, but now that it was a straight-up fight, they weren't necessarily stronger. Their immediate goal was clear: win the next round and pull so far ahead that the other team would be left behind. Before charging onward, the trio gathered around the 3 blue treasure chests in front of them. Syrian pressed his hand on the lock. A flash of blue light, and the lid popped open. He looked down to see a defense item card floating in midair. Not bad, he smirked, having just spent his last attack card to instantly kill the boss. Now he was replenishing a defense card right away with no loss. Another teammate opened his own chest and found a medical kit inside. The soothing glow through the pale blue bottle gave him an immediate sense of relief. The third got a repair kit, neatly stacked with parts and tools. The 3 quickly realized the blue chests weren't random. The rewards matched each of their needs exactly based on what they'd just used. It had to be deliberate. This is great. The med kit. Use it quick. Apart from Syrian, the other 2 were covered in wounds that hadn't even dried yet. The med kit's 2 healing uses were just enough. One wrapped wounds while the other injected restorative medicine. In mere seconds, their complexions visibly improved. The repair kit wasn't wasted either. Their damaged gear and cracked armor sealed up under the adaptive metallic liquid inside, the seams shining with fine silver lines. Their condition reset to 0, bolstering their confidence going into the next round. Meanwhile, another highly competitive Crusa team was advancing as well. Compared to the Fluo team's outright brawl, they were more strategic, crushing smaller monsters on the spot, but skillfully avoiding tougher ones. When they reached a towering skyscraper in the city center, they faced the guarding boss without hesitation. Lakin volunteered for a daring distraction. Using his unique leap ability, he quickly scaled the outer wall on the second floor, then vaulted across steel beams, darting between three walls as he drew the boss into a furious chase around the building. While the beast roared behind him, the other two teammates slipped past through shadows so fast they left only a blur. Once the path cleared, Lakin made a final leap, stepping off a loose billboard and landing unscathed. Their teamwork, smooth and effortless, was far cleverer than the Fluo team's brute force approach. Congratulations, you've cleared the fourth stage. The system chimed loudly in the air. Stage 5 unlocked the gate of Tomb Cobalt. Just as the message ended, they saw the Fluo team a step ahead again. We've only managed one stage after 4 tries. No chance now. Two members of the team slumped in discouragement. Despite racial advantages in the first stage, they were still a full half-hour behind. Lakin, however, stayed calm, eyes closed as he sensed the energy waves in the area. We have the advantage in this stage, move fast. He stepped forward decisively, his teammates' spirits reignited as they hurried after him. On the other side, the Fluo trio who had just cleared the fourth stage sprinted for 10 minutes to reach the fifth stage area. Before them stretched a vast gray plain, with no paths, only 11 colossal axle wheels hundreds of meters tall, standing in a straight line. Each axle wheel was spaced exactly 100 meters apart, the 11 wheels stretching over a full kilometer. The outer ring of each wheel was engraved with huge numbers from 1 to 33, the metallic surfaces reflecting cold light as the wheels turned slowly but steadily. At the very center stood a 5-meter-high black iron gate that seemed to watch challengers with a cold gaze. The gate would only open if the numbers on any two adjacent wheels simultaneously stopped within the same segment. Otherwise, even the slightest mismatch would close the passage immediately. The rule was clear. First align the numbers on the outermost first and second wheels, then second and third, and so on, progressing all the way to the 11th wheel. They had to calculate the number changes in advance and dash through during the narrow alignment windows. One wrong number, and the entire effort would be wasted. Difficult? Absolutely. This stage truly tested memory and calculation skills, but even more so the strength of one's mental focus. Those with high mental resilience held a major edge. Those with weaker focus would struggle to get through. The 3 members of the Floating Light tribe stared dumbfounded at the difficult stage in front of them. Was this some kind of joke, expecting a bunch of fighters to solve brain teasers? What a ridiculous challenge! It was a total brain-dead level. The 3 of them felt their spirits sink immediately. That hidden powerhouse team must have been the organizers' favorite. The bias was way over the top. They had no chance to pass this stage either. How are we supposed to do this? Forget it, seriously, how? Complaints erupted from all sides, but nobody had a solution. The captain, Syrian, had to cut through the noise. Listen carefully, Zella. You take the middle 3 gates. Arinsa, the last 3 gates. He'll handle the first 4. No problem. But how exactly do we calculate it? Zella's face tightened with worry. Syrian's chest felt heavy. Making a bunch of muscleheads play advanced math was a nightmare. He pressed his fingers to his temple, forcing himself to walk through the steps patiently, like this, then this, and finally this. Half an hour later, the Crusa tribe team was the first to reach the 5th level. The 3 of them sprinted forward, stopping in front of 11 massive gear wheels. Captain, what kind of challenge is this? Lakin examined the mechanism and nearly burst out laughing. Easy. You two catch your breath here and save your energy. When I say go, sprint after me, got it? Got it. The 2 teammates welcomed the break. Did they think they were dumb, or what? Meanwhile, chaos erupted as various teams battled fiercely within the 5th stage. Meanwhile, Muhan Chuan's squad was still lagging halfway through the 4th level, making painfully slow progress. One teammate chatted casually. Mu, you're so strong, your clan must be huge. Very big, extremely big, Muhan Chuan replied. No wonder you're so strong. He smiled softly. You're not bad yourself. Secretly, he sympathized with this teammate's tribal specialist, good at speed and mental power, but lacking the depth needed for total war. The teammate joked, I'm the weakest in my tribe, but I'm lucky I met you this time. Muhan Chuan said sincerely, I envy your luck. Thinking of luck, he immediately thought of Oh Huang Chu. That girl wasn't great, but she had money and was willing to pay top teams as bodyguards. As long as she wasn't married, she would definitely return for the trials. And if she spent money to hire him, Muhan would gladly comply, easy to manage and obedient. By now, more and more teams cleared the 3rd level and entered the 4th. A few strong teams even boldly headed straight to the center of the ruined city, a daring dream, to clear at least one stage for a shot at the top 3 and the ultimate prize. Compared to the torment of the 4th stage, the 5th was practically a gift for the Crusa tribe. Congratulations. You've cleared the 5th level and are the first team to do so. The reward. The system announcement sounded as the 3 members of the Crusa tribe rushed through a kilometer-long gate. Their total time was under half an hour. Thanks entirely to Lakin's solo calculations, they comfortably secured the first clear. Amazing. Captain Unbeatable. Known for their intelligence, the two teammates celebrated their effortless victories by jumping for joy. Two first clears guaranteed a spot in the top 3 zones. If they fought hard through the last 2 stages, first place was within reach. Let's go. Lakin waved them forward. The 6th stage began the Tower of the Firmament. The Crusa tribe disappeared from sight, then reappeared at the foot of a mountain filled with strange stone pillars and jagged rocky formations. The 3 of them looked up simultaneously toward the mountaintop, where an open-air altar sat at the peak. In the center of the altar stood a towering spire, the celestial tower shrouded in dark clouds, howling winds, and flashing lightning. The scene was terrifying. Though the 2 locations were only about 10 kilometers apart in a straight line, a narrow canyon stretched between them and greatly extended the journey. The winding path was barely wide enough for a single file of people to walk side by side. Covered with loose rocks and rough terrain, sheer cliffs rose sharply on both sides, seeming ready to collapse at any moment. To make matters worse, traps and lurking monsters were scattered throughout the passage. Their mission was simple, yet brutal: escort a fragile energy core, so delicate it would shatter at the slightest touch, all the way to the top of the tower. Only by successfully igniting the celestial tower would they clear the stage. If the core broke along the way, all 3 would have to return by the same path and start over. Lakin clenched his fists, itching to scale the altar's height. Thanks to his clan's innate leaping ability, climbing solo was a breeze for him. But experience from previous stages had taught him the rules demanded the entire team arrive together, otherwise death awaited. This made the current challenge truly daunting. Fortunately, they were the first team to clear the 5th stage, holding a precious time advantage. Taking a deep breath, Lakin said, "We can make a run for it." Their team's tank, clad in alloy-heavy armor, nodded with silent understanding and secured the energy core inside a specialized shock-absorbing chamber. He would ensure absolute defense, while the other 2 forged ahead. At the command, all 3 swiftly entered the canyon. Half an hour later, the Fuguang clan team had barely passed the 5th stage. Considering they had started half an hour earlier than the Crusa clan team, but took another half hour to clear, this stage alone had cost them nearly an hour and a half. They were too exhausted even to joke about it. Their minds felt completely drained. With the 6th stage now open, this very celestial tower, the ultra-powerful hidden team surged once again and claimed first place in this round. In the previous 5 stages, the Crusa clan's best squad had only taken first once. Regaining the overall lead was nearly impossible. Their best hope was to firmly hold second place. A flash of teleportation light transported the 3 to the foot of another mountain. Looking up at the altar, joy flickered in their eyes. This terrain suited them perfectly. Time was pressing. Saren waved a large hand and said, "No dawdling, charge. Zera, take the energy core." Zera, the physically strongest member, puffed out his chest and accepted the shock chamber without hesitation. "Leave it to me, no problem whatsoever." His dormant genes had been enhanced with 2 injections, one for strength, one for stamina, filling him with confidence. "All right, move," Saren commanded firmly. The 3 figures transformed into a gust of wind, rushing up the canyon with lightning speed. Whether they could seize a top 3 spot depended entirely on this stage. One after another, more teams overtook Mu Hanchuan and Nali, clearing the quite difficult 4th stage and moving on to the 5th. This stage was far more dangerous than the previous 3. Several trial participants had already perished on the spot, their cold data remnants floating silently in the virtual space like mute warnings. If the following teams pressed on recklessly, the death toll would only continue to rise. Yet Mu Hanchuan and Nali climbed steadily and unhurriedly up the towering energy wall. Holding the first-place records from the previous 2 stages, they remained calm and composed. Now approaching the 3/4 mark, only the final ascent remained. "Mu, since we're not going for first place anymore, why don't we just find a spot to rest and wait out the trial?" Nali asked, hooking her climbing grapnel into a crevice as she glanced back. "This is a rare chance to gain experience. As long as we stay safe, why stop now?" Mu Hanchuan tightened his grip on the rock spike, speaking calmly. "Forbidden Star rings can spawn treasure chests at any time, not necessarily only upon clearing a stage. With some luck, we might pick up high-level rewards. Then hey race hoping for some good luck. No harm if we don't find anything." Mu Hanchuan smiled. "There are extra rewards for reaching the 7th stage too. We'll bring something back one way or another." "Oh, okay." Nali nodded and continued climbing upward. 3 hours later, screams and cheers exploded over the communication channel of the Floating Light Tribe's team. They were the first to deliver the energy core into the final tower, becoming the first to clear the 6th stage and claiming generous rewards. This stage perfectly matched their tribe's abilities. They had wrested victory from a mysterious hidden powerhouse, boosting morale and confidence sky high. Now the rankings up to the 6th stage became tricky. Floating Light Tribe, Crusa Tribe, and Mu Hanchuan's team had each secured 2 first-place wins. The final standings would only be decided by the 7th stage. But the Crusa tribe team that had rushed into Stage 6 half an hour earlier ran into trouble. Just a third of the way from the finish, the energy core suddenly shattered, and the system immediately reset their team, teleporting them back to the start. Team Captain Lakin's face darkened, nearly drawing his blade. These two burdens dragging us down. No hope for this stage now. Can we even catch up in the last stage? His angry roar echoed through their comms channel. For some teams, the fifth stage was not overly difficult. They swiftly broke through and poured into the sixth stage. More teams found themselves stuck in the mechanical maze. Mu Hanchuan and Neili finally arrived at the fifth stage. 11 enormous circular shafts blocked their path, roaring gears continuously meshing together like a moving wall of stone and iron. Mu Hanchuan silently decided to surrender. This kind of mechanism, demanding extremely high computational skill and mental coordination, was undoubtedly more suited to Neili's racial talents. He patted Neili's shoulder and then lay down on a protruding rock, closing his eyes to rest. You go ahead. I need to recover for a bit. Huh. You've been following my lead the whole way, and now you say you're tired first. I trust you can handle it. This is a good chance to train. Mu Hanchuan waved his hand to reassure her. Oh ho, Neili mumbled, focusing intently on running the calculations for the machinery. Meanwhile, casualties reappeared in the sixth stage, not from traps or monsters, but from teammates turning on each other. Some were ruthlessly eliminated for dragging down the team's progress. Just a step away from entering the seventh stage, no one wanted to be sent back because of their teammates. For them, even if they missed the top 3, simply reaching the seventh stage guaranteed a reward. No one was willing to sacrifice that baseline. The reset Crusa tribe team ultimately gave up on competing. After more than 4 hours of steady progress, they carefully escorted a new energy core into the tower. A dazzling beam of light shot up from the tower's peak, piercing through the heavy gloom. The Crusa tribe team vanished from sight, stepping into the final stage. One after another, over the next few hours, several teams broke through the sixth checkpoint and charged into the seventh. But Mu Hanchuan was still stuck at the fifth level. 11 millstone-like rotating wheels blocked the narrow passage, spinning non-stop. He had overestimated Neili's calculation speed. Hours had passed, and she was still crouched on the ground, counting on her fingers to figure out the timing of the mechanisms. Mu, run with me now. The girl suddenly sprang up, her voice sharp. Without giving him a moment to react, she dashed toward the end of the corridor. There, the massive 5-meter stone door at the center creaked open, dust falling down in streams. You should have warned me earlier. Mu Hanchuan muttered angrily as he scrambled to his feet and sprinted after her. The interval between the door opening and closing was extremely short. Every time he crossed the threshold, he heard a loud bang behind him as the door slammed shut right at his heels, nearly crushing him into a pancake. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the fifth checkpoint. The sixth-level tower of the firmament is now unlocked. As the system announcement sounded, the two were transported to a platform strewn with rubble. Looking up, the grand altar could be seen faintly atop the mountain 10 kilometers away, shrouded in mist. Mu, this level is really tough, Neili panted, holding her knees. It's simpler than the last one, Mu Hanchuan replied calmly. Neili pouted. The last level wasn't dangerous, just time-consuming. Mu Hanchuan picked up a dropped energy core and stuffed it into his pocket. Let's keep moving. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest. I've got other things to do in real life. Want me to lead? No need. It's just a narrow path, you can't really get past it even if you try. Then how do we fight through? I'm holding back to conserve energy, but that doesn't mean I want fight. Find some cover and shoot cold arrows from the back. Are you really that good? Still, once they moved forward, the challenges far exceeded their expectations. Monsters swarmed, their piercing screams deafening. Mu Hanchuan became a moving fortress, pushing through the attacks, shielding Neili as she followed behind. Along the way, he discovered a hidden function of the Qianlianshi Do-E shield. The shield's green leafy surface suddenly sprang a half-meter-long, wrist-thick, bluish root-like stem. Grasping the stem, he swung it casually, and the shield instantly unfolded into a giant fan. Smack! A three-horned monster was slammed, flying over 10 meters away, crashing into a rock wall, scattering leaves everywhere. Haha, this is interesting. Mu Hanchuan's eyes lit up. It can be thrown, block attacks, and even fan people away. I bet even the vendor girl doesn't know this. He immediately gave the new weapon a name, the banana fan. More than 4 hours later, the grand staircase leading to the mountain peak finally came into view. Mu, the altar is right ahead. Neili shouted. He nodded. You run ahead, I'll cover the rear. Though Neili had been terrified the whole way, never shooting more than 1 arrow per minute, and mostly hiding or running, she now fired 3 crossbow bolts in rapid succession, piercing the monster's vital points and clearing a path for Mu Hanchuan before turning back to hold off their pursuers. Mu Hanchuan felt deeply moved. She wasn't completely useless after all. Mu Hanchuan placed the so-called energy core into the designated spot. Suddenly, silver-white light patterns ignited at the tower's base, streaming rapidly up the walls. In the blink of an eye, they burst through the tower's summit, unleashing a blazing white beam straight into the sky. Dark, rolling clouds were torn apart, and the gloom instantly vanished. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the 6th level. The 7th level is now open. Initial ancient tower trial complete, a cold mechanical voice announced. As the light faded, Mu Hanchuan felt a sudden tightness in his chest and frowned. These consecutive levels were extremely difficult. Forcing progress could be a death sentence at any moment. Before he could finish the thought, his and Nayla's figures blurred where they stood, and in the next second, they were teleported to the final level. The moment they landed, both widened their eyes. The surroundings were oddly familiar: white floors, white walls, and a white dome ceiling, as if they had returned to the very first waiting area. Congratulations on entering the 7th level. Extra rewards granted. The first reward was a support item card labeled antidote, capable of purging residual toxins from the body. Mu Hanchuan stared dumbfounded at the card. What good is this thing? The second reward, one blue star key. Hearing blue star key, his expression instantly brightened. Values between 80,000 and 1,000,000. That's a steal. Nayli also received a reward, but only glanced down at it with a strange look, likely another support card. 10 teams remain before the initial ancient tower final trial begins. Please be patient. Mu Hanchuan scanned the space, noting about 20 people present. He and Nayla's team were the 9th to arrive. One more team was needed to officially start the battle. To keep everyone motivated and prevent dropouts, the tower organizers had issued extra rewards. Thinking back on the intense strain of the 6th level, he smirked bitterly. The early arriving teams had more time to rest, but the later teams, like his, were pushed nonstop. The next level promised to be hellishly difficult. He kicked himself for wasting so much time on the 4th level. In the center of the waiting area, the twin level 1 champions from the Fuguang race watched the other competitors coldly, especially the top 5 teams. That hidden super strong team has to be among these. But all of them look pretty ordinary. If they grab 3 first places, we're doomed. Several Fuguang members whispered among themselves, but couldn't identify which team was the mysterious one. Nearby, the Crusa team also observed, their eyes fixed mostly on the Fuguang group. Should we ask them how many first place wins they have? Do you think they're idiots? A teammate replied with a shake of his head. Captain Lakin spoke in a low voice. They're strong, but their speed in level 1 was definitely slower than ours, so at most 3 first places. We already have 2. If we take the last one in the final level, we still stand a chance to overtake. So we still have hope? Yeah. The 2 team members brightened with joy. Great. There was still a chance. Mu Hanchuan and Nayli were also eyeing the other teams. Most of the strong groups had arrived, and the final challenge promised to be intense. Everyone was here to compete fiercely. What they didn't know was that 2 lone players were still struggling. One was stuck on the 1st level, having failed to catch the little glowing fur ball, and had basically given up. The other was stuck on the 5th floor, still racking their brains to find a way through. Nayli quietly shifted closer to Mu Hanchuan's side and whispered, Mu, do you feel like everyone's watching us? They're mostly 3-person teams. It's no surprise they're eyeing us. Just 2 weaklings who somehow made the top 10. Being weak isn't a crime, but being ridiculously weak, that's the real sin. They're just observing the underdogs. I admit I'm weak, but you're strong. We took first place in 2 rounds and are probably in the top 2 overall. What reason do they have to look down on us? You make a good point, but they might not believe it. Just wait for the final results. Well, slap them with the truth and scare them witless. As they spoke, they narrowed their eyes and sat cross-legged to meditate, resting only 5 minutes. Soon after, 2 more competitors entered the space, barely catching their breath before a sudden roar echoed in their minds. Congratulations to the 10th team for reaching the 7th level. The beginner's ancient tower trial starts now. In a flash, Mu Hanchuan and Nayli were transported to the center of a roughly 1,000 square meter circular arena. Directly above them was a 10-meter wide opening extending straight up into darkness, the passageway stretching beyond sight. Beneath their feet was a 5-meter wide gap, dropping down 100 meters before abruptly ending. Enemies attack from above, and the way down is the retreat path. Mu Hanchuan sized up the situation immediately, frowning in disbelief. How long do we have to hold this trial? Can we even forfeit at this point? He glanced down at his gear. The durability on his banana leaf fan was down to 45 points. He quickly pulled out an auxiliary item card labeled durability, pressing it against the fan handle. A white flash lit up, restoring the durability to 95. You'll have to hold up for me, he said, patting the fan, then double-checked his backpack and confirmed the repair kit was still there for backup. Just then, the announcement rolled again. Congratulations to the 2-person team from the human and Shai races for claiming first place in the 1st and 3rd rounds, currently ranked 1st. Congratulations to the 3-person team from the Crusa, Star Eater, and Zelta races for taking 1st in the 2nd and 5th rounds, currently 2nd. Congratulations to the 3-person team from the Fuguang, Sutuwei, and Karuna races for topping the 4th and 6th rounds, currently 3rd. All 10 teams now gathered at level 7 were stunned by the rankings. Damn, 3 teams have taken first place in 2 stages. Mu Hanchuan and Nayli both froze when they heard the latest rankings. We're in first place? Nayla's eyes widened. If they won this stage, they'd be the undisputed champions. Even if they slipped up, second place was locked down exactly as planned from the start. But now they were just one step away from first place overall. Who could stand that? Especially since this stage was their specialty. Mu Hanchuan clenched his fists silently. They had to fight for it. He was the only player on the team, but carried 10 pieces of equipment more than the combined gear of the other 9 teams. Their chances were solid. As for Nayli, he pretty much ignored her, used to fighting alone. In the spectator stands, the other 9 teams erupted in uproar. Aren't those the 2 weakest players here? No one wanted them, so they just threw together a duo. And now they've won 2 stages and lead the overall rankings? Talk about hiding in plain sight. With 3 teams battling for first, this stage promised to be intense. Some muttered with amazement. If the Human and Shei clans had formed a trio from the start, they might have secured 3 straight wins, making the contest boring. The 3 from the Fuguang clan exchanged looks of disbelief. They had analyzed all the other 8 teams thoroughly except that 2-player team. Are you kidding? Those 2 weaklings are secret heavy hitters? Maybe not, said Siren, nodding slightly. Luck counts as strength too. Getting 2 people to stage 7 isn't easy. But if we rule them out, we're confident we can take this round. The Crusoe tribe isn't much of a threat. If we win this stage, first place is ours. Their eyes blazed fiercely as they stared at the ancient tower ahead, almost burning the very air with their intensity. At the same time, the Crusoe trio ranked second were in shock. We're trailing behind those 2 weak players? They admitted they couldn't beat the Fuguang clan, and if they failed to snatch this stage, they'd fall to third place. The thought of being ranked behind that duo instantly drained the color from their faces. Fight for first. Yes, go all out. Let's do this. The great golden gates of the ancient tower thundered open, ancient characters glowing on the surface. Trial of the basic ancient tower begins now. 1 level is cleared every 3 minutes. The only team to reach the top wins and earns this stage's reward. Teams may quit midway, but at least 2/3 of members must agree. Maximum trial height, 9,999 levels. Nayla's pupils contracted sharply on seeing 9,999 levels, her mind gripped by a single thought. Maybe they should just wipe out all the other teams right now. Mu Hanchuan glanced at her sideways, as if she were crazy. Relax, if we eliminate the other 9 teams, we win automatically. No one actually fights through 9,999 levels. O'Neill finally exhaled heavily, patting her chest. You scared me. But she still muttered, these trials always love that 2/3 agreement rule. If one gets seriously hurt and wants to quit, but the other 2 teammates don't agree, then he's basically screwed, can't run, can't leave. How should 2 people in a team be counted? They should be allowed to leave directly, right? Mu, what's the plan this time? Nari glanced up at her companion. Mu Hanchuan walked over to the 10-meter wide gap, shrugged helplessly, and said, what plan? You shoot 1 arrow per minute, then find a place to hide. Don't slow me down. If you put it that way, then I'm a professional, Nari said, patting her chest confidently. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Good. Mu Hanchuan stood guard at the gap with only his banana leaf fan, waiting quietly. Nari stood slightly behind him, her fingers habitually stroking the frostbite crossbow. The first level began. At the end of a corridor several hundred meters long, a wolf-shaped monster appeared. Just 1 for 2 people? They exchanged looks, almost suspecting the system was slacking. Each level lasted 3 minutes, and they could rest after clearing it, clearly a benefit. Mu Hanchuan just sat against the wall. Do your best. The lone wolf scanned around, then charged fiercely at them. Nari raised her crossbow on ice arrow, shot through the air and hit its mark, instantly freezing the wolf into a sparkling ice statue. Mu, I wish all levels were this easy. Heh, me too. Nari sat down to wait out the 3 minutes. The second level began. 2 wolf-shaped monsters appeared, double the number, each with 2 attribute boosts. Still 3 minutes to finish. The third level had 3 wolves, another 2 increase. The fourth had 4. The fifth had 5. At the 6th level, Mu Hanchuan finally stood and fought alongside Nari. Inside the 10-meter gap, their arrows and fan winds quickly cleared all 6 wolves. By the 10th level, there were 10 wolves. They were fast, but had average attack and defense. The 2 of them still easily crushed them with teamwork. At the 11th level, the monsters changed. 2 skeletons appeared, continuing to gain 2 attribute boosts per level. The skeletons were strong but slow, still firmly suppressed. The 12th level had 3 skeletons, the pace unchanged. By the 20th level, the skeletons numbered 11. Although it took a bit longer, thanks to Nara's precise firepower and Mu Hanchuan's fan shield control, they still faced no real crisis. So far, no teams had been eliminated. At the 21st level, the monsters changed again. 3 massive bear-like beasts slammed down, their size revealing obvious strength. Mu Hanchuan's banana leaf fan shrank and transformed into a round shield. He raised it with his left hand and manifested another shield in his right, his entire aura shifting suddenly. Warm-up time was over. Now the real battle was about to begin. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed as three massive creatures over 4 meters tall charged forward. Their bodies were wrapped in rough, dark gray scales, sharp fangs jutted out, and their distorted faces glared with yellow and white vertical pupils burning with bloodlust. Deep growls rumbled in their throats. Nayli gripped her crossbow, but didn't pull the trigger immediately. She judged that a single arrow might only enrage the beasts, not kill them. Suddenly, one of the creatures surged ahead, its massive paw smashing the stone floor, rushing toward Muhan Chuan like a gale. Muhan Chuan stood firm without moving. Only when the giant paw swung down with crushing force did he suddenly raise his plantain-shaped shield. Mu! Nayli cried out in alarm. Smack! The impact boomed like thunder. The giant paw was halted solidly with no movement from Muhan Chuan. He spun his round shield with his free hand and slammed it hard against the monster's skull. Bones cracked and blood splattered. The creature staggered back several steps, tripping to a few meters away. Nayli covered her mouth, amazed again. Trading blow for blow and still coming out ahead, this defense was absurdly strong. Muhan Chuan glanced down at his plantain shield, silently praising its impressive close combat defense, but noting its obvious flaw: it couldn't block ranged attacks. Fortunately, he still had his cutting board shield for distance defense. The two together made a perfect combination. The other two scaled beasts had also lunged forward. Facing three by himself was no burden for him. From several dozen meters away, Nayli seized the opportunity to fire 3 successive arrows, helping him take down all the enemies. Mu, should we duck into that narrow passage below? Nayli called out. No need yet. Muhan Chuan replied as he lowered his shield. We can't just bunker down after only 20 levels. What about the later stages? On the 29th level, 11 bear-like monsters appeared at once, each huge and muscular. Muhan Chuan sighed inwardly, recognizing this was tricky. Unfortunately, the last marker was placed on Song Hong, so he couldn't summon his Gatling gun otherwise. A single burst would clear the field. The bears weren't very fast. Muhan Chuan moved tactically, ensuring he only faced 2 or 3 at a time, not attacking but focusing entirely on defense and delay, just lasting 3 minutes without wasting stamina. At the same time, Nayli drew the attention of 3 bears. She was faster than the beasts by several counts, easily kiting them and relieving pressure from Muhan Chuan, dragging it out for 3 minutes with 0 casualties. All monsters eventually vanished as shadows and dissipated. The 30th level brought 12 bear-like creatures again. Learning from the last round, Nayli opened fire with 3 rapid arrows, killing 1 instantly. The rest still employed the delay tactic, keeping the strategy solid until the end. At this point, no one had been eliminated over 10 floors, but Muhan Chuan's plantain shield's durability dropped fast, down to 80, and the round shield was at 70. Level 31. The monster types changed once again. 4 tiger-leopard hybrids appeared, shoulder height 2.5 meters, body over 4 meters long, muscles coiled tight, manes flattened. Both their numbers and quality kept rising. At this rate, who could possibly reach the end? Mu, they're really fast, Nayli warned. Muhan Chuan knew all too well and felt a hint of resentment toward Nayli. If they kept fighting like this, his gear would break while she remained untouched. Still holding the plantain shield in his left hand, he pulled back the round shield and reached behind him to remove half of the cutting board shield. These tiger-leopard beasts were incredibly fast. Using the round shield to hit them might not be effective, so close combat was better. The separated halves of the cutting board were actually weapons with real attack power, not weak at all. Nayli stood behind Muhan Chuan, warning him while reminding herself to stay mobile. Be careful. Their attacks aren't weak. If they catch you, just back off immediately. No way. I definitely won't slow you down. She felt Muhan Chuan was underestimating Hera. A mere tiger-leopard beast couldn't catch her. Roar. 4 tiger-leopard beasts lunged forward simultaneously. This time, Muhan Chuan didn't play defense. He charged ahead several steps, gripping the 2 halves of the cutting board, slamming their sharp, joined edge down hard. Boom. The heavy impact echoed as a massive force pushed him back half a step. Yet the tiger-leopard beast screamed in agony, twisting midair before crashing heavily to the ground. The piercing damage penetrated inside. This was the first real showcase of the Yin-Yang mastery technique: divide and attack for single target damage. So even a tank can dish out this much damage? Muhan Chuan was a little surprised, silently regretting his previous lack of skill that kept this potential hidden. Mu, that was amazing. I'm proud of you. Nayli cheered excitedly, but almost immediately flapped her wings and dodged as a tiger-leopard beast chased after her. Another tiger-leopard lunged from the left. Muhan Chuan raised his banana leaf shield, blocking the attack solidly without so much as a flinch. Taking advantage of the beast's unstable momentum, he swung the cutting board hard with his right arm, sending it flying. The banana leaf shield proved tough in close defense, absorbing about 80 of the impact. Only 20 reached Muhan Chuan himself like a mere itch, allowing him to attack without worry. In less than a minute, all 4 beasts lay defeated. On the 37th floor, 10 tiger-leopard beasts appeared. Mu, let's fall back into the narrow passage. Nayli began to panic. She could run, but he might not withstand 10 monsters. Mu Hanchuan ignored her, rushing forward like lightning. He crippled one beast straight on, then got trapped inside the 10-meter-wide corridor. The beast barreling ahead slammed into the banana leaf shield and was stopped dead. Another seized his left arm from the side, swinging its massive head wildly. The fearless protector bracer on Mu Hanchuan's left arm glowed faintly, greatly reducing the damage. He swung the cutting board backhand and cracked open the beast's skull instantly, its jaw slamming onto the floor as it fell unconscious. At the same time, a hit from behind knocked him staggering, nearly falling. Another claw from the front tore through his breastplate. Then the beast bit down hard on his thigh and yanked him backward. The Guardian's greaves absorbed most of the damage, but his unbalanced body was dragged over 10 meters. Swoosh! A crossbow bolt sliced through the air. One tiger leopard beast's lower body froze instantly in ice, letting out a piercing howl. The freeze lasted only briefly, but it was enough. Mu Hanchuan flipped and slammed the cutting board down on its skull to finish it. Nayla's help broke the siege, then she flapped away, chased relentlessly by 3 tiger leopard beasts behind her. After 2 minutes 50 seconds, all 10 beasts were down. The sheer number made this battle exhausting. Mu, shouldn't we fall back now? Fall back? Not a chance. You help me in the next round. Oh yeah? How? They'll knock them away. You shoot dead 3. I might not be able to kill them. If I say shoot, then shoot. He's being a little harsh. Naily muttered, but could only nod. After just 10 seconds rest, the 38th floor opened. 11 tiger leopard beasts appeared. Mu Hanchuan put away the banana leaf shield and grabbed the other half of the cutting board in his left hand. Time to get serious. 11 powerful tiger leopard beasts roared in unison and lunged forward one after another. The corridor, only 10 meters wide, was barely enough to fit 3 side by side. 100 meters away, Mu Hanchuan stood motionless like a fixed nail. At 50 meters, still no movement. Naily gripped her crossbow tightly, knuckles white, cold sweat trickling down the back of her hand. At 15 meters, fear finally overwhelmed her. The urge to flee surged, but in the next instant, Mu Hanchuan sprang into action. He took 2 fierce steps forward, swung the 2 oversized, almost comical chopping boards above his head, and slammed them down with all his might. Boom, boom. 2 thunderous explosions shattered the ground, cracking the earth and sending stones flying. A shock wave rippled forward like a tidal wave, crashing into the tiger leopard beasts. The 3 closest at the front flew into the air from the momentum. The 8 behind were all toppled, flailing and howling in pain as they tumbled onto their backs. Seizing the moment, Naily fired 3 arrows in rapid succession. An icy chill spread with them, freezing the front 3 tiger leopard beasts halfway through their bodies, rendering them immobile. Mu Hanchuan strode forward, swinging his chopping boards with lightning speed. 2 muffled crashes followed. The heads of the first 2 beasts exploded on the spot, blood spraying in a mist. The third was struck down immediately after, convulsing before collapsing. With 3 dispatched, the remaining 8 posed no further threat. Unfortunately, the area-wide chill effect lasted only 5 minutes. That meant on the 39th floor, it was going to be a fight to the death. 2 minutes were spent clearing the floor, the challenge ended, and Mu Hanchuan immediately sat cross-legged to recover. Naily was actually uninjured, but she breathed heavily on purpose, pretending exhaustion. Mu, why hasn't any team been eliminated yet? We're almost at floor 40. Almost there. The real challenge is just beginning. Before they finished speaking, with just seconds until the 3-minute tally, a cold mechanical voice echoed in their minds. The joint team of the Bladeswarm tribe and Flameheart tribe voluntarily forfeited and was eliminated. This was the 10th and last 2-person team to arrive, already at their limit. Nayla's spirits lifted. She silently prayed the other 8 teams would fall soon too. On floor 13, 12 tiger leopard beasts charged. Only a direct brawl was possible, stretching the time to the full 3 minutes. On floor 40, the chill effect recharged, and Mu Hanchuan's chopping board shockwave detonated again, clearing the stage in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Floor 40 Anu monsters appeared. Mu Hanchuan's eyes went wide. 5 gigantic flowers, each 3 meters in diameter, blossomed simultaneously in 5 different colors. Mu, what are those? Looks familiar, I guess, he said lazily, uninterested in explaining. The 5 thick stalks suddenly bent backwards, then snapped forward, petals folding shut to leave only fingertip-sized openings. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Energy darts shot out like hidden weapons. Red fire tongues, white icy spikes, purple lightning bolts, orange wind blades, and cyan poisonous mists. 300 meters away in the blink of an eye, Mu Hanchuan hadn't even raised his boards before being blasted away, hitting the ground hard and sliding over 10 meters. Mu? Naily nearly screamed in terror. Fortunately, the attack wasn't aimed at her otherwise. Would she have survived? At this moment, Mu Hanchuan's body was pierced simultaneously by 5 beams of light red, white, purple, orange, and cyan, making him look like he was enveloped in a dazzling, multicolored lantern. All 5 attacks struck him dead center. Not a single beam veered off or touched Naily. not even brushing her clothes, which was utterly unbelievable. Why was that? Among the 5 energies, the first 4 caused only blunt pain from impact, while the cyan energy transformed into a poisonous mist that seeped into his body through his breath, bringing a faint but persistent ache. In the blink of an eye, Nayli dashed behind him, grabbed the collar at the back of his neck, and tried pulling him back. Mu, come on, let's just give up together. Don't die. 2 seconds later, Mu Hanchuan angrily shook her hand off and steadied himself. Nayli gasped in surprise. Mu, you're not dead? Not a chance. Mu Hanchuan snapped. His gaze swept forward. The 5 massive carnivorous flower petals were reopening. He immediately understood. Once they fully spread, the next round of firing would begin. Move. He turned and sprinted. Nayli beat her wings and shot to the deepest part of the narrow passage in the blink of an eye, looking back to ask, where are we going? Of course, into the narrow path. You can't outrun this. In an open 1,000 square meter arena, our only chance to survive is to hold the line. Her speed far outpaced his. Just as Mu Hanchuan stepped into the 5-meter wide tunnel entrance at the bottom, Nayli had flown 100 meters deep. The 5 giant flowers dragged their thick vines and crawled to the entrance as the second volley suddenly launched. Mu Hanchuan whirled around abruptly. 2 cutting boards merged in his hands, instantly unfolding into a massive shield about 1.5 meters tall and 1.2 meters wide. The 5 beams locked tightly onto him. Again, accuracy was honestly impressive. Bang, bang, bang. Several muffled impacts hit the giant shield, pushing it back half a meter, but it successfully blocked all damage. Too fast to dodge, hard to avoid at all. Luckily, his shield could withstand the blast. Nayli might be able to dodge, but he could not. He kept retreating until he reached the 100-meter mark, pressing his back against the rock wall, with Nayli right behind him. Mu Hanchuan stood guard out front, determined to hold the defense to the death. On the 41st level, a new gigantic pink flower appeared on the field, exhaling a corrosive acidic mist. On the 42nd level, the number of flowers increased to 7. A newly appeared blue giant flower sprayed a jet of water that struck him, instantly transforming into an enormous water bomb, almost drowning both of them. Mu, maybe we should just give up first. No need to wait for the other teams. Nayli shouted. Get lost. Mu Hanchuan growled, even angrier. This girl couldn't break the petals with her crossbow, and all she did was suggest surrender. Mu, don't be like that. If she weren't a woman, he might have thrown her out to feed the flowers by now. Quiet. If you're no help, stay behind and provide emotional support, got it? Okay. He took a deep breath and readied himself for the next wave. The cyan poison mist moved inside his body, making his breathing feel slightly heavy. If it worsened, he'd have to use the antidote assistance card. Suddenly, a soft body pressed against his back. Mu Hanchuan startled and glared back angrily. What are you doing? Don't tell me you're trying to harm me. Nayli fluttered her wings gently, scattering a wisp of pink powder from her feathers. The powder entered Mu Hanchuan's body through her contact. He nearly lost his guard in shock. What the hell is this? My support skill Scarlet Flame Frenzy. It restores stamina and activates cell potential, Nayli hurriedly explained. He was confused but definitely felt his energy rapidly recover, his mind sharpening as if injected with a stimulant. Your Sha Wing support skills have to be released in direct contact? We absorb the powder ourselves. Outsiders have to get it from me directly. Mu Hanchuan finally understood, then scolded her even more furiously. If you had this amazing skill, why didn't you use it earlier? Why wait until I was about to collapse? You never let me. Damn it. How was I supposed to know you had support skills? The Fluorescent Tribe's team steadily held their 10-meter wide path, without any major trouble. But when they reached the 41st level, they had no choice but to fall back and spread out, dividing their firepower. By contrast, the Crusa tribe took an entirely different approach. They outright abandoned the wide exit and poured their entire force into the central big circular arena. Within their ranks, the Zeltha and Star Devourer clans positioned themselves on the flanks, solely to draw enemy aggro. Lakin himself used exaggerated leaps to dodge the rain of petal-like poisonous attacks, slicing swiftly into the rear ranks hidden among the flowers within moments. Where others saw deadly peril on this level, for Lakin, it was the most efficient cleanup spectacle. Level 44. The temporary team cobbled together from the Spine Tribe, Scale Abyss Tribe, and others surrendered collectively within a minute, disqualified and slinking away in defeat. Level 47. Another team was forcibly knocked out. At this moment, Mu Hanchuan's body glowed faint green, clearly poisoned. Without hesitation, he slapped down a support item card antidote. A visible dark green mist was forced out through his pores, clearing out the deep-seated toxic residue as well. This stuff is the real detoxifier. Even cleared out all the usual harmful buildup. Wow, what a treasure. Excitement surged through him as he instantly felt refreshed and clear-headed. Level 50, a fourth team was eliminated. By now, 4 of the 10 teams had fallen, leaving only 6. Relying on Naylis infinite buffs, Mu Hanchuan was almost unscathed, the only cost being his equipment's durability rapidly wearing down. Nayli beamed with excitement. Mu, we made it through. You did well. Later, they'll hold the front line. Stick behind me to keep restoring my energy and stamina. Got it? He had to admit, had underestimated her. Nayless radiant infusion invigorated his cells, instantly replenishing lost energy and steadily strengthening his muscles. Nayley whispered, my buffs don't have a time limit, but they constantly drain my own energy. Burn it if you have to. What else can you do if you're not in the fight? Stand behind dazing off? I'm just worried I won't last till the end. It's fine. Hang on as long as you can. Just keep supporting me hard. Okay. Levels 51 to 60 unlocked unified stage, boss Titanus. Time limit, 30 minutes. Whoa. Both of them froze simultaneously. With such limited attack power, how were they supposed to breach its defenses? As the alert sound rang, the upper 10-meter wide path slammed shut, followed by the lower 5-meter narrow path. Only 1,000 square meters of circular plaza remained completely exposed, nowhere to run. This is it. No place left to hide. Mu Hanchuan gripped his weapon tightly. Mu, we're going all out. Before he finished, Nayley pulled out a second ranged weapon from behind her back. Mu Hanchuan's pupils constricted. It was a large caliber annihilation cannon. Your second ranged weapon is that? It's a crank with a 3-day cooldown between shots. What was even more absurd was that with Nayless attributes and rank, she theoretically shouldn't even be able to carry it. Where did you get that thing? I picked it up. Where? A hidden stage. No rank restrictions? Right. How do you know? How do I know? Because I got it too, and it also had no attribute requirements? There are some adjustments possible, but only one chance to tweak it. I raised its attributes to agility and awareness. Wow, not bad. That's impressive. Mu, should we go up and blow this boss away now? Wait. Mu Hanchuan raised his hand to stop him. The annihilation cannon hits hard, but it's slow and easy to dodge. Then what do we do? They'll go up first and tank it. You circle behind its rear and fire one shot. A direct kill, no chance for it to dodge. Oh, got it. Nayley hoisted the annihilation cannon, flapping her wings as she darted toward the edge of the arena. She spread both wings wide, completely covering her body, the outer feathers shifting colors rapidly until she blended perfectly with the background. Without careful searching, no one could see her hiding there. The 10-second countdown ended as the boss Titanus thundered into view. The 10-meter tall steel colossus stood firm in the center, shoulders towering like two fortresses, 6 crimson eyes scanning around. It stepped forward, the earth shaking, cracks spiderwebbing across the ground. The second step made stones scatter in all directions. In one glance, it fixed its gaze on the calm figure at the left edge. Mu Hanchuan. His unwavering stance felt like a taunt to Titanus. No sign of life anywhere else. Roar. The deafening roar came as Titanus charged with a speed beyond expectation for its size. A fist a meter thick. Mu Hanchuan's heart skipped a beat. He had assumed the monster would be slow, but now realized his mistake. He raised his chopping board shield, bent his knees slightly, shifting weight back a half step. Boom. The giant fist struck, sending Mu Hanchuan sliding over 10 meters backward, slamming hard into the arena wall. His arms burned with pain. That single blow cut 7 off the chopping board's integrity and drained 5 points of durability. Too strong, Mu Hanchuan muttered, estimating Titanus' rank was borderline class, but real combat power might have already stepped into level, otherwise it wouldn't be such a struggle. Titanus thundered forward, fully fixated on Mu Hanchuan's presence, and easily baited towards the arena's edge. The perfect window to sneak attack was open, but out of the corner of his eye Nayley hadn't moved yet. Hastily, Mu Hanchuan stowed the chopping board and produced 2 different shields, the leaf-shaped one on his left, the round shield on his right. With the chopping board down to 45 integrity and 25 durability left, he dared not take any more risks. Boom. Boom. Heavy punches kept raining. Mu Hanchuan gritted his teeth, holding the wall to absorb the blows. The leaf shield excelled at close defense, overall holding firm, but each hit still jostled his insides violently. Fortunately, the shield's damage was manageable, plus he had a repair toolbox item card on him, leaving some buffer for error. He glanced toward Nayley again finally. The girl started inching forward, bit by bit. What the hell is she thinking? Hurry up and hit the backside already. Mu Hanchuan thought bitterly but dared not say anything, just kept drawing fire. After a dozen punches, blood spilled from Mu Hanchuan's mouth, his skin cracked. The round shield shattered, and the leaf shield was down to just 10 integrity. He was ready to switch back to the chopping board at any moment. At that moment, Nayley silently slid out of invisibility right behind Titanus. Mu Hanchuan felt like spitting blood. Stop dawdling already, one shot ends this. The boss was focused only on smashing him, paying no attention to some invisible bug behind. More punches landed. The leaf shield shook dangerously. Gritting his teeth, Mu Hanchuan was about to switch. Nayley judged her position perfectly and pulled the trigger. Fire. Boom. Titanus swung its head sharply. It was already too late. The explosion shattered its rear first, half its massive body instantly evaporating. The boss Titanus let out a wail and slowly collapsed, unable to rise again. His body began to fade away bit by bit in a faint glow. Mu, we did it. We actually did it. Nayli exclaimed, rushing forward excitedly. Dust and debris scattered as Mu Hanchuan also dropped down with a heavy thud, struggling to catch his breath. Nayli immediately took a step closer, her silvery wings fluttering rapidly, releasing a fine powder that seeped into his skin, her support skill to restore health for teammates. Mu Hanchuan wanted to shove her away, but he forced himself not to. He still needed her aid for now. Mu, why aren't you saying anything? Are you about to pass out? He ignored her and pulled out his personal aid item Cardamed kit and activated it promptly. The interface showed a total time limit of 30 minutes for this level. With 29 minutes left on the clock, there was still enough time to recover most of their status. Nayla's eyes lit up on seeing this. Mu, you have a med kit? I want to use it too. Her skill consumed her own life energy, so the med kit could help her restore some health. Mu Hanchuan silently tossed the item over to her. Nayli immediately activated the med kit's second healing function, a flash of white light accompanied by the med kit shattering into bits before vanishing as glowing particles. The two lay side by side, sore all over but finally able to rest quietly. Less than 5 minutes later, Nayli spoke up again. Mu, why do you carry so many pieces of equipment on you? Found them. Who are you kidding? I didn't see you pick any up. Why do you have to see it to believe it? Mu Hanchuan retorted. Nayli opened her mouth but couldn't think of a comeback, so she sulkily fell silent. 10 minutes later, she couldn't hold back. Mu, what is your human planet like? Just normal. I heard other planets have countless cities with clans living together. Is yours the same? Yeah, so what's so special about that? But our Sha Wing tribe still follows old tribal traditions, keeping to our own territory and avoiding contact with outsiders. What? Mu Hanchuan raised his eyebrows in disbelief. What century is this? With the trial planet appearing, all clans are fighting desperately. Your Sha Wings are so weak but still stuck in traditions? Yeah. Heh. Then you're just waiting to die. You might be honored as one of the first civilizations to vanish. Nayli fell silent, her wings drooping slightly, clearly downcast. Mu Hanchuan couldn't bring himself to keep pressing her and turned his head, saying, if your tribe won't change, then you have to become the strongest yourself and force change on your own. I can't. You won't know until you try. We're both weak, yet aren't we fighting for first place? Nayli chuckled softly. Mu, you really know how to comfort someone. Yeah, I know. No need to thank me. Mu, do you think we'll have a chance to meet again? Probably, but by then we'll be enemies. Do we have to fight each other? Hey, yeah, we do. Then the system broadcast exploded overhead. Minute 3. The 3-person team of the Velvet Horn tribe and others voluntarily forfeited and were eliminated, the 5th team out. Minute 5. The 2-person team from the Jiachi tribe and others voluntarily forfeited and were eliminated, the 6th team out. Clearly, one team member had already died. So far, only Mu Hanchuan's team had cleared the stage. Only 3 teams remained battling Titanus. This boss level was extremely difficult. If one team was wiped out, the survivors could claim the championship, though chances were slim. The Floating Light Tribe's team was highly likely to pass. They had 2 A-level tank class members who, while not main damage dealers, had a huge advantage. At least 2 could take turns tanking for the group. It was possible that the Crusa team might make it through, but overall their strength was still lacking, especially their tank, who was far weaker and clearly couldn't withstand that boss. As Mu Hanchuan had predicted, the main defender from the Zelta tribe completely collapsed under pressure. His bone armor was shattered inch by the giant hammer, and his health plummeted rapidly. On the verge of death, he desperately shouted to surrender, but the other 2 teammates refused to accept it. Within seconds, amid howls and curses, he was hammered into a bloody pulp by the boss right on the spot. Without their main tank, the remaining members of the Crusa and Star Devourer tribes threw every last skill and consumable they had to barely hold off the final onslaught, trembling all the while as they finally cleared the stage. Their minds shared only one hope: that every other team would be wiped out completely. At the 10-minute mark, the system officially eliminated the 7th team. Back at 7 minutes, the 3 members of the Floating Light tribe had jointly slain Titanus, securing a place to clear the level and winning themselves a precious 23-minute breather. Despite each nursing injuries, they stood proudly atop the leaderboard as the first to complete the stage. How is that team with only 2 people still alive? Team 7 is out. So how are they even holding on? Syrian raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Members of the Shai tribe were notoriously weak individually, so the only explanation was that human player. The opponent had kept hidden too well, and their strength seemed terrifyingly unpredictable. His 2 companions grew increasingly convinced that this made sense. The boss difficulty shot up like crazy. They might not survive anyway. Even if they clear it, they'd be totally drained. Exactly, no supplies mean they won't have the energy to fight afterward. By the 29-minute mark, the Crusa team was in utter despair. Those 2 teams still stubbornly survived, shattering their hopes of first place. Lakin's face darkened so much it looked like water would drip from it. I can accept the Floating Light tribe clearing it, but how did that human and Shui tribe slip through? We've sacrificed so much. His teammates were just as puzzled, but had to admit the opponents truly had skill. Let's try again. I don't believe they can last much longer. Forget it. With the floating light there, we can't win first place. Third is fine. As soon as he finished speaking, the Star Devourer member immediately forfeited and left before the 61st floor even began, leaving Lakin to struggle alone. The 61st floor was about to open. The familiar 10-meter wide corridors and 5-meter narrow paths reappeared. Mu Hanchuan and Nayli exchanged a glance, and both exhaled in relief. This wasn't a boss fight this time, so no need to fight for their lives. They quickly slipped into the deepest part of the narrow corridor and pressed their backs to the rock wall, preparing their defense line. They would hold as long as they could. Mu Hanchuan didn't draw his shield yet. He used his body to absorb the initial impact. The wooden shield, 45 integrity, 25 durability. No repair items left, so once it's gone, it's gone. The banana leaf shield, 10 integrity, 35 durability. He pulled out the last repair kit and barely patched it to 30, enough to last a bit longer. Mu, how's your recovery? Can you hold? Don't worry, I won't let you die. He didn't have to guess what was on that girl's mind. Oh, so if you really can't hold it, well, just give up. Not worth forcing it. Rankings don't matter. Rankings don't matter? That's nonsense. I care a lot we've come this far. Alright. They'll support you. Keep your energy and stamina up. That's more like it. Nayli pressed close behind him, her delicate wings continuously fluttering to fan him. Mu Hanchuan was used to it by now. It felt perfectly natural. She wasn't human, after all. The 61st level was unlocked. 7 massive flying creatures dove down, each nearly 5 meters long, with wingspans close to 10 meters when fully spread. They had lion bodies and eagle heads, their black feathers making them look like oversized griffins. Seeing that the entrance was too low for them to fly through, Mu Hanchuan relaxed slightly. What's there to be afraid of? They can't fly in. Even if 2 managed to squeeze through, they'd have to go vertically. This level is basically a free win. But reality hit him like a hammer blow. The griffins showed no interest in barging inside. Instead, all at once, they gaped wide open, spitting saliva that sprayed out like a torrent. Midair, the milky white slime quickly solidified into dozens of cone-shaped spikes. Each mouth could form over 10 sharp projectiles, thick as rain, indiscriminately pummeling the narrow stone passage. They didn't bother aiming. Sheer numbers would bury everything. Mu Hanchuan reflexively raised his arms to protect his head and face. Puffed, puffed, puffed with the first volley's explosive sounds. More than a dozen cold, gleaming spikes pierced his armor, driving deep into flesh and bone. Mu! Nayli cried out in alarm, folding her wings quickly, afraid she might accidentally get hit. I'm fine, you're overreacting. Mu Hanchuan gritted his teeth and growled. He was fully equipped with grade F defensive gear and wore a faceless mask covering his entire face, so most spikes stopped on the armor plates or guards, leaving only minor scratches on his skin. He decided to tough it out, refusing to use his shield to preserve its durability for future battles, letting his external armor bear the brunt. Wave after wave of spikes hammered the passage walls like a storm of hammers on iron. Mu Hanchuan stood unmoving, watching his equipment's integrity plummet, but still gritting his teeth to hold on. Lakin had yet to back down. With no teammates left to share the load, he gave up offense completely, relying solely on his leap ability to dart back and forth in the narrow passage, forcibly stalling for 3 full minutes. The intense continuous dodging drained his stamina like a bursting dam. He had no idea how much longer he could last. The Fuguang clan team faced similar pressure on this level, spending most of their time rolling to evade or raising shields defensively, barely managing any effective counterattacks. Endless waves of challenges arrived with no respite, leaving everyone anxious about how many more levels they could survive. On the 65th level, 12 griffins roared in pursuit. Lakin finally ran out of energy. The dense falling spikes poured down like a torrential rain. Despite his unwillingness to give up, he could only lift his hand and signal surrender. Why haven't they been eliminated yet? How did those 2 guys survive all this? The Crusader and Star Devourer clans teams also chose to forfeit, and notifications flashed simultaneously. Crusader clan and Star Devourer clan teams have voluntarily withdrawn and are eliminated. Mu, that's solid. Nayli shouted joyfully upon hearing the news, flapping her wings so enthusiastically she nearly hit him. One of the strongest teams is out. Stabilize my foot. The Fuguang clan still holding. Heal Menno. Mu Hanchuan bellowed. His armor was riddled with cracks, and the damage was worsening visibly. If this dragged on to the 70th level, his entire set of grade F gear might be ruined. I'm doing my best. Nayli was drenched in sweat, pumping soul energy and stamina into Mu Hanchuan non-stop, but the effort was draining her just as badly. She didn't know how much longer she could last. The Fuguang clan team perked up after hearing of the Crusader clan's defeat. 1 down, Crusader clan eliminated. Good. Now it's only the Human and Shaiyi clan's 2-person team left. Damn. Now I really believe they're not just lucky, they actually have the skill to snatch first place. Their team was barely holding on, and yet that other team hadn't been eliminated. Just how strong were they? What do we do? I can't hold out much longer. We've been fighting together for so long you guys can't let me down. Orinsa, the weakest defender of the Karuna tribe, took a step back, her chest armor already riddled with cracks. This is bad. Syrian gritted his teeth and turned. Zella, we'll cover the front longer. Orinsa, stay out of the way as much as you can. Got it, thanks guys. Orinsa nodded but felt a pit forming in her stomach as she dodged. Instead of taking refuge in narrow side paths, the team stubbornly stuck to the center of the large plaza, weaving through monsters to create distance and occasionally shoot one down to relieve pressure, because if they went into the tight corridors, they'd get surrounded and overwhelmed with no chance to fight back. In the long corridor of the 68th layer, 15 griffin-like beasts charged at them. Syrian glanced at Arinsa, steeled himself, and pulled out the only defensive item card he had gotten at level 4. A blue barrier rose, a thick protective wall shielding the three of them. That 3-minute window finally gave them a breath to catch their breath and forcibly recover some strength. But their gear was all but broken, completely shattered across the board, with only Zealous grade armor from level 7 barely clinging on. A chill ran down Arinsa's spine. They'd invested so much. If they didn't come first, it'd be a huge loss. Syrian was worse off, having used all his trump cards now just down to his bare fists. I still haven't a great attack card, Zella said, licking her cracked lips with a grim smile. He'll save it for the 70th level, when it's do or die. Syrian and Arinsa's eyes lit up with renewed fire. All right, let's give it everything we've got. I don't believe those two can be that much stronger than us. Yeah, there are 3 of yous. If we can't beat 2 people, what's all our training been for? But the next 2 levels were the toughest stages of their entire journey. If the other side still held strong, they would have to admit defeat. All 3 silently prayed. Please, let them crack. That defense card was tougher than expected. It not only withstood the 68th level, but also held for a whole minute into the 69th before shattering into sparkling fragments. Taking advantage of the 4-minute window before it broke, the trio managed to recover slightly and calculated they could hold on for another 2 minutes. Meanwhile, Mohanchwan and Nayli were in even worse shape. Moose's left arm Fearless Deathbracer F and right leg Guardian Greaves F were full of cracks. Another hit would break them for good. He suddenly drew 2 cutting boards, snapping them together into a huge shield that clanged to the ground, blocking the deluge of monsters for both of them. The sudden drop in pressure let them breathe easier. Nayli was nearly exhausted and collapsed, but Mu had no choice but to grip the shield's handle and hold firm. Mu, is that Fuguang tribe team really from our galaxy? How are they still not eliminated? As long as we're alive, they can't die first, Mu growled, holding back the wave. Maybe we should just let them win. Nayli, you can do this. I'm really done. She was nearly drained of magic by Mu's constant healing. You have to do it. Without you as my healer, who would keep me alive? They barely survived the 69th level, but nearly all the firepower fell on that composite cutting board shield, whose durability plummeted rapidly. It was questionable if it would hold through the 70th level. Mu's anxiety grew. Who knew how the Fuguang team was faring? How much longer could they hold? One thing was clear: they were about to collapse. This was a tough situation all around. The 70th level unlocked, and 17 griffin beasts appeared. In front of the 10-meter-wide exit, the 3 members of the Fuguang clan formed a fan-shaped formation. The monsters had just appeared when Zella suddenly surged forward, throwing the last remaining great attack item card into the narrow passage. A wave of blue energy swept through like a blade, instantly turning half of the 17 griffins to ash before they could even flap their wings. The remaining 7 screeched in panic, but the aftershock struck them hard, leaving only 3 barely clinging to life and no longer a threat. The 3 exchanged glances, faces full of joy. They had cleared the toughest checkpoint. Meanwhile, on the human side, another desperate battle raged. Inside the 70th level, Mohanchuan's chopping board shield lasted only half a minute before its durability dropped to 0. He quickly put the broken shield away and switched to the plantain shield, crouching low to protect his upper body. Standing back to back with Nali, he braced to endure the dense hail of spike darts coming from a distance. The continual patter-patter of impacts rattled the shield. Although large, the plantain shield couldn't block the onslaught from all directions, and its integrity and durability visibly plummeted. This won't do. This is my last shield. If it breaks, I'm done for. Mohanchuan gritted his teeth and withdrew the plantain shield, going bare-chested to face the enemy Hedon. The spiked darts tore through air, piercing his armor and flesh one after another. At 1 minute 30 seconds, the void stomach armor ES integrity fell to 15, with only 4 durability left. At 2 minutes, his right greave snapped with a crack. Forced to drop to one knee, he tucked his right leg behind to reduce damage area. Those spikes still pierced flesh. At 2 minutes 30 seconds, the left vambrace shattered into pieces, blood gushing out. Mohanchuan crossed his right arm in front of him and tightly shielded his head with his left arm. Uft, uft. Spike darts sank into his arms, stopped only by bone. Nali hid behind him, face pale but voice resolute. Mu, give up. Hold on as we clear this level. We're out. No throwing away our lives. Mu Hanchuan growled. Her wings were riddled with over a dozen holes, pink dust nearly spent, yet she used her last ounce of strength to channel energy into his body. The 3-minute limit seemed to stretch infinitely. Clenching his pain, Mu Hanchuan once again summoned the plantain shield to protect his legs, especially the invaluable Thundershock Greaves worth over 1 million. Now at just 3 integrity and 7 durability, he refused to let them break. You can hit me or scold me, but you can't break my money, he angrily vowed inside his head. Finally, the countdown hit 0. The 17 griffins dissolved simultaneously in a flash, signaling the level cleared. Without support, the two fell almost at the same time. Mu Hanchuan's body was riddled with holes, his left arm and right leg streaming blood. Spike darts pulled out from before littered the ground. The plantain shield was down to 2 integrity and 9 durability, only just salvageable. The void stomach armor E, lava bracers E, and thundershock greaves F all hung by a thread. Nolly rolled over and sat up, pounding him with irritation. I told you to let them off, but you wouldn't listen. Look now, all beaten up happy. If I hadn't taken this beating, how would I know if I give in or not? Mu Hanchuan grinned. It hurts, sure, but I can barely stand it. So. She pouted but still helped stop his bleeding and bandaged him. Elsewhere, the 3 Fuguang clan members gathered, but rather than joy, their faces showed conflicted emotions. At last, Rui sighed heavily they had won. Their team had lost all fighting strength. Continuing was pointless. The 71st level couldn't be weak, especially when 8 monsters appeared right away. Amazing. I'm impressed. Olinsa, admit it. Zella, admit it too. This is the real super seed. Today we've truly seen it. None of us 3 combined can beat just one of him. The human race isn't weak. Having such a super seed is no surprise. Let's go, fall back. Syrian's voice was resolute. Once he decided to give up, he wouldn't drag it out. Any delay would only lead to teammates dying. All right, we're leaving, brothers. It's been good knowing you. Maybe we'll meet again someday. If next time we meet it's as enemies, don't hold back. Take care. You too. Everyone take care. The 3 strangers from different races, who had fought side by side through life and death, parted ways at this moment, surprisingly reluctant to separate. Yet their paths were forever different, and they could never be friends, and the future fate had already been sealed. The 71st level opened. Deep in the passage, 8 huge, ferocious beasts with terrifying appearances slowly crawled out, each step carrying a chilling stench. Gross. Nayli covered her mouth. Such disgusting bugs. Yeah, really gross. Mu Hanchuan looked at his almost ruined equipment and grit his teeth. Let's go. All right, little lady, take care in the future. He secretly felt sorry for the few pieces of gear about to break, no longer willing to risk a fight. You take care too, Mu. Thanks for getting me through this journey. Without you, there's no way would have come in second. Don't underestimate yourself. You're actually strong. Heh, you're the first to praise me like that. Sounds fake, but feels good. I'm not saying it just to be nice. Nayli smiled brightly, but sadly they were about to part ways, probably never to meet again in this lifetime. Just seconds before the 8 beasts fully emerged and the 2 were ready to give up, a mechanical voice suddenly cracked through. Fuguang tribe, Shu-Tue tribe, Karuna tribe have surrendered and been eliminated. What the? Nayli sprang up sharply. Mu. Congratulations, you have won the preliminary Ancient Tower trial and received this stage's rewards. No way. Mu, their team quit first. Ha, idiots, not even giving us a chance. Mu Hanchuan laughed heartily. So we're first? You're clever and still improving. Reward 1, a silver star key. Mu Hanchuan was so excited he nearly jumped with Nayli. The team trial star key was worth around 4 to 5 million on the market. The top prize for the final stage was truly generous. The frustration from losing 3 pieces of gear evaporated instantly in euphoria. Mu, I also got an rank skill card. Nice. Reward 2, item card puppet card E. Can be used on non-intelligent creatures of a rank or below to make them your puppet, with limited success rate. Uses 2 of brain capacity. Mu frowned. Only for non-intelligent creatures? So it won't work on intelligent species like the Shai? Also, it takes brain space, I barely have any left. And it's only a rank, Sai better sell it. Nayli screamed again, that's just what women do. Mu. I drew another rank piece of equipment. Okay, you're amazing really. Mu Hanchuan waved his hand, feeling a little annoyed. The rewards for this stage had been distributed, but instead of immediately returning to that large space, a new message sounded. Congratulations. Due to your outstanding performance in the preliminary Ancient Tower trial, you are specially invited to participate in the elite tournament for Bone Age under 25. Mode. Randomly matched unknown duels. Cycle. 1 round per month. Does not consume personal trial attempts. The more wins you achieve, the richer the rewards. Non-lethal. You may quit at any time. Each participant has only 1 chance per Bone Age category. Quitting is considered a loss. Choice. 1. Accept. 2. Decline. Mu Hanchuan had already researched this under 25 elite tournament. It only allowed geniuses from various races under age 25, competing in absolutely fair unknown duels. Winners advance to the next round the following month. Losers are immediately eliminated and cannot be invited again until they reach under 35 bone age. Anyone who receives such an invitation and reports to the national level gets full sponsorship, training resources, weapons, equipment, and information channels. They are guaranteed to become key state-backed talents, with stable institutional support in the future. Onion on duels? Who am I afraid of? Mu Hanchuan's lips curled into a confident smirk. His opponents had 3 pieces of equipment, but he carried 10 fully loaded in his backpack. Strangely, the last time he cleared the purple level stage, even as the sole victor who earned in strength skill reward, he didn't get invited. Maybe he hadn't quite met the final criteria then. Now that his agility and strength had both broken into grade, perhaps he barely reached the threshold. Without hesitation, he tapped accept. Free advanced rewards were hard to pass up. Besides, he was only 21. Facing competitors under 25, why wouldn't he make full use of his bug exploits? After confirming, he glanced at Nayli beside him. The young girl frowned, hesitating with her hand in the air. Nayli, you didn't get invited too, did you? Choose accept. Huh. Nayli was startled. I'm not stupid, unlike you, who likes to seek out fights. But what really troubled her wasn't the option, but why on earth she qualified for such an invitation in the first place. Mu Hanchuan patted his chest assuringly. Trust me, you're a badass carrying that annihilation cannon. Once inside, just run nonstop for 2 hours. When they're exhausted, legs weak, defenses down, blast them with your cannon. No chance to flee injured, just take them out and advance smoothly. Nayli blinked, half in doubt. Really, that will work? Definitely. If not, just forfeit immediately. No harm done. Thinking it over, she nodded. Trying won't hurt. Worst case, instant surrender. She then pressed accept as well. With choices made, their figures blurred and they returned to the stark white space. Looking around, it was empty. Other teams had forfeited and been awarded their prizes before returning to reality, and trial participants who survived early stages had been teleported away as losers. Now only they two remained, the system preparing to deliver the ultimate reward to the top team. Passing time, Mu Hanchuan sat cross-legged on the ground, chatting casually to kill time. Nayli, what's your bone age category? Different races varied greatly in age. He was just curious. Under 35, she replied. Whoa, that's old. Mu Hanchuan nearly coughed. How come you look so young? How old are you now? 34, definitely huge. How long do your Xiaoyu clan members usually live? Mu Hanchuan asked casually. Basic lifespan is 300 years. Nayli brushed a strand of hair from her face, her tone calm. Oh, that's not really that long. Humans only live 90 to 100 years. By comparison, you're still quite young. He nodded to himself. The blue solo trial ended. Out of the original 99 participants, only 73 remained. 26 had died during the stages. Luckily, contestants were allowed to withdraw voluntarily, so there was an escape route. Congratulations. This blue solo trial's first place goes to Mu. The cold system notification boomed throughout the pristine space. Really, first place? Haha. Mu Hanchuan threw his head back and laughed heartily. Congratulations. Nayli smiled, her expression warm now. Well deserved. Aren't you exhausted? How are you still standing? Feeling better now? We'll collapse later. She grimaced, holding her waist but teasing back. The system panel appeared, followed by a series of rewards. Reward 1, attribute points 8. Due to lack of mental awareness, automatically allocated to physique. Physique 375,381. Mental awareness, including equipment 93121. Top tier reward for the blue solo trial, first place. Reward 2, blue star key 1. Required for entry into blue stage. Last time, returning empty-handed was a fluke. Reward 3, equipment cod scale war knee guards. Grade, E. Requirement, physique 330. Type, leg armor. Effect, max endurance 4,000 joules, defense 10, physique 10. Oh, leg guards. Mu Hanchuan flipped through the description. Specs are okay, but my old leg guards broke. This is a perfect replacement. Grade, E is still pretty good. Reward 4, skill kaleidoscope, time arrest. Grade, D control. Effect, slows down the flow of time in the target's vicinity. Duration, 0.5 seconds. Requirement, mental awareness 700. What the hell? The seated Mu Hanchuan jumped to his feet. Now that's a good one. This skill's gotta be worth millions. All the money I spent on gear is totally paid off. Even though it only lasts half a second, it's enough to turn the tide in a pinch. The only problem is the high mental awareness requirement. Most trial participants can't use it. After a long silence, Nayli finally spoke up. Mu, I got a grade D piece too, but it's offensive. Nice. Mu Hanchuan gave her a thumbs up. What does it do? Not as good as yours. Nayli pouted but couldn't hide her pride. Reward 5. Item card, blue specified attribute point allocation card. More rewards? Mu Hanchuan gasped. The 7th stage sure dishes out the rewards. He definitely wouldn't use this card himself. Its market value was over 9 million, enough to buy 4 yellow random attribute cards, a month's worth of upgrades for him. This is amazing. Even though the solo trial nearly beat me half to death, I came out way ahead. I'm not afraid of tough fights. I'm just afraid of being broke. Moo, I'm leaving now. Nayli packed up her panel and waved at him with a hint of reluctance. They would likely never meet again in a place like this, so no lengthy farewells were needed. Yeah, good luck. You're really strong, he said sincerely. They had shared a rare closeness as different species, so he wished her well for the future, hoping she would survive and thrive. Thanks. Nayla's wings fluttered lightly as she gradually faded into the light screen. Mu Hanchuan returned to the starting point, back to his own planet. Returning to his secret base, only 12 hours had passed. Unlike ordinary Forbidden Trial stars, the Forbidden Star ring deducts a fixed 12 hours from the real world time no matter how long someone lingers in its virtual space. Some finish in an hour, others take 7 days, but the countdown always resets the same way. Mu Hanchuan collapsed onto the mattress, stretching out like a starfish, unwilling to move even a fraction. Inside the star ring, Nayla's support had flooded his cells with a high-energy fuel, making him bounce around. Now that the medicine wore off, the after effects hit him twice as hard. His muscles felt like they'd been taken apart and hastily reassembled, leaving him utterly drained. Without resting 3 to 5 days, he wouldn't even be able to make a proper fist, but the team trial had only a week left. He had to patch himself up fast. Originally, he just planned to do a simple personal trial, but somehow got dragged into the much more difficult Forbidden Star ring. Luckily, he reaped enough rewards to make all the effort worthwhile. He methodically stripped off his cracked armor piece by piece, gritting his teeth as he rolled from the bed to the adjacent room. He opened his medicine kit and returned to bed to patch himself up. His left arm and right leg were the worst, riddled with dents, and his bones ached faintly beneath the bruises. The rest of his body was barely bearable. After wrapping his wounds, he collapsed into sleep. 12 hours later, he woke still aching and stiff. His fingers felt too heavy even to make a fist. Without Nayla's continuous supply through each stage, he couldn't have lasted beyond the 66th floor, much less reach the 70th. He had to get up. His equipment was nearly destroyed. If he delayed longer, he wouldn't be able to even hold his weapons in a week. Mu Hanchuan drew a deep breath and forced himself to sit up, beginning to inventory the damage. 1. Death Fear Bracers F shattered, strength 10. 2. Guardian Leg Guards F also shattered, strength 5, agility 5. Current stats, strength 98, constitution 381, rank E, agility 95, mind 95. If strength or agility dropped further, they'd fall to rank G, and he wouldn't even be able to grip the palm fan properly. The chopping board sword requires 110 strength. Forget it for now. For the next team trial, he'd have to rely on the palm fan and rethink his other gear. Priorities for urgent repairs: palm fan E rank, void stomach armor E, thunder shock, greaves F. The chopping board sword could wait. To speed things up, he planned to split his equipment between several forges, paying deposits up front and settling the balance after repairs. But he only had 88,000 coins left, barely enough for the deposits. He'd have to find a way to raise more money afterward. Dragging leaden legs, he left and delivered his gear to multiple smithies, negotiating prices and making deposit payments one by one. With everything arranged, he sent a message to Chai Long. That evening, Chai Long traveled all the way from Yanchang City in the west back to Nuanan City. Upon meeting, his first words were full of shock. "Achuan, you look worse than last time. Brother, what the hell did you get yourself into? You didn't go stirring up trouble with the Mu family again, did you?" "I took part in a personal trial," Mu Hanchuan replied hoarsely. "A personal trial got you in this shape?" Chai Long's gaze dropped to Mu's stiff right leg, and he asked, "Your leg's limping?" "The wounds are fine, just a bit draining." "That's good. Did you get anything valuable?" "Yes." Mu Hanchuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said casually, lowering his voice, "Have your father come over. Some things are a bit tricky and need to be auctioned." This instantly piqued Chai Long's curiosity. Mu Hanchuan added, "The reward this time is quite valuable. Your little network isn't enough to handle it, and it's not safe keeping it with you." "No way, such good stuff?" Chai Long leaned in, eyes shining. "Yeah, there's a grade D item." "D?" Chai Long couldn't help swearing. "Awesome. It's not easy for someone with a level strength to snag a grade D reward. Chuan, you're seriously strong." "Enough with the flattery. Get your dad on the line." Mu Hanchuan waved his hand. Chai Long quickly pulled out his communicator, spoke a few whispered words, then jogged back. "Done. My old man's in Linghu City now. He's getting us tickets so we can go check out the action." "Check out what?" Mu Hanchuan raised an eyebrow. Chai Long excitedly explained. "The #1 challenger under 30 in Ningxiang City, Central Region, is going to face the top under 30 player from Linghu City. The other side has accepted. The match is the night after tomorrow. My dad says it's a rare chance and wants me to bring you to watch." Mu Hanchuan glanced up and dryly remarked, "They've got too much free time. Aren't their trials exhausting? And yet they have time for challenge matches?" Chai Long shrugged. "Heh, it's a different way to improve, and it boosts your reputation. Why not?" "Sometimes reputation is worth more than money." Mu Hanchuan nodded, then thoughtfully asked, "No interference from the authorities?" "It's a private local challenge and doesn't affect social order, so the higher-ups don't bother. It also encourages regular challengers." True. Mu Hanchuan chuckled softly. Common folk love that kind of spectacle. You're free then? Chilong checked. I am. But Mu Hanchuan suddenly remembered. Didn't we agree to talk with Mistbeak Guild about a team trial? As soon as he said it, Chilong's face fell. Don't mention it. I specifically told them to not embarrass me, but they stood me up. Got a message yesterday apparently, they found someone better. Ugh. Mu Hanchuan sighed and rubbed his forehead. I just rushed to fix my gear too. Oh well, consider it a break, he said with a self-mocking smile. I've been off lately. A few days of rest might do me good. He knew the guild just didn't trust Chai Long as a middleman anyway. Seeing his friend down, Chai Long quickly tried to fix things. Don't worry. Last night my dad connected me with a guild team in Yangchang City to the west. Not as strong as Mistbeak, but better suited for your current condition. After the challenge match, I'll accompany you to negotiate. Alright. Mu Hanchuan wasn't picky. As long as it's not a pickup team, less hassle. I can only operate at 50 to 60% right now anyway. Then it's settled. Rest one more day? We leave the morning after tomorrow. Arrive in Linghu City by afternoon. Mu Hanchuan nodded. Okay. Also, help me find a piece of gear. What kind? Bracers. Either left arm specific or for both arms. Grade F or E. No physique requirement. With either strength or agility bonus. 5 or higher. Got it. Chilong pulled out his light brain and typed fast. Bracers are rare, low demand on the market, so they shouldn't be hard to find. Mu Hanchuan added. Also, keep an eye out for yellow random attribute point item cards, long term. Chilong blinked. Whoa, you're gearing up for a serious push. Have to. Mu Hanchuan's expression darkened. The Mu family will send people sooner or later. Rather than wait for them to act, I'm taking them out first. Brother, you're ruthless. I respect that. Chilong gave a thumbs up. Mu Hanchuan smiled lightly. This trial made a small profit, I can afford it. Thanks for the trouble. No problem. He'll handle these two things tonight, and update you by the morning after tomorrow. Alright, I'm heading back. Mu Hanchuan turned, his steps still a little heavy but filled with determination. Good. Take care of your injuries. After resting for more than a day and using a medical kit item card, he finally felt his breath settle properly. The medical kit card could still be used once more, so he decided to recover his condition again in 2 days. At 11 in the morning, Chilong parked the car punctually beneath Mu Hanchuan's apartment building. With a press on the gas pedal, they sped onto the highway leading to Linghu City. Linghu City lies right next to Tianlan City and ranks among the top 4 economically in Luo Province, clearly ahead of Nan'an City. Inside the car, the two continued chatting about the upcoming challenge match. The defender, Duan Yu, ranks 7th among under-30s province-wide. 6th place goes to Yang Dang from Lushan City, while the top 5 are monopolized by Tianlan City, signaling a clear dominance. The challenger, Zhu Penyuan, comes from Ningxiang City and holds the 11th spot. These names on the ranking essentially represent the pinnacle of Luo Province's younger generation, all steadily placed at D level. The competition beyond the list is just as fierce. From time to time, a few new stars burst onto the scene, sometimes even displacing 1 or 2 Tianlan City seats. Yet overall, Tianlan remains absolutely dominant. Looking nationwide, only a handful truly stand out in each province, with wide gaps quickly forming behind them. The capital, Qingling, seems to occupy a whole other tier. Ling Xiao of the Ling family reached D level at 23 and can almost consume an attribute point item card every 4 or 5 days. Yang Huaqi advanced to C level at 29, leaving Luo Province's top peer far behind. Inside the car, Chilong opened a metal box in the back seat and handed over a wrist guard. Achuan, this is what you asked for. Take a look. Dragon Bone Bracy. Requirements. E level, physique 220, strength 90, agility 80. Type, left arm armor. Attributes. Max impact absorption 3000 joules, effectively resists penetrating damage. Bonus, strength 7, agility 5. The wrist guard was pitch black, its scaled texture gleaming faintly metallic in the sunlight. The stats met Mu Hanchuan's needs, though the defense rating was a bit low. Its specialization in blocking piercing damage perfectly covered that weakness. Once equipped, all he needed were 2 level large shields to replace that cutting board he had before, and the setup would be complete. How's that? 2,200,000. If it's not to your liking, I can keep looking, Chilong asked, watching his expression. Alright, it's pretty good. Mu Hanchuan flexed his wrist and nodded with satisfaction. Done then. Chilong pulled out a yellow random attribute point card. Use this for now. Don't hoard too many at once or prices get inflated. Thanks. Just deduct the cost from what I make selling stuff. We're family, you don't have to be so formal. At 4 in the afternoon, the car arrived in downtown Linghu City, finally stopping before a huge steel-structured building. It could hold tens of thousands of spectators and featured a massive open-air circular arena at its center, bluntly named the Dominator Arena, its purpose clear at a glance. With several hours before the evening matches, the two first went to see Chilong's father. The old man had already reserved a private room at a nearby restaurant to eat and talk, then planned to head straight to the arena around 7:30 p.m. Everything was perfectly arranged. Upon entering the restaurant and giving the room number, a waiter immediately appeared to lead them to the private room door. The two pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was softly lit, and seated steadily on the sofa was a man about 1.8 meters tall, dressed sharply in a dark gray suit. His features were sharp and commanding, radiating an undeniable aura of authority. This was none other than Chai Long's highly accomplished father, Chai Yuni, a top-tier agent with connections spanning both lawful and underground circles. As he saw them enter, the stern expression on Chai Yuni's face immediately softened. His voice was calm. Sit down. He bypassed his unremarkable son and fixed his gaze on Mu Hanchuan. How's your health? Uncle Yun. I'm doing well, Mu Hanchuan nodded. Everyone in the circle knew Chai Yuni favored the middle character Yun, so they called him that. Chai Yuni gave a slight nod and spoke casually but directly. Chai Long told me you got something good this time? Let's just say it's a decent skill, Mu Hanchuan said, pulling out the kaleidoscope, Domain D card, and handing it over openly. For a middleman of this caliber, who'd seen it all, a small trinket wouldn't usually cause a stir. But when the card landed in Chai Yuni's hands, he visibly paused. Chai Long immediately leaned in, eyes wide. Holy crap, a grade control skill. Chai Yuni quickly appraised it. The mind control requirement is pretty high, so that might keep the price down a bit. Still, conservatively starting at 15 million. With some luck, it could go higher. Want to auction it off? Usually grade attack gear sells for 7 or 8 million, so this price is good. Mu Hanchuan nodded. Yeah, I'm willing to take the risk. All right, he'll make the arrangements. Mu Hanchuan then pulled out 3 more items, a silver star key, a blue attribute point item card, and a puppet item card. This time Chai Yuni was genuinely surprised. He couldn't help but glance sideways. What kind of trial did this kid go through? Looks like he grabbed first place. Chai Long swallowed hard beside him. The silver star key is worth around 4 million. The blue attribute card about 9 million, another deal worth over 10 million. No wonder Mu Hanchuan's been snapping up random attribute cards everywhere. Compared to that, he expected to be scolded by his father. Look at him. Now look at you. Chai Yuni offered some advice. The star key and blue attribute card you can sell directly. Try using the puppet card on the trial planet itself. It can sometimes have surprising effects. Chai Long frowned in confusion. That card doesn't work on other intelligent species or on alien tribes taking the trial. How's it useful? Don't have such a narrow view. Chai Yuni smiled faintly. The trial planet is its own ecosystem, housing many powerful creatures. Those are the real targets for the puppet card. Wait, really? Chai Long was speechless. If used right, you could gain an absolutely loyal, 100 obedient grade combat force on the trial planet, Chai Yuni explained. When doing team trials, have a teammate bring you a weakness item card, and the success rate improves. Weakness card, got it. Thanks, Uncle Yun. Mu Hanchuan learned something new, but inside, bolder plans began to form. He had a migration skill. Normally, creatures enslaved by others automatically break contract upon leaving the trial planet, but he could bring the puppets back to reality. As long as the puppet stayed alive and its mark remained, it could exist permanently, essentially adding several loyal fighters to his side. Attack power doesn't matter if the puppet is strong enough. He barely suppressed his excitement. The only problem was mental domain capacity. Binding one puppet takes 2, but he only had 1 left. He needed to raise his mind power from 95 to 5th grade, gaining an extra 3 to bind 2 puppets. Can't use too much gear in team trials, and mental power can't be boosted quickly. Better to wait until solo trials to get puppets. It's not ideal now. Chai Yuni pulled out a ranking sheet and slid it across the table. Xiaochuan, with your current strength, if you compare yourself to others your age, where do you think you'd rank in Luo province? He leaned back in his chair, speaking casually. Mu Hanchuan didn't hurry to answer. Instead, he skimmed the sheet first. He skipped over the under 21 list. Considering the few bugs in his own abilities, breaking into the top 5 there would be effortless. The real comparison was the under 25 rankings. First place, Tianlan City, Guild of Bonebreakers, Yu Taiching, 25 years old. Mental insight, D rank, strength. East rank very close to D, agility. E rank, physique. F rank near E. D rank. Mu Hanchuan raised an eyebrow. To reach D rank in mental insight at 25, even just 1 category is top tier. In the overall under 30 leaderboard for Luo province, head place near the front. This guy is probably a frontline controller, excelling in mental insight and strength, making him a strong counter. If Mu Hanchuan used his kaleidoscope domain D to lock someone at the right moment, killing him outright might not be impossible. The drawback was the low physique, meaning defense was clearly a weakness. The public ranking system only showed positions and ranks, but this sheet detailed every individual stat explicitly. Where on earth had Chai Yuni gotten such detailed internal info? This kind of intel was no joke. Second place, Tianlan City, Hong family, Hong Kaiyong, 24 years old. Strength, E rank nearly D, agility. East rank close to D, physique. E rank, mental insight. E rank. a scion of one of Tianlin's four great families. His body leaned towards strength and agility whether he focused on speed or reflexes. He was essentially an assassin. Balanced stats, without Yu Taking's glaring weakness. At just 24, near D rank another prodigy. Third place, Tianlon City, Mu family, Mu D, 25 years old. Strength, East rank close to D, physique, E rank near D, agility, E rank, mental insight, E rank. Also from one of the four great families, and in fact his own family. Mu Hanchuan recalled the icy, hard face head scene as a child classic brawler-type trialist. This name needed remembering. Chances were good they'd cross paths again. Fourth place, Segu City, Mo Cum Sect, Chu Chun, 25 years old. Physique, E rank almost D, mental insight, East rank close to D, agility, E rank, strength, E rank. Tank from an old northern powerhouse. The Qinghuang government now promoted guild systems nationwide to tighten control over trialists. But mostly mid-tier powers unwilling to resist cooperated. The official faction, military, and eldest family's younger generation all enthusiastically created their own guilds. Yet the old heavyweight powers rejected the system. They had two supergiants in the global top 100, so no one dared confront them. Thus, the state-backed guild system clashed repeatedly with the younger generation of these old forces. Much like the current challenge, Zhu Pengyuan, a scion of a Ningzhong family and member of the Iron Fist Guild, versus Duan Yu from the largest power in Linghu City, the Biquang sect. Their duel drew plenty of attention and gossip. The three men in the private room took their time eating and drinking. Outside, chatter buzzed on. Through the glass walls, the city lights flickered between day and night. The air was faintly scented with the smoky aroma of cooking meat. Mu Hanchuan watched quietly. There were actually more young experts under 25 in Luo province than he had expected, quite a large group, who were stronger than himself. It wasn't until he had carefully gone through the entire list line by line that Mu Hanchuan suppressed the shock inside and quietly concluded, I should be able to rank within the top 100. Only 100? Chai Yuni frowned. Chai Long found it hard to believe as well. Chuan, with your strength, how could you be only 100th? Mu Hanchuan, worried they might misunderstand, added, among those under 25 years old. Oh, you're only 21 this year, right? Chai Yuni raised an eyebrow. Yes. At just 21, he was already solidly within the top 100 under 25s in Luo province. This talent made Chai Yuni re-evaluate him, had seriously underestimated Mu Hanchuan. Damn, Chuan, you really are my idol. Chai Yuni instantly felt much more familiar and laughed heartily. If that's the case, it should be no problem for you to rank in the top 10 under 21. Honestly, you could just skip Luo province altogether and report directly to the national authorities. They'd invest heavily in your training, and the Mu family wouldn't be a problem anymore. No thanks, that's too much trouble. Mu Hanchuan shook his head. What really made him refuse wasn't just the hassle. He had once hidden to avoid the Mu family, but now he feared more that his level skills would be exposed. Without enough strength, many things would be out of his control. The national authorities would be no different, maybe even more restrictive. It was better to rely on his own abilities to get resources and keep his own growth pace. Chai Yuni nodded. All right, I respect your choice. If you ever need anything, just come to me. He'll support you fully. For a top-tier resource like Mu Hanchuan, a senior agent valued him immensely and saw it as a worthwhile investment. Thank you, Uncle Yun. Mu Hanchuan needed such a middleman. The other party profits, he gains convenience and intelligence seat, was mutually beneficial. While Chai Yuni was paving the way for his son, the help genuinely benefited Mu Hanchuan. With your current abilities, you could definitely join a better team for trials. Want me to arrange it personally? No need. Chai Long has already made contact. I just came out of a solo trial, so I'm not at my peak right now. A regular team is fine. Okay, whenever you need anything, just tell me and I'll coordinate. Got it. They ate and talked, and before they knew it, it was 7 o'clock. The three stood up and headed toward the Overlord Arena. At the entrance, Mu Hanchuan and Chai Long fell behind. Chuan, if your father knew how strong you are now, I wonder if he'd regret it. Chai Long lowered his voice. Heh, the younger generation of the Mu family has some outstanding heirs too. Don't think too much about it. True. Chai Long sighed, and then asked, how's your mother doing these days? Don't worry, she's definitely living her best life. Anyone who dares to mess with her will get fought back against. She'd never take a loss in her life. Not now. Not ever. Uncle Yin hadn't bought a box seat, but was still quite close, within the first 3 rows. However, only Mu Hanchuan and Chai Long sat there. Yin had other matters and had gone to a private box with some friends. As the arena lights dimmed, the stage center spotlights remained on to help the audience find their seats. Mu Hanchuan wore a large black hood, quietly leaning back in his chair, while Chai Long couldn't sit still, constantly turning his head to look around. Chuan, Chai Long whispered, though his eyes scanned the crowd. These two are the cream of the crop among the younger generation in Luo province. My dad made me promise ID, make sure you watch closely. Of course, it's a rare opportunity. Mu Hanchuan's tone was casual. Long suddenly remembered something and leaned in to ask, "Hey, didn't you just return from Tianlon City? Do you know why the Mu family sought you out?" "I do. What's going on?" Chai grew interested. "I have a fiancé. The Mu family is someone you don't want to cross." "No way." Chai's eyes widened exaggeratedly. "You have a fiancé? And the Mu family's involved? That's serious. Tell me, what's the deal?" "It's nothing much." Mu Hanchuan shrugged. "She's busy trying to break off the engagement with the Mu family. You're okay with that? Even if it means marrying in, you should push for it." Mu Hanchuan was speechless. "Does your dad know what you're thinking?" "I think he'd be happy for me and wish me well." "You've got quite the mindset." "Not bad. So what does your fiancé look like?" "A typical gentle little white rabbit, soft, obedient, pretty, and looks easy to bully," Mu Hanchuan said lightly. "No way." Long almost jumped out of his seat. "People spend their whole lives hoping for that kind of girl, and you got her from birth? That's unfair. Then you definitely can't let her slip away." "No interest. And her family wouldn't agree anyway. Her older sister is terrifying, belligerent enough to shame the entire Mu family." "How's she look?" "Very beautiful, just as pretty as the younger sister. Raised by a powerful family with an extraordinary presence." Long scratched his head, impressed. "If you ask me, that's not terrifying. That's personality, boldness, confidence, and strong opinions. Definitely a plus. Who wouldn't like that?" Mu Hanchuan fell into rare silence, feeling like they were on completely different wavelengths. Long got more excited. "If I were you, I'd go after the sister. Don't underestimate her fierce reputation. She's totally submissive to her own man. Imagine conquering the heiress of a great family. That would feel amazing. Then you get the younger sister too, covering all bases. One keeping the outside while the other holds the home. One living on the second floor, the other on the third, soft and tough, fire and ice. You get to switch it up every day. You can have it all." Mu Hanchuan turned his head toward the arena, unwilling to reply. "Hey." Long wasn't done, clearly daydreaming about the life he wanted. "There's a chance now. Why aren't you trying?" At 7:50 p.m., the giant electronic screen lit up as the fighters entered. To the left was the challenger Zhu Penyuan from the Iron Fist Guild of Ningxiang City. A burly man with broad shoulders like walls and a distinctive old diagonal scar from brow to cheek, clad in armor, wrist guards, and wielding a long knife, built for brute strength and endurance. To the right stood Duan Yu, heir of Baikong, Linghu City's most powerful faction. The young man stood straight and clear-eyed, fair and handsome, holding a sleek black long sword, and wearing boots designed for agilitia, body balanced in strength and speed. Their demeanors contrasted sharply. Zhu looked like a ruthless street brawler shaped by hardship, while Duan appeared as a refined, noble gentleman. The home crowd cheered loudly for Duan Yu, but Zhu's supporters responded fiercely too, voices rising and falling in heated exchange. The rules were simple. 1. Each may bring up to 3 trial combat items. Duan brought only his sword and boots, skipping a third item to show confidence. 2. Competitors can freely use their own skill stats, part of their strength. 3. No additional props allowed. 4. The match ends when a fighter surrenders or is incapacitated. Referees step in as needed to ensure safety. After all, these are pillars of the nation. At exactly 8 p.m., the referee signaled the start. Zhu Penyuan, under 30s top in Ningxiang and ranked 11th in Luo Province, faced Duan Yu, under 30s top in Linghu and ranked 7th province-wide. The cross-city duel officially began. The cheers intensified, and even Long, usually calm and detached, stood shouting, clearly having placed a bet, though no one knew on whom. Mu Hanchuan kept his hat brim low, quietly watching. Judging mindset. Duan seemed easygoing but was overflowing with confidence. So relaxed he skipped a piece of equipment. Zhu's shoulders were tense, clearly on guard. Mu Hanchuan calculated quietly. Duan's chances of winning were about 70. Unless Zhu had a hidden trump card, he would most likely lose. Ding. The match began, and instantly the arena erupted in the roar of drums and cymbals. A cacophony of cheering tools blasted from every corner, the heat almost threatening to lift the roof. Neither fighter held back. Their blades clashed fiercely within moments, sparks flying as raw power met evenly matched force. Mu Hanchuan had assumed Duan Yu relied on lightning-fast assassin tactics, but now he realized his opponent favored agility, not reckless speed, but swift and precise. Even in a heated clash, Duan Yu remained calm and unyielding, never losing ground. His steps were like drifting wind, reactions astonishingly sharp. Even when reacting second, he would read Zhu Penyuan's true intent and strike critically before him. Zhu Penyuan, relying more on brute strength and physical might, found himself at a disadvantage. Though tough in close combat on the stage, in a duel where Duan Yu combined strength with finesse, it seemed effortless, as if controlled at will. Of course, attributes were just hardware. The real deciding factor was skill. The fighter whose techniques were stronger and better suited to their own style would unleash more devastating bursts. Adding the enhancements from real-world sword and blade methods. Beyond hardware came software, and ultimately, comprehensive ability was king. Those who reached this level were battle-hardened killers, where the smallest details, experience, and subtle tactics could turn the tide. The clang of metal against metal intensified at the arena's center. After only a few minutes of probing, both had revealed their secret moves, shockwaves rattling the railings. Mu Hanchuan watched from the stands. Bereth was a tank type, and these two were high-burst warriors, hard to relate to or learn from. So he crossed his arms and observed. Come on, H1, jump up and cheer. Chai Long urged beside him, but he stayed unmoved. Who'd you bet on? Mu Hanchuan asked. Obviously Duan Yu. Zhu Pinjuan's odds are high, but my dad says he won't win. Well, might as well make a little money then. High-burst fights never dragged on. In about 10 minutes, both unleashed all their killing moves, the battle nearing its climax. Zhu Pingyuan was blood-splattered, 7 or 8 wounds avoided his armor, sweat mixed with blood dripping down. Duan Yu had only 2 or 3 minor injuries, breathing steady, steps light. By contrast, Zhu Pingyuan's footing wavered, clearly pushing his limits. Suddenly the referee stepped in, waving his hands to call an end, not even giving Zhu Pingyuan a chance to surrender. Duan Yu sheathed his blade and turned, waving to the cheering stands with a graceful, chivalrous air. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, and Chanceling Hu City had not only defended its honor, but claimed victory. Flashes flickered relentlessly like the brightest stars in the night sky, illuminating Duan Yu's figure with dazzling brilliance. At the edge of the arena, Zhu Pingyuan's face showed defeat, knuckles white as he clenched them, staring resentfully at Duan Yu's proud back before turning and walking into the tunnels, leaving behind the roar of the crowd. Next to him sat a young couple, equally excited, shouting along with the crowd. They looked vibrant and youthful, probably college students. Chanchian, it's still early. Want to catch a movie later? The boy whispered, seizing a break as the event ended to ask gently. No, I need to head back early, or my family will criticize me. The girl replied softly but firmly. The boy scratched his head in disappointment. Okay, then I'll walk you home. We can stroll a bit along the way. The girl gave a polite smile. No need, we'll just take a cab. You should head home early too. All right, he muttered, sighing to himself after more than a year chasing her. He hadn't even taken the first step. But she was reserved, rarely close to guys, so maybe there was still a chance over time. Mu Hanchuan glanced sideways. The girl had delicate features and calm manners, giving the impression of a quiet, obedient good girl. Chuan, how was it? Exciting, right? Chai Longxing excitedly patted his shoulder. Pretty good. Mu Hanchuan nodded. The outcome of the match aside, it was the atmosphere that lingered in his mind as unforgettable. The winner, Duan Yu, was full of energy and sure to work even harder now, with several strong rivals to catch up to, while the loser, Zhu Pingyuan, would likely buckle down and train hard as well. Chai Longxing laughed heartily. Awesome, huh? You should come out more with Medant stay cooped up all the time. Heh. Mu Hanchuan smiled faintly in response. Leaving the arena, the crowd was so dense the two barely moved. Finally reaching the outskirts, they headed toward the parking lot. They weren't in a rush tonight and planned to stay in the city overnight, setting off for Yanchang City in the west tomorrow. Uncle Yun hadn't shown up, probably left earlier with friends. At that moment, a group of guys and girls passed by, chatting and laughing. One careless-looking boy called out loudly, Hey, Lu Qian, it's still early. There's a party on the mountaintop tonight, come join us. Mu Hanchuan raised an eyebrow. Lu Qian? Wasn't that the Chanchian from earlier? Lu Qian visibly froze, glanced back, then quickly turned away. The boy kept walking but kept urging, Come on, it's the weekend tomorrow. Nobody has to go home early. We're young, we should have fun. That doesn't sound right. Lu Qian whispered lowly. What's wrong? Family problems? He said casually with a grin. She hesitated, unable to answer. Well, then it's settled. Hop in my car, they'll show you what it feels like to race. We'll party on the mountaintop all night. Don't worry about going home, you can have someone call your family to say you're safe. Saying this, he grabbed her hand and pulled her toward a blue sports car worth 1.7 million yuan. Lu Qian seemed reluctant, but didn't pull away. At the car, both doors popped open simultaneously. The boy gently pushed her into the passenger seat and went around to the driver's side. She glanced at her friends and scanned the area nervously, hesitated briefly, then reluctantly settled in. Mu Hanchuan stood there, stunned, couldn't believe she agreed so easily. Staying out all night? Had thought Lu Qian was gentle and introverted, but now he clearly misjudged her. Staying up partying on a mountaintop, who knew what kind of trouble that would lead to? Suddenly, he thought of Su Qingya, softer, quieter, with a better figure and a distinguished background. She probably wouldn't casually spend the night away with a man. He wasn't asking for much, just hoping to wait until their engagement was formally broken before taking any next steps, to avoid tarnishing the young woman's reputation. The blue sports car roared past him. With the crowd thick, Mu Hanchuan took the chance to squeeze forward and lightly touched the car's rear. Mark registered 5 out of 7. Mountaintop party tonight. Huh, he grinned. Well, I'm not sleeping tonight, you're not getting away with stealing your car. Chai Long drove into a guest house. Chuan, get a good rest tonight. It'll wake you up in the morning. We're heading to Yanchang City, Chai Long said, unbuckling his seatbelt. Okay, they'll go out for a walk. At this hour? Why not stay and have a few drinks with me? Bored. Just want to stroll around. All right. Just be careful, there are plenty of patrol officers downtown. Got it. The night air was cool. Mu Hanchuan turned up his coat collar and walked alone along the sparsely lit main road toward the southern suburbs. Along the way, he logged into the underground ant network, patiently scrolling through pages until he found a small gang in Balinga City that specialized in used car trading. He sent the information immediately. After the message was delivered, he marked abandoned warehouses and empty docks on the map, looking for suitable hiding spots for the goods. At 4 in the morning, a thin mist floated over the river dividing Linghu City and Balingu. Mu Hanchuan, wearing a faceless mask, waited quietly for 10 minutes. Through the fog, a small wooden motorboat appeared carrying 4 people. Is that you? A low voice asked. Mu Hanchuan nodded. Get on. He leapt onto the boat. Where to? Pier 7. That abandoned dock. Right. Without any small talk, the boat turned around and the engine rumbled to life. 15 minutes later, guided by Mu Hanchuan, the boat slipped into a concealed boathouse. On the dock stood a nearly new luxury sports car with no license plates, the interior scrubbed spotless, and all trash thrown out by Mu Hanchuan. The 5 men boarded the dock, leaving the boatman behind. The tall, thin gang members circled the car, lifting the hood. Zhuo Series 3, market price 1.77 million yuan. Almost brand new, he rattled off the specs clearly. The boss grinned. Good stuff, a big haul tonight. Brother, how do you want to pay? Cash, at an insider price. Straightforward. The man pulled 5 stacks of 100 yuan bills, 500,000 yuan out of his bag. He slapped the cash together in his palm and handed it over. Mu Hanchuan counted the money and turned to leave immediately. Pleasure doing business. Hit us up when you have more, brother. Someone called from behind. He waved nonchalantly. He knew that for a car worth 1.77 million yuan, had only gotten less than a third. The buyers still had to launder it, change plates, then resell, ending with maybe a 500,000 yuan profit. The 4 men pushed the sports car onto a barge. The engine's growl faded as it headed toward Balinga City. At 6 in the morning, at the mountain camp, dawn just breaking, a group of young people who had partied all night yawned and drove down the hill to catch some sleep. A laid-back young man casually tossed an expensive tin aside and headed to the parking lot, arm in arm with the quiet, reserved Qianqian. After all night's fun, he felt proud to have opened up this fledgling bird. Didn't even need to buy a gift. Maybe he could call her out again sometime when bored. When they reached the parking spot, he froze, squinting to confirm last night's location, then asked Qianqian, we parked here last night, right? Yeah, could someone have parked in the wrong spot? Wrong spot, my foot. That's fingerprint locked. Who else could have opened it if not me? Then what happened? The young man exploded. Damn it. You stupid idiot, my car got stolen. Qianqian shrank back, still aching and too shocked to argue. She found it unbelievable out of the whole row of cars, not even the nicest, they stole his. He ground his teeth angrily. Someone dares to steal my car in Linghu City? They don't want to live anymore. He immediately started making calls, rounding people up. They had to find him today, no matter what, and beat him to death. No one could plead for mercy. Phone after phone rang out as his furious shouts pierced the receiver. Bring everyone you can find. When you see that kid, hit him till he can't stand. No one is allowed to stop you. Meanwhile, the culprit, Mu Hanchuan, was curled up on his own bed catching up on sleep. Had made a cool 500,000 yuan the night before, not a fortune, but free money spent all the sweeter. He switched his phone to airplane mode, buried himself under thick down blankets, and slept deeply, completely unaware of the thunderous roar echoing from the mountaintop. Tianlan City, Mu family estate. Still no sign of Mu Hanchuan. Master, no, the butler replied with bowed head. We've notified every district office. All report no sighting of the young master. Mu Qiming pinched the bridge of his nose, pacing irritably. How many days has it been? The efficiency is too low. Or maybe the Su family really has him hidden away. That boy might not even be in Luo province. Have you checked the underground informant network? Yes. We filtered about a dozen similar targets, matching age and build. We're investigating them one by one. Tell them to speed it up. Find him no matter the cost. Yes, sir. The Mu family had recently clashed again with the Su family from Qingling. Neither side was willing to back down. The Mu family made it clear if the Su family refused to give up their share, the engagement was off, and the joint project would not be withdrawn. Worst case, both would be hurt. No one would have it easy. Yang family mansion. As the only heir, 15-year-old Yang Zishuan had already shown the cunning and ruthlessness a successor needs. Still no clue on that Mu Hanchuan. No, little brother, replied cousin Yang Xiao, 25 years old and ranked 48th among challengers under 25 in Luo province. His results were impressive. The family had an even more outstanding elder brother, Yang Qi, who before age 30 ranked 9th on the list, stronger than Zhu Pingyuan. He was already involved in family affairs as a young leader. Take my advice, Yang Xiao patted Yang Zishuan's shoulder. He's not one of us Yangs, so it doesn't affect you. At most, he'll annoy the Mu family. Why get yourself into trouble? If your mom knew, you'd get scolded. Yang Zishuan sneered. That doesn't matter. The only problem is he shares the same mother as Medhatsmai. If he shows up, people outside will use it against me. As long as he's alive, I have to hear all the nasty comments again and again. So he has to die. Yang Xiao understood what he meant. Even their relatives joked about it privately, let alone outsiders. Scratching his chin, he said, all right, little brother. They'll try harder. They'll notify you immediately if we find anything. You're useless, Yang Zishuan snapped. Send your big brother. You're always out with a bunch of girls, can you be trusted? Hey, who are you insulting? I'm handling family affairs now. Thank you very much. Not like you, just a punk. Enough. Find your big brother. Yang Xiao laughed it off with a wave. You're just jealous, little brother. Blame your strict mom. Don't worry, when you turn 18 and go to university, you'll take part in the challenges. Then you can have as many girls as you want. They'll set you up, there will be all kinds to choose from. Get lost. I'm not interested. 3 p.m. Mu Hanchuan and Chai Long stepped off the high-speed train. As they exited Yangchang City Station, the late autumn heat still rolled in waves, mixed with the sharp scent of asphalt. After scrolling through the pre-downloaded team roster, Mu Hanchuan couldn't help adjusting his mask. 3 pure damage dealers plus a secondary tank control hybrid with both body and mind focused. The lineup looked like it had been thrown together at the last minute. No choice, he thought with a sigh. If the guild hadn't been so desperate for a competent support player, they wouldn't have even considered him a tank for the team. Honestly, he hadn't held high hopes for this trial. He just wanted to show up and meet the attendance requirement. The two stopped outside a remote warehouse, the temporary meeting point set by the 0-degree Plan Guild. The rolling door was half open, revealing a bare, empty interior with no cover. For other members were already waiting, all sitting up straight and serious. Chai Long introduced him first. This is Mu, our main tank. All four turned to look at the faceless mask. They had dug up little info online about its wearer, only that he was supposed to be skilled, though his slender frame made them doubt it. Hello, welcome, said a sturdy man, reaching out his hand. Im Zhua Juanjia, team leader, frontline damage dealer, rank E, 33 years old. Mu Hanchuan gave a slight nod. Jin Rue, damage dealer, rank E, 29. Sun Yan, main crowd control, said a man who fit the description of a hybrid secondary tank control with a strong physique and mental focus, rank E, 31. This differed slightly from Mu Hanchuan's guess. The guy was purely a controller, not a tank. Zhai Yanghao, damage dealer with some agility, 1.85 meters tall, close combat specialist, rank E, 30. After the introductions, Zhua Juanjia got straight to the point. We're handling the team star key. Everyone brings their own gear and item cards. How you set yourself up is up to you, just make sure you can hold the front line. Got it. No problem, Mu Hanchuan replied decisively. Clearly, these four saw him as little more than a frontline tool while they took care of everything else. For him, that was perfect, kept things simple. Zhua Juanjia asked again, any questions on your end? No. They had expected him to ask about tactics, but saw he wasn't interested, so he nodded. Okay then. Meet back here in 5 days. After you get your identification, we'll start the team trial immediately. All right. His tone was even more resolute than theirs. It was an easy agreement. Zhua Juanjia relaxed a little. Long trip, huh? Let's eat first. I booked a private room. Had planned to spend half a day studying strategy, but the meeting wrapped up in 2 minutes, leaving only dinner on the agenda. After dinner, Chai Long dragged Mu Hanchuan into a noisy underground gambling fight arena. Neon lights reflected off the iron cage, and the crowd's cheers and the smell of beer mixed into a chaotic buzz. Mu Hanchuan knew about these places but had never actually been inside. He wasn't interested in making money that way. Ah Chuan, you're short on cash, right? Come here to pick up some side money when bored. I've got you covered. Chai Long winked at him. Too much trouble, plus it's not that profitable. You don't get it. Chai Long pointed into the ring. Standard fights are slow money. If you really want in, jump into the sparring matches like tonight. You step in, and it's a guaranteed win. Who's fighting tonight? Han Chi, from Yangchang City's Bright Front Guild. Chai Long lowered his voice. Rank 12th statewide, under 25 in Luo Province. His dad's the city's deputy mayor. Family's been in public office for generations, big influence. Pretty strong, Mu Hanchuan raised an eyebrow. But aren't sparring partners supposed to be under 25 as well? Who would dare to step up? As long as the money is right, anything is possible. Even if you're a bit older, you can still get on stage, though the prize money would be reduced accordingly. The two casually found a corner in the audience to sit down. Chai Long couldn't help but ask, what are the rules for tonight? It wasn't just decided tonight. The veteran sitting next to them cut in to explain. The challenger arranged it a few days ago. Anyone who wants to fight must put down a 500,000 deposit first. When the time comes, the match starts immediately. The fight is limited to half an hour. No matter what methods are used, if you defeat Han Chi or manage to hold a draw until time's up, you win. The 5 million prize is paid on the spot. But if you can't hold out, not only do you get beaten up, you lose the 500,000 deposit too. He nodded toward the center of the arena. Don't underestimate that guy. He's ranked 12th under 25 in Luo Province. Surviving half an hour against him? How many can do it? Chai Long looked puzzled. Isn't this just paying someone to spar with you? The veteran laughed and shook his head. If it were free, everyone would try. Young Master Han is here to train in real combat, not to mess around. He doesn't mind spending money. He wants to face real tough opponents. Last year, an underground top fighter fought him 3 times 1 win, 2 draws and took home 15 million. Impressive. Mu Hanchuan's eyes lit up. There really are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the shadows. Chai Long's earlier words were right. If he stepped in, he might actually earn that prize. This could be a good way in. Anyone get killed? He lowered his voice to ask. No way. The veteran shook his head again. The rules are clear. Each person can bring 3 pieces of equipment. Skills are unrestricted, but no consumables allowed. It's like an official duel. If you concede or completely lose fighting ability, that counts as defeat. Mu Hanchuan still had his doubts. Underground fights are never clean, and deaths happen all the time, but no one leaks that info. Normally he'd avoid gambling on fights. His damage wasn't lethal anyway. But this sparring for money scheme was worth a shot. If it's like this in Yanchang City, it's probably the same elsewhere. Rich folks may be rare, but they're always around, and real fighters never lack cash either. No matter where he goes, it's a fighting stage for making money. 15 minutes later, the lights blazed on, and both fighters stepped out. On the right stood the young man in moon-white robes, none other than Han Chi, gripping a standard weapon in each hand, with mysterious objects strapped to his back that looked like more weapons. Mu Hanchuan's gaze quickly shifted left. There stood a much rougher, burly man, broad-shouldered and slim-waisted, with fresh stubble on his face. He wore a tight, deep blue battle suit that hugged his muscular frame. His eyes shone with sly alertness. From the neighboring Xian province's Zhaodian Tower came General Ko Bo, 25 years old, a powerhouse type. Out of 4 attributes, only strength was outstanding, the others balanced. For his age and style, his strength almost reached Drank level. These two are serious fighters from legit factions, but they don't go around dueling openly. They come here for underground battles. Chai Long rubbed his hands excitedly. H1. Today's a great show. Both are top-level experts. Mu Hanchuan leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice. Who do you think has the better chance of winning? Even match, either could win or lose. Mu Hanchuan turned his head. Then who are you betting on? Definitely Ko Bo. Chai Long patted his chest. That mature look makes him more reliable. Mu Hanchuan, huh? At exactly 10 o'clock, the two were fully equipped. The heavy prison gates clanged shut all around, instantly turning the arena into a sealed cage. They felt like condemned prisoners thrust into a narrow space, exchanging fierce words barely audible to anyone else. Han Chi struck first. His movements were as swift as a startled rabbit, his pale blue robe fluttering under the bright lights. The short dagger and long sword in his hands gleamed sharply, his cold, piercing eyes radiating deadly intent. A textbook example of a fast, powerful, and agile attacker. Ko Bo remained calm. He took a deep breath, his strong waist and abdomen visibly swelling as the muscle beneath his skin tensed. Then, with a single step, he exploded his power, retreating half a step just in time to narrowly dodge the dagger's thrust. At the same time, his right arm rose, the iron chain on it rattling loudly as he met the sweeping sword strike Hedon. The clash of metal sparked, sharp yet heavy, echoing endlessly within the enclosed space. Han Chi slid forward, like a crane gliding through the air, closing in again with crossed blades flashing cold light. This time Ko Bo stood his ground, the chain whipping like a dragon as it collided repeatedly with the dagger and sword in a rapid cascade of cracking sounds. When his attack faltered, Han Chi shifted tactics decisively, leaping into the air with a pointed toe and crossing his blades to deliver a downward slash, aiming to break through Ko Bo's defense from above. Ko Bo sneered. With a powerful flick of his wrist, the iron chain surged with greater force, countering the attack. After a series of thunderous clashes, the two separated by several steps, the charged air heavy and suffocating. Seizing the moment, Ko Bo's chain shot out like a serpent, entangling Han Chi's short dagger. With a sudden yank, he drew Han Chi closer, then his left fist, wrapped in fierce momentum, thundered toward his opponent's face. Han Chi didn't retreat. Instead, he released the dagger, using the pull to spin and leap upwards. The dagger whistled back toward Ko Bo. Han Chi himself drew a short axe from his back, the heavy weapon slicing downward with a roar, cleaving through the air toward Ko Bo's forehead. Ko Bo raised an arm to block the dagger, then leapt back to avoid the axe's edge, landing with such force the ground trembled beneath him. With a roar, he tore open his robe, revealing thick black fur and a rock-hard chest. His arms bulged with bursting muscles as the iron chain twisted rapidly in his hands, shifting fully from defense to fierce offense as he lunged forward. Outside the arena, Mu Hanchuan was blood pumping, silently recognizing this fight as even fiercer and more thrilling than the match between Duan Yu and Zhu Pingyuan. Here, there were no rules, no restrictions so long as nobody died. They could both perform at their peak or beyond. Chai Long was completely absorbed, roaring wildly, the stakes obviously high. They battled intensely for a full quarter hour. Despite Ko Ba's strength, Han Qi's speed and skill gave him the advantage, gradually wearing Ko Bo down to exhaustion. Chai Long cursed in frustration, pounding the railing. Had lost all his bets, mocking Ko Ba's thick fur and stubble as nothing but decoration. Mu, whenever you're interested, you should come try it yourself. You can make money and have experts like these as your sparring partners, best of both worlds. I'm buying in too. Just watch. Chai Long made a good point. It was indeed a way to both make money and get practical combat experience. After deducting the 500,000 yuan fee head paid, he could still net 4.5 million yuan, which was no small amount. Mu Hanchuan, however, shook his head. I can't spare any time these days, and my body is still in recovery. After the team trial ends, we'll see how I feel on the last day before deciding whether to enter the elite competition for under 25 bone age this month. If my condition allows, fighting one more round means one more reward. There's only one round a month, so I can't afford to miss it. I'm heading back to Nanan City tonight. What about you? He asked. Chai Long checked the light computer on his wrist as he replied, I've got a lot to deal with. This trip was mainly just to connect you and check out a betting match. Let's go together. I still need to prepare my equipment and rest for a few days. All right, let's head out. At 4 a.m., the two arrived in Nanan. Before parting ways, Mu Hanchuan went alone to the secret base in Kitua County, while Chai Long returned to the city center. It took another hour before Mu Hanchuan pushed open the concealed alloy door, took a quick shower, used his last remaining medical pack, and immediately fell asleep. He hadn't gone anywhere these past few days, just focusing on healing and regaining his strength. Meanwhile, across the city center, the Mu family finally tracked down the faint clues. Leading the group was Mu Haoyan, a man in his 40s from a marginal third branch of the family, sent by the clan to handle errands like this. He first went to the municipal archives to gather files, then planned to tap into the underground ant net to investigate the trial participants who might be Mu Hanchuan. Whether or not he found anything, he had to bring some evidence back as proof of effort. Mu Haoyan wasn't really invested in the task. Having already combed through many prefectural cities in Luo province, he figured remote Nanan would be a dead end. He silently mocked the clan head Mu Qiming. All these years of neglect, and now suddenly in a panic? Truly foolish. Even when Mu Hanchuan returned home voluntarily last time, the family couldn't keep him. Without the favor of the old ancestor, would someone like him have a chance as clan head? Not to mention bringing a mistress home and nearly causing a rift with the Zhou family in Bailing province. As for Mu Hanchuan's mother, Zhou Muning, now allied with the Yang family, she was constantly stirring trouble for the Mu family, making life miserable for everyone. On the third morning, now able to be up and about, Mu Hanchuan drew a yellow random attribute point card. Since his agility and mental acuity hadn't yet reached their maximum, the system auto-granted 1 point each. Agility rose from 95 to 96, mental acuity from 95 to 96. One more push, and he could reach the level threshold. Stroking the card's edge, he silently encouraged himself. That afternoon, Chai Long sent a transfer alert. 8.5 million yuan had arrived. The Silver Star key sold for 4.3 million. The blue targeted attribute card auctioned for 9.7 million, and after a 1 million commission, netted 14 million, plus the 2.2 million from the Dragonbone Wall Gauntlet, and 2.3 million from the yellow random attribute card, brought an extra 4.5 million total. Adding the 500,000 from selling his car over the past 2 days, Mu Hanchuan now had 9 million yuan in cash, giving him much peace of mind. As for the skill kaleidoscope stopping sphere D, it was still listed in the auction house, so he'd have to wait for the highest bid. Late at night the next day, he quietly went to the equipment shop to collect 3 repaired items: 1000 Lotus Pool Fairy E, Void Stomach Armor E, and Thunder Shock Leg Guards F. The Lava Wristbands E and Yin Yang Protect E weren't urgent this time, since he wasn't bringing them to the team trial. After thinking it over, he didn't return home, but instead went to buy 2 large shields and 2 round shields as backups. He needed to buy some durability item cards too, since the 3 reserved ones had been used on the Flying Star Speed Boots F and Faceless Mask F. Other than that, he should be all set. He would set off early the next morning for Yangchang City to join the team trial. Upon waking, Mu Hanchuan began organizing his gear. First, he prepared the Flying Star Swift Boots F. The silvery gray surface of the boots, carefully coated by him overnight, now resembled stealthy, night-walking leather. 5 points of agility quietly registered on his attribute panel. Next, he fastened the Dragonbone Wall Bracer E onto his left arm. The dark golden armor plates fit seamlessly around his arm band, adding another 5 points of agility and 7 points of strength. The combination of these 2 pieces pushed his agility exactly to 100 points, the hard threshold required to summon Kanlianchi Du E. For his third piece, he chose not the Void Stomach Armor E, but instead pulled out the Thunder Shock Leg Guards F. As the deep blue metal wrapped up to his thigh, his strength surged by 8 points, pushing his total attributes over 105, finally meeting the grade standard. With these 3 essential pieces equipped, he was ready to enter the team trial. He only brought 1 repair kit card for contingencies. Mu Hanchuan wrapped himself tightly, even dyeing his once dazzlingly white boots deep black to lower his presence. Once inside the trial star, his priority was to summon Qianlianshi Du Yi immediately. As for the void stomach armor Yi, if the situation permitted, he preferred not to wear it, since Qianlianshi Du Yi would come equipped with 4 items: a large shield, a round shield, a durability item card, and a medical pack item card. Carrying all these plus his own 3 pieces might raise suspicion if he was careless. The 4 members of the Zero Degree Project operated independently. Relying on oneself was safer, and carrying an extra medical pack was insurance. Incidentally, he had quietly tagged Song Hung beforehand, hoping to test whether he could pull that person into the trial star, as well opportunities like this were rare, so it was wise to keep options open. After finalizing his setup, he gave the leg guard joint a shake and whispered, "Time to move out." At 6 p.m., dusk settled over the city, neon lights beginning to glow. Mu Hanchuan arrived at the rendezvous point to meet the 4 members of the Zero Degree Project Guild. Captain Zui Juanzhe was first to produce a silver star key no bigger than a fingernail, its sharp edges reflecting the fading sunlight with a cold gleam. "Everyone ready?" he asked, scanning the group. "No problem. All equipped. Ready." Mu Hanchuan nodded in confirmation. With approval secured, Zui Juanzhe crushed the star key. Whoosh. The 5 plunged simultaneously into the blood-red canyon. Floating system text appeared. Team trial activated. Trial star, Bloodvine Rift. Objective: clear the empty ray beast nest, slay a matriarch. Team count, 49. The firm rocky ground beneath reminded Mu Hanchuan this was not the Forbidden Star Ring. Without hesitation, he summoned Qianlianshi Du Yi. The turquoise-veined plantain shield hummed as it landed in his palm, its countless leaf blades trembling gently. Jean Rue stared at the weapon, brow raised in surprise. "Mu, what kind of weapon is that?" "A shield." Staring at the leaf blades, which looked ready to stir winds or waves at any moment, Jean Rue forced an awkward laugh. "This a shield?" "Yes." Zui Juanzhe had no time for small talk and quickly assessed. "This is a scramble trial. 14 teams, not enough matriarchs to go around. We either snatch one or come home empty-handed. Move out." There was no scout or anyone good at fast breaching, so the team naturally looked to the highly agile Mu Hanchuan. "Mu, lead the way." A mechanism appeared at the base of the plantain shield's handle. Mu Hanchuan gripped it, and the shield swiftly folded into a half-meter-long plantain fan. He sprang forward, the first to leap into the Bloodvine Rift, sending stones tumbling. The others followed close behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as their feet touched down, the ground trembled like a drumbeat, and several Bloodvine whips charged in with a foul stench on the wind. Mu Hanchuan swung his palm leaf fan, smashing 3 of the Bloodvines at once. The black, viscous liquid splattered onto the rocks, disgusting and foul-smelling. The last vine was swiftly cut down by Zui Juanzhe behind him, the 2 severed ends writhing on the ground. They were still more than 2 kilometers from the bottom of the cliff where huge pits awaited. Though the slope wasn't steep, there was a drop of over 100 meters. Along the way, the ground seemed covered in writhing thorns that lunged like poisonous snakes whenever their footsteps shook the earth. Mu Hanchuan frowned, scanning the dim hillside. The blood vines swayed like a tide, their coarse skin scraping against the rocks with harsh, grating sounds. He knew this path would not be peaceful. The 4 men behind him shared the same grim seriousness in their eyes. Passing through easily was nearly impossible, but there was no retreat, only a desperate charge forward. "Charge!" The captain's command rang out. Without hesitation, Mu Hanchuan led the way, his duty to clear the path. Smack! Smack! 2 more blood vines were shattered, the stinking black liquid splattering everywhere. He even blocked 2 with his left arm. The dragon bone wrist guard he strapped to that arm was heavy and solid, giving him confidence that he wouldn't be injured. Yet the palm leaf fan in his hand was as agile as a feather fan, whipping through the air like a gale, repeatedly cutting down the blood vines. Zui Juanzhe stayed close to his right, the cold glint of his long sword flashing as it struck true with each draw, intercepting threats from that side and helping share the burden. The other 3 formed a semicircle behind, guarding the left and rear flanks, cutting down any blood vines that lunged. Overall, their coordination was decent. After rushing 300 meters, the blood vines ahead suddenly thickened. The ground trembled violently underfoot, followed by a stronger stench of decay carried on a cold wind that brought twice as many blood vines. Zui Juanzhe shouted, "Don't fall back. Retreat, and you're dead. Push through with everything you've got. Charge!" Mu Hanchuan surged forward again. His fan whipped violently, scattering large clumps of blood vines, but many still broke through the line of defense. In an instant, over 10 blood vines lunged simultaneously for his chest, back, and thighs. His left arm only managed to block 3, the rest struck his body. The tearing sounds grew intense, but Mu Hanchuan barely registered the pain, focusing on clearing a path without guarding himself. Though these creatures were formidable, their damage was limited against his defense. Despite also ranked E level, his physical toughness far surpassed Vice Tank Sun Yen, probably due to his monstrous, enhanced physique trait. The blood vines thickened further, new tendrils slithering through openings relentlessly. The tearing noise continued endlessly. Mu Hanchuan pressed on without hesitation. Mu, are you okay? Zhuo Juanjia called out, shocked by the scene. In mere seconds, more than 30 blood vines bit into Mu Hanchuan, leaving him wounded, yet he still shielded the flank with all his strength. I'm fine. Speed up, fewer hits if we get through it faster. Mu Hanchuan's voice was low but firm. He quickened his pace, charging toward the spot head already scouted where the blood vines were slightly sparser. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Farther ahead, the blood vines surged like a red tide toward them. Mu Hanchuan bore nearly half the assault alone, while the four behind had somewhat lighter pressure but none escaped unscathed. All bore lacerations. After another 200 meters, they finally broke into a weaker area. As Mu Hanchuan had predicted, several bizarrely shaped giant trees rose here, some over 50 meters tall, their dense branches and leaves shading the sky overhead. In that broad, dark canopy, the number of blood vines dropped by nearly half, and the attack density immediately slackened. They didn't have time to examine the intricate bark patterns or leaf colors, only feeling the relief as the pressure eased. Without slowing, the five charged downhill toward the giant pits at the cliff bottom. In just 5 minutes, their squad reached the vast underground pit cluster. As far as the eye could see, hundreds of caves dotted the wide pit's surface, intertwining into a bottomless underground labyrinth. A sharp, sickly sweet wind blew up from below, carrying a nauseating stench of decay. None of the five were unscathed. Judging by the wounds, Mu Hanchuan's injuries were the worst, yet he walked with the most ease, his back straight, face calm and expressionless, like a statue freshly emerged from battle. The deputy tank, Suen Yin, trailed last, having taken the fewest hits and able to endure bites and tears with his toughness, only suffering some minor scrapes. The remaining 3 strength-based teammates looked horrific, each bearing at least a dozen bleeding gashes, blood seeping relentlessly through the cracks in their armor. Mu, do you need to rest? Zhuo Juanjia asked with a frown. Yeah, shall we use a medical kit? Jean Rue also urged. They had come prepared with 1 medical kit, an attack item card, a defense item card, and a repair box fairly well equipped. No need. Mu Hanchuan replied shortly, stepping into the nearest massive pit. The others exchanged a glance, silently admiring his incredible resilience. Such injuries did not hinder his movement at all and quickly followed him down. Inside, the tunnel was dark and spacious, its damp rock walls crawling with glowing moss that cast eerie green light. As the team descended, the temperature steadily rose, and the walls changed from rough and jagged to smooth and polished, as though rubbed by some invisible hand over and over. 100 meters further, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. The stifling heat felt like thick paste pressed against their chests. Be careful, something's not right, Zhuo Juanzhou warned in a low voice. The 5 immediately formed a curved defensive circle, alert and watching closely. From deep within the tunnel came a low, humming drone, like the breathing of a massive beast. Mu Hanchuan, at the front, suddenly narrowed his eyes. The darkness ahead was writhing with movement. Don't move, Zhuo Juanzhou whispered near his ear. Those aren't just rock walls. They held their breath and watched as the once smooth walls slowly bulged outward. Strand-like protrusions burst forth, resembling dense, tangled nerve bundles spreading rapidly down the entire passage. A dark reddish sheen shimmered between the bundles, with fluid pulsing inside them. Each beat spewed out a blast of scorching heat. What the hell is that? Jean Rue gasped, instinctively retreating half a step. This place, it's alive. Zhai Yangha's voice trembled violently. No way. Suen Yin's heart pounded. He had never seen anything this bizarre, especially so deep in a pitch-black underground realm. The nerve bundles swelled with countless bulbous blisters, so many it sent shivers down their spines. Eventually, the first blister ballooned to its limit, then burst with a pop. A large, sunken black eyeball suddenly snapped open pupilless, and its jagged mouth cracked open with a silent scream. One after another, more blisters exploded, sharp cracking sounds ringing out repeatedly. The cavern's temperature skyrocketed in an instant. Mu Hanchuan recalled the lore of the tribe's trial star and finally recognized these creatures, the Ri Liu, or heat-plagued tumors. Once they detect heat, they swarm relentlessly, exterminating all warm blood targets and consuming their prey as nourishment. They had no physical attack power, but they could emit deadly sound waves that struck directly at the brain, while simultaneously releasing intense heat that caused the tunnel's temperature to spike rapidly, creating a grave threat. Once the sound waves damaged the brain, the high heat would roast them all alive like charcoal. Zhuo Juanjia felt an unprecedented crisis and shouted angrily, "Quick! Use the defense item card." No sooner had he spoken than the bundles of nerves lining the walls twitched violently, some force rapidly flowing inside and spreading along the walls. Then, as if receiving a command, countless pitch-black giant eyes suddenly opened wide and unleashed another piercing, shrill screech. This time, The sound was not invisible noise, but a precise assault on everyone's brain regions. Jean Rouet reacted swiftly. The moment he heard Zhuo Junsh's order, he gripped the defense item card tightly and crushed it. A faint blue energy shield instantly expanded, and it proved effective against the deadly sound waves, blocking the majority of damage from the first piercing screech. The shrill cries sliced through their eardrums like blades, making everyone's scalp tingle, leaving them defenseless. Under this barrage, all five felt sharp pains in their minds and dropped to one knee. If they hadn't activated the defense cards in time, the team would have suffered devastating losses in the first wave. Immediately after, the second wave of screeches returned. Though significantly weaker, it was still dangerous. This time, everyone was prepared, covering their ears and gritting their teeth to resist. The faint blue shield trembled violently, absorbing most of the impact, even developing cracks. At this point, one more strike might shatter it completely. Everyone dropped low, readying themselves to spring into action. Zhuo Junsh's eyes were resolute as he chose to abandon defense, tore open his throat, and yelled, "Charge!" He bit down and used an attack item card. A blazing white flash exploded instantly, flooding the tunnel with light. A powerful shockwave swept through, destroying the nerve bundles sprawled across the walls and most of the black giant eyes. Even their own blue shield shattered in the blast. With no way back, Zhuo Junja steeled himself and pressed forward through the formation. The screeches came again, but this time only a few black eyes remained, roaring back in fury. At that moment, Suin Yin in the rear lost strength and collapsed weakly to the ground, as if all his energy was drained. The others, who had advanced some distance ahead, panicked. "Suin Yin, go help him." If left alone, the extreme heat threatened to roast him alive at any moment. Zhuo Junja scanned the surroundings sharply and saw the deep red blood vessels in the walls pulsating again, rapidly spreading. Time was running out. They had to keep sprinting. The trial was always brutal. Sacrifices were inevitable. They couldn't let one person's fate delay the bigger mission. At this point, Mo Hanchuan sighed helplessly, thinking that Zhuo Junja was supposed to be the team's tank, so why did he still need rescuing? He hadn't seen any real leadership from him. What a strange situation. Yet he tightened his gaze, suddenly spun around, and shouted loudly, "You all clear the way, I'll rescue him." With that, he leaped back towards Suin Yin. Though the 3 waves of sonic attacks had affected him too, he hadn't felt as intense a strain and was confident he could hold on. Seizing the moment before the blood vessels fully recovered, Mu Hanchuan gave his all to drag Suin Yin back to safety. Mu Hanchuan fanned away fiercely several times, slapping and smashing dozens of the large flesh nodules growing on the cave walls. Then he rushed over to Sun Yin, grabbed him by the collar, and yanked him up from the ground with brute force before sprinting deeper into the cavern. "Thank you." Sun Yan's breath was ragged, his face pale, fingertips trembling, but he couldn't get out a coherent sentence. "Save your thanks," Mu Hanchuan muttered under his breath. He knew that if he had delayed even a moment longer, the entire squad would have been devoured by those monsters. Just as the prey was about to escape, the flesh nodules on the cave walls suddenly quivered violently, and sharp, fierce screeches erupted from all directions like crashing waves. Boom! A tremendous force slammed into Mu Hanchuan unexpectedly, pitching him forward. His left arm reflexively shielded his face as he crashed hard onto the burning hot rock floor. His head buzzed painfully, but he clenched his grip on Sun Yin without letting go. The second wave came immediately after, knocking Sun Yin unconscious from the shock. In just 4 or 5 seconds, the scorching pain from the ground forced Mu Hanchuan fully awake. The cave's temperature skyrocketed, with the rocks beneath his feet at least 70 degrees and still climbing, as if molten lava churned beneath the surface. Gritting his teeth, he rolled over and dragged the unconscious Sun Yin before sprinting ahead to catch up with the other 3. Over the next few dozen seconds, the sharp screeches and shockwaves struck twice more, each time knocking him down. But the scalding stone jolted him awake instantly. He swung the fan's handle as a shield to block the blows, dragging Sun Yin forward through the blasts. Finally, guided by the glowing markers left by Zhuo Junja and the others, he crashed through the exit. Sudden silence. The 2 of them stumbled out of the cave mouth, finally escaping the blazing inferno. No sooner had they landed than Jai Yonghao rushed to Sun Yan's side. The so-called back leg bro was now engulfed in an eerie flame, his hair flickering with blue-white tongues of fire. Fortunately, no female teammates were nearby, so there was no risk of hair products catching fire or similar embarrassment. Jean Rouet hurried over to Mu Hanchuan, brushing off the occasional sparks clinging to his sleeves. Zhuo Junja scanned their surroundings carefully, ensuring the monsters hadn't pursued them that far. Only then did he exhale in relief. This must be the true territory of the Sky Ray beasts. "How's Sun Yin?" "He's got decent constitution, no serious external injuries," Jia Yonghao said, feeling Sun Yan's forehead. "But his mind took a serious hit, not sure how bad. That idiot almost got us killed. Luckily, he wasn't the main tank this time, or it'd have been wipeout," Jean Rui muttered quietly. "Jai, carry him on your back," Zhuo Junja ordered. "Got it." Mu Hanchuan was spared further heavy lifting. His performance far exceeded the dossier assessment and was much better than Sun Yan's. Keeping him as a frontline force was more important. Mu, how are you holding up? I can manage. Just dizzy and nauseous, nothing serious. All right, you guys rest here. He'll scout ahead. No problem. Zui Juanjia slipped deeper into the tunnel alone. Mu Hanchuan leaned casually against the rocky wall, closing his eyes to regulate his breath. Zhai Yanghao and Jin Rue rested on the ground nearby, occasionally stealing glances at him. This guy really had loyalty. They'd all given up on Sun Yan, but he deliberately went back to save him. No wonder rumors said he was a ruthless fighter who clawed his way out of the ant net. Despite also having an A-level physique, the difference between him and Sun Yan was worlds apart. If their guild could recruit a big tank like this, that would be amazing. About 5 minutes later, Zui Juanjia returned. The danger ahead is moderate, and the number of Sky Ray beasts is limited. We need to find their mother quickly and take her out. All right, let's move, Jin Rue said, standing first. Zhai Yanghao lifted Sun Yan onto his back. Mu Hanchuan silently took the lead again, his banana leaf fan's ribs contracting into a streamlined shield strapped on his right arm. The Sky Ray beasts themselves weren't truly strong creatures. They just happened to have found a powerful leader to guard their territory. These manta beasts can regulate their body temperature, allowing them to hold their heat without radiating it outward for a period of time. This lets them pass through the heated pustules on the ground unnoticed, using those terrifying growths as a natural shield while they hide safely beneath both cunning and sneaky tactics. After bypassing 2 narrow paths and descending less than 30 meters, the group finally caught sight of their target for the first time. 2 manta beasts. They slid silently along the rock walls at such speed their blurry shadows merged into one. Their bodies were flat and wide, like living stretched membranes, with curled and undulating edges that folded and unfolded with each movement. Covered head to tail in dark brown chitinous armor, the surface was dotted with tiny grainy bumps, rough as sandpaper. The moment they detected the intruders, the 2 manta beasts attacked simultaneously. They opened their mouths and shot out streams of orange liquid, arcing precisely like arrows fired from a bow toward the frontline team members. Zui Juanjia reacted fastest, twisting aside just in time and shouting out, "Watch out, it's poisonous." Before he finished, the liquid hit the rock wall with a hiss, releasing white smoke as it rapidly corroded fist-sized craters into the hard stone. Another stream was blocked by Mu Hanchuan's left arm, the shield barely holding. At that moment he realized that ranged attacks absolutely cannot be absorbed by the banana shield. Spread out and push forward, Zui Juanjia ordered succinctly. The team fanned out, their footsteps quick and sure. Only Mu Hanchuan charged directly at the manta beast in front, swinging his right arm hard to launch the banana shield. The distance was too close. The creature failed to dodge, struck by the shield, and knocked down instantly, twitching twice before going lifeless. Zhai Yanghao, carrying Sun Yan on his back, was stunned. That weak? Jin Rue cheered loudly. Mu, well done. They quickly concluded the manta beast's attacks were simplistic and their individual defenses fragile. Their earlier caution now seemed somewhat overblown. Speed up, charge. We have to kill a mother beast before other teams get there, Zui Juanjia commanded again. The squad relaxed their pace and charged recklessly deeper into the cave. Meanwhile, tension crackled in every sector of the vast cave system. Other invading teams poured in, disturbing all the manta beasts. They swarmed from their nests in every direction, some bursting through the heated pustules area, others sneaking in from different entrances, circumventing the pustules to arrive earlier. Battles erupted everywhere. Roars, explosions, and clashing metal echoed endlessly. Despite the chaos outside, Mu Hanchuan's group barely encountered resistance, moving surprisingly smoothly all the way. Luck? Someone whispered. Maybe so. But just as they finally reached the mother beast's territory, still unable to make out its form, they spotted a trial team not far off vanish into the distance along with a mother beast 3 times the size of a normal manta. Damn, someone beat us to it. The ground was littered with endless manta corpses. Jin Rue kicked the stones in frustration. No wonder no monsters showed up on the way. Turns out they all went home, but still couldn't defend it. What now? Zhai Yanghao clutched Sun Yan anxiously, glaring at Mu Hanchuan. Zui Juanjia stayed calm. Switch routes quickly. There's more than one mother beast, at least a dozen. We still have a chance. Congratulations, you have become the 9th team to successfully kill an empty ray beast mother and complete the trial. There were still 8 empty ray beast mothers remaining. The team fought fiercely in the damp, dark cave for more than an hour, pushing forward over 100 meters and engaging in dozens of brutal battles. Finally, the last giant mother beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. Its massive body sprawled out on the rocky ground, the sharp scent of blood and gore filling the air. Only then did the 4 team members finally breathe a sigh of relief. This run had been relatively smooth. They hadn't encountered any other trial teams along the way, which saved them a lot of trouble. Although exhausted, none of the 4 was seriously injured. The only unlucky one was Sun Yan, who was being carried on Zhai Yanghao's back. To block the wind blades sprayed from the mother beast, Zhai Yonghao used him as a human shield, resulting in multiple deep, bloody wounds on Sun Yan's back. He was still unconscious. Fortunately, Zhai Yonghao had some sense of responsibility and immediately applied a medkit to stabilize him. They would have time to slowly treat him back at base. This round of team trials was relatively easy and short overall, but the damned still had to die. Mu Hanchuan guessed that about 1/5 to 1/4 of the trial participants would fall to those strange hot tumor creatures. Then the system rewards were granted. 1. Attribute bonus. Physique 12 from 366 to 378 points. Mental focus stacked to 96 points with current equipment. No immediate need for improvement. To reach Frank would take more time. 2. Equipment reward. Qingyuan Blade F. Requirement. Frank, strength 90. Description. A 35-centimeter translucent silver-gray short sword with a sharp tip and slight armor-piercing effect. Mu Hanchuan flipped the short sword over a few times, feeling its usefulness was limited. He decided to mark it for now and use it as a throwing knife, since it was better than the damage dealt when holding a shield. 3. Skill reward. Dark Shen. Requirement. A rank, strength 500, mental focus 300, brain capacity 4. Function. Releases a chain woven from shadows in dark environments. Not guaranteed to hit, and requires timing prediction. Can bind the target up to 10 seconds, disabling their speed and movement skills. During binding the target takes 30 increased damage. Cooldown of 3 hours. Great skill. Mu Hanchuan murmured to himself. But the harsh attribute thresholds, especially the high mental focus requirement, would prevent most people from using it. Plus, it could only be used in darkness with many restrictions, so its market value was only about 3 million. Still, the team came out far ahead with almost no casualties. As they prepared to return, the most exciting moment finally arrived. Mu Hanchuan opened the teleportation list and locked on a Songhong. Clutching the Qingyuan blade, he planned to stab him twice as soon as he appeared, taunt him to his face, then leave him to die on the trial planet to show what happens to those who break the rules. But the next second, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Teleportation failed, unable to transfer target slot. Damn it. Mu Hanchuan cursed silently. He had wasted a precious mark on Song Heng. Living beings from the real world couldn't be teleported to the trial planet. Forget it, they'll deal with him later, he said, glancing down at the barely breathing empty ray beast mother. He walked over, pressing a palm against its slimy skin and marking it again. Let's see if I can bring you back to reality from the trial planet. Several teammates had already returned. It was time for him to withdraw as well. Upon returning, Mu Hanchuan did not go back to his exact starting point, but chose a random location within 20 kilometers of it. A faint starlight filtered through stained glass, casting colorful patterns onto the old wooden pews. His silhouette suddenly appeared at the altar of a small chapel, marking a perfect conclusion to the team's trial. They had entered the trial just after 6 in the evening. Now it was nearly 7, and night had fully fallen, demonstrating the swiftness of their progress. Inside the large but sparsely attended church, only a dozen or so silver-haired worshippers knelt quietly in prayer. The bleakness of their situation made one wonder if they came only for a few eggs as charity. The masked man's sudden intrusion caused all heads to lift in surprise, their weathered faces full of confusion. Hello everyone, have you eaten? Mu Hanchuan greeted them casually with a wave. Silence hung in the air, no one responded. Ahem, carry on, then. With a flick of his sleeve, he ended the encounter, leapt onto the windowsill, and dropped into the narrow alley beside the chapel, quickly disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhujuanjia and 3 others had returned to the starting point, but did not see Mu Hanchuan with them. He didn't come back with us, Zhujuanjia said, a bit disappointed. Had a few things he wanted to discuss. He's strong. Maybe we should try to recruit him into the guild. We could also just pay for his team star key. If not, we can team up next month. Zhujuanjia shook his head. Let's talk next time. He probably doesn't need star keys, just joined a team on a whim. Since you get through automatically once in, it's really just for the stat points. Jean Rue nodded silently. The conversation shifted as everyone's gaze turned to Sun Yan. Weakened and barely conscious, why was he so frail compared to his teammates? Let's get him treated first. 2 people lifted Sun Yan and left. Zhujuanjia stayed behind to deal with the mother air ray beast. Though its value was mediocre, it was still worth hundreds of thousands. He planned to have Chai Long pass on the money to Mu Hanchuan to maintain good relations, hoping to invite him again in the future. In a safe zone's abandoned house, Mu Hanchuan removed all his gear, rinsed his wounds briefly, applied medicine, and changed into a brand new set of clothes he had hidden in advance. He then marked each item and hid them in secret compartments to retrieve remotely later once back at his secret base. He had set up 3 such caches around the trial site for quick outfit changes and escape. Choosing to enter at 6 in the afternoon was deliberatito, take advantage of returning under cover of night and avoid drawing attention. He hadn't expected to finish an hour or 2 early, but fortunately, there were no problems. Carrying his torn clothes and empty medicine bottles, he slipped into a secluded spot, set them on fire, and after confirming the ashes had scattered with the wind, he hurried away. Half an hour later, he was far outside Yancheng City. Under the moonlight, he opened his palm. Come. Whoosh. The dying air beast appeared out of thin air, flapping its tattered membrane wings and looking around confusedly. How had it ended up in a strange wilderness just as it was crawling back to its den? The answer came in a shower of flying stones. Amid the sound of bones shattering, the massive creature twitched and collapsed, quickly buried beneath loose soil. The experiment was complete. The living creatures from the trial star could indeed be summoned. Another boundary of this rare class skill had been mapped out. Though many limitations remained, with slow testing, complete mastery would come one day. Next was Song Heng's turn. Mu Hanchuan stepped forward, quietly planning to return first and fully recover his wounds, recall all his equipment, and then make his move. No need to rush. 5 a.m. Mu Hanchuan stepped carefully along the damp gravel road and finally returned to the outskirts of Gu County, Nan'an City. Delays along the way meant that turning back to Taizhou County would take a full hour. The surrounding dark wasteland hills lay silent and motionless. Glancing at the sky, he decided to change plans. No turning back, he would act right here. At this moment, Song Heng was parting ways with Master Lao Wang. Perfect timing. The thought flashed through his mind, and his gear appeared one after another. The dragon bone wrist guard wrapped around his left arm, its dark joints gleaming faintly. The thunder strike leggings tightened on his right leg, faint lightning patterns shimmering. The void stomach armor covered his torso, the plates swallowing light like an abyss. He didn't summon the banana leaf fan, but instead called forth the newly acquired Qingyuan blade today. This new blade had to taste blood. Other equipment, unmarked, could not be summoned yet. But these few pieces alone were more than enough to make Song Heng show due respect. Gripping the Qingyuan blade, Mu Hanchuan extended his right hand and made a few practice gestures. The weapon hadn't been used in a while, so he reacquainted himself with its feel. He rolled his neck and shook loose his muscles to confirm readiness. Then, his gaze darkened with determination. Meanwhile, inside Taizhou County, Song Heng dragged his tired body through the door. After a sleepless night of work, all he wanted was a quick shower and to crash hard, planning to meet a few girls to have fun tomorrow at noon. He efficiently stripped off his clothes and stepped into the bathroom. Before the hot water even ran, a sudden tightness gripped his chest. Instinctively pressing on his heart, an indescribable sense of dread surged up. His mind buzzed like an alarm. Something terrible was about to happen. He had never felt such a premonition before. Was something wrong with his body? Before the thought could extend, his body vanished from the spot in an instant. Plop, 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 plop. His feet landed in soft, wet mud. Cool wind whipped across his bare skin. Song Heng hadn't even taken in his surroundings when pain exploded inside him. Four swords, three pierced his chest, one cut through his neck. Mu Hanchuan lifted his hand to drive in a fifth blade, but in the instant before death, Song Heng shoved him away fiercely. Mu Hanchuan remained unmoved, yet Song Heng staggered backward, barely dodging that fatal fifth strike. Blood splattered wildly before his eyes. Song Heng had no time to figure out his attacker, nor to think why. Instinctively, he activated the only item card stored in his inner tool slot. As in Frank, he hadn't awakened a second slot, nor used the basic item slot one. Without even a decent outfit to wear, this was his only card to survive. One hand clamped tightly over the bleeding wound at his throat, the other pressed hard on the slashed chest. The instant the skill triggered, his muscles surged with extreme speed, and like a madman, he sprinted wildly into the forest depths, without daring to glance back. At that very moment, Mu Hanchuan was ensnared by the card's control effect for 5 seconds. He was a little surprised Song Heng actually carried a control item card, coupled with a speed escape skill, yet he showed no hurry. His mark on Song Heng was clear. The target's location was fixed. At this distance, escape was impossible. When 5 seconds passed, and the control lifted, Mu Hanchuan stepped forward with calm steadiness. He didn't chase fast nor deliver a finishing blow, as if watching a doomed solo act. He knew Song Heng's grievous wounds wouldn't hold long, and even if help arrived, the chance of survival was near zero. Blood poured from his fingers. Song Heng's footsteps grew heavier. His chest heaved like a broken bellows, vision darkened. Desperately, he thought, who is it? Why kill me? I was at home. How did I end up in this wilderness in a blink? If I were still home, my master would be nearby. Maybe he could save me. What should I do? What should I do? He strained his eyes wide, fighting to stay conscious. Refused to fall now. Tomorrow's plans were still waiting. His life was only just beginning. From behind came the creak of leaves, and Konoha Somion was chasing him. Song Heng stumbled forward in a desperate sprint, his lungs feeling as if hammered by searing iron, his legs numb and heavy beyond lifting. Panicked, he glanced back, but only saw the night ripping the forest into jagged black slits. What do I do? What do I do? His mind scrambled into chaos. He was just a craftsman who repaired gear, rarely entering trials, quiet and friendless, no enemies. So who wanted him dead? If it was revenge, it should be his master they sought. Whoosh. His footing gave way, and he crashed hard into a rough tree trunk, bouncing back onto the cold, wet leaves. A sharp, searing pain exploded immediately. A blade with no hilt plunged into his back, cold metal slicing into bone, blood oozing along the blade. Song Hung gasped hoarsely, struggling to roll over, desperate to see his attacker. PFT. A spray of blood burst from his mouth, splattering red spots on the dry leaves beneath. The blade was ripped out with a sickening sound of shattered bone and torn organs. Mu Hanchuan withdrew the green swallow blade in his hand, stepping lazily yet with resolve from several dozen meters away to Song Hung's side. His face was uncovered, his cold gaze staring down. It's you. Song Hung's eyes bloodshot and bulging with shock, fresh blood dribbling down his neck, his voice breaking into fragments. Mu Hanchuan lowered his eyes, his voice as calm as appraising an object. What does it feel like to get hurt on the trial star? Just like this. How's that taste? You'll die a horrible death. Your whole family. Song Hung knew begging was useless. With death looming, he spat curses in defiance. Clenching his teeth, blood foam oozed from the corner of his mouth. Mu Hanchuan was indifferent, speaking flatly. No rules, no mercy. This is the consequence. You really think we outlaws begged you for gear repairs? You're only useful for now. You don't know your place. That's on your master for failing to teach you right. Blood traced slowly down Song Hung's clothes, soaking into the soil. His eyes blazed with fury, chest heaving violently, hatred rising like a storm. Just for being late fixing gear by a few days, this man wanted him dead. Would his master find out? Would he know who killed him? Would he avenge him? His awareness faded little by little as he helplessly gasped. Mu Hanchuan didn't strike again. Instead, he sat down on the grass nearby, tilting his head to watch the moon. The clouds were thin, the pale moonlight cold. He stared a moment, then murmured, "Tonight's moon is ugly beyond reason." Song Heng's limbs grew numb and cold, his body twitching without feeling pain. His vision blurred with gray mist, the chirping insects and blowing wind drifting away. Only foggy silence remained. Time passed unclear. Mu Hanchuan stood, scanning the surroundings, brushing leaves to erase footprints and bloodstains, folding every trace into the night. Once satisfied, he stepped softly on the rustling leaves and slipped slowly into darkness. 10 minutes later, by another rocky crevice, Mu Hanchuan shed his full gear once more and walked away lightly. 8 a.m. Mu Hanchuan pushed open the door and stepped into his secret base. He immediately turned the hot water to the highest setting and rinsed off the dust and sweat. Then he sat down by the medicine box, quickly removed the old bandages, reapplied medicine to all his wounds, and finally snapped a photo of an auxiliary tool card, the medical kit. A flash of white light shimmered, and fine healing energy seeped into his flesh, greatly relieving the pain. Today was the last day of the month. Feeling barely fit to fight, he made up his mind to sign up for the under-25 Bone Age Round Elite Tournament. At worst, his first opponent would be someone like Nalino. Challenge at all. With his top-tier gear, what was there to fear? Even at 60 or 70% strength, equipment bonuses would ensure an easy win. Decision made, he summoned with a wave of his hands. Dragonbone Wall Bracers, Thunderquake Greaves, Void Stomach Armor, Qingyuan Blade, Plantain Fan all returned into his grasp. He then pulled out 2 durability item cards and attached them to the Dragonbone Wall Bracers and the Plantain Fan, instantly restoring their durability to full. With preparations complete, all that remained was to sleep 6 hours, wait for the medical kit's effects to fully take hold, then retrieve the other 2 pieces of equipment still being repaired, and he could enter the arena directly. Mu Hanchuan turned over on his bed without another thought, drifting into a deep sleep within minutes. In Taizhou, a small county town, narrow winding alleys barely wide enough for 2 or 3 to walk side by side twisted between low, weathered red brick houses. Cracked plaster peeled away, and walls yellowed with age. From time to time, the sounds of children's laughter and the deep murmur of elders' conversations echoed through the lanes. Mu Haoyan appeared silently, accompanied by 2 companions. To his surprise, without even using the underground antnet, just from public records of Nazi City, he compiled a rough but crucial dossier on Mu Hanchuan. Piecing together scattered clues, he identified 3 possible related persons all living in this county town. 1. Yin Wei, 27, orphaned, married with wife and daughter. 2. Tao Tianhe, 23, unmarried, lives with his elderly grandmother. 3. Xiao Shui, 25, parents divorced, raised by her grandfather until his recent passing, now living alone in property left by him. These 3 had ordinary backgrounds and left no trace on the local trialist registries. But they shared a common thread: they were all artists, members of a funeral spirit music band, each proficient with an instrument, specializing in funeral performances. Mu Hanchuan was highly likely hiding within this troupe. Mu Haoyan began investigating the band first. About a dozen members total, splitting into 2 groups when gigs were frequent, but all pitching in when work was scarce. Whoever was free played, the schedule was informal. Now he stood at the door of Qiao Shui's home, who was in charge of small gong and vocal parts. Knock knock knock. Inside, Qiu Shui frowned. Few dared to knock on her door so early. At 155 centimeters and weighing less than 80 jeans, she was slight and fragile. Since her grandfather's death, she rarely received visitors, and even her colleagues rarely knew her address. Who are you looking for? She asked cautiously through a narrow crack in the door. Mu Haoyan gave a gentle smile. Hello, we're not selling anything and don't mean to disturb you. We're just trying to find a missing family member. For a moment, Qiu Shui was stunned, on the verge of snapping. Are these people crazy? I'm in the business of delivering the dead, not finding lost family members. Are you sure you've come to the right place? In the dimly lit hallway, Qiu Shui spoke coldly through the half-open door. Outside stood three people. The young man in front introduced himself as Mu Haoyan, with two silent companions whose eyes scanned the room. You're in the right place. You're Qiu Shui, right? That's me. So what do you want? Mu Haoyan said nothing, but handed over a photo. It wasn't a childhood picture, just a clear, recent shot taken by Mu Haoyan himself a few days ago. Qiu Shui glanced briefly and instantly recognized the face. Mu Hanchuan. She looked up, staring at the three like they were fools. You bring me a current photo looking for a child who went missing years ago. Mu Hanchuan was already 13 when old man Wu adopted him. He was clever enough to find his way home if he ever got lost. In all the years she had known him, Qiu Shui had never heard him mention any relatives. She immediately realized these three weren't here to find family, they were here to cause trouble. I don't know him, she said bluntly. Mu Haoyan narrowed his eyes and slowed his tone. Are you sure? I suggest you take another good look. As he spoke, he pushed his hand through the door crack. Nope, I don't know him. Sir, you should try asking somewhere else, you've come to the wrong place. Missy waved a thick stack of bills in the air. 100,000 yuan. Tell me what you know. It's all yours. Sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about. Too little? How about 1 million? The two behind him stepped forward, their energy suddenly turning fierce. All three were trialers. Inside, Qiu Shui feigned thoughtfulness but was secretly calculating escape routes. She cracked the door open slightly, as if to accept, then slammed it shut suddenly. Get lost. I'm not selling out. Ark. Mu Haoyan's finger was caught in the door and turned purple as he screamed. Damn it. Go. Grab her. Don't let her get away. One henchman slammed into the door while another circled toward the rear window. Qiu Shui dashed into her room, grabbed a small pouch from her bedside, climbed out the window, and slipped quickly down the alley. She had grown up here, she could run the maze of alleys blindfolded. 5 minutes later, the two pursuers returned empty-handed. She got away? Mu Haoyan's face darkened. Two incompetents and one woman, and they can't catch her? Neighbors attracted by the noise gathered, whispering, and some already calling the police. One henchman lowered his voice to explain, she's fast. She's a trialer. A wild trialer. Mu Haoyan sneered, then ordered, split up and find Yen Wei and Tao Tianhe. We have to find out where Mu Hanchuan is. Should we inform the family? Another henchman asked tentatively. No. Mu Haoyan shook his head decisively. Finding him would be his credit. If they failed, better to say nothing. Besides, he detested Mu Qiming. If they found Mu Hanchuan, they'd hand him straight to their own boss. Understood. Meanwhile, Qiu Shui ran as if chased by the wind, heart pounding like a drum. She wanted to contact H1 directly but feared surveillance. Mu Haoyan and his crew were no ordinary thugs, and with their backing, they could surely track Yen Wei and Tao Tianhe as well. She decided to notify them herself, careful not to expose H1's whereabouts. The four in the funeral band, Qiu Shui, Mu Hanchuan, Yen Wei, and Tao Tianhe, were all trialers. By day, they carried coffins and played music. In private, they discussed the trial stars, though none had significant achievements. They all knew each other's history and scars. Their tragic pasts meant none were pure saints. Some misdeeds were expected. But H1 was smart. Why was he singled out? At 10 in the morning, Old Wang finished washing up and was about to practice his martial arts in the courtyard when he got a call from local defense authorities, requesting he head immediately to the western outskirts of Taizhou County. His gut told him something bad was happening. He didn't rush out but first called his apprentice, Song Hung. The phone rang for a long time with no answer. It was 10 a.m., so Song Hung was likely still sleeping. Old Wang thought about knocking on the door, but hesitated and gave up. Nothing he could do if he showed up. Eventually, he set off alone. In Song Heng's room, the water in the bathroom was still running. Qiu Shui found Tao Tianhe and quickly explained the situation to him. You're saying 3 assassins came after you, but their real target isn't Yuetzia? Tao Tianhe, who was taller than her by a head, furrowed his brow and pressed for details. Yeah? Qiu Shui gestured roughly with her hand. Close enough. No need to be so precise. Tao Tianhe stared at her flushed face from running and raised an eyebrow. Running fast is a good thing, I guess. 3 killers chasing you, and not a single hair on you was touched? His tone was skeptical. Qiu Shui was known for exaggeration. They didn't catch me. Now they'll definitely come after you and Yen Wei. We have to warn them to run immediately. Qiu Shui panted and urged him. How can you be so sure they'll come after us? She lifted her chin and met the gaze of the 1.82-meter tall Tao Tianhe with certainty. Isn't it obvious? If they chase me, but let you guys go, that'd be the weird part. Tao Tianhe opened his mouth to argue, but couldn't find a good reason. Saying it made no sense felt off, but agreeing seemed strange too. Fine. I was planning to enter the solo trial one more time on the last day. Since I ran into you, something feels wrong. I want go. Exactly. Don't force it if you feel uneasy. Qiu Shuan nodded repeatedly. In our line of work, pushing too hard is a major taboo. It might even spell big trouble. You've got to listen to your gut. That was always how Qiu Shui was. If even a sliver of doubt crept in, she refused to enter the trial. She'd rather scrape through with a few scratches than go and not at her best. Her efficiency was pitifully low. She barely entered once or twice a month. When she did, it was all about running for her life survival first. Pass or fail didn't matter. Dead meant game over, after all. Year after year, she just barely pushed her agility to an F grade. Tao Tian's face darkened. This woman trusted superstition way too much. All right, you're right. Should I go find Yanwei then? Okay, he'll find Chuan. Remember, no messages, you never know who might be listening. Tao Tianhe froze. Then how do we find them? Isn't that a little too cautious? Our number one safety rule is trialers. Be prudent, Qiu Shui said seriously. Forgotten already? It's not that I've never heard of that. Where did you learn this? Fine. Tao Tianhe took a deep breath. Then split up? Yeah. Be careful. Got it. On the western outskirts of Taizhou County, the mountain breeze at dusk carried the scent of blood. Old Wang and the Defense Bureau team trampled through weeds up the hillside. In the distance, they spotted a large white cloth covering something obvious. His chest tightened. If they'd called him here, it had to be connected to him somehow, though the list of people related to him wasn't long. Following a trail of blood, the entire mountain path was sealed off with police tape. Old Wang approached the body without rushing to lift the cloth, first looking to Captain Liu beside him. Liu was one of the 3 captains in Taizhou County's small division and a top-level supervisor. The two knew each other fairly well. Who is it? Old Wang's voice was hoarse. Captain Liu pursed his lips. See for yourself. Old Wang stepped forward, hands trembling lightly. He paused, then pinched a corner of the cloth with his right hand and slowly pulled it back. The next second, his pupils shrank sharply, breath quickened, and a cold shock ran from his feet to his head. Underneath the cloth was a familiar but monstrously distorted face. Old Wang grabbed the white cloth and tore it all off at once. His entire body was covered in blood with multiple fatal wounds, and he was completely naked. He took several steps back, his throat tightening. It was almost unbelievable that his carefully trained disciple of many years had ended up like this. We only found his body this morning, the coroner added in a low voice. Estimated time of death was around 5 a.m. That's impossible. Old Wang tried desperately to recall. Last night, he came back with me. Around 4:30, we each went to our own rooms. Captain Liu's brow furrowed even deeper. Within half an hour, he shouldn't have gone that far. Ended up naked. I'm absolutely sure. Old Wang clenched his fists but couldn't explain it. What happened? Who did this? The coroner pointed out the victim had clearly resisted fiercely before dying and had traveled a long distance. But why did he collapse here? And why was he stripped bare? Old Wang, did he take drugs? Someone asked. Definitely not. He rarely socialized with other trial participants and never went to shady places. What about women? A team member pressed. Did he have any special female acquaintances? Otherwise, how do we explain a naked body? Old Wang frowned. That doesn't add up. Women. Captain Liu suddenly interjected. Song Hung loved hanging out with younger female students, even minors. Most of his money was spent on them. You mean some woman might have killed him for money, lured him here? Very possible. Captain Liu glanced around. There are very few clues at the scene, most were deliberately cleaned up. Shows the killer planned this carefully, not a crime of passion. Old Wang normally stayed out of Song Hung's private life, but now regretted it. Deeply didn't know which women his disciple was involved with at all. Let's go. He'll come with you to check his room, Captain Liu decided immediately. Half an hour later, the two hurried into the dorm and burst into Song Heng's room. The shower was still running, water droplets splashing against the floor, creating misty sprays. Clean clothes were neatly folded nearby, and his phone, wallet, and all trial equipment lay quietly on the bed. Everything was intact. No wonder there were no traces at the scene, Captain Liu said grimly. He never even took anything with him. That's even stranger, Old Wang muttered. It means he left abruptly while showering. What emergency made him rush out without his clothes? Old Wang, are you still sure he didn't take drugs? Faced with this odd scene, Old Wang couldn't give a confident answer anymore. Have you checked the surveillance? We're retrieving it now, Captain Liu said, taking out his radio. Get all footage between here and the crime scene. Inform me immediately once it's available. Security personnel entered the room to collect all information related to Song Hung and to check if anyone else had been inside. Old Wang numbly cooperated. Only last night, had scolded his disciple harshly. Now, by daybreak, the man was dead on the street and naked to boot. If it'd been a woman, maybe it would make sense, but a man found naked like this left him utterly baffled. His mind was a mess. He simply couldn't grasp what had happened. Mu Chuan retrieved the remaining 2 pieces of equipment, the Yin Guard E and the lava bracers E. The Yin Guard E was completely repaired, while the lava bracers E had only been restored to about 90. With the elite tournament approaching, he decided to take them early. It was his first time competing, so caution was paramount. Not long after leaving the repair shop, he received a private message from Chilong. 150,000 has been transferred. Zhuo Juanjia asked me to pass it to you as your share from the Void Ray Beast Matriarch's profits. Mu Chuan glanced at his account and saw the amount had indeed increased by 150,000. He was slightly surprised and hadn't expected to get a cut of that money at all. Then Chilong dropped a major piece of news. That Mistbeak guild that rejected you last time has hit trouble. Except for the support Xian Lan, all 3 main members were wiped out. Mu Chuan stopped in his tracks. They all didn't make it back? What about the tank who replaced me? He ran. Chilong's tone was tinged with barely concealed satisfaction. The team trial is a killing trial. They made it near the end, but ran into a strong team from the Flameheart clan at the last minute. It was a head-to-head clash, with that tank holding the front line. But then the guys suddenly turned and fled. The formation collapsed instantly, the numbers fell behind, and amid the chaos, the enemy wiped out 3 team members on the spot. Mu Chuan was stunned. He had the nerve to run? Did he even want to survive? Now he's wanted throughout Nan'an City. Chilong couldn't help but laugh. Those 3 main players are all high-ranking officials' kids. Their families have gone crazy. Official channels want him dead, and underground forces want him gone too. The guy ran right after the dungeon, not even daring to return to Origin Point. The whole city's police force is out hunting him, but haven't caught him yet. He can't leave Nan'an anytime soon. The city has already increased lockdowns in neighboring counties. Mu Chuan exhaled sharply. Luckily, he returned early to Taiyai's county and handled Songhong. Otherwise, he'd be stuck outside the city now. If the city locks down completely, his identity would be exposed. Although clean, he would never risk revealing himself and would have to keep hiding outside. Chilong piled on. Should have listened to me and brought you along. None of this would have happened. Now look, all clean death. He said tragic, but his face betrayed a gleeful schadenfreude. Those 3 had families that invested huge sums to train them. In the end, all wasted. And it wasn't even a skill issue. It was being betrayed by a teammate. Pretty brutal, huh? Mu Chuan understood the caution of these elite offspring. Better a familiar, weaker partner than a stranger with unknown background. But still, no matter how careful, they couldn't prevent this disaster. Chilong asked, H1, how'd your team trial go this time? Pretty smooth. Took about an hour to clear it. Mu Chuan replied calmly. Nice. Zhuo Juanjia talked to me. They want to recruit you for the next team trial. Price is negotiable. They're willing to pay. If there's money to be made, I'm in just as long as the price is right. All right then, get ready next month. If you want to find a team earlier, just tell me. I can arrange better ones. I haven't discussed anything else with Zhuo Juanjia and the others. Will do. After finishing his conversation with Chilong, he returned to his secret base and meticulously reviewed everything once more to ensure nothing was overlooked. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to enter. Mid-next month marks the period when level skills get bonded with death pacts, and he'd have to personally face a true life-or-death battle. This elite round for competitors under the age of 25 was a rare chance to rehearse. His opponent was also a top talent from another race, perfect for getting accustomed to the solo challenges in the trial. Whoosh! Mu Hanchuan's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing at the very center of a volcano crater. Beneath his feet lay a roughly 500 square meter rocky platform, completely lacking any guardrails. Around it, molten lava churned like a furious sea, waves of blistering heat crashing against him. Looking outward, the inner walls of the crater glowed bright red from intense heat. Occasionally, chunks of rock cracked and fell hundreds of meters into the lava below, creating a crackling sound that echoed repeatedly. The air was thick with the acrid stench of sulfur, each breath feeling like fire entering his lungs. Beyond that was a pale gray sky blanketed by heavy clouds, casting a suffocating veil over this hellish battlefield. Mu Hanchuan felt momentarily disoriented. It was hard to tell if this bizarre terrain was the real volcano on the Forbidden Trial Star or an illusion projected by the Forbidden Star Ring. Either way, the realism was almost indistinguishable. Across the platform stood his opponent for this round, a young man from the Yinxin clan. After surveying their surroundings, he let out a furious roar. Fire was the Yinxin clan's innate gift, and this volcano was essentially his home ground, greatly boosting his power. The man's entire body was a blazing red, with a few deep black tribal markings on his torso and limbs resembling natural totems. His flame-like hair flared brighter with his rising anger. Standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, his muscles bulged like knotted ropes, and his broad palms ended in slightly pointed fingertips. Most striking were the black spikes running in 3 vertical rows down his back from neck to tailbone, covered in thick horn-like plates. They clearly provided high defense, making his back no easy target, but their exact purpose remained unknown. I just talked with Chilong about the Yinxin clan this noon, and now I'm facing a real one, Mu Hanchuan thought to himself. The Yinxin warrior scrutinized Mu Hanchuan once more, then snarled mockingly. A human? Without even a decent weapon? What trash dares enter the elite solo contest? The first round is too easy. He took a heavy step, causing the rocks to tremble, preparing to charge. At that moment, Mu Hanchuan reached out with a clenched fist, his aura shifting suddenly. 1. Flying Star Swift Boots, grade enveloping his feet instantly. 2. Codscale Knee Guards, grade locking firmly around his knees. 3. Thundershock Leggings, grade shielding his thighs. 3 pieces of armor materialized simultaneously, followed immediately by 4. Void Stomach Plate, grade a dark scales shielding his chest and abdomen. 5. Dragonbone Wrist Guard, grade ebon white plates protecting his left arm. 6. Lava Bracer, grade a marbled with magma patterns wrapping around his right arm. 7. Faceless Mask, grade FA black mask sealing over his face from crown to chin. The armor shimmered briefly before solidifying as a complete suit. The Yinshin warrior, who was just beginning to accelerate, suddenly stopped dead, stumbling back half a step. His eyes widened beyond belief. Had never seen such bizarre gear. What the hell is that? Am I seeing things? He muttered, slapping himself twice hard. His ears buzzed, but when he looked again, the armor was still there. Mu Hanchuan pressed on. 8. Inyang Guard, great Etwo board-like plates snapped across his back. 9. Thousand Lotus Pool Crossing, great morphed into a broad plantain-like shield hung at his waist. With these 6 pieces fully equipped, plus 1 marker Itima heavy machine gun was ready. Though, he wasn't planning to deploy the gun just yet. Earlier this month in Tianlan City, Mu Hanchuan had been ambushed and gravely wounded by an unknown faction robbing a bank. He was only just now recovered enough to join the trial, rushing in at the last minute with his condition far from ideal. This state won't hold up in a prolonged fight, he calculated quickly. He decided to first test his opponent's attack strength and learn the average level of elite fighters under 25 from all races, gathering experience. If needed, he would unleash the machine gun to bombard the enemy into near death, forcing surrender. He touched his waist, still holding back for the moment, silently counting. 400 rounds of ammo should be enough. The Flameheart tribe warrior coughed up blood, staring in disbelief as the human opponent calmly summoned equipment. Was he dazed? Completely out of it? How could he possibly win like this? The match had barely started, yet he already felt defeated. Was this cheating? Some kind of hidden trick? What was the point of an elite tournament then? Anger welled up in his chest, yet his feet kept moving forward. Suddenly, he surged ahead. Even if unwilling, he had to fight. Before reaching 25 bone age, this was his only official appearance. Fail now, and he'd have to wait until the under 35s elite round to try again if he even got invited. With rich rewards so close, retreat was out of the question. He launched his ultimate move immediately. His bloodline roared as he detonated the attack skill Wei Shai. This wasn't a direct strike, but a sudden surge of physical power and attack intensity. The next instant, he leapt high, flipped, spun midair, and unleashed 3 rows of vertical black spikes that ripped through the air with shrieking force, aiming straight at Mu Hanchuan. Mu Hanchuan raised both arms, forgoing his shield, and withstood the strike heat. Boom! The violent impact pushed him back 4 or 5 meters. His armor took dozens of piercing hits, but the overwhelming force sent numbness through his hand. He thought grimly, the power behind this is fierce, and those black spikes pack a deadly punch. The Flameheart tribe's face changed drastically. His strongest attack blocked, just like that. Gritting his teeth, he swung his giant iron hammer in a full sprint, smashing with brutal force. Mu Hanchuan still didn't retaliate. Left block, right block, purely practicing endurance. The relentless clash of metal and iron lasted 2 full minutes, yet his defense didn't budge an inch. Driven mad with rage, the warrior tore off his shirt, baring his chest. Too grim, gaping maws suddenly opened wide, boiling fury and energy erupting into blazing flames that roared toward Mu Hanchuan. Only then did Mu Hanchuan pull out half of his cutting board shield, raising it in front of his face. The blaze raged for a full minute. The warrior's chest smoked where the twin mouths spewed fire, yet the human remained utterly unmoved. He felt even more stunned, resentment surging within. After all his preparation, he couldn't give up. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his final trump card, the attack item card Berserker's Hammer E. Boom. The sky ripped open as a massive hammer bathed in dark red light plunged downward. The air split with a sharp, whooshing roar. Mu Hanchuan couldn't hold firm any longer, drawing the other half of his cutting board shield to merge into a giant barrier and brace for impact. The hammer struck with a thunderous crash, shockwaves rippling outward. Mu Hanchuan was knocked down, rolling over 10 meters before steadying himself. Looking up, he saw countless fine cracks spiderwebbed across the shield's surface, 30 damage, 20 points of durability lost, and a stabbing pain in his arm. He nodded quietly. A good card. Even a fully decked-out loadout could be shaken by this. Satisfied with the test, Mu Hanchuan chose not to continue, preparing instead to summon his heavy machine gun to end the duel once and for all. Before he could make a move, the Flameheart tribe on the opposite side forfeited first. This time, they truly broke down. The man flung his heavy iron spike aside, the flames abruptly dying out, then collapsed to the ground, bawling loudly. You cheated. You're a fraud, boo-hoo. Mu Hanchuan watched the scene and finally confirmed he was inside the Forbidden Star Ring. Because he could understand the Flame Heart tribe's language, something only possible within the virtual space of the Forbidden Star Ring. At that moment, he was a bit stunned. He had been about to pull out his heavy machine gun and open fire, but now he had to reconsider his strategy. Gradually, a suspicion formed in his mind: could this fierce Flameheart tribe member be the lead matriarch of the tribe? After crying for a while, she suddenly stood up, threw her iron spike, stared daggers at Mu Hanchuan, and spat out a fierce threat. I remember you. Next time, they'll definitely kill you. No sooner had she spoken than her figure flickered and vanished, returning to the real world. Mu Hanchuan smirked to himself. You can't break through my defense now. Want revenge later? In your dreams. Immediately after, the system notification sounded. Congratulations on winning the first round of the Under-25 Elite Competition reward. 1 white random attribute point item card. After a brief moment of anticipation, that was the only reward not too hard to get. So he basically received a free card worth about 1 million, which could be used to boost his stats for the week. Back in the real world, Mu Hanchuan took off all his gear and felt much lighter. The string of upheavals this month was finally over. He had managed to endure. After a short rest, he planned to go out later and check the area near the county seat. He heard the police had mobilized to hunt down that tricky tank. Surely the scene would be chaotic. He also wanted to ask Chailong if the Kaleidoscope Stop Domain D card had sold successfully. By nightfall, Qiu Shui was beside herself with worry. She had searched nearly everywhere, but still hadn't found Achuan. A vague sense of dread gnawed at her. Had something gone wrong? She really hoped to rescue him, but the chances seemed slim. So she decided to return and find Tao Tianhe and Yin Wei to discuss their next move. Tao Tianhe and Yin Wei, acting separately, also failed to locate each other. Yin Wei hadn't listened to Qiu Shui and secretly switched phones to contact Tao Tianhe, but received no reply. All signs suggested Yin Wei had probably already entered the trial arena. On the last day of the month, everyone was overwhelmed and scrambling. Not only that, the police presence in the county seat was unusually heavy today. Armed police and plainclothes officers patrolled every street corner, clearly conducting covert searches. Although their enforcement was subtle, Mu Hanchuan's instincts told him something was off. The situation was more complicated than it seemed. Qiu Shui hadn't exaggerated this time. Someone was really looking for Achuan. Mu Hanchuan reconnected with Qiu Shui, asking about her current status and any clues she might have. Then, he discreetly sent her a meeting place address, arranging to meet, before quickly slipping away. After a short rest in the afternoon, that evening Mu Hanchuan went for a walk in a nearby park and checked his phone. There was still no news from Chailong, but he received a message from Tao Tianhe, though not from his usual number, urging him urgently to meet at some location. Mu Hanchuan wondered to himself, had something major happened to them? He had been busy these days and hadn't been to work for a while. Maybe they just wanted to meet up, nothing more. He pocketed his phone, resolved to see what was going on. In a remote, desolate mountain area, a cluster of graves lay scattered. Mu Hanchuan arrived there. The wind rustled through the wild grass between the tombs. On the stone steps, Qiu Shui and Tao Tianhe had been waiting for some time. Seeing him appear, Qiu Shui hurried over, her face full of relief and joy. H1, are you okay? What could have happened to me? Mu Hanchuan replied, puzzled. Tao Tianhe quickly added. Qiu Shui said someone was chasing her. Those people seem to be after you. Mu Hanchuan's brow tightened sharply as he fixed his gaze on Qiu Shui. Were you really being chased? Yes. Qiu Shui nodded, speaking rapidly. They offered me 3 million if I revealed your whereabouts. I'm not that kind of person, so I refused outright. They beat me and chased me all the way here. If I hadn't run fast, I probably wouldn't have made it to you. All three knew Mu Hanchuan had a sworn sister named Dai Xiaoyan, but none understood his true background. After a moment of thought, Mu Hanchuan asked, what about Yin Wei? Can't reach him. Most likely still in the trials. Hearing this, Mu Hanchuan made a silent judgment. It was most likely the Mu family acting. They had been friends traveling together for years, with no reason to betray one another. He immediately pulled out a stack of cash, 1 million total, and handed 50,000 each to Qiu Shui and Tao Tianhe. Sorry for dragging you into this. It's best to lay low for a while. Qiu Shui accepted the money with a bright smile. We're family. Don't mention it. You must have made some good money lately. You deserve to share. Tao Tianhe, however, didn't take the money. His expression was serious. H1, the county police are after you too. What exactly have you done? Mu Hanchuan shoved the cash into his hand. It's complicated. Just leave. It's better if you don't ask questions. They'll handle it. Having known Mu Hanchuan since they were 13, Tao Tianhe understood his friend's tendency to keep things bottled up and unwilling to talk. He could only nod. All right. Be careful. Remember, don't tell anyone about my sworn sister, Mu Hanchuan warned. Both Qiu Shui and Tao Tianhe promised in unison. Good. You two go ahead. I'll assess the situation. As they parted, Tao Tianhe patted him on the shoulder. Take care. Qiu Shui looked back and admonished. Don't do anything reckless. Mu Hanchuan raised his hand in a signal. Got it. After they had gone some distance, he pulled out his phone and dialed. Hey H1. On the other end, Chai Long began. My dad has scheduled the Kaleidoscope Stop Area D for auction. The bidding starts in a few days. Not about that, Mu Hanchuan interrupted. Do me a favor. Send some people to Dakota County to keep an eye on my sworn sister's family. Chai Long's voice suddenly turned serious. Something happened? The Mu family has traced people connected to me. They might come for Dai Xiaoyan. Understood. They'll notify you as soon as there's news. Thanks. After hanging up, Mu Hanchuan didn't leave immediately, but tried again to contact Yin Wei. Still no answer. Must really be in the trials. Xiao Shui was straightforward and bold. Tao Tianhe honest and loyal. These two would never betray him. But Yin Wei, outwardly gentle, harbored grand ambitions that reality did not fulfill. Mu Hanchuan couldn't fully read him and worried whether the Mu family might try to use Yin Wei as a pawn. He had no idea how much intelligence the Mu family had gathered or how many agents they had deployed. The top priority now was finding a natural excuse for Dai Xiaoyan and her family to relocate. If he arranged it himself, there was always a risk of exposure. Chai Long's father had the means to help, but Mu Hanchuan still wasn't entirely confident. After all, Yin Shu was a middleman. His bread and butter was all the gossip and leaks he dealt in. Letting him handle protection was like handing over your own soft spot on a silver platter. No matter how close you were, you had to keep your guard up. After careful consideration, Mu Hanchuan turned his attention to the Su family. He had already done them a huge favor and was willing to cooperate with their next moves, so they ought to give something in return. Dai Xiaoyan's exposure was almost certainly tied to the Sus. Even if it wasn't, pinning it on them wasn't exactly lying after all. The Sus had been to visit, and it made sense that the Mu family found traces of that. This way, both sides got what they needed. The Sus, with their high standing, would never dare to threaten him through the Dai family, and quietly moving Dai Xiaoyan and her family to safety was a minor matter. His own value was more than enough to buy that level of investment. Once decided, Mu Hanchuan didn't look for little white rabbit Su Qingyu, but instead messaged her older sister Su Han for the first time. What about breaking off the engagement? Is it possible to completely sever ties with the Mu family? He deliberately didn't make a direct request. Yi wanted to seize the initiative first and then ease into conditions, so it wouldn't seem too deliberate. 10 seconds after sending the message, while he was debating whether to make the trip to Katoa County himself, just an hour from Taizhou County, though things had been unsettled lately with police tied up chasing that tank maniac, making movement difficult, Su Han's reply popped up. The woman wasn't even asleep in the middle of the night. Su Han, come to Qingling. Mu Hanchuan rolled his eyes. Why? Did he look like he had nothing better to do? He replied with a, Su Han, if you want to get away from the Mu family quickly, come. My parents want to meet you for a serious talk. Mu Hanchuan, a video call? Su Han, you don't deserve that. He found himself liking this woman even less. Maybe she was just bluntly honest, but what about manners and courtesy? Mu Hanchuan, will coming resolve it? Su Han, probably. Probably. His mind flashed to the Su family's deep roots, the top 3 political families in Qingling City, with a tightly woven grip on the local government and enormous influence. If they decided to go all out and crush the Mu family, even 10 Mu families wouldn't stand a chance. A flicker of doubt appeared. If there was really an 80 chance of winning, making the trip to Qingling and putting on a good face wouldn't be a loss. He could also settle Dai Xiaoyan's family once and for all along the way. Mu Hanchuan, how do I get there? Su Han, give me your location. Someone will pick you up. Once in the car, don't worry, you'll arrive safely in Qingling. Straightforward and decisive. This woman didn't drag things out like her soft, sweet little sister. Were they really siblings? Their personalities were poles apart. Even their upbringing wildly different. He looked down at himself. A pair of facing speed boots on his feet, the faceless mask in his pocket, no other gear on him, but all tagged and ready to grab at a moment's notice. His portable inventory contained a medical kit. Nowadays he was used to carrying it with him whenever he went out. Beyond that, there wasn't much to prepare. The sooner he set off, the better. If the Mu family couldn't find Yin Wei, they'd follow other clues back to him and Dai Xiaoyan. The old patriarch might be dead, but his old acquaintances were still a constant risk. His current strength wasn't enough to fight Hedon. Avoiding confrontation was best. He sent Su Han his location at the graveyard, then waited quietly for the car. A teasing thought crossed his mind. Anyone marrying into the Su family would have a tough time ahead. That woman was sharp and hard to handle. In contrast, Su Qingyu, the little white rabbit, was much easier, pretty, obedient, easy to manage. If they truly married, she might not even notice if he took lovers, and would faithfully stay home day by day, leaving no room for family drama. Waiting less than half an hour near the graveyard, a comfortable white business van arrived. 2 people got out and walked straight to Mu Hanchuan with clear purpose, inviting him to get in. He nodded almost without thinking and stepped inside the van. The rear seats had been modified for spaciousness, with soft genuine leather upholstery. Wet wipes, bottled water, and first aid supplies were neatly arranged within reach. Sitting alone in the back, Mu Hanchuan watched the scenery outside blur as the vehicle sped along. The convoy took the highway the entire way without a single stop. In less than 24 hours, around 6 in the evening the next day, the vehicle pulled into Qingling. Normally, he would have been taken directly to the Su family residence, but instead the van stopped at a secluded villa in the west part of the city. It was a modest three-story house, not large in size but surrounded by layers of flower beds. Roses, hydrangeas, and lavender were arranged in a charming, uneven pattern. The air was heavy with the mingled scents of earth and blossoms. Just as the wrought iron gate slid open, 2 guards and 3 housemaids stood neatly outside the entrance to greet him. The eldest maid bowed slightly, speaking politely, "Young Master Mu, this place is quiet and peaceful. Dinner has already been prepared. Please rest here for the next few days." Mu Hanchuan had no intention of lingering. Security in the capital was tight, making even casual outings troublesome. He got straight to the point. "Where is Su Han?" "The young lady will come to meet you after finishing her official duties," the maid replied softly. "No exact time?" Mu Hanchuan frowned deeply. He only wanted to cooperate to get things done and leave immediately, no delays. "Tell her, he'll stay no more than 3 days. After that, regardless of where her plan stands, I will leave." Before the words even left his mouth, he added coolly and firmly, "If Su Han truly thinks he'll beg her, she's mistaken. Naturally, it's best if I can leave the Mu family smoothly. If not, it'll only take a bit more effort. The Mu family won't hold me back." Young Master Mu, I will convey your message," the maid said, wiping the sweat from her brow. With that, Mu Hanchuan stepped inside the villa and settled into the guest room on the second floor prepared especially for him. After a quick shower, he resolved to get his body in the best possible condition. At the same time, Su Qingyu was half-leaning on the soft bed in her bedroom when a palm-sized, blood-red token appeared mysteriously in her hand. The surface rippled like water, and glowing lines of text flickered a message from Jinhu Chaowan. "Qingyu, your fiancé has arrived in Qingling. Aren't you going to see him?" This token was inseparably fused to Su Qingyu's flesh and blood. It could never be removed. Besides Chaowan, it recorded 6 other members, including Su Qingyu herself. It was no ordinary ornament, but an extremely rare artifact known as a blood pact token. Its worth was beyond monetary measure, and the difficulty of acquisition rivaled reaching the heavens. It only appeared under very special conditions. Rules of the blood pact token. 1. The bearer may invite up to 6 others, making a total of 7 people. 2. Once invited and accepted, each member receives a linked sub-token that cannot be taken away. 3. Members can never betray or quit permanently. 4. Every half-month, 3 item cards can be deposited onto the token, which accumulate over time. Any member can use these items in the real world, but not in the trial star. 5. Once per month, the token can be activated to trace and locate any member's exact position. 6. Every 3 months, a team trial search can be initiated that all members must participate in. 7. The token has 10 levels, from 1 to 10. The higher the level, the deeper the trial star search range, the greater the dangers, and the higher the chance of encountering other blood pact token teams. To possess a blood pact token is to have an unbreakable, life-bound alliancia team bound by mutual benefit and mortal stakes, committed to moving forward and growing together. Su Qingyu traced the edge of the token lightly with her fingertip and softly replied, "Of course, they'll go see him. Qingling has nice scenery. I can take him out to explore a bit." King Zhejiang, Blood Fox, seriously, you're really getting married? How can you leave us behind? Under the neon lights, he suddenly stood up, nearly spilling his beer. Yen Foxley Ming leaned on the bar, pushing his glass forward. "Getting married isn't so bad." His voice was soft, but resolute. Yen Foxwei Zio lifted her chin confidently, her sequin camisole making her strikingly bold. "What kind of man is he?" Big sister started young 9 years old seen countless guys. "Let me help you size him up." She glanced at her phone, her face glowing with excitement, like a true gossip lover. In a corner, Red Fox he was preoccupied checking gear, instead of joining the chatter, while Ghost Fox Chu Ming remained hidden in the shadows. The 7 of them King Zhejiang, Yen Fox Li Ming, Yen Fox Wei Zio, Golden Fox Chao Wan, Red Fox He, Ghost Fox Chu Ming, and Blood Fox Su Qinji made up the entire blood pact. Different backgrounds, ranks, skills, and temperaments, yet an unbreakable team that never betrayed one another. Su Qingyu smiled casually. "Oh, don't worry too much. He's actually here to call off the engagement." The words "call off engagement" hung in the air like a sudden chill. Yen Foxley Ming froze, glass halfway to his lips. "What?" On the other side, Golden Fox Chow One was laughing uncontrollably, clutching her chips. "Ha ha ha." King Zhejiang scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, guess I overthought that." Still embarrassed, but relieved. In the nightclub's private room, Yen Foxwei Zio slammed the table, fiercely defending her sister. "Is it because you're not good enough? Not pretty enough? Not gentle enough? What kind of man is he, to just ditch you like that?" The multicolored lights flickered at her fingertips, her tone sharp and cutting. The usually silent Ghost Fox, Chu Ming, suddenly emerged from the shadows, voice low and dangerous. "Wanting to deal with him?" 7 words dripping with icy menace. Su Qingyu raised her hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. A faint red glow pulsed as the blood-packed mark vanished, merging into her palm. She turned lazily. Hee hee, get the clothes ready. I want to meet Muhan Chuan. After all, she was still a traditional girl at heart. If there's an engagement, she's curious about her fiancé. Miss, Zhu Hua invited you to flower viewing. He hesitated, holding her phone. Su Qingyu didn't even look back. Find an excuse to decline. Understood. Meanwhile, the Su family mansion was brightly lit. The butler reported softly, it's all arranged. Young miss, young Master Mu has been settled. Aren't you going to receive him today? Su Qingyu shook her head. No need. Maybe in a couple of days. Her parents hadn't made a move yet, so she had to wait. This time, the Su family meant business, not just economic pressure on the Mu family, but a complete political blockade. The Su family's real power was never in business, but in politics. And with Mu Hanchuan on their side, if the Mu family didn't cooperate, they'd face the consequences alone. But young Master Mu said he'll only stay 3 days, then leave. The butler's voice lowered further. Suhan smiled. Huh, he's got some nerve, even daring to threaten her. A car drove into the villa. This villa was originally reserved for the most distinguished guests. The Su family rarely came here. The guards at the gate were completely unprepared to see the second young lady of the Su family arrive in person, and they scrambled nervously to greet her. The car door opened, and Su Qingyu stepped out gracefully in flat shoes. The crowd bowed in unison. Second miss. She nodded slightly, without any arrogance. You all go about your business. With that, she walked toward the main hall accompanied only by her personal assistant. Hee. Upstairs, Mu Hanchuan was resting against the headboard with his eyes closed. Suddenly hearing the noise downstairs, he thought Su Han might have come. But then he quickly dismissed the idea's influence over Su Han was virtually zero, probably even negative. Definitely not her. He remained by the door, not following inside as Su Qingyu entered the soaring main hall. At the same moment, Mu Hanchuan pushed the door open and stepped out. Halfway down the stairs, their eyes met him at the staircase, her standing in the middle of the hall. Mu Hanchuan frowned. Why is it her? These two betrothed had spoken so few words over the years, barely enough to count on one hand. Though they saved each other's number, neither had ever sent a message. When Su Han was around, it wasn't so awkward. Now alone like this, the air felt thick and stiff. After a moment of silence, Mu Hanchuan spoke first. Long time no see. Yes, long time no see. Su Qingyu smiled softly. Are you here for something? He asked naturally. Since I'm rarely in Qingling, want to go out for a walk together? Mu Hanchuan felt no need for this, but didn't want to refuse outright. He thought privately. I came to Qingling to cancel the engagement, yet she wants to go shopping with me? Doesn't she care if people see and misunderstand? The entire Su family has been worried sick for her, but she acts like she has no idea. Finally, he nodded. All right, let's go. Mu Hanchuan descended the stairs, and the two walked out side by side. He had originally intended to keep a low profile for a couple of days to avoid revealing his identity. After all, the Su family didn't want the outside world to know he was the second young lattice fiancé. But now he suddenly changed his mind. The Mu family was searching for him all over town. If he appeared openly in Qingling, maybe they'd give Yupan. It might help divert attention from Dai Xian's family too. On the villa steps, the steward and servants watched them leave, speaking in low voices. Who's that guy? He seems pretty familiar with the second miss. His status must be important. Maybe the fiancé? They do look compatible. Could be. Second miss is of marrying age. It makes sense to settle things first. But the oldest miss hasn't married yet. The oldest miss is busy with her career, not concerned with this. These things don't follow a strict order. The gate closed behind them, and the whispers faded. The winding path stretched before them as they walked and talked. Su Qingyu asked, are you comfortable living inside? Pretty good. Need me to prepare anything else? No. There's a flower exhibition and hairpin performance tonight. Quite lively. Want to check it out? Sure. Their conversation was brief and awkward. Neither was skilled at small talk. About an hour later, they arrived at the event on foot. Neon lights were just starting to glow, and the crowd was bustling, yet they barely spoke along the way. Suddenly, Mu Hanchuan, a half step behind, asked, do you hate your parents? No. You should hate them. You are the legitimate heir of the Mu family. They had the right to choose, just like I chose my own life. Su Qingyu tilted her head slightly and looked him in the eye. You're really strange. Right back at you, Mu Hanchuan replied coolly. Compared to Su Qingyu's pure innocence, what made him truly unusual was never expecting that such a big, powerful family like the Su clan could raise someone as naive and sweet as her. After exchanging these few words, they fell silent again, walking side by side through the vast exhibition hall. By the time they finished the whole round, a full hour had passed. Meanwhile, in a corridor on the other side, a group of young men and women strolled along in high spirits. The only wounded one was Zhu Hua. Over the past few days, he had scouted all the exhibition areas in advance and memorized the commentary, planning a surprise for Su Qingyu that evening. He even ordered a custom-made, exquisitely styled floral hairpin that perfectly matched her temperament at no small expense. But no matter how much he planned, he hadn't expected her to flatly reject his invitation. His friends teased him, seeing his gloomy mood. "Juhua, you've had that sour face all night. Still nursing that heartbreak? Haha, maybe Su Qingyu really had something come up, don't dwell on it." "Exactly. She's never been one to say no casually, especially not to you. There must be a good reason." Another shook their heads sympathetically. "You guys don't realize Zhu is the real Del, spent days preparing that hairpin. Of course he's disappointed. Don't make fun of him. It's a pity for sure. Zhu's got to step it up, lock her down early. With the Su family backing, his future's bright. Yeah, Su Qingyu's such a great girl. Missing out on her would be a lifetime regret. Plenty guys are after her, many from better families too. He needs to move fast. A pure-hearted beauty who stays untarnished in a messy world? Any man would be lucky to have her." Then, from the crowd, a girl with about a 7 at often looks suddenly stopped and squinted toward a distance. "Zhuhua, I think I see someone familiar, you all check it out." Everyone looked where she pointed and saw a man and woman walking side by side not far ahead, none other than Su Qingyu and Mu Hanchuan. They weren't speaking but were clearly together. Is that really Su Qingyu? She's never gone out alone with a guy before. Even when she agreed to meet Zhuhua, there were always others tagging along. What's up with tonight? Who's that guy? Laughter instantly stopped, and the atmosphere turned awkward. If it had been just Zhuhua who caught sight, it would be one thing. Now everyone had seen. His expression stiffened, his heart hit as if by a heavy hammer, had prepared so much only to see this scene. Even though they weren't officially together, it felt like an inexplicable betrayal. Someone hurried to smooth things over. Don't jump to conclusions, it might be some distant relative from the Su family. Everyone knows Su Qingyu's character. She wouldn't just casually hang out unknown with a guy. Maybe we should go say hi? Zhuhua took a deep breath, forcing a casual look. Fine, I'll ask him directly. Elsewhere, Mu Hanchuan and Su Qingyu had reached the other end of the exhibition and fell silent again for a long while. Mu Hanchuan glanced around with boredom. The lanterns all looked the same. Head rather returned to his room to study. The trial star was huge, with countless new levels opening. Time here was wasted. Su Qingyu glanced down at her phone. He sent a brief message. "Miss, those people are following again." She calmly put her phone away. The other party was hiding deep, had been watching her for days but hadn't made a move. Was this a rival of the Su family? Or someone who had discovered her connection to Hu Tianfang? Whoever it was, they'd have to be eliminated eventually, but only at a moment with absolutely no loopholes. Her eyes flicked to Mu Hanchuan. Maybe she could use him to lure the snake out. If they were Su's enemies, knowing who Mu Hanchuan was might make them hesitate to act. If they targeted her or Hu Tianfang, they might think Mu Hanchuan was one of her allies. That would be the perfect chance to strike. More importantly, she truly wanted to find out who he really was. Mu Hanchuan was suddenly surrounded, completely taken off guard. He was already in a bad mood from just accompanying someone for a walk, and now, inexplicably blocked by a group, his expression darkened even further. "Qingyu, who is he?" Zhuhua immediately asked with urgency, not bothering to beat around the bush. Men and women nearby stepped forward to greet them, but their eyes all fixated on Mu Hanchuan. Scrutinizing him looked far too ordinary, didn't he? Su Qingyu smiled faintly, glancing sideways at Mu Hanchuan. If he weren't here, she would have made up some excuse to dismiss them all easily, but since he was right in front of her, telling lies would contradict her own demeanor and wasn't necessary anyway. After all, these people had never mattered to her. "Hello everyone. He is my fiancé, betrothed to me since childhood," she introduced casually but confidently. "It's rare for him to visit Qingling, so I brought him out to take a walk." She deliberately didn't mention Mu Hanchuan's name, speaking politely without the arrogance of status. Mu Hanchuan's lips tightened, a twitch flickering across his face. Was this girl really so clueless? Publicly declaring their relationship so loudly? He had come here to discuss breaking off the engagement. A vague excuse would have sufficed, but she insisted on honesty. The Su family had raised her too sheltered, completely unaware of how treacherous the outside world could be. He glanced toward the others, who all froze in shock. Especially Zhu Hua, whose face looked like it had been struck by lightning. Boom. The realization hit them like thunder rolling through their minds. No one knew Su Qingyu had been promised in marriage since childhood. For the mighty Su family to approve, the man's background could never be ordinary. No wonder true top-tier heirs never pursued Su Qingyu. Their insiders must have known this from the start. Remembering how Su Qingyu's sister, Su Han, was fought over by all the major families, and comparing that to their own moderately privileged origins, everyone felt painfully awkward, wishing they could just disappear. Zhu Hua wanted to leave immediately, but was rooted to the spot, his eyes dazed. So all this time, he had been a joke. Foolishly thinking Su Qingyu regarded him differently, causing those elite sons to back off. The truth was, she never could care for him. As the conversation came to a close, Su Qingyu raised her hand to signal, "That's enough for now. We're about to head back. You all keep enjoying yourselves." "Ah, okay. Qingyu, goodbye." "Heh, bye-bye." The group forced awkward smiles and replied with farewell. Only after their figures faded into the distance did Zhu Hua look up at them again, bitterness swirling inside his heart. His companions exchanged glances, unsure how to console him. They would talk about this once back home. Walking back along the tree-lined path, Mu Hanchuan's gaze lingered on Su Qingyu's retreating figure, a trace of helpless concern in his eyes. It was no wonder the Su family wanted to call off the engagement. Who wouldn't worry about marrying off such a naive girl so far away? Let's just walk back, Su Qingyu suggested, and Mu Hanchuan naturally had no objections. The two walked one after the other, just half a body length apart. On their way back, they didn't take the main road they had come from, but veered into a quiet, tree-lined path. Thick branches intertwined overhead, casting shifting patches of light and shadow. Miss, that person is heading toward you, straight ahead, he whispered into the earpiece. Su Qingyu glanced at her phone and raised an eyebrow. Couldn't wait any longer? Ready to make a move? Why choose to act while she was still here? Are they in position? She asked about the hidden operatives assigned by Guihu to ambush tonight, planning to sweep up the tailing covert agents all at once. They're ready. We don't know how many there are yet. Wait until they all show themselves before making a move. No one gets away. If Mu Hanchuan can't hold them off, you come in. If he can, stay hidden. Su Qingyu herself wouldn't act. That didn't fit her persona. Understood. It was 10:30 at night. Silence surrounded them. Dry leaves rustled underfoot. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from the end of the path. The newcomer's head was down, the large hood obscuring half their face, moving quickly. Su Qingyu's steps paused. Furrowing her brow, she naturally took a half-step closer to Mu Hanchuan, appearing fragile and unguarded. Mu Hanchuan caught the abnormality and positioned himself in front of her, eyes scanning cautiously through the greenery on either side. Strange, where were the Su family bodyguards? They should have jumped out from hiding at a time like this. Even if Kingling's security was solid, a young lady with just one outsider? Not even a female bodyguard close by? About 15 meters away, the hooded figure suddenly accelerated, charging straight at them. An assassination attempt on Su Qingyu? Mu Hanchuan's heart sank. His presence in Qingling was meant to be secret. Even if the Mu family acted fast, they wouldn't strike so quickly, nor had any reason to kill him. How could they expect to discuss a marriage alliance if they did? The hooded person's face was covered, revealing only a pair of cold, expressionless eyes. Mu Hanchuan reacted swiftly, sidestepping and pulling Su Qingyu behind him, right fist poised to strike, ready to withstand the blow physically. He refused to expose any weapons unless absolutely necessary. Su Qingyu's expression remained calm as she stayed behind him, her eyes quietly watching for any movement behind them, but she didn't intervene. The attacker closed the distance to 3 meters, suddenly pulling 2 short blades. Mu Hanchuan's punch whistled toward them, but the opponent dodged just under a meter away, brushing past his fist and disappearing into the nearby shrubbery. What? Mu Hanchuan missed. He immediately turned to check on Su Qingyu. Just then, an almost invisible black shadow shot behind them both, throwing out a card. Damn it! Mu Hanchuan cursed under his breath. In the next instant, both he and Su Qingyu vanished from sight. Compulsory trial card activated. In a distant shadow, He's face changed. The opponent was attempting a double strike, trying to trap Su Qingyu and Mu Hanchuan in the trial star together. The young lad's safety wasn't in doubt, but if they couldn't catch these two attackers or find the mastermind, the Su family wouldn't dare make any decisions. The enemy was clearly trying to sow confusion and chaos within the Su household. Engage. She lunged forward, chasing the hooded figure with the face covering. Simultaneously, a shadow sped after the one who had thrown the trial card. Chao Wan was responsible for real-time intelligence relay, while Li Ming led the team for mobile support. Don't let either of them escape. Keep them alive if possible, but if not, kill them all. Swish. Inside a cave filled with brown rocks on the trial star, the Qingyuan blade suddenly appeared in Mu Hanchuan's hand, its cold light flashing. With a swift thrust, he pierced a monstrous creature over half a meter long that resembled a giant cockroach. Thick, milky white fluid splattered everywhere. Retracting his blade, he flicked it backward, and the sharp sword slammed into the stone wall behind Su Qingyu, pinning a second cockroach monster against it. Su Qingyu gasped softly. Mu Hanchuan stepped forward, drew his blade again, and repeatedly stabbed the twitching creature until it stopped moving entirely. Watching his clean and efficient moves, Su Qingyu thought, no wonder he's a veteran of many trials. His strikes are decisive, and his power output clearly marks him as an A rank. The question is his specialty strength, speed, or unique abilities? Mu Hanchuan turned back and glared at her a few times. Clearly, someone had used a forced trial item card to toss them onto this trial star. Such cards are expensive, whether used actively or as a trap. There's a 6-month cooldown after activation, and since the card's effect is now active, they wouldn't be forcibly teleported again within that time. No sane person would waste such a costly card voluntarily, so it's probably a dirty trick from the Su family's rivals. Su Qingyu widened her eyes and played innocent. Your enemies are targeting you? Mu Hanchuan sighed wearily. Who do you think would waste such an expensive card on me? You're too modest. Maybe it's precisely because of you. All right, All right, thanks for overestimating me. He glanced around thoughtfully. The only way out was to wait for this area's trial checkpoint to activate. The system would then forcibly match them into the trial, and only after clearing or the trial ending would they be sent back, assuming they lived that long. The trial star was vast, and no one knew when this sector would trigger. Su Qingyu whispered, "You're really a trial participant? Thanks for your concern. Irank, you shouldn't worry so much. The thing I should worry about most right now is staying alive. But we haven't eaten or drunk anything. Don't worry, you won't starve." If he were alone, Mu Hanchuan could lay low and wait it out. But with the Su family's heir with him, he had to remain vigilant for danger without revealing too much. As he pondered this, another cockroach monster peeked into the cave entrance. Mu Hanchuan gripped the Qingyuan blade, ready to strike. But the creature sniffed the air or sensed something wrong and gave a low warning growl. Then 3 or 4 more appeared, followed by a dozen more. This isn't good. Passing a large boulder, he secretly marked it, then stopped. Mu Hanchuan's Su Qingyu started to call out. "Don't shout." He grabbed her and turned around to sprint. Boom. Over 100 cockroach monsters poured into the cave like a tidal wave, a black mass chasing them. Normally, a delicate young lady would scream endlessly at such a scene, but Su Qingyu remained unusually calm and kept pace well. Clearly, she had trialer qualifications herself, just a rookie boosted by the item card. Mu Hanchuan nodded inwardly. At least she wouldn't slow him down. They ran all the way to the end of the cave. Ahead stood a massive rock more than 20 meters high with a steep incline. At the top, a small hole just big enough for one person to crawl through looked like the nest these cockroach monsters had dug out. Without hesitation, Mu Hanchuan shouted sharply, "Climb up." Behind them, swarms of cockroach monsters closed in. Mu Hanchuan suddenly shoved Su Qingyu forward and turned sharply to charge into the horde, his Qingyuan blade gleaming coldly as he swung it down, cleaving one monster's head. A powerful iron fist followed, smashing another beast away and knocking over a dozen more behind it. He stood firm at the base of the rocky slope, bravely facing the enemy alone. Seizing the moment, Su Qingyu climbed up to the top and shouted back before slipping into a narrow tunnel barely wide enough for one person. On the side wall, another cockroach monster lunged after her. Whoosh! The Qingyuan blade sliced the air and struck the creature's head precisely. Mu Hanchuan recalled the long blade with a flick and swept horizontally, cutting 2 more monsters in half. He then shook his shoulders violently, flinging off 3 cockroach beasts clinging to him, their shells shattered and limbs torn apart. There were too many monsters for him to keep Su Qingyu safe at once. Mu Hanchuan stretched out his left palm, aiming to use the mark skill to move a massive 20-meter boulder to seal the tunnel's entrance. But a voice rang in his mind. Volume too large, Mark failed. Seriously? 20 meters is already too big. Useless steer skill. No time to complain. He sprinted to the boulder's side, spun around, and dashed toward the tunnel entrance. With a gesture of his left hand, a 1-meter-wide rock materialized, precisely the one he marked earlier for a quick escape. The boulder crashed down with a roar, flattening over a dozen cockroach monsters into minced flesh instantly. But more monsters crawled toward the entrance. Mu Hanchuan recalled the rock again and threw it upward with a slam, jamming it tightly in the tunnel's mouth. Screeches filled the air as the lead cockroach monster was crushed beneath, its agonized cries muffled, while the others outside were blocked from entry and unable to break through for a while. Will this work? He thought with relief, focusing on wiping out the remaining enemies, stepping cautiously on the corpses as he climbed higher. Inside the cramped cave, a narrow passage stretched forward. Su Qingyu didn't rush deeper, but instead sat calmly on a clean stone surface, listening faintly to the distant sounds of battle outside. She opened her small bag and inspected its contents. Anything that might unbalance the trial had been removed, leaving only miscellaneous bits and a single trial item sword hilt. She took out a damp tissue and wiped the blood and dust from her face casually. Without a mirror, she cleaned by feel. Mu Hanchuan is responsible at least, knows how to shield me first, she thought. His speed was average, strength nothing outstanding, suggesting his main focus was physique. Mind-based fighters find group fights much harder, yet he held off so many cockroach monsters. After 3 years training to reach a grade physique, his temperament and courage were excellent, definitely interesting. By now, Mu Hanchuan had slain dozens of cockroach monsters. The ground was littered with bodies and soaked with sticky blood and fluids. The sounds of shattered shells and scraping claws echoed non-stop. His body was covered with dozens of wounds, fresh blood mixing with black ichor into filth. The monsters poured into the cave like a tide, endless and relentless. There was no way to kill them all. If he didn't retreat soon, he would be overwhelmed. He hacked open a gap, rushed to the top, kicked away several monsters, then forcefully pushed aside the blocking boulder and ducked into the cave, quickly restoring the stone to its place behind him. Inside, Su Qingyu had heard the noise and stood up. Seeing him drenched in blood, she showed a rare flash of worry. What the hell are you looking at? Move. Mu Hanchuan snapped angrily, glaring at her before leading the charge deeper into the passage. Su Qingyu picked up her bag silently and followed closely behind. Behind them, the cave's entrance rustled as dozens of cockroach monsters crazily gnawed at the stone blockade. Judging by the sound, it wouldn't hold for more than a few dozen seconds. In the early hours of the morning, chaos erupted within the Su family. Upon hearing the news, Suhan rushed back to her home immediately. The moment she stepped through the front gate, she saw the hallway brightly lit and filled with restless footsteps. The servants moved about anxiously, their faces pale with worry. Her eyes caught her father Su's dark, grim profile. Her younger sister Su Qingyu had gone missing. Along with her, the recently arrived Mu Hanchuan and Su Qingyu's most trusted bodyguard, He were also unaccounted for. Who dared to target the Su family? The Su household had always been peaceful, but with Mu Hanchuan having just set foot in Qingling, such a disaster unfolding right after seemed no coincidence. No one in the Su family would believe it was unrelated to him. Suhan's mind raced through possibilities. Had the Mu family caught wind of something first? Or was it the handiwork of an old rival in Qingling's political arena? The Shi family? The Min family? Or perhaps the Meng family? This sudden crisis disrupted the Su family's meticulously laid plans. Finding Su Qingyu and ensuring her safety became the top priority, overriding everything else. The Su family issued an immediate order to block all information about Su Qingyu and mobilized the official surveillance system overnight to pull every piece of footage across Qingling from residences and commercial buildings to secret venues, not allowing a single frame to be missed. They strictly forbade anyone from deleting or tampering with any footage. Every person entering and exiting the Flower Exhibition Hall and its surrounding areas was to be thoroughly investigated. The Defense Department sprang into action. Vehicles loaded with armed personnel and technical reconnaissance equipment swept across every district of the city. Tonight, the entire Qingling was locked down in a silent, massive search operation. All activities were classified as top secret, with anyone leaking information to face severe punishment. Why did Qingyu want to meet Mu Hanchuan? Suze slammed his fist on the rosewood desk in his study, shaking the tea set. His rage was brutal, but his wife Dai Wen's face was filled with worry as she clutched a silk scarf tightly. The child has always been willful, was spoiled her too much. And the bodyguards who accompanied her? Suhan asked coldly. They've all been brought back and are being interrogated one by one, Suze said with an icy glare. Check if any of them are compromised. Anyone found guilty will be severely punished first. When the bodyguards were dragged in, their faces were pale. Second Miss forbade us to follow. We didn't dare disobey before they could finish. They were hurried away by the guards. Father, who could it be? Suhan stood by the window, watching the crisscrossing car lights beyond the courtyard wall. Is the Mu family involved? Suze replied in a low voice. Whoever it is, if they dare lay a hand on Qingyu, it's blood for blood. Relay my order. Trace every lead at all costs. Anyone who blocks the investigation is to be eliminated cleanly. Understood. The aide nodded and hurried off. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, gunfire had just ceased, leaving the air thick with gunpowder and blood. A black-clad man codenamed Ghost Fox stood side by side with He, surrounded by masked assassins lying sprawled at their feet. They holstered their weapons and checked each other's wounds. Unfortunately, there were no survivors. The attackers were all suicide operatives. Still, Ghost Fox retrieved a badge engraved with a winged emblem. The White Feather Guild, he rasped. Once a gang turned legit, but at their core they're still an underground group. Without orders from the top, they wouldn't dare touch you too. Elsewhere, Chao Wan quickly typed at the surveillance room console, skillfully altering footage from the Flower Exhibition Hall and 2 nearby pursuit locations. After a few flickers, the critical images were replaced with blank segments. Removing her headphones, she whispered, done. At the perimeter, Wang Jiqiang led a team collecting shell casings and scrubbing bloodstains, not even missing blind spots of street cameras. Their movements were swift and practiced, as if rehearsed countless times. Deep in the night, he didn't return to the Su residence, but instead climbed into Li Ming's SUV with Ghost Fox. The headlights flashed and went out instantly. They disappeared into the darkness at the end of a gravel road, waiting quietly for news of the young lattice whereabouts. In another safe house, Wang Jiqiang paced nervously, muttering, putting an unmarried man and woman together if sparks fly. That's trouble. Unable to hold back, he took out a blood-packed order, touched the glowing sigil on his fingertip, and quickly sent a message. The screen lit up with a single sentence. You shut up. Li Ming wasn't all bad after all, they were engaged. Chao Wan just laughed, saying she was afraid they'd scare the poor guy to death, and then head run even farther away. Wang Jiqiang said they didn't understand. A blood fox like that was a real woman, with 100 femininity. He shot him a fierce glare, then raised her hand to grab his ear. Say another word, and he'll skin you alive. Wang Jiqiang didn't care at all, still wearing that irritating smirk. A girl like a red fox isn't that great. Her womanly charm doesn't even reach passing level. Get lost. He swore loudly. Yamp Fox Kwai Zio, who had been silent until then, grinned and shook the wine glass in his hand. How about my womanly charm? Wang Jiqiang immediately turned timid as a quail, forcing a smile. At least 200%. Yamp Fox Kwai Zio burst out laughing, and everyone broke into a lively commotion. The rough wind and sand of trial star howled from above. Are you sure you don't want some? Mu Hanchuan held out a pile of hard, minced meat dripping with blood. His face was dusted with gray from grime and exhaustion, but his eyes still shone brightly. You'll need strength to run. Su Qingyu shook her head. For 3 days, she had only sipped water occasionally and hadn't touched any food. Mu Hanchuan cursed silently. This woman was way too delicate. Picky even in a hellhole like this wasn't her Sioux family. No one would pamper her here. If she starved to death, it would be her own fault. With that thought, he turned and crawled out of the cave to check the situation outside. For 3 days, the cockroach monsters had relentlessly haunted them. Their sharp mandibles could crush rock as they constantly burrowed, searching for a breach. Mu Hanchuan dragged Su Qingyu through 7 different hiding spots, sealing the entrances each time, but no matter how many he blocked, new cracks always appeared. As soon as he left, the cave fell silent. Su Qingyu raised her hand, and an auxiliary tool card appeared on her finger food box. It was her trump card. 5 uses total, each providing enough energy for a whole day. Today was the 3rd time. A soft glow flickered, and a palm-sized metal box transformed into a steaming hot meal. She leisurely finished eating, then packed the wrappers back into the card without a trace. Going hungry? Impossible. She was a pampered noble lady who never suffered hardship. Attack cards? Defense cards? Other useful items? She hadn't brought any only the seemingly useless food box. If Mu Hanchuan knew, he'd be shocked speechless. Not long after, Mu Hanchuan charged back like a fierce hound patrolling its territory, dragging 3 cockroach monsters with broken necks behind him. He had barely slept, his eyes bloodshot and red. As soon as he entered the cave, he saw Su Qingyu casually leaning against the stone wall, looking up absent-mindedly. His temper flared instantly. We can't hold here much longer. We have to move, he warned through gritted teeth. Oh, Su Qingyu replied softly like a feather. Mu Hanchuan frowned. Are you sure you're okay? This place could kill us. I'm fine. He looked her up and down. Pretty, but utterly useless a total vase. He once suspected she had hidden strength, but now it seemed he was just imagining things. He shoved the bloody minced meat toward her. Eat more. It's not that bad. If you can't keep up, I'm not going to care. No thanks really. If it weren't for their tangled marriage contract, Mu Hanchuan would have left long ago. Such a pain. He studied her for a long moment, feeling something was off. Why do I get the feeling you're acting strange? Su Qingyu just smiled and kept staring at the cave ceiling. You don't seem to care about our marriage at all. It's never going to happen. Why waste myself? You're pretty clear-eyed. But why let others know? I'm just speaking the truth. Everyone here is a pawn in a bigger game. Our star system is just one arena manipulated by advanced civilizations. Mu Hanchuan took a deep breath. It sounded crazy, but it also carried a strange conviction. Her mind was probably more vast than his. Fine, then what are you always staring at up there? Watching them dig. The cave ceiling was about 10 meters high, with rock protrusions extending up to 30 or 40 meters. Where she looked, fine dust slowly trickled down, and if you listened carefully you could hear faint scratching sounds. Soon, as if celebrating a new tunnel, a cockroach monster poked its head out excitedly, followed by several more heads popping up in unison. What the hell? The first cockroach monster fell from the sky and crashed down, severely crippled. Then more of them came tumbling down like broken strings of beads, swarming in a relentless flood too numerous to count. I swear. Mu Hanchuan shouted angrily at Su Qingyu, grabbing her waist with his left hand and lifting her up like a little puppy, then sprinting away at full speed. The dozens of cockroach monsters that had hit the ground first were either smashed dead on impact or crushed into pulp by the monsters still falling behind them. But an unending tide of these creatures kept chasing relentlessly. Fortunately, Mu Hanchuan had prepared an escape route early on. After running more than 100 meters, they reached a small hole barely 1 meter high. Without hesitation, he shoved Su Qingyu inside and blocked the entrance himself. Before he could slip in, a swarm of cockroach monsters pounced on him, crawling all over his arms and back. His body twisted violently as he fought to shake off the clinging bugs. The cold gleam of the Qingyuan blade flashed repeatedly while he hacked fiercely. Inside the hole, Su Qingyu turned anxiously and shouted, Mu Hanchuan, go quickly. He'll be fine. The flying Qingyuan blade pinned one cockroach monster trying to crawl inside, triggering a mechanism that dropped a huge square boulder with a thunderous crash. The stone crushed that monster along with 2 others beside it, blocking the hole solidly. Raging with fury, Mu Hanchuan went all out. He summoned his void stomach armor E, cod scale battle knee pads E, thunder shock leg guards F, lava bracers E, and dragonbone wall bracers E to cover his entire body, then donned the faceless mask, turning into an ironclad fortress. Come on. Let's see if you have the numbers, or if I have the quality if you can break through my defense. You've earned it. A banana leaf fan appeared in his left hand, shining silver. The Qingyuan blade returned to his right. With all marked equipment summoned, he switched to close quarters killing mode. Inside the cave, Su Qingyu didn't venture deeper but settled cross-legged, focusing inward and listening carefully. If Mu Hanchuan couldn't hold out, she would have no choice but to reveal her true self. She would never do so unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, a sudden alert echoed in both their minds. Red personal trial activated. Type, challenge death mode. Objective, traverse the Covenant Tomb Forest within 3 days. Failure death. Current participants, 55. Su Qingyu chuckled softly. Not bad, a forced trial straight into the red level stage, saving me a ticket. I owe them a proper thank you later. Outside, Mu Hanchuan, still fighting fiercely, received the same notification. At first delighted, his face soon turned ashen as he cursed. Damn it. Red death mode? Since they hadn't been teleported away, the trial zone must be this entire area. He could handle it alone, but with Su Qingyu by his side, how were they supposed to get through this? His anger surged. Wielding the fan and blade, he fought fiercely, slashing monsters left and right. Every strike bisected a cockroach monster. After more than 10 minutes of brutal combat, the ground lay littered with hundreds of black-shelled corpses. Still, a few hundred screeched and charged wildly. When they realized they couldn't break through his steel-like defense, instinct finally drove them to retreat. Moments later, the black tide dissipated, leaving only blood and shattered limbs behind. Panting slightly, Mu Hanchuan glanced at the cave entrance sealed by the boulder, then sat down cross-legged, eyes fixed on the ground, deep in thought. How am I supposed to get through this red trial? One by one, he stripped off the heavy armor and hid it carefully in the shadows, leaving only the Thundershock leg guards F and Dragonbone wall bracers Eon to maintain the power needed to wield the banana leaf fan. The rest of the equipment was remarked and ready for use again. After finishing, Mu Hanchuan remained still, engulfed in confusion. He weighed his options carefully. Fully revealing his strange ability would greatly improve their chances of escaping this underground labyrinth together. But was Su Qingyu really worth the risk? Women were rarely trustworthy. His own mother had been a bitter lesson. What if he risked everything to save her, only for her to betray him later? Besides, his ability was too conspicuous, and the Su family was powerful. If things escalated, he wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. The danger was terrifyingly high. After much deliberation, he suddenly stood up. To hell with it. We'll try first. If I can get her out, great. If not, it's not my fault. He pushed aside the square stone blocking the small hole, bent low, and crawled through. Then he quickly followed along the narrow passage. Less than 100 meters ahead, a slightly larger chamber appeared. Su Qingyu sat quietly and properly in the center, barely having fled at all. You really have guts. Not scared those monsters will catch up? Mu Hanchuan muttered low. I believe in you. You'll handle it. She looked up calmly without a trace of panic. He let out a heavy sigh. Are you sure you're not crazy? More reliable than you. Huh. He sat down hard opposite her and wiped the blood and dirt from his face. Su Qingyu pulled out a few soggy wipes from her pocket and handed them over. Thanks for your hard work. No need. Mu Hanchuan waved her off, preferring his rough, cleaning method. Figured her wipes were too delicate for him. She had been reluctant to part with those few wipes, but seeing him refuse, she took them back. The air immediately grew quiet. Mu Hanchuan expected her to fuss over the red trial, but she just stared blankly, as if admiring the cracks in the ceiling. Her serenes and attitude unnerved him. He looked up too, wondering if she planned to crawl through another hole, but thankfully, no movement above. She was just spaced out. He became increasingly confused. Was she really caught in the red trial like him? Yet her face showed no anxiety or urgency. Could it be she didn't understand what the red trial meant? Or maybe she wasn't truly involved. If not, how would she return to her original world? How long could she survive in this hellhole alone? Hey, he called out. Su Qingyu turned, her gaze clear as water. A pure idiot, Mu Hanchuan thought bitterly. I got the red trial. How about you? Yes. Do you know what level the red one is? White, yellow, blue, red, purple, black. 4th level, she recited plainly. Mu Hanchuan was stunned half a second. Was she teaching him now? Red means death. If you don't pass, you die. Aren't you afraid? I believe in you. You'll definitely get me out. You gotta be kidding me. Mu Hanchuan lost his cool and swore. You're amazing, she said calmly. Amazing my ass, your mouth sharper than mine. Aren't you worried it'll just leave you here? You're not a bad person. How could she say such cutting words in such a calm tone? Am I still a good person? Between the evening mist and the fading twilight, there was no noise, only a gentle breeze sweeping across, stirring a faint rustling that brushed against the weathered surfaces of the tombstones. This vast graveyard stretched endlessly, a dense forest of broken stone markers. 10-meter-high steel worn smooth by years of wind and sand cast long shadows in the dying light of the sunset. There was no way to see either its beginning or end. Each tombstone bore no inscription, only winding, serpentine patterns of varying depth, interwoven with no discernible meaning. Mu Hanchuan scanned the surroundings, holding Su Qingyu's hand as they stepped into this oppressive place. No one knew what scale of war had erupted here in the past to leave behind such an enormous nameless cemetery. Their current trial was rated red level, featuring a challenge type that he had neither taken part in before nor seen in any records. The difficulty could not be low, though the exact nature of the danger remained unknown. Hey, he whispered. Suchinyu looked up. If something really happens, don't stop for me. Just run straight toward the exit. If you're lucky, you might break through. Got it, she replied firmly. They set off, officially beginning their passage through the challenge. There were 55 official participants, plus them 2 extras, so the chance of crossing paths was not small. To minimize exposure, Mu Hanchuan led the way, with Su Qingyu trailing half a step behind, pressed close. The ground was damp, each step leaving a deep footprint. They looked out over barren land, not even a blade of grass in sight. Carefully, they crept forward for half an hour, eyes sharp for any sign. The wind grew colder, dusk deepened. Though darkening, the fading light still allowed them to see clearly. The faint mist that had lingered began to dissipate. The last warmth seemed sucked from the air, which turned icy and biting. Suddenly, faint whispers seeped from every direction, slipping into their ears sometimes near, sometimes far, as if underground or drifting in the air. But no matter how hard they listened, the words remained unintelligible. At the same time, the shadows behind them warped. No longer clinging to their bodies, the shapes stretched slowly along the earth like crawling worms, even seeming to peel away from their hosts, slipping into the darkness beneath the soil. Don't look back. Mu Hanchuan's voice snapped sharply as he gripped Su Qingyu's arm. Keep your eyes on the goal. Until the danger actually appears, ignore if this is probably just some natural underground phenomenon reacting to our presence. He worried that if Su Qingyu panicked, he would be overwhelmed trying to lead, fight, and protect her all at once. Su Qingyu said nothing, letting him lead her, never leaving his side. Her strength might be lacking, but at least she was obedient, which put Mu Hanchuan somewhat at ease. Ignoring the murmurs and the contorted shadows on the soft soil, they gradually increased their pace. After another half-hour several kilometers by feel the whispers finally faded. The shadows still quivered but no longer behaved normally. Suddenly, crash, crash, crash. A thunderous roar erupted from cracks all around as innumerable large birds exploded upward. Over 1 meter long with enormous wingspans, their lower halves were blood red facing the earth while their upper bodies, facing the sky, were bone white. The sky itself darkened into a sinister red. Their piercing cries sent shivers down the spine as they dove and circled overhead. Horrifyingly, each bird's face was a twisted human visage. Mu Hanchuan pulled Su Qingyu close to steady her. These birds have hallucinogenic abilities. Humans see human faces. Other species see their own. They want to scare us into confusion so they can strike. Usually, these creatures' attack power is limited. He motioned to keep moving. Stay calm. Don't make sudden moves, but maintain your pace. The birds' intimidation lasted about 15 minutes. When it had no effect, their cries grew sharper, more frantic. Mu Hanchuan sensed a degree of intelligence. Finally, one beast could no longer hold back and dove straight at them. He raised his left arm, releasing the Qing Yuan blade like a streak of lightning. It struck the lead bird. Its large size meant limited agility. The creature howled pitifully, falling back into the air with surprisingly fragile defenses. Mu Hanchuan spread his fingers, and the blade snapped back into his palm. Red-level challenges were supposed to be more difficult than Thisso. Where was the real danger waiting? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.